Chapter 1. The Great Way is above. Today, Pangu has opened the vast primordial world, wishing to transform himself into all things, thereby benefiting the boundless heaven and earth. As the words fell, a colossal figure collapsed, from which 3 strands of primordial spirit shot forth, merging with the pure energy of creation. Immediately thereafter, 12 beams of golden light erupted from the heart of Pangu, hovering beside him, reluctant to depart. Have I traversed time? Have I arrived in the legendary primordial realm, becoming one of the pivotal figures in the future calamity of the witch and demon tribes Jiang? Lin Tian opened his eyes to witness the giant pledging to the Great Way, only to find himself enveloped by a vast essence of Pangu's bloodline, becoming one of the 12 ancestral witches of the future. Gazing upon the fallen Pangu, Lin Tian pondered. According to the legends he had encountered in his past life, the calamity of the witch and demon tribes is predestined. The demise of the weak demons and the annihilation of the witches is an established fate. Otherwise, the primordial world could not evolve. And would I not be doomed? Lin Tian observed the area where Pangu had collapsed, where a significant amount of merit was coalescing. 3 tenths of this merit soared towards the 3 primordial spirits. 2 tenths flew towards the 12 ancestral witches, while another 3 tenths scattered across the primordial realm. The remaining 2 tenths of merit divided into 2 forms. One transformed into a tower, and the other into a ruler. Lin Tian recognized these as the treasures of merit, the Linglong Tower and the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler. These are the only 2 postnatal treasures of merit in the primordial world. The Linglong Tower surely belongs to me, but I have yet to hear to whom the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler belongs. I shall strive to claim it. With this thought, Lin Tian charged towards the Measuring Ruler. The Hongmeng Measuring Ruler attempted to resist, but as Lin Tian activated his Pangu bloodline, the ruler gradually quieted and was absorbed into his soul. Just as the merit of creation intended to take the 12 ancestral witches away, Lin Tian's gaze shifted back to Pangu's heart, where several drops of essence blood pulsed. However, a dreadful pressure enveloped the surroundings, and merely casting a glance felt as though one's soul might shatter. Fortune favors the brave whether one dies early or late. Death is inevitable. If I succeed, perhaps I could seize a sliver of hope for the future, Lin Tian declared, charging towards Pangu's heart. Under the terrifying pressure, Lin Tian shielded his soul with the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler, advancing to the heart of the great Pangu, collecting 2 drops of essence blood. Just as he intended to gather the remaining essence, he was swept away by the golden light of merit, racing toward the base of Buzhou mountain. After the remaining drops of essence dissipated, Pangu's heart soared towards the 12 ancestral witches, protecting them completely. Jiang, henceforth referred to as Jiang, was brought to the base of Buzhou mountain, where his soul could no longer sustain itself and gradually succumbed to slumber. Great Way above, I am the ancestral dragon. Today I establish the dragon clan to lead the scaled beings. From this day forth, the dragon clan shall rise against the ferocious beasts. As the voice of the ancestral dragon echoed, simultaneously, 2 voices resonated from the southern immortal fire mountain and near the central Buzhou mountain. Great Way above, I am the primordial phoenix. Today, I establish the Phoenix clan to lead the flying creatures of the primordial realm. From this day forth, the Phoenix clan shall rise against the ferocious beasts. Great Way above, I am the ancestral Qilin. Today, I establish the Qilin clan to lead the terrestrial beasts. From this day forth, the Qilin clan shall rise against the ferocious beasts. The heavens reverberated with these 3 grand voices, awakening Jiang. It dawned on Jiang that, at this moment, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were just being established, preparing to wage war against the ferocious beasts to earn merit and fortune in the primordial realm. There remains a considerable amount of time before the emergence of the world, thus, there is no need for excessive worry. Instead, I should strive to enhance my own strength, ensuring that I can protect myself and the witch clan when the calamity of the witch and demon tribes arrives. With this resolution, Jiang decided to devote himself to cultivation, aiming to gain an advantage in the forthcoming grand scheme. Jiang understood that among the innate beings, each possessed their own lineage. Therefore, he promptly sought to discern what lineage he had acquired. To his astonishment, as a member of the ancestral witches, he discovered that he possessed a primordial spirit. Were the claims that ancestral witches lacked primordial spirits not true? They disregard fate, showing no respect for the Great Way, solely venerating Pangu. Could it be that the novels I read in my past life were all fabricated? Jiang was filled with elation. For possessing a primordial spirit meant that if someone plotted against him, he could receive warnings from his spirit, rather than being oblivious to the schemes. Eager to ascertain whether the other 12 ancestral witches shared his gift of a primordial spirit, Jiang extended his consciousness through his spirit, probing into the conditions of his brothers and sisters. He discovered that indeed, the other ancestral witches also possessed their own primordial spirits. Yet a thick miasma of the earth was incessantly eroding their spirits, causing them to diminish in size. If this continued, their spirits would likely vanish entirely in a short time. What is happening? Why has my primordial spirit not been corroded by the miasma of the earth? Upon witnessing the shrinking primordial spirits of the other ancestral witches, Jiang realized that the novels of his past life had not been mistaken. However, he was perplexed as to why he remained unaffected. Upon introspecting his own primordial spirit, he discovered that the Hongmeng measuring ruler was continuously shielding him from the miasma of the earth. This treasure possessed intelligence, instinctively protecting Jiang's spirit. So it is the Hongmeng measuring ruler that has preserved my primordial spirit. Understanding the reason, Jiang ceased to ponder further, as he had no alternative. The miasma of the earth could enhance the physical forms of the ancestral witches, but its side effect was the erosion of their unawakened spirits. He could not simply bestow the Hongmeng measuring ruler upon the other witches. Even if Jiang were willing, to whom would he give the measuring ruler? Having clarified the situation regarding his primordial spirit, Jiang focused his thoughts on the importance of strength. He promptly examined his Great Way lineage, discovering a technique manifesting within his primordial spirit, the chaos art. I have unexpectedly inherited the technique of the Great Pangu. Originally, the chaos art was divided into the 9 turns mystical art and the 9 turns primordial art, one focusing on the physical body and the other on the primordial spirit. To my surprise, I possess the complete technique capable of directly pointing to the Great Way. Moreover, perhaps due to the drops of Pangus essence blood I collected, I have not only received the inheritance of the spatial Great Way, but also the Great Way of Strength. Chaos art, Great Way of Strength, as an ancestral which with a primordial spirit. Could this be the opening of the Great Way? Jiang exclaimed joyfully. Just as he began to prepare for cultivation, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Although somewhat startling, to Jiang, it sounded like celestial music. Ding! The primordial P system has officially activated. Detected host, Jiang, the foremost of the 12 ancestral witches. Would the host like to bind the system? The traversing deity speaks truth, though the golden finger may arrive late. It shall never be absent. Bind. Congratulations, host. You have bound the primordial P system. The system only has mainline task rewards will be issued according to the host's task completion progress. System, what functions do you possess? Ding. This system is committed to the path of peace. My aspiration is world peace. As long as the witch and demon tribes do not engage in war, the calamity will not arise, and the system will reward the host generously. Currently, this system only contains the host panel and rewards functionality. A novice gift package has been detected. Would the host like to open it? Open. Without hesitation, Jiang opened the novice gift package. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 portion of Pangus primordial spirit, 1 diagram of the Qian Kuan Wuji array, and 1 innate treasure Qian Kuan Ding. Wow, the novice gift package is so bountiful. However, what is this Qian Kuan Wuji array? There is no information about it in my inheritance. Ding! The Qian Kuan Wuji array is specifically prepared for the host, designed to assist the host in completing system tasks. As long as the host sets up the array for the witch clan, continuously converting chaotic spiritual energy to replenish the primordial realm, the calamity will not occur. Such a boon. With this, the witch clan will not be so easily extinguished. Jiang contemplated, but for now, cultivating remains paramount. As Jiang commenced his practice of the chaos art, the peace system continued to resonate. However, Jiang blocked all notifications, rendering them inaudible. Ding! The witch and demon tribes have cumulatively refrained from warfare for 1 year. Reward: 1 body refining pill. Ding! The witch and demon tribes have cumulatively refrained from warfare for 2 years. Reward: 1 postnatal low-grade spiritual treasure. In the primordial realm, time is of no consequence. For the innate divine beings, time is the least of their concerns, as from the moment of their birth, they possess endless lifespans. Unless slain by another being, their lifespans would only come to an end at the time of the immeasurable calamity. Jiang's cultivation passed through an indeterminate span of time. When he awoke once more, he found that one of the ancestral witches had already attained consciousness, and their physical realm had reached the Tai golden immortal level. As for Jiang, he had simultaneously ascended to the realm of the Luo golden immortal in both physical body and primordial spirit, exuding an unintentional aura of authority. Big brother, have you completed your cultivation? Big brother, do you recognize me? I am Zhu Rong. As he gazed upon the 11 younger siblings by his side, Jiang felt a warmth enveloping his heart. In his past life, as an orphan, he had always walked a solitary path. In this life, reborn as the ancestral shaman Jiang, the presence of so many siblings allowed him to experience an unprecedented warmth brought forth by familial bonds. Looking at the 11 ancestral shamans surrounding him, Jiang made a silent vow. This time, he would safeguard this precious kinship and ensure that they would not suffer even the slightest harm. Silence, Jiang declared with an air of authority, interrupting the discussions among the ancestral shamans. I ask you, do you possess a primordial spirit? What is the nature of the techniques you have inherited? Jiang inquired. Elder brother, none of us possesses a primordial spirit, and the techniques passed down to us are all the 9 transformations of mystical arts, spoke Zhu Rong, the most impetuous of the fire ancestral shamans, who was the first to respond. Indeed, the heavenly Tao has conspired against us. The ancestral shamans are forbidden from possessing primordial spirits. Otherwise, we would be akin to 12 small Pangu, which would be detrimental to the mastery of the primordial world. Jiang contemplated inwardly. I shall impart to you the technique of our father, the chaotic formula. Although the aspect of the primordial spirit cannot be cultivated, it is still vastly superior to the solitary 9 transformations of mystical arts. Brother, what a fortuitous opportunity it is to receive the entirety of our father's legacy, exclaimed Ho Tu, the youngest among the ancestral shamans. It is merely a matter of our father's favor, granting me an additional portion of his inheritance. You all should begin your cultivation. As for the issue of the primordial spirit, I shall devise a method to see if there is a way for you to reclaim it, Jiang reassured them. Thank you, elder brother. Once the 11 ancestral shamans received the techniques, they immediately devoted themselves to cultivation, leaving Jiang alone once more. Wandering through the Pangu Hall, Jiang found little amusement and returned to his previous seclusion. However, this time, he did not enter meditation. Instead, he activated the system. What is happening? System, have you plundered something? Why are there so many items? Jiang observed the system space, densely packed with an array of objects, making it nearly impossible to discern one from another. Be not alarmed, esteemed host. This system operates on an annual basis. As long as the wraiths and demons do not engage in battle for a year, the system will bestow random rewards. Could you not organize these items by their respective categories? Jiang asked, rubbing his forehead. Although he was inherently a being of the primordial essence, he had never been one to succumb to illness. Yet, at this moment, he felt a twinge of headache, for he was utterly at a loss as to how to organize this veritable mountain of treasures, which greatly troubled his inherent perfectionism. Upon detecting the host's request, the system promptly categorized the items into spiritual roots, spiritual treasures, elixirs, rare earths, and divine techniques. Upon hearing this announcement, Jiang hurriedly revisited the system space and was astounded by the plethora of treasures. Many of these items were ones he had never even heard of, astonishingly conjured by the system. Suddenly, one particular item caught his attention. Extracting this spiritual treasure, he discovered it to be a book-shaped artifact. Through refining the restrictions of this treasure, Jiang finally grasped its purpose. The information relayed from the spiritual treasure revealed that it was known as the Earthly Profound Treasure Book, ranked among the primordial supreme treasures. While it bore no offensive capabilities, its defensive prowess was extraordinary, likely rivaled only by the defenses of the Heavenly Lord's celestial yellow Linglong Tower and the Taiji diagram. Moreover, this treasure not only boasted remarkable defensive capabilities and the ability to suppress the fortunes of the wraiths, but also concealed a gravity space of 9 layers, with access to the 9th layer restricted solely to those of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal level. As Jiang's thoughts stirred, he directly ascended to the 7th layer of the Xin treasure book, a pinnacle he had yet to surpass. After carefully absorbing the ambience of the gravity space, he could not help but erupt into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The tide is in my favor. Our Wu clan has finally gained another trump card. It turned out that this gravity space also served as an aid for cultivation. Those who had just broken through their realms, upon entering the gravity space, would be subjected to its pressure, allowing them to rapidly stabilize their newly attained levels and diminish their inner demons. Understanding the utility of the gravity space, Jiang seated himself cross-legged within it, commencing the refinement of his realm. As time trickled by, Jiang's aura grew increasingly stable, and his cultivation steadily ascended. Why hasn't he, elder brother, emerged yet? Truly a madman for cultivation. Indeed, I long to step into the world crafted by our Father God. The recent clash among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, coupled with the resounding explosion from the west, had stirred a yearning within him for battle. What are you discussing that brings such joy? Upon exiting his retreat, Jiang overheard several ancestral witches conversing about recent events in the primordial world, which revealed to him that the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix had passed, and the battle between Tao and Demon had concluded. Elder brother, you are unaware. Numerous extraordinary beings have emerged in the world recently. They have just come into existence. When shall we make our appearance? Very well. Let us. Just as Jiang was about to agree to their eagerness to emerge, the system's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. It has been detected that the Wu and Lich clans have accumulated 100 Yuan meetings without conflict. Reward: 12 portions of Pangu's primordial spirit. It was as if a pillow had arrived, just as he felt sleepy. Jiang had been worried about the other ancestral witches lacking primordial spirits and potentially falling prey to schemes. Now, the system had generously rewarded him with 12 portions of Pangu's primordial spirit. Wait a moment, I have an opportunity to bestow upon you. With that, he extracted 11 portions of Pangu's primordial spirit from the system and presented them before the other ancestral witches. This is indeed primordial spirit. And from our Father God, is this truly real? The time ancestral which Zhu Jiuyin inquired incredulously. Indeed, I have received a gift from our Father God, who instructed me to bestow these spirits upon you to enhance your strength. Jiang contemplated for a moment, attributing the spirits to the great Pangu, knowing not how else to explain their origin. Once you have refined the primordial spirits, we shall venture into the primordial world. Once the other ancestral witches had refined the spirits, they all stood behind Jiang. This moment, all 12 ancestral witches had attained the cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Jiang had even reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Today, our Wu clan emerges to stand as the true inheritors of Pangu. From the base of Mount Buzhou, 12 figures emerged, each towering an impressive height of 77,777 zhang. They were the 12 ancestral witches, Jiang, with a human face and bird body, bearing 4 fleshly wings, 6 claws on his chest, abdomen, and legs, adept in speed, with a single flap covering 280,000 miles. His entire being adorned in crimson scales, he was the ancestral witch of space and strength, Ru Shou, covered in golden scales, with a golden snake piercing his left ear and treading upon 2 golden dragons. His human face and tiger body bore wings sprouting from his shoulders. He was the ancestral witch of gold from the west, Zhu, with a body of green wood, bird face, and human form. Treading upon two azure dragons, he was the ancestral witch of wood from the east, Gong, with a python head and human body, treading upon two black dragons, his hands entwined with a green python. Covered in black scales, he was adept at manipulating the waters of the primordial world, the ancestral witch of water from the north, Zhu, with a beast head and human body, his ears adorned with two fire snakes, and treading upon two fire dragons. Covered in crimson scales, he was the ancestral witch of fire from the south, Ho, with a human body and serpent tail, possessing 7 hands on his back and 2 hands in front gripping 2 soaring serpents. He was the ancestral witch of earth, Tian Wu. With 8 heads, human face, tiger body, and 10 tails, he was the ancestral witch of wind, Xianming. Covered in bone spines, a colossal beast, he was the ancestral witch of rain. Changliang. With a tiger head and human body, wielding 2 yellow snakes, he was the ancestral witch of thunder, Shizi. With a human face and bird body, 2 azure snakes hanging from his ears. Wielding 2 red snakes, he was the ancestral witch of lightning, Zhu Jioyin. With a human face and serpent body, entirely crimson, governing the celestial cycle, he was the ancestral witch of time, Shi Baishir. With a human head and beast body. 2 azure snakes adorning his ears, governing the weather, also known as the drought spirit. He was the ancestral witch of weather. The emergence of the ancestral witches sent ripples throughout the primordial world, and all beings became aware that 12 extraordinary beings had been born at Mount Buzhou, entities not to be trifled with, Kunlun Mountain in the Jade Void Palace. A bunch of barbarians, ignorant of heavenly decrees, dared to claim themselves as the true inheritors of Pangu. Elder brother, the 3 of us are the true inheritors of Pangu. We cannot allow them to speak such nonsense. One of the 3 pure ones, Yuanzi, exclaimed angrily. Elder brother, even if you cannot bear to acknowledge this, what can you do? Can you defeat them? If I am not mistaken, there are 12 great Luo golden immortals among them, one of which has reached the late stage of great Luo. If we confront them, we would only invite humiliation. The Taoist of the heavens spoke up. Preposterous. Is this how you regard your elder brother? If you do not understand what it means to respect your elder, today I shall teach you, Yuanzi declared, preparing to strike at Tong Tian, who was equally unwilling to back down, drawing his sword in readiness for battle. Enough? Must you quarrel amongst yourselves? The leader of the 3 pure ones, Laozi, intervened, compelling Yuanzi and Tong Tian to reluctantly return to their seats. Elder brother, shall we simply let the title of true Pangu inheritor stand unchallenged? Yuanzi asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Such is the situation. In the future, we must have a confrontation to make the primordial world aware of who the true inheritor of Pangu is. However, for now, the most pressing matter is our own cultivation. Yes, elder brother, both Yuanzi and Tong Tian responded in unison, commencing their training. Since we have emerged, we naturally must inherit the will of our father god Pangu and govern the primordial world. Zhu, known for his fiery temperament, declared, bang! Zhu found himself embedded in a mountain miles away. Elder brother, why did you strike me? He asked, feeling aggrieved. Must you be so reckless all the time? Can you not mature a little? If you wish to govern the primordial world, what if the other extraordinary beings do not acquiesce? Jiang questioned. Jiang felt that since he had awakened the peace system, he must pursue the path of peace to its fullest. Otherwise, if the other ancestral witches developed ambitions for supremacy in the primordial world, they would inevitably fall victim to the schemes of the heavenly Tao. From the moment of creation, Jiang had begun to harbor doubts about the heavenly Tao. For with Pangu's might, it was inconceivable that he could fall so easily. The world tree, which should have supported the heavens and the earth, had never materialized. Initially, Pangu had upheld the heavens and the earth. And after Pangu transformed into myriad things, his spine became Mount Buzhou, supporting the cosmos. Thus, Jiang resolved from the outset to instill in his younger siblings the principle: cultivate steadily, do not act recklessly. We are the children of our Father God. Safeguarding the primordial world he created is our duty. However, As long as the primordial world exists without significant issues, we need not govern it or maintain order. Jiang earnestly advised his younger siblings, emphasizing one core idea: to harbor no ambitions that, if they possessed absolute strength, even without deliberately establishing order, others would still seek their counsel. So, elder brother, what shall we do now? Zhu Rong inquired, still feeling wronged as he floated back to Jiang. Indeed, elder brother, if we keep cultivating, I fear I shall rust. Ho Tu, the youngest, whimpered. Upon hearing this, Jiang rubbed his forehead, knowing well that the ancestral witch's combative nature was ingrained and unchangeable. The genes for battle were embedded deep within them. Even the youngest, Xian Ming and Ho Tu, were undeniably combative. Since we have emerged, constant cultivation is not the way to go. While we yearn for peace, we cannot be detached from battle. Jiang stated. Let us first take a moment to rest, and then we shall ascend Mount Buzhou to honor our Father God. The great battle against the demons has just concluded, and it has only been a little over 1,000 years since the primordial creation began. The oppressive force of Pangu on Mount Buzhou remains fearsome. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who share Pangu's bloodline, find themselves significantly restrained at the height of 10,000 zhang. One can halt the progress of Tai golden immortals. At 20,000 zhang, most great Luo golden immortals can advance no further. Yet, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, relying on their formidable physical forms and the advantages of Pangu's bloodline, have managed to ascend to 80,000 zhang at this altitude. Apart from Emperor Jiang, figures such as Zhu Juin, Hutu, and Gong are on the verge of being crushed to the ground, unable to take another step. Brother, we can't move any further, spoke Ancestor Wu. Then you shall cultivate here. The paternal divine pressure in this place will aid in strengthening your bodies and harmonizing your primordial spirits. Emperor Jiang replied upon witnessing their inability to proceed. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about safety here, as during this period, only a handful of great beings can reach such heights. They have merely relied on the advantage of Pangu's bloodline to make it this far. After bidding farewell to the 11 ancestors of sorcery, Emperor Jiang continued his ascent. In the ancient novels he had read about the Primordial Era, it was said that on Mount Buzhou, one would encounter a spiritual root every 3 steps and a spiritual treasure every 5 steps. Yet, as he journeyed, he had seen not a single one. What Emperor Jiang did not know was that before his ascent, another had ventured up Mount Buzhou, reaching a height of 129,500 zhang, just 100 zhang short of the summit. This individual was Hongjun, who not only scavenged a significant portion of the opportunities on Mount Buzhou, but also took away a fragment of the greatest chaos jade butterfly. Thus, Emperor Jiang found nothing of spiritual roots or treasures on his journey. Reaching a height of 100,000 zhang, Emperor Jiang felt the limits of his physical body. One more step would lead to its collapse, that he released the full extent of his late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, alleviating much of the pressure upon him. Not lingering at this height, he pressed onward toward the peak of the mountain. As time passed, Emperor Jiang had been traversing Mount Buzhou for 3,000 years, arriving at the height of 129,500 zhang, the very spot where Hongjun once stood. At this moment, Emperor Jiang had maximized his cultivation, physical form, spatial principles, and the path of strength. He even summoned the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler to counteract the pressure of Mount Buzhou. Just 100 more zhang, yet I truly cannot take another step, that I feel as though I am on the brink of collapse. He thought, unable to articulate his thoughts. Am I truly to give up now? No, I shall never concede. I am so close. I must reach the summit of Mount Buzhou and seize control of my own destiny. Emperor Jiang roared internally, steeling himself for the final ascent. With determination, he took a step toward the last 100 zhang. However, after traversing 40 zhang, fissures began to appear on his body, causing him to bend low to the ground, advancing with great difficulty. He bellowed, pushing forward until he finally reached the pinnacle of Mount Buzhou. At this point, his physical form was nearly shattered, resembling a broken porcelain doll, with cracks all over and pieces missing. He lay on a mountain top like a puddle of mud. Emperor Jiang remained at the summit for over 100 years before regaining his ability to move. Fortunately, the absence of Pangu's residual pressure at the peak allowed his body to gradually recover. Once he regained his mobility, he began to survey his surroundings. He noticed that the mountaintop was barren, save for one spot that obstructed his primordial spirit's probing. Approaching this area, he discovered a primordial grand formation. Aside from its ability to block his exploration, it posed no other dangers. With bated breath, he cautiously traversed the formation, every muscle in his body taut and prepared for combat, ready to strike at the first sign of peril. Yet, within the formation, there was no threat whatsoever. After passing through, he found a stone platform upon which rested 3 objects. As he stepped closer, he picked up the first item, astonished to find it was a primordial treasure. He sat down cross-legged to begin refining it. After establishing a layer of restrictions, he discerned its origin and form. This primordial treasure was known as the balance scale, containing the laws of causality. Capable of lowering an opponent's realm by 1 level if they were 1 level higher than him. This treasure was obtained by Pangu during the primordial creation when he vanquished the causality demon god, and it should not have been allowed to exist within the heavenly Tao. However, due to the grand formation that concealed it, it had been preserved. This treasure is truly remarkable. In the future, when I encounter those of higher realms, as long as they are not saints, I need not fear them. Furthermore, when I reach the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, even saints can be brought down a notch, Emperor Jiang declared joyfully, with this singular treasure. His journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. After stowing the balance scale, he turned his attention to the remaining 2 items on the stone platform. One appeared to be a fragment of something, though its material was indiscernible. The other was a seed. Upon lifting the fragment, a phantom suddenly materialized before him. Gazing at the apparition, Emperor Jiang could not help but exclaim, "Pangu, you little rascal, you possess my bloodline, and you wield the paths of space and strength. Quite impressive." The phantom of Pangu scrutinized Emperor Jiang, effortlessly seeing through his origins. Ancestor Wu Emperor Jiang pays his respects to the father god Pangu. He bowed deeply to, "Oh, I remember now. You are the little one who appeared during my primordial creation. I never imagined you would become a descendant of my bloodline," Pangu remarked. "Indeed, Father Pangu, you actually remember me?" Emperor Jiang asked in astonishment, a flicker of trepidation coursing through him. Had Pangu harbored ill intentions? A mere glance could have spelled his end. "Since you possess my bloodline, you are indeed my descendant. Originally, this strand of my primordial spirit was meant for the Wu tribe. I learned from your memories that the 12 ancestors of sorcery have already acquired their primordial spirits. While I do not know how you obtained them, it no longer matters. You can see my memories?" Emperor Jiang was greatly amazed, though it seemed Pangu had not discovered the existence of the system, which only deepened his curiosity. Once you cultivate the chaotic technique to the 8th layer, you shall be able to do so. It is nothing remarkable, and it can only glimpse into the memories of those whose realms are lower than your own. Nothing of great significance. Pangu explained. The 8th layer, that corresponds to the realm of Hongjun Wajidian Great Luo Golden Immortal, which is the heavenly Tao. You call that insignificant? Emperor Jiang mused, increasingly sensing a hint of vanity in Pangu's demeanor. "Father, what is this fragment?" he inquired, pointing at the remnant on the stone platform. "This is a fragment of the Chaos Jade Butterfly, containing the paths of strength and reincarnation. Thus, I was able to preserve this strand of my primordial spirit. As for that seed, it is the world tree of the primordial realm. During my creation, it should have emerged to support heaven and earth, yet for reasons unknown, it has not sprouted or grown." Pangu elucidated the 2 remaining items for Emperor Jiang. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang felt as though a colossal pie had fallen from the heavens, leaving him dizzy with astonishment. "You need not be overly joyous. The largest fragment of the Chaos Jade Butterfly is destined to become a sacred artifact of the heavenly Tao, meant to enlighten all beings. Otherwise, I would have simply given you the complete Chaos Jade Butterfly." Before Emperor Jiang could respond, Pangu continued, "My current strand of primordial spirit is of little use. I shall impart all my insights into the great Tao contained within this spirit to you, hoping you can ensure the continuity of my bloodline and not end up like Yuanzi Qingqi, who fell victim to other schemes." Upon finishing his words, Pangu's primordial spirit surged forth towards Emperor Jiang, transforming into the profound understanding of the great Tao. Bestowing upon Emperor Jiang a moment of enlightenment akin to a sudden awakening. Father God, Emperor Jiang had no time to inquire about Pangu's insights on the cycle of the underworld. For Pangu had already merged entirely into the essence of Emperor Jiang's spirit. Standing still, Emperor Jiang absorbed the essence of the great Tao, and unbeknownst to him, his spiritual realm had ascended to the level of a Hunyuan golden immortal. As millennia passed, Emperor Jiang eventually awakened from his enlightenment. Although he had not fully digested all of Pangu's insights, he had nevertheless been shown a clear path forward. System, activate the system panel. Suddenly, Emperor Jiang recalled that the system had only two functions available. One was a random reward, mostly consisting of items of little use to him. The other was the panel function, though he had yet to review his own information. Host panel activated. Host, Emperor Jiang identity, ancestral shaman cultivation. Early stage of primordial spirit Hunyuan golden immortal. Peak of the physical body as a great Luo golden immortal treasures. Hongming Liantian ruler. Earthly mystic treasure book, balance scale exotic treasures. Fragment of the creation jade butterfly, seed of the world tree after receiving this fortuitous encounter. Emperor Jiang circled cautiously atop the unyielding mountain several times, seemingly in search of something. Strange, by all accounts, the entrance to the heavenly court should be atop this mountain. Why can I not find it? While searching, Emperor Jiang pondered. It turned out he was seeking the legendary entrance to the heavenly court, hoping to locate it before Jun and Tai Yi, thereby claiming it for himself. This would render the demon clan without a place to establish their lineage, destabilizing their fortune and preventing them from contending for supremacy in the wilderness. However, after searching the summit of the mountain for several hundred years and even employing the spatial Great Tao to sense any potential rifts, he found not a trace. Alas, perhaps my fortune is insufficient, or it simply is not yet time for the heavenly court to emerge that I should return, judging by the time. Hongjun is likely nearing his own sanctification. Disheartened by his fruitless search, Emperor Jiang descended from the peak to seek out his younger siblings. Upon reaching the height of 80,000 zhang on the unyielding mountain, Emperor Jiang suddenly heard the sounds of battle ahead. Channeling the spatial Great Tao, he arrived at the scene of the conflict, discovering that it was the ancestral shaman Zhu Rong engaged in combat with a man wielding a lute-like treasure, relentlessly attacking Zhu Rong. Upon noticing Emperor Jiang's arrival, Zhu Rong ceased hostilities with the man and approached Emperor Jiang alongside the other ancestral shamans. Elder brother, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you so long that we feel as though we are rusting away. Where have you been for such an extended period? Did you reach the mountaintop? Was Father God there? Did you encounter any dangers on your journey? The ancestral shamans surrounded Emperor Jiang like children, peppering him with questions. Emperor Jiang looked at Ho Tu and the others, momentarily unsure of how to respond to their queries, and could only say, "Fear not, I shall answer all your questions, but I wish to inquire about these two friends of yours." Only then did Emperor Jiang notice, besides the man who had fought with Zhu Rong, there was also a woman of exquisite beauty, whom he surmised could only be rivaled by Ho Tu herself in all of the wilderness. Elder brother, allow me to introduce these two. They're Taoist friends Fuxi and Nuwa, whose Taoist sanctum resides atop this unyielding mountain, Ho Tu said, leading Emperor Jiang before the two individuals. Taoist friends, this is our elder brother, Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Fuxi began to, I have long admired you, having heard from Zhu Rong and the others that you ascended to the peak of the unyielding mountain. It is truly commendable. Merely minor matters, Emperor Jiang replied. But I am curious about how the two of you have managed to reside atop the unyielding mountain without being affected by this oppressive force. It must surely indicate your profound cultivation. Taoist friend Emperor Jiang, my brother, and I have long held admiration for you. Why not engage in a discussion of the Tao once more, exchanging insights and understanding? Nuwa suggested from the side. Emperor Jiang regarded Fuxi and Nuwa, aware that these two held significant positions in the future of the wilderness. Fuxi, one of the four sovereigns of the demon clan, had after the war between the shamans and demons, allied with the human race, becoming the foremost emperor among them, ensuring that as long as the human race endured, so too would he for Nuwa. She was undeniably one of the 6 destined saints, having achieved her own path by creating humanity. Taoist friend, why do you gaze upon us so intently? Is there something amiss? Nuwa inquired, noticing Emperor Jiang's scrutiny of her and her brother. Her brow furrowing slightly. No. I am most eager to engage in a discussion of the Tao with both of you. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Emperor Jiang realized that his gaze might have been somewhat impolite. Just as the 12 ancestral shamans, along with Fuxi and Nuwa, settled down to prepare for their discourse, an immense force suddenly manifested in the heavens and earth, pressing down upon all living beings, forcing them to the ground, unable to lift their heads. Then, golden lotuses began to appear from the sky, drifting downwards, and wherever they landed, vitality flourished, causing all spiritual roots to surge forth in abundance. As everyone was left bewildered, a voice resonated from an unknown source. High above the 9 clouds, I rest upon a lotus seat, transcending the realms of heaven and earth. I shall preside over the teachings. Pangu birthed the Taiji. The 2 forms and 4 symbols in harmony. The Xianmen stands as the leader, a single breath transforming into Hongjun. I am Hongjun. Today, I attained sanctification, feeling the myriad beings of the wilderness lacking in understanding of the great Tao and unaware of the heavenly principles. I have decided, 3,000 years hence, I shall impart the great Tao at the Chaos Zixiao Palace. All beings of fate may come to listen. As these words echoed, the oppressive force vanished in an instant. Upon the unyielding mountain, the 12 ancestral shamans, Fuxi, Nuwa, and others rose from the ground. Fuxi spoke first. I never anticipated that such a grand Taoist, Hongjun, would emerge. We must attend his teachings. What do you all think? This old man Hongjun, merely breaking through a realm, creates such an uproar. I have no interest in his so-called teachings. The ancestral shaman, Qiangyang, interjected. Impudent. Do you not understand that while there are no hierarchies in existence, there are indeed distinctions in cultivation? Since this elder has advanced before us, it is evident he possesses strengths beyond our own. How can you be so arrogant? Emperor Jiang reproached Xiangliang. Emperor, Jiang knew well that Hongjun was the most cunning figure in the wilderness. Should Xiangliang speak ill of him, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions in the future. Elder brother, shall we all attend the teachings? Ho Tu asked. Indeed, you all now possess your own primordial spirits. Attending the teachings will benefit you, allowing your spiritual cultivation to catch up with that of your physical forms, filling in the gaps. Since that is the case, why not go together? I just heard the location of the teachings is within the chaos. It will likely take some time to reach. Nuwa proposed to Emperor Jiang, extending an invitation to journey to the Chaos Zixiao Palace together. Very well, let us set off at once. After Emperor Jiang concluded his words, the 12 ancestors of witches, along with the siblings Fuxi and Nuwa, summoned their divine powers and made their way to the primordial chaos. The group traversed through the 33 layers of heaven, spending over 500 years to locate the Zixiao Palace within the chaos. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace, they found the great doors firmly shut, showing no signs of opening, leaving Emperor Jiang and his companions to cultivate amidst the chaos. Fuxi and Nuwa, lacking the formidable physical bodies of the 12 ancestors of witches and not possessing the techniques to absorb the chaotic energy, had not yet reached the quasi-saint realm and could only meditate under the protection of innate spiritual treasures. As the 3,000-year period drew to a close, the 12 ancestors of witches, under Emperor Jiang's guidance, concluded their cultivation. Emperor Jiang surveyed his surroundings and noted the presence of many powerful beings, including 3 brothers crowned with the Xianhuang pagoda, 2 brothers bearing a dark bell, and another whose head was adorned with a blood-colored lotus. Exuding an aura of menace, that he recognized that the trio with the Xianhuang pagoda were the manifestations of Pangu as primordial spirit, formed from the 3 pure essences that combined during the creation of the heavens. Laozi, Yuanzi, and Kongtong Seal. If sensing Emperor Jiang's gaze, Yuanzi turned towards the 12 ancestors of witches and spoke. A group of wetborn, unknowing beasts dares to claim the true lineage of Pangu. Upon hearing Yuanzi's words, Emperor Jiang rose to his feet with a sharp exhale, fixing his eyes upon Yuanzi. The other ancestors of witches joined him, glaring angrily at Yuanzi and even Laozi and Tong Tian, who stood nearby, harbored their grievances. "What? Do you dare to defy?" Yuanzi, observing the 12 ancestors of witches standing up, mistook their silence for fear of acting recklessly within the sacred grounds of the saints, which only emboldened his arrogance further. "Today, since you look down upon me and my siblings, I shall teach you a lesson, so you may see who truly embodies the essence of Pangu." Emperor Jiang declared he disregarded the sanctity of the sacred ground. The ancestors of witches were inherently combative. Although he held reservations about the so-called heavenly Tao's might, it did not mean he would cower. The 12 ancestors of witches charged towards the Sanqing, with Gong leading the way, launching an attack. However, their strike was thwarted by the protective barrier surrounding the Linglong Pagoda, creating only minor ripples upon the shimmering surface. The three from Sanqing, witnessing this, felt their anxiety dissipate. Yuanzi smugly proclaimed, "My elder brother's treasure is impervious to all methods. We are in an invincible position. If you possess the capability, then come and strike." This declaration incited great fury among the 12 ancestors of witches. Except for Emperor Jiang, the others unleashed a barrage of attacks, all rendered futile. Emperor Jiang contemplated using the Hongmeng measuring ruler to break through this tortoise shell, but decided against revealing his abilities at this juncture. Instead, he activated his physical form, revealing his true self. The mighty beings before the Zixiao Palace gazed in horror at his imposing presence, exuding an aura of terror. "Brother, this ancestor of witches possesses an exceptionally formidable body. Even with the chaos bell in hand, I fear I would not be his match," whispered Dong Wangtai to Emperor Jun beside him. Emperor Jun nodded gravely in agreement. "If we are to conquer the primordial realm in the future, these individuals will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to us. On the other side." After revealing his true form, Emperor Jiang channeled the Tao of space, simultaneously utilizing the Tao of force, and struck towards the Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda with a powerful punch. This blow created a small vacuum in the surrounding chaotic energy. Laozi perceived the threat to his brothers and prepared to react, but before he could, the Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda was sent flying by Emperor Jiang's strike, causing Laozi to spit out a mouthful of blood. The immense recoil had injured him. The other ancestors of witches, witnessing Emperor Jiang shatter the Sanqing's protective shell, surged towards Yuanzi with intent to attack. Observing this, Laozi and Tong Tian wished to assist, but were intercepted by Emperor Jiang. "Friend, one should show mercy when possible. This incident is my brother's fault. I apologize on his behalf, and hope you can refrain from further hostilities." Laozi addressed Emperor Jiang. "If apologies were effective, then what need would there be for enforcers?" Emperor Jiang retorted instinctively. "Enforcers?" The moment Emperor Jiang uttered those words, the powerful beings before the Zixiao Palace were left in bewilderment. Enforcers? Who is this mighty figure? Why have we never heard of such a term in the primordial realm? The crowd exchanged inquiries, only to conclude that they had never encountered the concept of enforcers. "Well, if apologies suffice, then why strive for power? If I slap you, would mere words suffice if I am weaker than you?" Laozi questioned, brandishing his dragon-headed staff while gazing at Emperor Jiang. Seeing the situation unfold, Tong Tian also drew his Qingping sword, fixing his gaze upon Emperor Jiang. "Engage in a battle. Then come and see if my sword can sever you," Tong Tian declared, as both he and Laozi unleashed their treasures and divine powers toward Emperor Jiang. Emperor Jiang, unfazed by the assault from Laozi and Tong Tian, did not even attempt to evade. The strike merely left a few faint marks upon his reinforced flesh. "Your turn is over. Now it's my turn," Emperor Jiang proclaimed, raising his fist and striking at Laozi and Tong Tian with such speed that the two could hardly react. In an instant, both were left bruised and battered. As the onlookers turned to Yuanzi, they found him in a dire state, pinned beneath Zhu Rong, while the other ancestors of witches rained blows upon him, though they adhered to Emperor Jiang's covert instruction not to utilize their full powers. It was still enough to leave Yuanzi in a lamentable condition. His cries of distress echoed throughout the battlefield, and witnessing his plight alongside Laozi and Tong Tian, the gathered mighty beings unanimously deemed the 12 ancestors of witches as individuals not to be trifled with. "Silence! The Lord has decreed. No clamor shall be tolerated outside the Zixiao Palace. Suddenly, the doors of the Zixiao Palace swung open, and two young attendants emerged to halt the conflict between the 12 ancestors of witches and the Sanqing. By the decree of the Holy Lord, the teachings are about to commence. Fighting is prohibited outside the Zixiao Palace. Those who defy this will forfeit their right to listen. The pair of attendants, appearing as young boys and girls, exhibited their formidable presence, revealing themselves to be at the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, leaving the assembled powerful beings in awe if even the gatekeepers possess such prowess. One could only imagine the immense capabilities of the Holy Lord. Upon seeing the Zixiao Palace's great doors open and the attendants emerge to cease hostilities, Emperor Jiang signaled for the 11 ancestors of witches to stand down. They gathered around Emperor Jiang, eyeing the Sanqing with hostile glares. Yuanzi, too, joined Laozi and Tongtian, casting a venomous look at Emperor Jiang and his companions. Though the 12 ancestors of witches had not fought to kill, the majority of injuries sustained by the three were superficial. Nevertheless, the Sanqing, who prided themselves on their lineage from Pangu, felt a profound insult. Yuanzi, in particular, if looks could kill, Emperor Jiang and his companions would have perished countless times over. The Lord has spoken. The teachings in the Zixiao Palace will commence in 100 years. No fighting shall occur during this time, with the 12 ancestors of witches and the Sanqing ceasing their skirmish. The young attendant reiterated before turning back towards the Zixiao Palace, sealing the doors behind him. After hearing this, the Sanqing, wary of further provoking the 12 ancestors of witches, retreated to one side to tend to their wounds. Observing the Sanqing withdraw, Emperor Jiang glanced at the Zixiao Palace, then at the other ancestors of witches, and began to call upon the system in his mind. System, can you conceal our primordial spirits? We must not be discovered by Hongjun. Beep, the host's primordial spirits have been concealed. Unless one reaches the realm of the Tao, none will perceive that the host and companions possess primordial spirits. Emperor Jiang then communicated a few words through bloodline secret methods to Hudu and the others. Listen closely. When the doors of the Zixiao Palace open, do not rush inside. There will be 6 cushions available. Do not engage in a scramble like the others, but simply sit at the back. This is imperative. A fleeting century passed in the blink of an eye. The pair of attendants reappeared, fully opening the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace. Emperor Jiang knew that these were the attendants of the Zixiao Palace, destined to become the future heavenly emperor and heavenly queen, Hao Yan and Yao Dai. Esteemed friends, the teachings in the Zixiao Palace are about to commence. Please enter the hall and prepare to listen. Hao Tian began to speak. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the once disheveled Sanqing immediately gathered their energies and soared towards the Zixiao Palace. Observing this, the onlookers gasped in realization of their delayed reaction and hastily activated their divine powers, following suit towards the Zixiao Palace. Only the 12 ancestor witches moved leisurely, making their way into the palace at a relaxed pace. Upon entering Zixiao Palace, Jiang felt an inexplicable sensation of being scrutinized. It must be that old rascal Hongjun. Jiang dismissed the thought, reassured by the system's assistance in concealing any anomalies. Hongjun would find it quite challenging to discern anything unusual. The 12 ancestor witches strode confidently into Zixiao Palace, where the scene before them could hardly be described as chaotic. Numerous powerful beings were embroiled in fierce conflict over the 6 mats positioned before the Grand Hall. However, within the sacred grounds of Zixiao Palace, the use of magical powers was restricted, leading to a tumultuous exchange of shoves and pushes, with some even having their robes torn asunder. Jiang observed the ruckus and couldn't help but liken it to a bustling market in his previous life, where 2 elderly women fought fiercely over the last bundle of cilantro. Before long, the allocation of the 6 seats was determined. Thanks to their early arrival, Sanqing collaboratively secured the first 3 mats, while Nuwa, aided by Fuxi, claimed the 4th. Among the remaining 2 mats, one was seized by the swift Kunpeng, and the other was inadvertently obtained by Hongyun. Witnessing the seats filled, the others could do nothing but sit forlornly behind the mats. Upon entering Zixiao Palace, the ancestor witches beheld the scene of the innate deities vying for the mats, and couldn't help but marvel at how formidable their elder brother was. To even be aware of the number of mats within the sacred domain, all present settled into their seats. How Tian and Yaoqi were on the verge of closing the grand doors of Zixiao Palace, when two voices echoed from outside. "Friend, please, do not close the door yet." "Friend, wait a moment, there are still two individuals coming." Upon hearing these words, Jiang immediately recognized the speakers as the renowned figures of the Hongyuan, the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of Yuanzi. Jiang turned to the ancestor witches and remarked, "Attention, the most captivating performance since the creation of the heavens is about to unfold." Though his voice was low, those seated nearby caught wind of it. Their expressions filled with confusion, unable to fathom what Jiang meant by a captivating performance. Soon, two gaunt Taoists clad in tattered garments entered Zixiao Palace. Upon their entrance, they were met with the sight of the mats already occupied, prompting them to cover their faces with their hands in despair. "Brother, we have journeyed tirelessly from the west to hear the teachings, and yet we find no place to sit." The middle-aged Taoist lamented while shedding tears, evoking sympathy among those who heard his sorrowful cries. "Brother, it seems our task of reviving the West is doomed to failure." He sobbed uncontrollably. The atmosphere of lamentation was abruptly shattered by a voice that cut through the commotion. "Friend, please take my seat. Do not cry any longer," as anticipated by Jiang. The benevolent Hongjun stepped forward, offering his seat to the Taoist of Yuanzi. Upon hearing this, Yuanzi ceased his weeping, pushed Hongjun aside, and promptly seated himself upon the mat, leaving Hongjun to join his companion Jin Yuanzi. Once seated, Yuanzi turned his gaze towards the nearby Kunpeng, feeling that the unified Sanqing and the protected Nuwa were not foes he could confront. "Friend, might you relinquish this seat to my elder brother? It would be a great act of virtue on your part," Yuanzi proposed. "You think you can simply demand a seat? Who do you think you are?" Kunpeng retorted angrily, "A mere creature born of wetness. How dare you presume to sit among us?" Yuan, sure, perhaps incited by Jiang's earlier words, felt a surge of anger, which he redirected towards Kunpeng. Just as Kunpeng turned to respond, Yuanzi seized the opportunity to push him off the mat, while the Taoist of guidance swiftly took his place. Kunpeng attempted to contest his position further. But at that moment, Hongjun appeared upon the cloud platform. "Silence! The discourse is about to commence. No noise shall be tolerated within Zixiao Palace. Friend, are you not referring to yourself? Hurry and take your place at the back." Yuanzi's words infuriated Kunpeng, yet he dared not defy Hongjun, retreating to the last row beside the ancestor witches. Thus, the seating arrangements were established and deemed final. After Hongjun's proclamation, the assembly nodded in agreement. On the cloud platform, Hongjun began to speak slowly to "I possess the primal chaos jade butterfly, governing the 3,000 paths. Upon attaining sagehood, I perceive the incompleteness of the heavenly teachings and the arduous journey of all beings. Hence, I have resolved to hold 3 teachings within this chaotic Zixiao Palace, each spanning 3,000 years, to complete the heavenly path and enlighten all beings. This session will focus on the Tao of the Great Luo, Golden Immortal." Without waiting for inquiries, Hongjun commenced his teachings, and wondrous phenomena began to manifest within Zixiao Palace, with golden lotuses of the Tao emerging in the void. The listeners within the palace exhibited a spectrum of emotions, from tears of sorrow to exuberant expressions, each reflecting their unique states as they absorbed the discourse. As the teachings on the Tao of the Great Luo, Golden Immortal progressed, it was evident that all present were indeed Great Luo, Golden Immortals themselves. Thus most could keep pace with the teachings. The 12 ancestor witches listened intently. Although Hongjun's celestial path diverged from that of the ancestor witches, the essence of the Tao ultimately converges in mutual affirmation. Once the teachings concluded after 10,000 years, Zixiao Palace reopened for further elucidation of the Tao. The passage of 3,000 years flew by swiftly as Hongjun ceased his discourse. All the great beings bowed in gratitude. "We thank the Tao ancestor for imparting the teachings." Hongjun nodded slightly before vanishing from their sight, while Hao Tian and Yaoqi opened the grand doors of Zixiao Palace, ushering everyone out before turning to close the doors behind them. The innate deities bid their farewells and returned to their respective abodes. Digesting the insights gained from the teachings, Jiang led the ancestor witches back to the Pangu Hall on the unyielding mountain of Hongyuan, where they gathered within the grand hall. all eyes fixed upon Jiang, seated at the main position. "Elder brother, do you sense anything amiss regarding this session of teachings?" asked the ever-observant Ho Tu, regarding Jiang with concern. "Indeed, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you all." Hongjun's teachings were not solely for the enlightenment of all beings. He harbors grander schemes that Jiang spoke without fear of being overheard by the heavenly path or Hongjun. For within the Pangu Hall, they were shielded from such prying. The purpose of Hongjun's teachings is twofold, which I discerned after encountering the essence of our Father God upon the unyielding mountain. "Elder brother, you met the Father God?" Tian Wu, one of the ancestor witches, inquired excitedly, with the others sharing in his exhilaration. "Indeed, but the essence of the Father God is frail, and as he dissipated, he entrusted me with the task of safeguarding you and protecting the Honghuang realm. Moreover, I believe that when our cultivation reaches a sufficient level, it may not be impossible to resurrect the Father God." Jiang spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the ancestor witches felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Yet the glimmer of hope restored their spirits considerably. Hongjun's teachings aim to complete the heavenly path. Currently, the heavenly path is incomplete, necessitating the education of all beings to cultivate in accordance with it, thereby enabling the heavenly path to exert greater control over the Honghuang realm. Moreover, he intends to harvest the fortunes of all beings. Aside from the initial teachings, in the subsequent 2 sessions, Hongjun will siphon the fortunes of the listeners to bolster himself and expedite his own cultivation. "Elder brother, the Father God has entrusted us with the protection of Honghuang. We must not allow the heavenly path or Hongjun to succeed," Zhu Rong declared resolutely. "However, collectively, we are no match for Hongjun. How can we thwart him?" Zhu Jiuyin expressed his concerns, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, to contend against the heavenly path and Hongjun, we must possess sufficient strength. Our current cultivation is lacking. We must proceed with caution," Jiang replied. "Follow me." Jiang led the 11 ancestor witches to a specific location within the Pangu Hall. "Elder brother, is this not the blood pool from which we were born?" It was revealed that all 12 ancestor witches had emerged from this very blood pool. Upon the birth of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, the blood pool, due to the absence of the great Tao and insufficient spiritual power, became incapable of giving rise to life once more. Since we aspire to safeguard the primordial chaos, relying solely on our small number is utterly insufficient. We must enlist assistance that we shall drip our own essence into the blood pool to restore the great Tao, while simultaneously infusing it with rare treasures of heaven and earth, which should enable the birth of our K.I.N. in his past life. Jiang only knew that the witch clan was born from the blood pool, yet he lacked knowledge of the specific methods involved. Thus he could only attempt this approach. The ancestors of the witch clan bled forth their essence into the blood pool, while Jiang also infused the exceptional treasures he had received from the system over the years, transforming them into pure, innate spiritual energy to inject into the pool that a century later, Jiang indeed sensed the life force emanating from the blood pool that it is feasible. This resolves the issue of the witch clan's lineage. As long as we continually invest rare treasures into the blood pool, we can perpetually generate members of the witch clan. Jiang felt immense joy in his heart and, upon careful counting, discovered that 36 lives were taking form within the blood pool. "Elder brother, this method truly works. However, I seem to foresee that the potential of the future-born witch clan will diminish at this moment." Zhu Jiuyin spoke up as the master of the Tao of Time. He occasionally glimpsed fragments of the future he had just witnessed through the laws of time that, far in the future, the newly born witch clan would, upon reaching maturity, attain at most the realm of Deluo Jin Xian, and no matter. I have my own solutions. It is simply that the future-born witch clan may lack primordial spirits. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiuyin nodded. They unconditionally believed in their elder brother. If Jiang claimed to have a solution, then assuredly there was one. The matter of primordial spirits could not be forced, even among the 11 of them. Without Jiang, they would not possess primordial spirits. Henceforth, the realms of our witch clan shall be categorized by physical cultivation. Those of the physical celestial realm shall be termed witch soldiers, followed by witch leaders, witch generals, lesser witches, and greater witches. Those who attain the quasi-saint realm shall be called ancestor witches, while those who enter the realm of Hunyuan shall be designated as witch sages. The ancestors of the witch clan nodded in agreement. Let us first cultivate here, guarding the birth of our new kin, and await the completion of Hongjun's teachings. Once humanity begins to manifest, we shall awaken the Earth Tao to contend with the heavenly Tao. Jiang then produced a fragment of the creation jade butterfly and addressed Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu, the success of our plan relies entirely on you. During this period, you must comprehend the cycle of reincarnation. Ho-Tu nodded, turning to sit beside the blood pool to commence her cultivation. During this time, you must strive to reach the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Otherwise, we will only be filled with good intentions, but lacking in strength. After Jiang spoke, he and the ancestors of the witch clan began their training in the primordial chaos. Time was abundant. Typically, a retreat could span hundreds of thousands of years. The ancestors of the witch clan secluded themselves within the Pangu Hall, awaiting the emergence of the new witch clan. Boom! With a powerful breakthrough into the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. All 12 ancestors of the witch clan had successfully transcended to this level. Among them, Ho-Tu, aided by the Tao of reincarnation, had reached the mid-stage of Hunyuan golden immortal, possessing profound insights into the path of reincarnation. Meanwhile, our protagonist Jiang had ascended to the late stage of Hunyuan golden immortal. Jiang was confident that, aside from Hongjun, no one in the primordial chaos could rival him. After completing his cultivation, Jiang calculated the time and realized that less than 1,000 years remained until Hongjun's third sermon concluded. Following this final sermon, Hongjun would distribute the primordial purple energy and bestow numerous innate spiritual treasures. Heralding the dawn of the Saint era in the primordial chaos. Jiang instructed the other ancestors to continue their cultivation, safeguarding the nascent witch clan, while he set off to Buzhou Mountain. Eager to seize an opportunity, departing from the Pangu Hall, Jiang made his way to Buzhou Mountain. Diligently searching along the way to At last, he discovered what he sought at the mountainside, a gourd vine bearing 7 gourds, which would take approximately 1,000 years to mature. However, Jiang lacked the luxury of time. He knew that once the sermon concluded, figures such as the 3 pure ones, Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, Hongyun, and Nuwa would all converge upon this location. Although these individuals were not his adversaries, an early encounter could draw the attention of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun system. Is there any way to transport this gourd vine and its gourds away? Ding! The system previously rewarded the host with a piece of 9 heavens resting soil before the San Yuan assembly, which can directly transplant the gourd vine. Such a marvelous item. Why was I not informed? With the 9 heavens resting soil and the gourd vine now in his possession, Jiang mused that he could assist in Nuwa's creation of humanity. Jiang remarked. The host rarely pays attention to the system and even turned off the system's notification sound. It's no wonder you would know. Hearing this, Jiang felt a flush of embarrassment. He indeed seldom focused on the system, primarily because he found its functions somewhat lacking. Ding! The system will activate additional functions at the appropriate time. It seemed the system had heard Jiang's thoughts and responded. After listening, Jiang chose not to dwell further on it. He would explore the system's new features when they became available. Extracting the 9 heavens resting soil from the system, he transplanted the gourd vine into the earthly secret treasure book, then circled around Buzhou Mountain in search of the legendary banana tree. Driven by a mindset of taking advantage, Jiang sought the banana tree for several hundred years before finally locating it, which had already sprouted 4 leaves. Each of these leaves corresponded to the 4 elemental attributes: earth, water, fire, and wind. Jiang approached and plucked all 4 leaves, causing the banana tree to wither instantly. Leaving Buzhou Mountain, Jiang headed straight for Shuyang Mountain. This time, Shuyang Mountain was merely an obscure, ordinary mountain. Yet Jiang was aware that it would one day become the Tao ground of Laozi, the foremost among the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. Jiang's purpose for visiting Shuyang Mountain was to acquire an innate spiritual treasure. Upon arrival, he immediately began to investigate but found nothing of note. Reluctantly, Jiang decided to take all the copper from Shuyang Mountain, a prime material for crafting treasures, apart from the renowned heaven-turning seal forged from the mountain's body. Virtually all famed postnatal spiritual treasures had incorporated Shuyang copper. Just as Jiang gathered the Shouyang copper, he discovered a cave beneath, housing innate restrictions. Jiang swiftly breached the innate restrictions and entered the cave. There he beheld a grand seal suspended in mid-air, adorned with a pattern of 9 dragons, and inscribed around its body were the myriad spirits of the primordial chaos. Upon sighting this grand seal, Jiang could not suppress his joy. It was the coveted Kongtong Seal, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. This item would become pivotal in the future, controlling the fortune of a human race. With it, Jiang would become inextricably linked to the affairs of humanity. Possessing this object would add another bargaining chip to future contests. After briefly refining the Kongtong Seal, Jiang prepared to return to the Pangu Hall. Today I, Hongjun, harmonize with the heavenly Tao to complete the heavenly path of the primordial chaos. Henceforth, I shall not meddle in the affairs of the primordial chaos. The trend remains unchanged, and as long as Hongjun does not emerge, he embodies the heavenly Tao. While the heavenly Tao does not exist for Hongjun, a resonant sound of Tao echoed across the heavens and earth. Upon hearing this, Jiang understood that Hongjun's sermon had concluded, and he had merged with the heavenly Tao. Merging with the heavenly Tao, it is not so simple. Jiang activated the space Tao, traveling a distance of 480,000 miles in an instant, surpassing even the speed of the swiftest Kunpeng in the primordial chaos by an additional 12,000 miles. Returning to Buzhou Mountain, within the Pangu Hall, Jiang discovered that the new witch clan had already come into existence. Due to Jiang's substantial offerings of spiritual items, among the 36 newly born members of the witch clan, a remarkable 18 possessed the potential to reach the ancestor witch realm, while the others, should they encounter fortune, were not without the possibility of attaining that level. Among this new generation of the witch clan were notable figures such as Xing Tian, Kuafu, Qiyu, Jiufeng, Ho Yi, Fengbo, and Yushi, all of whom would become renowned mighty beings in the future. Jiang further infused many rare treasures into the blood pool to replenish its spiritual power. Recently, alongside cultivation, we must also practice the 12 capitals, heavenly god-slaying great formation. When the time comes for us to combine our strength, we shall open the netherworld and use it to contend against Hongjun and the other saints. Jiang had already shared his entire plan with the other ancestors, who would utilize the Earth Tao to counter the heavenly Tao. Once their strength was sufficient, they would reshape the primordial chaos. The great Tao is above us. Our witch clan inherits the legacy of the great Pangu as descendants of the Pangu bloodline. We must uphold our father's will and protect the primordial chaos. Today we establish our witch clan here, witnessed by the great Tao. Rumble. A thunderclap resonated, responding to the oath of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, affirming their lineage. From this day forth, our witch clan shall expand outward from the base of Mount Buzhou. Proclaiming our formidable name, Jiang called out to the multitude of witches below. The witches ventured forth beyond Mount Buzhou, enlarging their dominion. However, as the witch clan extended their territory, they inevitably clashed with the demon clan inhabiting the vast wilderness. And their physical cultivation demanded an immense amount of blood and flesh. The demon tribe, consisting of countless beings and beasts within millions of miles around Mount Buzhou, was hunted nearly to extinction by the witches. Brother, we can no longer afford to hesitate. If we do, our demon clan will be reduced to mere fodder for the witch clan, said Dong Huang Tai Yi anxiously. Indeed, Tai Yi is correct. If this continues, our demon clan will have no place to stand. We must unite to confront the witch clan, Bai Zhe added. They all urged Jun to establish the demon clan and resist the witches. Very well, let us prepare. Today we shall establish the demon clan here in the heavenly court, Jun declared, rising from his seat with a thud to be why the will of heaven. Today, I, Jun, along with Dong Huang Tai Yi, hereby establish the demon clan in the heavenly court. All beings that take form in the wilderness shall belong to the demon clan, under the governance of the He Tu and Luo Shu, and the Dong Huang Bell, to suppress the demon tribe's fortune. Jun and Tai Yi gathered 10 great Luo golden immortal demon kings, along with the quasi-saints Fuxi and Nuwa, to establish the demon clan in the heavenly court, preparing to stand against the witches. In truth, Nuwa was initially reluctant to join the demon clan, but her brother Fuxi was persuaded by Jun to become the emperor of the heavenly demon clan. And thus Nuwa had no choice but to follow her brother into the heavenly court. Brother, just as you predicted, the demon clan has established its own heavenly court, with Jun as the heavenly emperor, and is now gathering the demon clan to vie for territory in the wilderness. Moreover, Dong Wanggong has reportedly been appointed as the leader of the male immortals by Hongjun, establishing a force called the Immortal Court to manage the vast wilderness. Ancestor Wuzhu Jiaoyin remarked to Jiang. You may engage in minor skirmishes with the demon clan, but avoid large-scale conflicts. We shall wait for Nuwa to attain sainthood before we commence our plans, Jiang replied. Since the establishment of the witch and demon clans, their powers have continuously expanded, and with the grand presence of the Immortal Court, a tripartite balance of power has begun to take shape in the wilderness. However, none dare to strike first, fearing that it would benefit the opposing side, though the top powers of the three factions had yet to engage. Friction among the lower ranks was incessant. One day, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, Jiang sensed a familiar aura. Upon recognizing this presence, a smile graced his lips, and he gradually vanished from the Pangu Hall. Nuwa, my friend, how fare you? Jiang greeted as he appeared at the foot of Mount Buzhou, addressing the figure before him. It is you, Jiang. Have you come to drive me away? Nuwa responded, initially believing that Jiang intended to expel her from Mount Buzhou. After all, Mount Buzhou was the stronghold of the Witch Clan, and currently they belong to opposing factions. Dear friend, do not jest. The wilderness belongs to all beings. Mount Buzhou is certainly not solely the domain of the Witch Clan. You are free to come and go as you please, Jiang replied, smiling warmly at Nuwa. Such noble words, my friend. I sense you seem troubled. Perhaps sharing your concerns might lead to a solution. And I could assist you, Jiang inquired. Nuwa furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating. Before speaking, as I journeyed here, I observed that while the myriad races of the wilderness were born of the primordial essence, they are embroiled in relentless conflict. It appears that the races of the wilderness are destined for warfare. Master Hongjun stated that after attaining sainthood, we are to enlighten the wilderness. Yet given the current state of affairs, how can we hope to achieve such a task? Seeing Nuwa express her doubts, Jiang smiled knowingly, realizing that a pivotal opportunity was at hand to assist Nuwa in attaining sainthood, that if you perceive the myriad races as inherently belligerent and bloodthirsty, why not create a new race yourself? This would surely fulfill your aspirations, Jiang suggested, revealing the notion of creating a new race to Nuwa. You speak wisely, yet I ponder what existing race should serve as a reference for this new creation. Nuwa posed another question. Seizing the moment, Jiang replied, consider this. The primordial beings of the wilderness, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, transform into primordial bodies that, if you wish to create a new race, why not use the primordial body as a model to forge a race that does not require physical form and is innately close to the Tao? As Jiang's words settled, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. She then approached a nearby river at the foot of Mount Buzhou, scooping up some mud and attempting to shape it in her likeness. However, despite her efforts, the figure she fashioned shattered under the strain of her divine power before they could come to life. Noticing her struggle, Jiang produced a piece of 9 heavens earth and presented it to Nuwa. Dear friend, mere earth cannot withstand such powerful divine force and creative principles. Here, take this 9 heavens earth. It may assist you. Thank you, my friend, that I owe you a great debt, Nuwa replied gratefully to Jiang. Jiang nodded as he watched Nuwa levitate the 9 heavens earth with her divine power. Nuwa intended to mix the river water with the earth, but since the 9 heavens earth was a primordial spiritual substance, ordinary water could not transform it into mud. Realizing this, Nuwa reluctantly infused her own blood into the 9 heavens earth, causing it to undergo a transformation, yet still could not achieve the desired form for the creation of beings. Jiang then extracted a drop of his own blood and merged it into the 9 heavens earth. After both Jiang and Nuwa infused their blood into the earth, it began to change, expanding in size until it formed a large mud pool. Nuwa scooped out a piece of the earth from the pool, shaping it to resemble both herself and Jiang, and as she invoked the principles of creation, The two figures sprang to life. "Greetings, Holy Mother! Greetings, Holy Father!" A man and a woman knelt before Nuwa and Jiang, addressing Nuwa as Holy Mother and Jiang as Holy Father. Upon hearing the two newly created beings refer to her as Holy Mother and Jiang as Holy Father, a flush of embarrassment colored Nuwa's cheeks. Not misunderstand. It was they who Jiang began to explain, but Nuwa interjected, "There is no need for such explanations. They have been shaped by the essence of our blood. So you indeed merit the title of Holy Father." As Nuwa prepared to continue shaping more figures, Jiang produced the primordial gourd vine and handed it to her. Recognizing the significance, Nuwa accepted it graciously and placed the vine into the mud pool. Infusing the gourd vine with her divine power and creative principles, she began to vigorously swing it, causing the earth within the pool to scatter, instantaneously forming numerous small figures. Once the earth was fully consumed, Jiang observed that Nuwa had created 3,000 beings, harmonizing perfectly with the number of the DAOS. She gazed upon the 3,000 beings she had birthed. Nuwa fell into a state of enlightenment, her aura resonating with the Tao, her power steadily amplifying by the will of heaven. Nuwa, sensing the relentless conflicts among the myriad beings of the wilderness, has thus created the human race to cultivate the wilderness and give rise to humanity. From the horizon, a stream of purple energy emerged, swiftly enveloping the entire wilderness. In the void, golden lotuses of the Tao continuously manifested, and a tremendous aura of sanctity surged forth, causing all beings within the wilderness to kneel in reverence. A great accumulation of merit divided into 4 portions, with the largest portion descending upon Nuwa, accounting for a remarkable 70%. 1% fell upon Jiang, while the remaining 2 portions were bestowed upon the 3,000 beings and the primordial gourd vine used in the creation. Bow before Saint Nuwa. Today I attained sainthood. A century hence, I shall establish a sanctuary in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens, open to all who are destined to observe and learn the Tao. The human race is a creation of this saint, and for 10,000 years, no being shall lay hands upon them. Upon concluding her words, Nuwa soared directly towards the chaos, casting not a glance at Emperor Jiang or the human race. Observing Nuwa's departure, Emperor Jiang glanced at the 3,000 innate human beings before him and let out a deep sigh. Ultimately, Nuwa regarded the human race merely as instruments for her own enlightenment. As the Holy Mother departed, she hoped the Holy Father would show mercy upon them. For lacking cultivation, how could they survive in this primordial wilderness? The 3,000 humans knelt down, weeping bitterly, beseeching Emperor Jiang for aid. "Rise! What do you look like, sobbing like that?" "I shall tell you. Heaven's actions are vigorous. A gentleman strives for self-improvement. The human race must also strive for strength." "Yes, Holy Father." However, upon further reflection, although the newly born humans possessed decent potential, they lacked innate heritage and could not cultivate, with the highest among them barely reaching the celestial realm. Yet, in the primordial wilderness, any being that reaches maturity possesses at least celestial prowess. The strength of the human race was insufficient to even fill the gaps in their teeth. In his past life, Emperor Jiang was also of the human race. Though he had transformed into a shaman ancestor in the primordial wilderness, his soul remained that of his former self. For him to abandon the human race like Nuwa, leaving them to their own devices, was utterly impossible. In that case, I shall find you a place to survive. As for cultivation techniques, the body refinement methods of my shaman clan are not suitable for you. Holy Father, you are merciful. Emperor Jiang led the 3,000 innate humans to the vicinity of the Pangu Hall, placing them within a mountain range, instructing the nearby shamans to ensure the safety of the humans. After attending to this matter, Emperor Jiang immediately returned to the Pangu Hall to confer with the other ancestral shamans. "Elder brother, Nuwa has attained sainthood. Shall we commence our plans?" Zhu Jiuyin approached Emperor Jiang, bowing respectfully. "Indeed, the grand scheme of my shaman clan has already begun. What is the status of your cultivation?" "Rest assured, elder brother, Sister Hutu has reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and we are also at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal." Emperor Jiang nodded, revealing a scroll of formation diagrams. This is the Qian Kuan Wu Ji formation diagram, capable of transforming chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy. During this transformation, it will also aid my shaman clan in body refinement. Gather 100,000 shamans. Familiarize yourselves with the Great Formation. I will deploy spiritual treasures to arrange the formation, with our shaman clan members assisting in its operation. Zhu Jiuyin took the formation diagram and went to assemble the clan members for practice, while the celestial court of the demon race was filled with jubilant scenes. Nuwa has finally become a saint. Now our demon race possesses its own saint. This is the only saint in the primordial wilderness. Indeed, the primordial wilderness is destined to belong to our demon race. Within the celestial court, while the lower-ranked demons excitedly proclaimed that the demon race would soon unify the primordial wilderness, the higher echelons were gathered in the Lingxiao Hall. Elder brother, what does Nuwa's action signify? After attaining sainthood, she did not come to the celestial court, but directly ventured into the chaos. Has she forgotten our demon race? Dong Huang Tai sat in a chair, conversing with Di Jun. Before Di Jun could respond, Dong Huang Tai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering a grave injury. Dare to speak recklessly of a saint. I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, I will not be so forgiving, echoed Nuwa's voice in Dong Huang Tai's mind. It was evident that his injury had been inflicted by Nuwa. Second brother, are you all right? Di Jun hurried to Dong Huang Tai's side, expressing concern. Elder brother, I am fine. It was she who acted, Tai replied. Second brother, one must not speak lightly of saints. It is better to be cautious next time. Second brother, Fuxi has already gone to probe her thoughts. However, judging by the situation, our demon race's ambition to unify the primordial wilderness with the saint's power may be thwarted. Di Jun shook his head. Addressing Dong Huang Tai that moment, they stepped forward, addressing Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Your Majesties, having a saint is not necessarily a good thing for our demon race. What do you mean by that? Di Jun was perplexed by Zhe's statement, while the other high-ranking demons were equally bewildered. Your Majesty, do you not recall that the Tao ancestor once stated during the teachings that the heavenly path requires saints to follow the grand trends of the heavenly way and not to interfere in the affairs of the primordial wilderness? Since she has attained sainthood, she naturally cannot act against the shaman clan or the celestial court. Instead, our demon race has lost a significant quasi-saint combat power. If she were to retain Xuan. Though Zhe did not elaborate further, his implication was abundantly clear. The high-ranking demons understood Zhe's meaning. The restriction on saints from intervening in worldly matters meant that the demon race's plan to leverage the saints' power to unify the primordial wilderness had failed. Simultaneously, the demon race had lost Nuwa as a formidable quasi-saint combatant, resulting in a significant loss of their strategic advantage in the struggle for supremacy in the primordial wilderness. Furthermore, if Nuwa were to disregard the demon race as well, the consequences would be even more dire. Thus, Zhe remarked that the emergence of Saint was not necessarily a blessing for the demon race. What then should we do? Are we to be at the mercy of others? Queried Jiang, one of the 10 demon saints. Being at the mercy of others is not the case, but the primordial wilderness will ultimately be an era of saints. Those few will eventually attain sainthood. When that time comes, how can our demon race claim dominion over heaven and earth? Zhe stated. Zhe, as a wise divine beast, analyzed the situation with remarkable clarity. Unless our demon race possesses the power to contend with saints or even to defeat them. Dong Huang Tai interjected slowly. Recently, I have been contemplating the He Tu and Luo Shu, discovering that they contain a certain grand formation that I estimate that the power of this formation is comparable to Han Yuan. If we can comprehend this formation, even without a saint, our demon race can still dominate the primordial wilderness. Di Jun, in a bid to stabilize morale, reluctantly revealed the results of his recent insights into the He Tu and Luo Shu. Sharing his conjectures. Upon hearing this, the demons immediately felt invigorated, as if they had received a surge of energy, speculating eagerly about the nature of the formation that could wield Huanyuan-level power. Meanwhile, on Penglai Island, upon learning of Nuwa's attainment of sainthood, Dong Wanggong was in a state of panic. He had initially believed that after Nuwa became a saint, she would first assist the demon race in annihilating the shaman clan and the celestial court. Dong Wanggong had already prepared for battle, intending to inflict significant damage upon the demon race, even if they could not defeat them. However, after waiting for several years, the immortals on Penglai Island grew increasingly perplexed. As no demons had come to attack, simultaneously, there was no sign of action from either the shaman or demon clans. This left Dong Wanggong deeply puzzled as he pondered why the demon race, having acquired a saint, had not launched an assault on the shaman clan or the celestial court. For possessing a saint is akin to possessing nuclear weapons in later generations, capable of catastrophic destruction. There would be no reason to act timidly. Just as Dong Wanggong was lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of the dragon-headed staff bestowed upon him by the Tao ancestor Hongjun during the second sermon. When he was named the foremost male immortal in that instant, he comprehended the situation, that he recalled the Tao ancestor's teaching that saints should practice non-interference, not arbitrarily meddling in the conflicts of the primordial wilderness, nor defying the grand trends of the heavenly way. Thus, it was not that the demon race was unwilling to act. Rather, they were unable, although it appeared that the demon race had gained a saint and a powerful weapon. This weapon could not be wielded. Conversely, the demon race had lost a premier quasi-saint combatant, resulting in a net decline in strength. Realizing this, Dong Wanggong could not help but laugh heartily, quickly instructing others to let the Celestial Court's members carry out their duties without the need to remain on guard against a potential demon attack. In the chaos, after Nuwa attained sainthood, she proceeded to this place, commencing her meditation and recuperation. For 100 years after her enlightenment, nearly all the great powers of the world gathered here, patiently awaiting Nuwa's grand act of creation. The three clear ones, Jiang, Xuan Ti, Dijun, Tai Yi Dong Wanggong, Ming He, and the great powers of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness all arrived at this location. Among the myriad races, only the shaman clan had no representatives present. When Nuwa sensed that the time had come, she ceased her meditation. She surveyed her surroundings and noted that only the great powers of the shaman clan had not come. Yet she did not ponder too deeply. After all, every individual has their own fate. The Wu clan does not come, and Nuwa does not insist. Nuwa produced the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the red stitch ball, and forcefully hurled it into the chaos. After striking dozens of times, a vacuum was created within the chaos, and then Nuwa extended her jade hand, channeling the primordial laws to carve out a rift in the void. Subsequently, Nuwa retrieved a supreme innate spiritual root, specifically the Huang Hongli from the 10 great innate spiritual roots. She cast the Huang Hongli into the newly opened space, serving as a pillar to support heaven and earth, and infused it with the laws of creation. Instantly, the small world was imbued with vitality. The heavens and earth gradually separated, and patches of green began to appear upon the land, in the primordial realm. Amidst a blood sea, the 12 ancestral witches stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the vast expanse of crimson. Hutu, now try to use the Tao of reincarnation to sense the existence of the underworld. Spoke Emperor Jiang. It turned out that Pangu had already created the cycle of reincarnation at the time of the heavens opening, albeit in an incomplete form. Hutu was the key to unlocking the gates of the underworld. However, without an understanding of the Tao of reincarnation, one could only transform oneself into a key to open the door. Now, the task for the Wu clan was to help Hutu locate the entrance to reincarnation, and then, combining the strength of the 12 ancestral witches, set up the 12 heavenly god-killing array to forcibly breach the entrance. Brother, I feel something calling to me from that place, Hutu stated. Emperor Jiang followed Hutu's direction, channeling the Tao of space, and discovered a slight instability in that region. Without Hutu's guidance, even a sage would not have detected the anomaly. We have only one chance. We must breach the entrance. Otherwise, once the heavenly Tao and Hongjun become aware, awakening the Earth Tao will become a challenge. The longer we delay, the weaker the Earth Tao's power will become, Emperor Jiang declared. The remaining ancestral witches nodded in agreement, expressing their commitment to devote their full strength. Form the array. Emperor Jiang bellowed, and the 12 ancestral witches leapt into the air, forming a profound seal, which then coalesced into a singular entity the towering giant emerged in the primordial realm, the very embodiment of the Pangu deity who opened the heavens. The giant approached the anomalous space above the blood sea without lingering, directly manifesting a colossal axe, heavenly opening strike. The giant swung the axe, delivering his most powerful blow that a fissure appeared in the space, from which surged dense, innate spiritual energy and the essence of the underworld. Emperor Jiang observed carefully and recognized this as the underworld opened by Pangu. "Hutu, quickly!" Emperor Jiang shouted at that moment, as Pangu appeared in the blood sea. Hongjun and the Zixiao Palace cried out, "Not good! How dare this child?" Immediately, Hongjun rushed towards the blood sea with all his might. The three purities also sensed the aura of the Pangu deity, yet they remained in chaos, their cultivation merely at the quasi-saint level, rendering them unaware of the unfolding events. However, their hearts were filled with trepidation. It must be noted that the three purities were transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. If Pangu were to revive, would he not reclaim his primordial spirit? Without Pangu's primordial spirit and the protection of the merit from the opening of the heavens, relying solely on the purity of the heavenly opening would likely be insufficient to rank among the top powers of the primordial realm. Thus, the three purities were filled with fear. With the Tao above, today, as Pangu's descendant, Hutu, sensing the incompleteness of the primordial heavens and the obscurity of all beings' reincarnation, I wish to use the Tao of reincarnation I have cultivated to open the cycle and protect the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Upon Hutu's declaration, a giant eye radiating with purple lightning appeared in the heavens, the eye of the heavenly Tao, seemingly poised to deliver punishment upon Hutu. At this moment, Hongjun also arrived, ready to strike down the 12 ancestral witches. However, a gray-white giant eye swiftly formed, its size many times greater than that of the eye of the heavenly Tao. Before the heavenly Tao and Hongjun could act, a chaotic divine thunder shot forth from the gray-white eye, directly striking the eye of the heavenly Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao appeared severely wounded and quickly dissipated. The eye of the great Tao then turned its gaze toward Hutu, remaining silent for a considerable time before proclaiming, "Approved." With the utterance of this decree, the earth Tao of the primordial realm instantly revived, and the 6 paths of reincarnation began to manifest. 6 dark openings appeared, corresponding to the heavenly Tao, human Tao, hell Tao, Azura Tao, animal Tao, and hungry ghost Tao. With the Tao above, today as Pangu's descendant, Emperor Jiang, sensing the deficiency in reincarnation, I hereby establish the underworld to complete the cycle. Rumbling, the great Tao resonated with Emperor Jiang's might, as structures began to rise from the ground near the reincarnation site. The Yellow Spring Road, the Nostalgia Platform, the City of the Dead, the Ghost Gate. Fengdu City, the 18 layers of hell, the River of Forgetfulness, the Bridge of No Return, and the 3 Live Stone. Upon Emperor Jiang's words, the great Tao unleashed a beam of golden light into the 6 paths of reincarnation, thoroughly rectifying the deficiencies of the earth Tao. Following this, a vast amount of merit from the great Tao began to wildly converge in the sky, amounting to roughly 1/10 of the merit from Pangu's opening of the heavens. Of this, 70% fell upon Hutu, 10% upon Emperor Jiang, another 10% distributed among the other 11 ancestral witches, and the remaining 10% scattered throughout the underworld. Emperor Jiang directly collected the merit of the great Tao, choosing not to utilize it to enhance his cultivation, that he sought to follow the path of the Pangu deity, using strength to validate the Tao. Relying on external objects for cultivation would ultimately leave hidden dangers. Meanwhile, Hutu and the other ancestral witches absorbed the merit of the great Tao to enhance their cultivation. Except for Hutu, the cultivation levels of the remaining ancestral witches all reached the late stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. After absorbing the merit of the great Tao, Hutu's cultivation aura soared, swiftly surpassing the threshold and entering the realm of saints. Upon reaching the primordial realm, the growth of her cultivation did not cease. On the contrary, Hutu's momentum grew stronger, nearing the level of Hongjun. This was the 8th layer of the primordial great Luo golden immortal realm, the pinnacle achievable at the early stage of merging with the Tao. After delivering his teachings, Hongjun himself had only attained this realm. Observing Hongjun's continuously rising cultivation, Hongjun felt uncertain. If he did not act soon, Hongjun would reach the same level as him, which would be extremely detrimental to his plans of controlling the heavenly Tao and transcending the primordial realm. Hongjun summoned the creation jade butterfly, which hovered above his head. He fixed his gaze on Hongjun, knowing that if he were to strike and interrupt her now, not only would Hongjun perish, but the Earth Tao would also be destroyed. This would cause the status of the Earth Tao to decline, rendering it a subordinate to the heavenly Tao. Just as Hongjun prepared to act, the still resonating eye of the great Tao above emitted a rumbling thunder. This thunder was a warning from the great Tao to Hongjun. Should he dare to intervene, he would undoubtedly face punishment from the great Tao. The heavenly, earth, and human paths were all akin to the offspring of the great Tao. At this moment, even the heavenly Tao did not dare to interrupt. If Hongjun were to act, he would certainly learn why the flowers bloomed so red. Feeling the warning from the great Tao, Hongjun's expression wavered. Although interrupting Hongjun and the Earth Tao would offer immense benefits to himself and the heavenly Tao, should the great Tao punish him, the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly seek another representative and discard him. Qing, during the time that Hongjun hesitated, Hongjun's cultivation had already completed its breakthrough, achieving an initial merger with the Earth Tao, reaching the same level as Hongjun. Upon witnessing Hongjun's successful breakthrough, Emperor Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. And the other ancestral witches who had been holding their breath also felt a sense of calm return. This signified that the Wu clan had preliminarily escaped the calculations of the heavenly Tao and acquired the strength to contend with both the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. The arrival of the Tao ancestor truly brings glory to our Wu clan. Emperor Jiang gazed at Hongjun's wrinkled old visage, feeling a sense of exhilaration. After enduring for so long, he finally no longer had to gaze upon that wretched face. Emperor Jiang, your Wu clan is indeed a master of calculation. However, since your Wu clan has already stepped out of the primordial realm, the authority to govern heaven and earth should be relinquished. Hongjun remarked to Emperor Jiang, his calculations astutely laid. Since the witch clan has already received the protection of the underground, rendering them untouchable, it is decided that the witch clan must be completely eradicated. Jiang aspires to become a player in this game, yet Hongjun stands resolutely in his way. The words of the Tao ancestor are misguided, whether it be the vast wilderness or the 33 heavens of the celestial court, or even the newly established 18 layers of the underworld, all are part of the primordial expanse. Our witch clan's presence in the underworld serves merely to prevent further conflicts from arising in the wilderness, as it is our responsibility to safeguard the integrity of this realm. Jiang, fully aware of Hongjun's ulterior motives, is determined not to allow him to succeed. However, the fortune you have extracted from the witch clan has led to an incomplete cycle of cause and effect in this wilderness. If your clan does not repay this significant karmic debt, the underworld must be relinquished. Hongjun declared he anticipated that Jiang would find himself in a dilemma, observing with a smirk as he awaited his downfall. Yet, the situation had already solidified, and the witch clan could continue to devise strategies, harvesting their fortunes for self-nourishment. This matter, the Tao ancestor need not concern himself with. Our clan has its own methods, and shall manage both the wilderness and the underworld. As soon as Jiang's words left his lips, he was instantly subdued by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Hongjun's impudence. I perceive the true impudence lies with you. How dare you provoke my elder brother on the territory of the witch clan? Hongjun's thunderous voice broke through, rescuing Jiang from Hongjun's oppressive force. Just as Hongjun was about to take action, Hongjun suddenly received a message from the heavenly Tao, instructing him to return to the Purple Cloud's palace at once. With one last icy glance at Jiang and a disdainful huff, Hongjun vanished from sight. Once both Hongjun and the heavenly Tao departed, Jiang finally felt a sense of relief. After all, as long as those two remained vigilant in the vicinity of the witch clan, no matter how formidable they were, they could not outmaneuver the two greatest schemers of the primordial realm. At this moment, the three pure ones and Zhen arrived late, having just reached the blood sea of the primordial wilderness, where they learned of the recent events through the heavenly Tao. The three pure ones could hardly believe their ears. Hongjun had transformed into an entity of the same caliber as Hongjun. How infuriating. This is a legacy left to us by our father, yet has been seized by these barbarians. Truly despicable, Yuan Shi remarked fiercely from the side. Then why don't you seize it back? You cannot outpace them, nor can you claim it as your own. On what grounds do you assert that this belongs to the three of us? Tong Tian interjected bluntly, disregarding Yuan Shi's feelings. Impudence! Is this how you address your elder brother? Are you unaware of the order of seniority? Yuan Shi glared at Tong Tian, his expression darkening. Have I ever disrespected you? You are merely envious of others' fortunes. Why take your frustrations out on me, your younger brother? Blame your own inadequacies instead. Elder brother, look at Tong Tian. He is becoming increasingly intolerable. Yuan Shi, realizing he could not best Tong Tian in argument, sought assistance from the venerable Laozi. Yuan Shi, Tong Tian is our younger brother, and you are well aware of his temperament. Why must you let it anger you? Laozi continued, addressing Tong Tian, Yuan Shi is your elder brother. You ought to show him respect and consider his feelings. Elder brother speaks true. Both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian replied in unison, their hearts filled with respect for their elder. Now that we have clarified the situation regarding our father's essence, let us return to Kunlun. Sister Nuwa has attained sainthood, and Ho2 has also achieved the Tao. We, the three pure ones, must not fall behind. With these words, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian made their way back to Kunlun Mountain, eager to pursue their own paths to enlightenment. Why am I so unfortunate? The lamentation belonged to the Lord of the Blood Sea. Ming He could not fathom how, after a brief visit to the chaos to witness Nuwa's creation of the heavens, he returned to find his home lost. Oh no, to be precise, it was only half lost, for in the process of creating the underworld, half of the Blood Sea had transformed into the river of forgetfulness. Hence Ming He's exclamation of despair, for he had intended to refine the blood within the sea into his own blood god offspring. Now he had effectively lost half of his vital essence. Ming He, my friend, it has been too long, Jiang exclaimed as he swiftly appeared beside Ming He upon hearing his cry of anguish. Leave me be. I do not wish to see your witch clan. Ming He retorted sulkily. This was not entirely unreasonable, as he could not contend with the witch clan, nor could they possibly return the Blood Sea to him, even if Jiang wished to do so. He lacked the ability. My friend, I understand that the resurgence of the underworld has caused you to lose half of your Blood Sea. The witch clan is not unreasonable. I shall make amends. Jiang assured Ming He earnestly. How will you compensate me? Can you restore the Blood Sea? Ming He replied, somewhat aggrieved that Jiang regarded Ming He, who appeared like a young girl betrayed by a scoundrel. Filled with grievance, seeing Ming He's forlorn expression, Jiang felt compelled to assert, do you think I, Jiang, would shy away from my responsibilities? My friend, we cannot return the Blood Sea. However, I may be able to provide you with an opportunity for enlightenment. Jiang proposed that, is this truly the case, my friend? Ming He exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, where there are saints in the heavenly Tao, there must also be saints in the underworld. If you collaborate with my witch clan, you shall undoubtedly attain a position of sainthood. Jiang continued. Observing Ming He closely, I have heard that positions of sainthood are distributed in the Purple Cloud's palace, yet you have not been included. Would this not be to your satisfaction? Satisfaction indeed. If what you say is true, I would be most eager to ally with the witch clan. Direct me eastward, and I shall not venture west. Ming He declared, brimming with excitement. Jiang recognized that attaining sainthood was Ming He's fervent desire. In pursuit of this goal, he had emulated Nuwa to create the Azura lineage and mimicked the three pure ones and the Western two saints to establish a grand teaching. Yet, he ultimately lacked the fortune necessary to win the favor of the heavenly Tao and become a saint. Jiang sought to draw Ming He into his ranks. For Ming He possessed innate treasures, including three supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Yuan II, the Abi Sword, and one of the four great lotuses, the flame red lotus that in the future, his power would rank among the most formidable beneath the saints. Jiang would not let such a potential ally slip away, planning to bestow the title of the Azura Tao's master upon Ming He. In the original narrative, due to the machinations of the heavenly Tao, the underworld had been left incomplete, barely sustaining a single saint in Ho2, who was confined to the underworld. However, with the emergence of the complete underworld and Ho-Tu's union with it, the underworld could now support multiple saints or even the masters of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Once assured of the reliability of this arrangement, Ming He immediately swore a great oath to advance and retreat alongside the witch clan. Ho-Tu also entrusted the leadership of the Azura Dao to Ming He, urging him to expedite the perfection of the Azura Dao. After integrating Ming He into their ranks, he returned to the Blood Sea. Striving to create the Azura lineage and solidify his position as its master, Jiang, accompanied by the 11 ancestral witches, approached the 6 paths of reincarnation, gazing at the 6 dark entrances before them. Ho-Tu, to what stage have you progressed in your fusion with the underworld? Jiang inquired, eager to ascertain Ho-Tu's current level in order to determine their next strategic moves for the Witch Clan. Elder brother, I have initially merged with the underworld. Just now, I sense that Hongjun is at this same level. He possesses the creation jade slip, while the sacred artifact of the underworld is the 6 paths of reincarnation, which cannot be easily manipulated. Thus, should a confrontation arise, I am unlikely to be his match, Ho-Tu replied thoughtfully, providing Jiang with a precise update. Rest assured, should Hongjun dare to wield the creation jade slip next time, I will have the means to seize the creation jade butterfly. Jiang proclaimed mysteriously. Is that truly so, elder brother? If you manage to acquire the creation jade butterfly, the heavenly Dao and Hongjun will surely be driven to madness. Ho-Tu responded, incredulous. This was not due to a lack of faith in Jiang. After all, her current cultivation was a result of his meticulous planning. Yet that was the sacred artifact of the heavenly Dao. Hongjun's machinations to siphon the fortunes of sentient beings were executed through the creation jade slip, and most of the fortunes harvested were contained within the creation jade butterfly. Although this task posed certain difficulties, with careful planning, it might just be feasible. Jiang stroked his chin, gazing into the distance, and slowly spoke. Since you have reached the same level as Hongjun, it is time for our next plan to be formally set in motion. After all, this realm is vast. It cannot be governed solely by one netherworld, can it? Brother, I will call upon the sons of the Witch Clan to enter the realm, Zhu Yin replied upon hearing Jiang's words. You will relocate all our Witch Clan members into this realm, allowing a portion to take charge of the netherworld and set it in motion, Jiang stated. While you maintain the operation of the netherworld here, I must venture to the primordial chaos to devise a matter. If successful, our Witch Clan shall gain complete dominion over the vast expanse of the primordial, on Mount Wanshou. At the Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi, who had recently returned from the chaos, sat face to face with his good friend, Hongjun. Dao brother, I never anticipated that the Witch Clan would create such a stir. Even daring to confront Hongjun Dao Zhu, compelling him to retreat, it is truly astonishing, Hongjun remarked, gazing at Zhen Yuanzi. Indeed, I had thought the Witch Clan to be a band of brutish beings, ignorant of the heavenly decrees. Yet it appears they possess remarkable cunning. Zhen Yuanzi responded, pausing before continuing. I sense a peculiar resonance between the Earth Book and this realm. Could it be that my path lies within it? Is that so, old friend? Then let us proceed there at once to see if there is an opportunity for you, Hongjun exclaimed with excitement. During the lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, although Hongjun was not accepted as a disciple by Hongjun, he did receive the last trace of primordial purple energy, which he believed secured him a position as a heavenly Dao saint. Thus, he wished to procure an opportunity for his friend, Zhen Yuanzi. However, without primordial purple energy, one was destined not to become a heavenly Dao saint. Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi suggest that his path might lie in the realm established by the Witch Clan, Hongjun was eager to hasten there to obtain this opportunity for his friend. That I believe it would be prudent to refrain from going for now. The Witch Clan's establishment of a realm seems to be something Dao Zhu does not wish to see. Our search for opportunity in this realm may provoke Hongjun Dao Zhu's ire, Zhen Yuanzi pondered, halting Hongjun's actions. Your reasoning is sound. We should observe for a while longer. Hongjun nodded in agreement with Zhen Yuanzi's words. My lord, there is a senior who claims to be Jiang waiting outside the mountain gate to see you. At that moment, Qing Feng, Zhen Yuanzi's attendant, rushed in to report. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun exchanged glances, both puzzled as to why the head of the ancestral witches, Jiang, I come to mount one show. Dao brother, perhaps we should let Qing Feng inform him that you are in secluded meditation and unable to receive guests. Although this may displease Di Jiang, it would allow us to avoid offending either side, Hongjun suggested. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head. On a whim, he took out his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, only to find it emitting a faint, flickering light. Qing Feng, please invite Dao friend Di Jiang in, he commanded. Just as Qing Feng was about to depart, Zhen Yuanzi called him back. Never mind, I shall personally greet him. It is a matter of respect for the witch clan. With that, Zhen Yuanzi rose and made his way toward the mountain gate. Hongjun, upon seeing this, hurriedly followed, concerned for Zhen Yuanzi's safety. Di Jiang awaited outside the mountain gate, and soon, two elderly men with long beards appeared before the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, greetings, Dao friends. Di Jiang pays his respects to both Dao friends. Di Jiang said, his gaze resting more intently on Hongjun, pondering, is this the renowned good man of the Primordial? During the first lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace, though Di Jiang had attended, he had focused more on the two prominent figures, Jiang and Yuanzi, and had not paid much attention to Hongjun. That Di Jiang had not anticipated encountering Hongjun while seeking to win over Zhen Yuanzi. A bold thought began to stir within him. May I inquire why you have come to my Mount Wan show, esteemed friend? Zhen Yuanzi asked, inviting Di Jiang into the great hall. Once the three had taken their seats, he inquired further. I have come specifically for you. Dao friend, you wish to become a saint of the carefree heavens? Di Jiang asked Zhen Yuanzi. What do you mean by that, Dao friend? Zhen Yuanzi asked. Startled, Di Jiang shook his head, gesturing toward the heavens, and summoned the primordial measuring ruler, to ensure safety. He also instructed the system to temporarily shield the Wuzhuang Temple from the heavenly Dao's scrutiny. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun felt the heavenly secrets suddenly become obscure. The once clear lines of causality now appeared as a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. Both men turned to Di Jiang, staring blankly at the primordial measuring ruler he had summoned. Your methods are truly remarkable. It is widely believed that the witch clan lacks a primordial spirit and is ignorant of the heavenly decrees. It seems we have underestimated them, Zhen Yuanzi remarked with a wry smile. Hongjun, on the other hand, was left dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that the witch clan was entirely ignorant of heavenly matters? What then is this primordial spirit? Alas, we are merely victims of circumstance, left with no choice. Di Jiang sighed. Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi, I've come to offer you an opportunity for enlightenment. Might you be interested? On what basis do you make such a claim? Do you think my brother and I can be easily deceived? As far as I know, the primordial purple energy required for sanctification has already been distributed in the Purple Cloud Palace. And yet you come here to deceive Dao brother Zhen Yuanzi. Hongjun stood up, pointing at Di Jiang. Calm yourself, dear brother. Let us listen to what Dao friend Di Jiang has to say. Zhen Yuanzi urged, quickly intervening. Point one must remember, they might not even be able to match Di Jiang, let alone the other 11. At observing Hongjun's sudden outburst, Di Jiang thought to himself that Hongjun's character was not that of a simple good man, but rather resembled that of a great fool. Not to worry, I have an important matter to discuss that also concerns Dao friend Hongjun. Let us first speak of your opportunity for enlightenment. Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi. During Hongjun's discourse, did he not proclaim that the number of saints is predetermined, and that without primordial purple energy, one cannot attain sanctification? Di Jiang said, pausing for effect. Indeed, Dao Zhu stated just that. Primordial purple energy is the key to becoming a saint. Zhen Yuanzi agreed, nodding. However, this primordial purple energy carries a drawback. Though it grants immortality, one remains forever subject to the control of the heavenly Dao and Hongjun. As Hongjun once said, saints must not defy the grand currents of the heavenly Dao. Does this not render you a mere puppet of the heavenly Dao? Di Jiang revealed the truth behind the primordial purple energy to Zhen Yuanzi, who listened intently. And so what? A saint remains untouched by causality, unbound by the cycle of reincarnation. And since we exist within the primordial, we must submit to the oversight of the heavenly Dao. Hongjun interjected, but what if the heavenly Dao develops its own consciousness, even harboring ulterior motives? Di Jiang countered, Is there any basis for your claim, Dao friend? Zhen Yuanzi asked in astonishment. Indeed, this was conveyed to us by the Pangu Father God, which is why we understood the need to establish our own realm, Jiang asserted, invoking the name of Pangu to bolster his credibility. Then what exactly is this opportunity for enlightenment you speak of? Surely it cannot be merely to become a puppet of the heavenly Tao. Zhen Yuanzi, now convinced by Jiang's reference to Pangu, pressed further. Certainly not. Do you know that the dawn of creation, heaven, earth, and humanity were birthed together? The heavenly Tao received guidance from the great Tao and emerged before the earth Tao and human Tao. Thus, if there exists a heavenly Tao saint, the earth Tao and human Tao must also have their own saints. Your path, Tao friend, lies within the earth Tao, Jiang explained, elaborating on the existence of earth Tao saints. Furthermore, do you know that when Hongjun disseminated the teachings in the Primordial, he sought not only to perfect the heavenly Tao, but also harbored his own selfish desires, to reap the fortunes of the innate divinities of the Primordial? This, my dear friend Hongjun, has acquired the primordial purple energy. Could there be implications for him? Truly, he is a commendable companion from the Primordial Era. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi still concerns himself with his good friend, rather than contemplating his own path to enlightenment. Such a bond of friendship is indeed admirable in the eyes of Emperor Jiang. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's words, Hongjun immediately perked up, eager to discern whether possessing the primordial purple energy was a boon or a bane. Alas, aside from Emperor Jiang sent a pang of anxiety through Hongjun's heart. You too know that during the battle between the Tao and the demons, after demon ancestor Luohu's defeat, the western ley lines were detonated, leading to the depletion of spiritual energy in the west. From that point on, the heavenly Tao and Hongjun owed a significant cause and effect to the west. The division of sacred positions in the Purple Cloud Palace naturally included a share for Jin and Yuanzi, yet Hongjun's act of relinquishing his seat caused the fortunes of the east to flow westward, resulting in an incomplete fortune for the Xianmen. How do you think the ancestor of the Xianmen, Hongjun, will respond? Why has the primordial purple energy fortuitously fallen upon Hongjun, who has not accepted him as a disciple? Emperor Jiang's words drenched Hongjun in a cold sweat, causing him to gasp for breath. You know anything, my friend? Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's remarks, Hongjun promptly reigned in his previously lofty attitude. Although various factions vie for dominance in the primordial realm today, it is certain that the future will belong to the saints. If Hongjun can attain sainthood, he will undoubtedly enjoy great freedom and ease. But what if he cannot become a saint? Before Zhen Yuanzi could finish his words, Emperor Jiang interrupted him. Are you referring to the demon clan? Zhen Yuanzi inquired. Not at all, Emperor Jiang replied, gesturing skyward, his meaning unmistakable. I implore you, my friends, save me. After hearing Emperor Jiang's words, Hongjun increasingly felt the validity of his concerns. He now perceived the primordial purple energy within his spirit as a death warrant, uncertain of when it might claim his life. Zhen Yuanzi, standing beside him, also bowed to Emperor Jiang and offered to bestow his own path to enlightenment upon Hongjun, solely to rescue him from impending calamity. Rest assured, my friends, since I am aware of this matter, I am confident in my ability to save Hongjun. It will require only this and that. In the primordial chaos, within the Purple Cloud Palace, a voice resonated, seemingly emanating from an unknowable existence, whispering in one's ear. You should not have stopped me then. If you had simply eliminated her during Hutu's tribulation, the underground path would have returned to your control, wouldn't it? Hongjun expressed with indignation that you believe the great Tao would allow us to escape unscathed. Such an action would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. Remember, I, along with the underground path and the human realm, are the progeny of the great Tao, assisting Pangu in governing the primordial realm, that if we allow the underground path to perish, I, too, would face dire consequences. An immensely profound wheel of law manifested above Hongjun's head, rendering him incapable of further speech, his expression shifting to one of solemnity and detachment. Our foremost priority now is for you and I to unite our paths, to mend the wounds inflicted by Pangu long ago. All other matters can be addressed later. With that, the cold Hongjun closed his eyes, his form gradually vanishing within the Purple Cloud Palace. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the heavenly Tao, within Hongjun's body, his consciousness remained unyielded, harboring resentment as he gazed upon the wheel of law, contemplating unknown schemes. After departing from Wuzhuang Temple, Emperor Jiang did not linger in the primordial realm, swiftly utilizing the spatial Tao to return to the earthly realm. For there remained numerous arrangements requiring his attention in the netherworld. Within Pangu, since the inception of the earthly realm, all but Emperor Jiang and Hutu, among the 10 ancestral witches, had relocated their kin to the earthly realm. Brother, we have successfully migrated all our people. How shall we address the issue of survival henceforth? It is well known that our witch clan's cultivation is reliant on blood offerings. Have no fear. Today I shall establish the Qiankuan Wujizhen. This formation will not only aid our witch clan in body refinement, but will also allow us to absorb the malevolent energy from the chaotic aura during the refinement process, transforming chaotic spiritual energy into innate spiritual energy and ghostly energy. This will not only bolster our clan's cultivation and strengthen the witch clan, but will also repay the karma incurred by opening the earthly realm and distributing the fortunes. Emperor Jiang declared he and the other ancestral witches approached Pangu, unveiling the Qiankuan Wujizhen diagram before all the witches, swearing an oath to the great Tao, by the great Tao above. Today I, Pangu's descendant, Emperor Jiang, perceive the insufficiency of spiritual energy and the rampant malevolence. Thus I once again established the Qiankuan Wujizhen, firstly to safeguard the earthly realm, and secondly to transform chaos into spiritual energy, thereby enriching the primordial realm. May the great Tao witness this. Having spoken, he produced the various spiritual treasures accumulated over the years, totaling over 129,600 items, the majority being acquired treasures, and arranged them according to the diagram specifications. He then summoned the prepared 129,600 witches to enter the formation's nodes, commencing the absorption of the malevolent energy within the chaotic spiritual energy to enhance their own. The excess was directly transformed by the Qiankuan Wujizhen into innate spiritual energy and ghostly energy. The ghostly energy entered the netherworld space, while the innate spiritual energy diffused into the primordial realm through the passage connecting the earthly realm and the primordial realm. This significant maneuver by the witch clan garnered the attention of numerous powerful beings within the primordial realm, all eyes turning to the newly established earthly realm. Meanwhile, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches gazed skyward, as if awaiting something. After an extended period, a substantial amount of heavenly Tao merit began to coalesce, eventually distributed evenly among the witches and spiritual treasures at each formation node. I relish your disdain for me, yet your inability to eliminate me, while still offering me gifts. Emperor Jiang laughed heartily. Though no response came forth, as long as the Qiankuan Wujizhen remains, my witch clan shall continually accrue heavenly Tao merit, augmenting our power. Hutu remarked, Brother, with so much heavenly Tao merit, could there be repercussions? Zhu Juin approached Emperor Jiang and inquired, Is there no cause for concern? Fear not. Should we incur karmic debts to the heavenly Tao, the merit bestowed will indeed fall under its control. However, as we currently benefit the heavenly Tao, this merit lies under the scrutiny of the great Tao, which is precisely why I swore my oath to the great Tao. Emperor Jiang clarified. Upon understanding, everyone nodded and then returned to Pangu. From this day forth, my witch clan shall rotate the primary formation leader every 10,000 years, with each rotation led by an ancestral witch. The remaining clan members will be tasked with managing the netherworld affairs, also rotating every 10,000 years. Any clan member who attains the minor witch realm and bears no responsibilities may accompany the ancestral witches into the chaotic battlefield to hunt chaotic beasts, replenishing our blood offerings while honing their realms and combat skills. In Pangu, Emperor Jiang expounded upon the next steps of the witch clan, delegating tasks to the ancestral witches. Before long, only Emperor Jiang and Hutu remained within the hall. Sister, you shall be responsible for stabilizing the underground path, striving to reach the Hunyuan Taiji Golden Immortal as soon as possible. This will further secure our witch clan's foundation. Emperor Jiang instructed Hutu. Currently, due to Emperor Jiang's intervention, Hutu did not undergo the same fate as in her previous life, where she was reborn and lost her witch identity. Instead, she retained her complete ancestral witch form, free from the limitations faced in her former life. The notion that she could not leave the netherworld was a mere fallacy. Brother, during my recent reflections in the underground path, I have sensed some instability. My inquiries seem to suggest a connection to the West, though I cannot ascertain the exact reasons. Hutu shared her observations with Emperor Jiang. This matter is tied to the battle between the Tao and the demons. Luhu's defeat and the subsequent detonation of the Western ley lines is a method employed by the heavenly Tao to weaken the underground path. Although this incurs significant karmic repercussions, it achieves the purposes of the heavenly Tao. Rest assured, I have devised a plan regarding this matter. You need only await developments in silence. Emperor Jiang elucidated the situation to Hutu, who nodded in understanding before turning to continue her contemplation of the underground path. Watching Hutu depart, Emperor Jiang's urgency intensified. After all, the future heralds the era of saints. If one does not hasten to attain enlightenment, then scheming for anything in the future will not be an easy task. Contemplating this, Jiang rose from the Pangu Hall and directly traversed the Qiankun Wu Ji Grand Formation, entering the Primordial Chaos. After journeying several billion miles within the chaos and ensuring he had distanced himself from the radiation of the Hongjun, Jiang then set up several formations and commenced meditative cultivation. As he activated his techniques, countless strands of chaotic spiritual energy surged towards him. Above Jiang's head, a purple jade fragment, a shard of the creation jade butterfly, fluctuated, aiding him in comprehending the path of enlightenment. Time is of no consequence in the Hongjun. Prior to the immeasurable calamity, one could say that time was the least scarce resource in the Hongjun. In the blink of an eye, the deadline set by Nuwa upon achieving sainthood had arrived. The human race, through rapid propagation, had swelled to several billion in number and gradually emerged from the confines of Mount Buzhou, establishing new territories for survival. Before departing, the Wu tribe naturally left a portion of their kin to protect the humans. However, as the number of humans swelled, their capacity to safeguard them became exceedingly limited. On this day, Jiang hurriedly made his way to the Ling Shao Treasure Hall to seek an audience with Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Your Majesty, one of my demon kings reports that he inadvertently witnessed individuals from the celestial court slaughtering humans. Initially, he paid it no mind, but later discovered that, with the rising number of human deaths, a malevolent aura emanating from the souls of the humans had directly harmed that individual's primordial spirit. Subsequently, he attempted to capture a few humans for examination, but faced resistance. In a fit of rage, he devoured those humans, resulting in a slight increase in his cultivation that I have personally verified that all he said is indeed true. Upon finishing, Jiang stood quietly. While Jun was far from calm, he abruptly rose from his seat and approached Jiang, inquiring, "Is what you say truly accurate? I am willing to swear an oath to the heavenly way. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, may I perish." Jiang swore before the heavenly law, and thunderous roars echoed in response to his words. Witnessing this, Jun finally believed Jiang's account. It was not that Jun distrusted his subordinates. Rather, the situation was simply too astonishing for a mere postnatal race. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the human race possessed such profound mysteries. This matter concerns the very survival of our demon race, that if the resentment generated from human souls can injure primordial spirits, we shall forge a weapon from it, which will grant us victory in our battle against the celestial court. As for the remaining flesh, it shall serve as sustenance for our kin, enhancing our strength, Jun stated slowly. Brother, the human race was created by that being of creation. Will our rampant slaughter not provoke her displeasure? Dong Huang Tai Yi interjected, hastily restraining the impulsive Jun, explaining that the great deity Nuwa stood behind the humans that it would be prudent to refrain from action until her stance was clarified. What then? The opportunity for our demon race to rise is within reach. Are we to abandon it without a fight? I refuse to accept this, Jun roared. One must understand that for years, Dong Wang Gong had relied on his title as the foremost male immortal bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun, oppressing the demon race and luring many powerful beings away from them. Jun had endured enough indignity over the years. Brother, why not we directly inquire about her opinion? It would be better than speculating aimlessly, and we could also gauge her attitude towards the demon race. Dong Huang Tai Yi suggested quietly, stepping closer to Di Jun. Di Jun nodded in agreement, and the two set off for the chaos of Nuwa. Upon arriving before Nuwa's palace, Di Jun bowed respectfully and spoke. Demon Emperor Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi pay their respects to the saint. We have come today to discuss an important matter that I am currently in seclusion and cannot invite the Demon Emperor into the palace. Please state your business here. Nuwa's voice resonated, denying entry to Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, leaving them with a profound sense of humiliation. The illustrious emperor of the demon race, the sovereign of the sun and stars, was now barred from even entering the palace gates. May I ask, Your Majesty, how should we address the human race? Di Jun directly articulated his purpose, inquiring about Nuwa's stance on the humans. The affairs of the human race may be handled at your discretion, Demon Emperor, as long as their survival is ensured. Furthermore, in 10,000 years, you will encounter a significant opportunity at that time. The heavenly marriage will require your cooperation, which will greatly benefit you. Nuwa's voice resounded from within the palace, seemingly overlooking the implications of Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi's earlier words, merely assuming that Di Jun wished to integrate the human race into the demon race to augment their power. Having received the answer he sought, Di Jun promptly returned to the heavenly court with Dong Huang Tai Yi. Your Majesty, what is the saint's opinion? Upon his return, Buzhou eagerly inquired. Just as Di Jun was about to convey Nuwa's meaning to Buzhou, a wave of oppressive force swept through the heavens and earth, causing all beings to prostrate themselves on the ground. The heavenly law declares, today, Pangu and the three pure ones, the Taiji Laozi, have established the great teachings, named the teachings of humanity, that I shall be the master of this teaching, using the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to suppress the destiny. The teachings of humanity are established. It turned out that Laozi had become a saint by establishing the teachings of humanity. Countless lotus flowers of principles surged forth in the heavens, and purple chi spread throughout the Hong Huang. As the heavenly law rallied to support the heavenly saint, the vast expanse of merit gathered in the sky, amounting to 3,000 acres, ultimately merging into Laozi's being. Bow before the master, the human race knelt in reverence, acknowledging Laozi as the so-called master of the teachings of humanity. Taiji Laozi nodded and then directed his gaze toward Kunlun Mountain, bellowing, if one does not awaken now, then when shall they? Far away in Kunlun, Yuanzi and Tongtian were struck as if by lightning, momentarily stunned before revealing expressions of sudden realization. Thank you, brother, Yuanzi exclaimed, producing the Pangu banner and addressing the heavens. The heavenly law declares, today, Pangu and the three pure ones, the Yuqing Yuanzi, established the expounding of teachings, elucidating the principles of the heavenly way, aligning with the heavenly momentum, to educate all beings, using the innate treasure, the Pangu banner, to suppress the destiny. The expounding of teachings is established. The heavenly law declares, today, Pangu and the three pure ones, the Shangqing Tongtian, establish the interception of teachings to secure a glimmer of life for all beings. Those with the fortune to encounter may receive my creation, and there shall be no discrimination in teaching, using the sword array of extermination to suppress the destiny. The interception of teachings is established. In a single day, the three pure ones achieved sainthood simultaneously, undoubtedly dropping a heavy bomb into the depths of the Honghuang's waters in the west at Shumi Mountain. Brother, with Nuwa and the three pure ones having attained sainthood, we are likely to fall behind, and we have lost the initiative. When shall we revive the West? The Taoist of purity spoke to the Taoist of retrieval with a sorrowful expression. Brother, I do have a method, but it will entail greater hardship for us both, the pallid-faced Taoist of retrieval replied. Brother, regardless of the method, as long as it leads to sainthood, there will always be a way to make amends in the future. However, reviving the West cannot wait. The Taoist of purity insisted. Then let us proceed. All beings marveled at the simultaneous establishment of teachings by the three pure ones of Kunlun. A series of Taoist sounds resonated throughout the Honghuang. The heavenly law declares, today, I, retrieval, and purity, establish the Western teachings to mend the heavens and earth of Hongjun, create the world of bliss, and fulfill the wishes of all beings who may enter my Western pure land of ultimate bliss. Using the golden lotus of merit to suppress the destiny, the Western teachings are established. After swearing their oaths, the merit of the heavenly law converged upon the two, their auras steadily growing, yet ultimately falling short of the saintly realm. However, the two appear to have anticipated this, showing no signs of panic, and began to speak. When I become a Buddha, all beings born in my land shall know their destinies accrued over innumerable eons, their deeds of good and evil. When I become a Buddha, all beings born in my land shall attain the ability of mind reading, should they not comprehend the myriad realms of 100,000 Buddhist lands. They shall not reach true enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, all beings born in my land shall possess the freedom of divine powers and the perfection of the Permethas. The two expounded 48 great vows, gathering the merit of the heavenly law, successfully stepping into the realm of saints. Brother, we must strive diligently to accrue merit and destiny this time. The guiding figure nodded in agreement with the words of the one who presides over the rules. Neither of the two possessed the immense virtues of Nuwa's creation of humanity, nor did they have the advantageous legacy of the three pure ones, who inherited substantial merits from their esteemed progenitor. Lacking sufficient merit, the two could not attain sanctity merely through the establishment of teachings. Thus, they were compelled to seek a loan from the heavenly Tao, with the obligation to repay this debt in the future, while simultaneously fulfilling all conditions of the loan. Consequently, all 6 of the heavenly saints under Hongjun had achieved sanctity, heralding the dawn of a new era in the primordial chaos, in an uncharted realm of chaos. A large cocoon continuously absorbed the primal spirit energy, its aura indicative of a being at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian realm, awaiting the moment it would emerge from its chrysalis. In the primordial world, the 5 saints opened the gateway to the age of the saints, intensifying the tension between the celestial court and the demon race. For beneath the saints, all were akin to ants. While it is said that many ants can bring down an elephant, can the saints truly be likened to ordinary elephants? Such would render the saints rather inconsequential. Although the great array of the celestial court and the array of the demon clan possessed Hunyuan level might, such power could only be unleashed in a singular, concentrated strike, lacking any semblance of endurance, that in the heavenly court's Zixiao Palace, the demon emperor Dijuan, Eastern Emperor Tai, demon sovereign Fuxi, strategist Bays, and the 10 great demon saints convened to discuss matters concerning the human race. Elder brother, among the 6 saints in the realm, 2 are connected to the human race. Should we continue our slaughter of humanity? Eastern Emperor Tai was the first to speak. Your Majesty, what Eastern Emperor has said is quite reasonable, and the 3 atop Kunlun Mountain have always been united. Once one is provoked, it is tantamount to offending all 3, Fuxi chimed in. Initially, Fuxi had no intention of participating in this meeting, for humanity was created by his beloved sister Nuwa. And how could he bring himself to partake in their slaughter? Yet, this was also an opportunity to strengthen the demon race, and, as the Shi Huang of the demon race, how could he stand idly by while such an opportunity lay before him? Reluctantly, he chose to remain indifferent, retreating to contemplate the mysteries of the Tao. However, as the matter now involved life and death, the demon race could not attain supremacy without saints. Thus, Fuxi ultimately decided to attend. The Tao ancestor once stated that saints must not interfere with the grand design of the heavenly Tao. The struggle between immortals and demons is a foregone conclusion, with the victor ruling over the primordial realm and the vanquished turning to dust. We have no choice but to break through numerous obstacles to seize that supreme opportunity, a millennium past, and the demon race send out invitations, summoning the mighty ones of the realm to witness the celestial union of the Sun Star Master Dijuan and the Moon Star Master Xia, officiated by Nuwa. Through this act, Dijuan gained immense merit, propelling him to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, just a step away from severing his mortal coil and achieving the status of sub-saint. Another millennium later, the demon race commenced their massacre of humanity, extracting souls and devouring the essence of flesh and blood. During this slaughter, some demons discovered that those humans who practiced the golden elixir path taught by the Ta Ching Saint contained essences that could rival thousands of ordinary humans. Particularly, the golden elixirs, rich in essence, became a coveted resource for the demons to enhance their cultivation. The human race was engulfed in resentment, with scarcely a single cultivator surviving. This was the darkest era for humanity, which future generations would refer to as the Dark Millennium. Indeed, you heard correctly. The demon race slaughtered humanity for an entire millennium, ultimately forging a sword capable of slaying immortals from the souls they collected. Throughout this period, the grievances of humanity reverberated to the palace of Nuwa, where upon learning of the massacre, Nuwa cried out, "Dijuan, you are no son of man." Just as Nuwa prepared to intervene, several figures appeared at the entrance of the palace. Those being the recently ascended 3 Pure Ones and the Western 2 Saints. Sister, return to your meditations and recite the Huangting scripture. As saints, we must understand that this is a calamity humanity must endure. Spoke Laozi of the Ta Ching. Elder brother, are you truly going to stop our sister? You, or the leader of humanity's teachings, can you bear to watch as humanity is slaughtered? Nuwa retorted, gazing at Laozi. Sister, regardless of the circumstances, you cannot pass today, Laozi replied, knowing he could not best Nuwa in argument. Infuriated, Nuwa brandished a red embroidered ball, preparing to engage the 5 saints in battle. Observing this, the original Tianzuan and others produced their treasures as well. However, the 5 saints did not go too far, merely forcing Nuwa back to her own domain. After all, they were all saints. If they were to embarrass Nuwa today, they would surely face repercussions in the future. Even if they were unafraid, what about their disciples? One must leave a line when dealing with others. Those who attain sainthood are far from foolish. Upon returning to her domain, the 3 Pure Ones and the guiding figures encircled Nuwa's sanctuary. In the chaos outside, they surrounded her domain from 5 directions, leaving Nuwa in a state of anxiety, yet with no recourse. Amidst the chaos, a sudden loud crack resonated, and a large cocoon burst open, revealing a giant who slowly awakened from slumber. This individual was Jiang, who had sought a breakthrough in the chaos and had now reached the 5th level of Hongjun, his physical form extending to a staggering 100,000 zhang. At this moment, Jiang felt as though he could shatter the primordial realm and recreate the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Though Jiang harbored such thoughts, he had no intention of acting upon them. He was not a fool, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not destroy such a beautiful primordial world. Just as Jiang intended to follow the guidance of his bloodline back to the primordial realm, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep! Detection shows that the host has broken through to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian system. The salted fish module has been closed and will soon upgrade to the task module. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Dog system, you finally upgraded. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Beep! Who told the host to neglect this system? Did you ever inquire about my functions? Jiang was at a loss for words, yet he realized he could not blame the system. He had been too preoccupied with planning and had nearly forgotten about it. Now that you've upgraded, what functions do you possess? He inquired. Given that the host has broken through to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian realm, you now possess a certain degree of authority and will not easily be turned to dust. To ensure peace in the primordial realm, the reward function has been temporarily disabled and the task function has been activated. Please complete the tasks issued by this system to ensure peace, and rewards will be granted. Upon hearing this, Jiang felt that the system finally had a sense of purpose. Had it functioned like this earlier, he would not have overlooked his golden finger. Beep! Detection indicates that the calamity of the Wu and Lich has transformed into the calamity of the immortals and demons. The demon race, seeking to strengthen themselves, is currently slaughtering humanity. Task issued. Please reach the human race within a century to protect the remaining humans from being slaughtered by the demons and retaliate by killing 1,000,000 demons, making them realize that war is utterly unacceptable. What? The demon race is slaughtering humanity. Upon learning this news, Jiang was consumed with rage. Setting aside his past life as a human, the enmity between humans and demons was well established. Within the human race, there lay traces of his own bloodline, the father of humanity. How could he allow his kin to suffer such a calamity without cause? With this thought, Jiang swiftly followed the resonance of his bloodline and soared back toward the primordial realm. In less than a century, Jiang entered the primordial world. Upon returning, he sensed the overwhelming presence of malevolence in the atmosphere and frowned. Logically, with the Wu clan continuously transforming the chaos to replenish the primordial realm with innate spiritual energy, the malevolence should have been neutralized and not reached this extent that Jiang spoke. However, he did not delve deeper, as the pressing matter remained with humanity. Expanding his divine sense, he sought to gauge the movements of both humanity and the demon race. He discovered that the remnants of humanity had been completely driven to the shores of the Eastern Sea, their remaining numbers dwindling to merely 10 million. Meanwhile, Juan, Eastern Emperor Tai, and the 10 great demon saints were leading the demon army in a final assault against humanity. The three ancestral figures of humanity were merely at the Daluo Jingxian level, on the verge of collapse before the overwhelming forces of the demon race, facing imminent demise. Audacious, Jiang bellowed with great force, directly channeling the space Tao to arrive at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Although Jiang had attained enlightenment through the Tao of strength, he had also comprehended the laws of space to a remarkable degree of 90%, standing just a step away from ultimate realization. Coupled with his current state of the primordial unity, his divine consciousness allowed him to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. The sudden appearance of Jiang startled both the demon and human races. Among the elders of the human race, some who had lived long enough to possess considerable knowledge immediately recognized him. "It is the Holy Father. We are saved. The Holy Father has come to rescue us," someone shouted. Gradually, all the humans fell to their knees, beseeching Jiang, this Holy Father of their race, to champion their cause. "Rise, all of you. What is this wailing and weeping? The human race must strive for self-sufficiency. Do you not understand?" Jiang's voice, though not loud, stirred the calm surface of the sea into a tempest. At this moment, Sui Run, the foremost of the three ancestors of humanity, slowly rose and addressed his kin. "The Holy Father speaks true. We, the human race, can only stand proudly amidst this vast wilderness through our own strength. With the heavenly Tao above, I, Sui Run, hereby swear in the name of the three ancestors of humanity. From this day forth, we shall not coexist with the demon race. Our resolve is to eradicate the demons. To avenge today's grievances, Sui Rin swore this oath to the heavenly Tao. Thunder rumbled in response, signifying agreement. Upon hearing Sui Ren's words, Jun's countenance shifted dramatically. He had initially intended to leave a spark of hope for the human race, but now it seemed that he would be compelled to eradicate them entirely. With that, Jun led the demon forces to assault the humans. Cough, cough. Jiang interrupted. "Are you all blind to my presence? Do you wish to continue? Do you not know that my Wu clan's guiding principle is peaceful development and harmony in the wilderness?" Jun interjected. "Friend Jiang, do you truly wish to wade into these troubled waters?" Unbeknownst to Jun, Jiang had already transcended to the realm of the primordial unity, while Jun and his kin still regarded him as merely a quasi-saint. What Jun truly feared was Ho-Tu, for she now stood at the same level as the Grand Taoist Hongjun should Jiang perish. Ho-Tu and the Wu clan would undoubtedly seek retribution. Our mission in the Wu clan is to uphold peace in the wilderness and prevent large-scale conflict. Do you think we care for our reputation while you slaughter the human race? Jiang stated bluntly. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai, he could no longer contain himself. Ignoring Jun's words, he charged forth wielding the chaos bell. However, as soon as Dong Huang Tai rushed out, a resounding clang echoed, and he returned, appearing entirely different. The chaos bell was askew, his aura diminished, and he spat out blood. Witnessing his brother's defeat, Jun's fury ignited, and he rallied the demon army to charge, intent on reducing Jiang and the humans to ashes, trusting that the Grand Taoist would not turn a blind eye as Jiang beheld the advancing demon forces. A smirk of disdain crept across his lips, and he unleashed his full might. The aura of primordial unity resonated throughout the wilderness, and a myriad great beings sensed Jiang's elevation to the realm of the primordial. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun from the Five Zhuang Temple rejoiced upon realizing Jiang's breakthrough, for it signified the validity of the methods he had imparted, granting them hope for their own future enlightenment. Facing the onslaught of demons, Jiang stood resolutely before the humans, brandishing the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi and channeling the Tao of Strength to execute a sweeping strike. The demons, caught off guard by Jiang's newfound power, could not retreat in time and were pierced by a beam of golden light. Apart from a few powerful demons shielded by treasures, approximately 2 million of their kind suffered casualties. That my wish is for world peace. Why do you refuse to heed my call? Jiang proclaimed. Impudence, came a thunderous voice from the heavens. Before anyone could regain composure, an old man with a white beard hovered in the air between the humans and demons. Oh, is that not the Taoist patriarch? What a rare occasion for you to emerge, Jiang remarked, crossing his arms as he regarded Hongjun. Please, Taoist patriarch, intercede on our behalf. Jiang has attained the rank of saint and dares to disregard the heavenly Tao's prohibitions. Slaughtering my demon kin, Jiang exclaimed, seizing the opportunity to rally the remaining demons in homage to Hongjun, imploring him for justice, preferably against Jiang. Jiang is a primordial unity, golden immortal. Beyond the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun interrupted, not allowing Jiang to continue. Upon hearing that Jiang was indeed a primordial unity, golden immortal, rather than merely a saint, Jiang realized the gravity of the situation. Would the deaths of 2 million demon warriors be for naught? If Hongjun were to expel Jiang from the wilderness, both Jiang and Dong Huangtai, he would never accept such a fate. Hongjun, are you jesting with me? Do you think I will comply with your and the heavenly Tao's threats? Jiang retorted. The mention of Yang may stirred a tempest in Hongjun's heart. How could Jiang know of her? Was he perhaps the reincarnation of a chaos demon god? Yet, Hongjun quickly dismissed the notion. It was inconceivable. During the creation of the world, the myriad chaos demons had conspired against Pangu and given Pangu's wariness. None could seize control of his descendants. Could it be Jiang and Yang may conspired in the chaos to challenge my authority? After careful consideration, Hongjun spoke. Jiang, since you proclaim to uphold peace in the wilderness, know that the existence of a primordial unity, golden immortal, introduces instability. What is your stance on this matter? Your shameless demeanor remains as unyielding as ever. You play both judge and participant, yet still find the gall to criticize me. Jiang replied, unless you and your disciples, all those who attain sainthood, relocate to the chaos and refrain from interfering in the wilderness, I shall accompany you in departing. How dare you? The primordial unity is forbidden within the wilderness. This is decreed by the heavenly Tao. Hongjun retorted, exasperated that Jiang's proposition implied that all saints and their teachings must vacate the wilderness, leaving Hongjun unable to harvest the fates of living beings or transcend the heavenly Tao. Seeing Jiang remain unmoved, Hongjun realized his plans had strayed far from their original course. He contemplated striking Jiang down and utilizing the power of the heavenly Tao to seal Ho Tu and the earth Tao. While the Tao is all-pervading, most remain dormant, allowing him to steer the wilderness back onto his predetermined path. Hongjun, you old toad, if you insist on this path, then let us engage in a contest today and see if you possess the ability to expel me from the wilderness. With that, Jiang grasped the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi and summoned the long-in-used balance scale. With the power of a primordial unity, golden immortal at the 5th level, Jiang utilized the innate treasure. The balance scale, and a thread of causal law, entwined itself around Hongjiu and T. O Hongjun's surprise. He sensed a flicker of instability in his own realm of the 9th level of primordial unity. Swiftly, he summoned the creation Jade Butterfly, channeling a surge of heavenly Tao power to cleanse the causal law emanating from the balance scale. To my astonishment, you have acquired remnants of the chaos demon's treasures, which should not exist in the wilderness. Hongjun exclaimed, realizing that the balance scale could influence his realm. Further solidifying his resolve to prevent Jiang from remaining, he drew forth a sword of innate treasure caliber and unleashed a blade of energy toward Jiang. Unyielding, Jiang countered with the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi, sending forth a radiant beam of light. As the golden light clashed with the sword energy, the void where they met was repeatedly annihilated, giving rise to the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, and birthing a new expanse of void. Ultimately, while the Hongmeng Liang Tianqi was not inferior to the innate treasure of the primordial sword, the battle had only just begun. However, the realm of Jiang pales in comparison to that of Hongjun after an intense duel of magical prowess. Jiang was wounded by the sword aura emitted by Hongjun. Although the battle between the two left Jun, Dong Huangtai Yi, and the higher-ups of the demon clan trembling with fear upon witnessing Jiang being injured by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Jun couldn't help but cheer internally, even wishing to step in and land a few punches on Jiang himself. Jiang, today it is fated that you shall not be my match. This treasure should not exist in the primordial chaos. It is better entrusted to me to seek vengeance on your behalf. As he spoke, Hongjun's hand reached out toward the balance scale atop Jiang's head. Jiang desperately tried to block him, but he was powerless against such overwhelming force, watching helplessly as his treasure was about to be seized by Yuanzi that moment in the realm. Ho-Tu gazed at the impending suppression of Jiang, her heart racing with anxiety. However, the stability of the earth was precarious. Should Ho-Tu emerge from the realm now, the pathway could very well fall back into slumber. A burden the Wu clan could not bear. The other ancestral witches attempted to rush out, but were stopped by Ho-Tu, for even if they were to escape, it would serve no purpose and might even provide Hongjun with more leverage. Hongjun, you have gone too far. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being unprincipled. With a surge of power, Jiang broke free from Hongjun's restraints, harnessing the laws of space to arrive at Buzhou Mountain. Upon reaching Buzhou Mountain, Jiang immediately connected with a mark within his primordial spirit, a trump card left to him by the great Pangu. The mountain shook incessantly, gradually shrinking, and in the blink of an eye, it had diminished by 100 zhang. The heavens and earth, losing their support, also converged inward by 100 zhang, and the entire primordial chaos began to exhibit signs of instability. Stop. Are you intent on destroying the primordial chaos? Hongjun appeared instantly before Jiang, attempting to thwart him, but a radiant aura enveloped Jiang, shielding him. The 6 saints of heaven felt the changes in the primordial chaos, and the 5 saints hurriedly made their way to Buzhou Mountain. No longer blocking Nuwa, the 3 purities, witnessing this scene, felt a chill creep into their hearts. Are we truly your sons? Despite sharing the same lineage, how can the disparity be so vast? This thought arose in the minds of the 3 purities, as they felt no sense of kinship emanating from Buzhou Mountain, only rejection. Jiang, do you wish to obliterate the primordial chaos created by Pangu? Hongjun spoke. The 6 saints of heaven were left dumbfounded by this turn of events. It should be known that they had attained sainthood through the primordial purple energy, connecting their primordial spirits to the heavenly way. If the primordial chaos were to vanish, what would they have left? They might as well meet the great Pangu directly. Jiang, our father opened up the primordial chaos and shaped all beings. Instead of aiding the heavens and earth, you seek to destroy them. You are utterly unworthy of the Pangu bloodline. Yuan Tanzun stood behind Hongjun, berating Jiang. After all, he had only recently become a saint in this realm, looking down upon all beings like ants. He had yet to fully relish this feeling and was now faced with the prospect of meeting Pangu. Jiang did not even glance at Yuan Shi, his gaze fixed firmly on Hongjun. Hongjun, you have pushed me to this point. Since you all wish to use the realm our father established as a stepping stone, then it would be better to destroy it altogether and recreate the elements of earth. Water, fire, and wind. Are you not afraid of the retribution of the heavenly way? Hongjun replied coldly, Do not think I am unaware. Should the primordial chaos be destroyed, the heavenly way will also return to nothingness. When the heavenly way is in slumber, what can you do to me? Jiang retorted. You insolent wretch! Yuan Shi Tianzun, infuriated by Jiang's blatant disregard for him, brandished his innate treasure, the Pangu banner. With a mere glance from Hongjun, Yuan Shi Tianzun was instantly subdued, obediently stepping aside. Jiang, we all wish to avert the destruction of the primordial chaos. Speak your terms. Hongjun finally relented, making concessions to Jiang. Hongjun, spare me your feigned benevolence. If I were to offer you the creation jade butterfly, would you agree? Jiang was unyielding, directly demanding Hongjun's lifeblood. Jiang, you know that is impossible. If you insist on this, then let us face destruction together. I can survive, but your brothers and kin will be reduced to nothingness, Hongjun stated, watching Jiang intently. Jiang appeared to relent, glancing at Hongjun and then back at Buzhou Mountain, before turning to Hongjun with a sigh. Were it not for your relentless pressure, we would not have arrived at this juncture. Since you show no sincerity, then let it be destruction. I am weary. With that, he activated the mark once more, forcing Buzhou Mountain to shrink. You may propose any conditions. This time, the ancestor was in the wrong, and I can acquiesce to your demands. Hongjun promptly offered that, of course. The creation jade butterfly is out of the question. Jiang, understanding Hongjun's intentions, recognized he had gambled correctly with Hongjun's ambition. How could he simply watch the primordial chaos revert to chaos? Subsequently, Jiang feigned reluctance. That sword you wielded earlier was quite impressive. I shall take it for my own. Hongjun pondered for a moment and, with a resigned sigh, produced the Hunyuan sword, erasing his mark and handing it over to Jiang. Jiang accepted the Hunyuan sword, examined it for any issues, and, finding none, stored it away. He then turned his gaze towards Yuanzi, pointing at him. Earlier, he insulted me, and I felt greatly humiliated. Now, I find my primordial spirit unstable and unable to control Buzhou Mountain. Yuanzi, upon hearing Jiang's words, was so enraged he nearly lunged at him, cursing internally. Your primordial spirit is unstable. You, a Hunyuan, claim such instability. I demand the Pangu banner. Jiang declared. Oh, not even think about it. You know that is impossible. Before Jiang could finish, Hongjun, having seen through his thoughts, swiftly dashed Jiang's hopes of obtaining the Pangu banner. Then I shall take the heavenly celebration cloud. While it is of little use to me, it has a certain grandeur. Jiang insisted. Yuanzi, standing by, felt as if he would explode from frustration. That I insult you twice, and you seek to take my innate treasure. Is there no justice? Yet upon further reflection, he wondered if Jiang, who cared little for the heavenly way, could even be bothered with justice. Master, Yuanzi, feeling helpless, could only turn to Hongjun for assistance, but was met with an unexpected response. Yuanzi, grant him the heavenly celebration cloud, and in the future, I shall compensate you. With a word from Hongjun, Yuanzi had no choice but to comply, handing over the heavenly celebration cloud to Jiang. Is this satisfactory now? Hongjun inquired. Jiang nodded, restoring Buzhou Mountain to its former state. With the restoration complete, Hongjun retreated to the Chaos Purple Sky Palace, wary of any further surprises from Jiang. Upon witnessing Hongjun depart, Jiang shifted his attention to the 6 saints of heaven. My fellow Taoists, we in the West have pressing matters to attend to and must take our leave. With that, Quan Ti and Jiang transformed into beams of golden light, departing Buzhou Mountain towards the western expanse of the primordial chaos. The 3 purities, fearing further extortion, hastily returned to Kunlun Mountain. Taoist friend, I must extend my gratitude for your assistance regarding the matters of the human race. In the future, you are welcome to visit the palace of Nuwa. I shall certainly make the journey when time permits. Jiang replied. After Nuwa's departure, Jiang observed the myriad powerful beings who had followed him. The formidable figures of the primordial chaos hurriedly took their leave, fearful of being extorted by Jiang. Am I truly so fearsome? My only wish is for world peace, Jiang lamented. Some lingering powerful beings, hearing this, thought to chastise Jiang. Your wish for world peace came at the cost of 200,000 demon lives? Yet they kept such thoughts to themselves. Hastening their departure, Jiang surveyed his surroundings and spotted the higher-ups of the demon clan attempting to sneak away, swiftly appearing before them to block their path. Your Majesty, where do you intend to go? Jiang, with arms crossed, gazed at Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi as they placed the Hongmeng Liangtianqi in their hands, tossing it lightly a few times. Observing Jiang's actions, Beads of sweat instantly appeared on Jun's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he bowed in deference to Jiang. "Might I inquire if the esteemed one has any further matters at hand?" Jun ventured to ask that Jun, "I shall not concern myself with your ambitions to dominate the Honghuang. However, you must refrain from slaughtering the human race and disrupting the harmony of this realm." Jiang's voice echoed in the ears of the assembled demon clans, resonating like a death knell. Struck by a sense of suffocation, the demon clans felt utterly powerless, unable to retaliate or flee. Jun was about to protest when he was abruptly silenced by a wave of Jiang's hand. "Leave behind 2 top-tier, innate spiritual treasures and be gone. You are henceforth forbidden from engaging in actions detrimental to the Honghuang. Also, surrender the artifacts you have forged from the slaughter of the human race." With a resigned nod, Jun pondered briefly before unfastening a small black flag and a whip from his waist. The black flag was none other than the true martial Zhao flag from the Five Directions flag, also known as the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. The whip, too, was a premier innate spiritual treasure. Named the Sun Feng Whip. As the saying goes, heaven possesses 3 treasures: sun, moon, and stars. Earth has 3 treasures: water, fire, and wind. Humanity has 3 treasures: essence, energy, and spirit. The Sun Feng Whip corresponded to the wind among the earthly treasures. Capable of harnessing the power of wind from the cosmos to unleash various attacks with astonishing speed, leaving foes scarcely able to react, the Jiang was taken aback to find these 2 treasures in Jun's possession. After receiving the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag and the Sun Feng Whip, he examined them closely and, finding no issues, proceeded toward the entrance to the earthly realm, satisfaction evident in his demeanor. The demon clans released a collective sigh of relief upon witnessing Jiang's departure. Dong Huang Tai Yi and the strategist Bai Zhe approached Jun. "Brother, we have suffered tremendous losses this time. What shall we do?" "It is all Jiang's fault. Second brother, tread carefully," Jun swiftly interjected, lest Dong Huang Tai mention Jiang and attract his attention. "Now, our demon clan finds itself on the same starting line as the Celestial Court. Alas, the strength we have amassed over millennia has been utterly obliterated. Our only recourse is to continue concealing our brilliance and biding our time. Your Majesty, it need not be so. The reason we have fallen to this state lies in our lack of strength. If we were to possess a true sage of our own, the issues we face would naturally resolve themselves." Bai Zhe interjected. "What do you mean?" Dong Huang Tai inquired, puzzled. "Do you both not recall that there is one who possesses the Hongmeng purple qi, yet has not yet attained sainthood?" Bai Zhe pointed out that Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes brightened, and they could not help but lament their oversight, had they remembered that the one who possessed the Hongmeng purple qi had yet to become a sage. They might have seized this opportunity, as this individual lacked any significant backing. They could easily acquire the Hongmeng purple qi, allowing one of them to attain sainthood, thereby granting the demon clan a true sage of their own. Let us return to the Celestial Court. This matter requires careful planning. We must ensure absolute success in obtaining the Hongmeng purple qi. Jun led the demon clan back to the Celestial Court, uncertain of how to calculate their strategy against Hongjun. Meanwhile, in the Pangu Hall, the ancestral witches awaited Jiang's return. Soon, Jiang entered from outside the hall and took his seat. "Congratulations, elder brother, on achieving the mixed Yuan Dao." Upon seeing his younger siblings congratulate him, Jiang felt a warmth in his heart. He then motioned for everyone to rise and return to their seats. "You have witnessed that attaining the mixed Yuan Dao is not the end. There remains a distinction between mixed Yuan and mixed Yuan in the face of absolute power. All else is rendered illusory." Jiang paused before continuing. "Therefore, it is imperative to enhance our strength without delay. Otherwise, the Honghuang shall inevitably descend into Hongjun's garden." Seeing his siblings nod in agreement, Jiang felt a sense of relief. He feared that their witnessing his attainment of the mixed Yuan Dao might extinguish their ambition, rendering his plans forever unfulfilled. Subsequently, Jiang presented all the spiritual treasures he possessed. Streams of radiant light burst forth from the treasures, each vying to display its might. Suddenly, the Pangu Hall trembled, causing all the spiritual treasures to fall to the ground. silenced by the overwhelming presence that Jiang lifted the innate supreme treasure, the Qian Kuanding, and handed it to Ho Tuesday. You must comprehend the earthly path. With this great treasure by your side, you shall be safeguarded against Hongjun's machinations. This Qian Kuanding shall serve as your protective artifact. Thank you, elder brother. Ho Tu received the Qian Kuanding and stored it away, planning to refine it upon her return. Come forth, Gong Gong. Jiang summoned the ancestral witch of water, Gong Gong, to his side. He presented the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. Recently seized from Jun, this item is quite suited to you. You may refine it at your leisure to enhance your strength. Thank you, elder brother, Gong Gong beamed. As joyful as a simpleton from a prosperous family, returning to his place with delight. Next, Jiang bestowed the Sun Feng whip upon the ancestral witch of wind, Tian Wu, and the innate supreme treasure. The Han Yuan sword to the ancestral witch of time, Zhu Jiuyin. The Hongmeng Liantian Qi, the balance scale, and the Kongtong Seal remained in Jiang's possession. The former was essential for his own protection, while the Kongtong Seal, a treasure of the human race's fortune, was particularly critical. Whoever wielded the Kongtong Seal would enjoy a third of the human race's fortune. Jiang was determined to retain control of the Kongtong Seal, not merely to prevent the sage from plundering the human race, but to ensure they became the true protagonists of the celestial realm. As for the Xian treasure book, Jiang transformed it into a portal, allowing the members of the witch tribe to utilize its gravitational effects for cultivation, solidifying their realms. The remaining brothers would receive suitable innate treasures in due time. For now, they could utilize the acquired treasures generated by their clan over the years. Thanks to the Qian Kun Wu Ji Great Formation, the flow of heavenly merit was ceaseless, and the heavenly Tao dared not impose any reductions. The consciousness generated by the heavenly Tao, no matter how formidable, must operate within the confines of established rules. Any transgression would invite the wrath of the great Tao. Thus, over the years, the formation's operation amassed boundless merit among its participants, leading not only to significant enhancements in their physical cultivation, but also to the accumulation of merit that cleansed their karmic burdens. Moreover, many of the spiritual treasures of the formation's core, nurtured by innate spiritual energy and merit, had evolved into postnatal supreme treasures. However, they ultimately lacked the innate indestructible spiritual light necessary to ascend further and become innate spiritual treasures. Although the Qian Kuanding exhibited the ability to reverse the innate with the postnatal, its material limitations meant that the treasures produced were at best upper-tier innate treasures, resulting in diminished efficacy. Your cultivation must not falter. Strive to attain the mixed Yuan Dao as soon as possible, so that our strength may grow even greater. Jiang turned to Ho Tu and inquired, "How fares the operation of the netherworld?" "Hearken, elder brother. The earthly path has fully revived, and through the treasures of the netherworld, the book of life and death and the reincarnation brush, we now govern all beings below the golden immortal level. I have also brought to the netherworld a soul bovine and the soul horse tribe, both possessing considerable talent in the realm of souls, to oversee the transportation of souls." Ho Tu explained that Jiang nodded in approval. It seemed the netherworld was now functioning normally, with even the bullhead and horse face in place. With the might of the witch tribe guarding the netherworld, it was likely only a sage could act with impunity within its confines. "Elder brother, will you continue your seclusion upon your return?" Zhu Jiuyin asked. "Not at all. I have just broken through to the mixed Yuan realm. Continuing my seclusion would serve no purpose. I am not one to rely on the Hongmeng purple qi to achieve enlightenment." Jiang continued, "You must hasten your cultivation. My sister cannot easily depart from this realm, and relying solely on myself leaves me somewhat constrained." After arranging various matters, Jiang returned to his palace. "System, where is my reward? Have you kept it to yourself?" Jiang had not forgotten that the system had promised rewards upon task completion. Now that he had completed his task, where was the reward? "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: the martial arts Scripture 9 Sun's true classic and one fragment of the transformation Jade Butterfly. Furthermore, this system is fair and just. Please refrain from unfounded slander." "What? Is this a scam? Why is a martial arts scripture coming out?" Jiang queried in confusion. "Moreover, can martial arts from Otherworld be cultivated in Honghuang? Please do not question this system. The scripture provided is a modified version. The Nine Suns True Classic can reach the realm of Hongjun at its peak. Is it truly that formidable? Jiang extracted the Nine Suns True Classic and browsed through it carefully, only to find that this scripture was entirely unsuitable for the Wu clan. It appeared rather to be tailored for the human race. System, why does this scripture seem more suited for the human race? Jiang inquired. Ding. The interpretation of system rewards falls under the jurisdiction of this system. The system then fell silent upon hearing this. Jiang thought, isn't this a tyrannical clause? Could it be that this system was developed by that unscrupulous boss? Is it waiting for me to spend money? Jiang shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. However, as he pondered how to strengthen the human race, he realized this was a timely opportunity. Jiang took out the fragment of the transformation jade butterfly and probed his primordial spirit into it. Discovering that the fragment contained records of the path of battle, which bore little significance for the Wu clan, gazing at the fragment of the transformation jade butterfly in his hand, Jiang's mind began to formulate a new scheme. As he contemplated, his figure gradually faded from the grand hall. Concealing his form, Jiang utilized the system's ability to obscure heavenly secrets and quietly arrived at the dwelling of the human race. To avoid being recognized by the humans, Jiang transformed into a feeble old man, shuffling to the riverbank. Spotting a large rock by the river, he settled himself upon it. Old man, why are you sitting alone on that rock? A youthful human boy approached Jiang. Observing the boy, Jiang noted he appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age. Ha ha, old man, I am out here searching for kin. What is a young lad like you doing away from your tribe? Jiang queried. Old man, I am troubled by how to strengthen the power of my human race, and unconsciously wandered to the banks of the Wei River, the boy replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang became intrigued and wished to learn the boy's perspective on the current state of humanity. So, what do you think about our human race? You must know that our innate talent for cultivation is rather low. Merely achieving immortality is already a mark of exceptional talent. How do you propose we enhance our strength? Jiang, in the guise of an old man, posed a question to the boy. You speak truthfully, old man. When our human race first emerged, we were indeed sheltered by the Holy Father and the Wu clan. But the cultivation methods of the Wu clan do not suit us. Later, with the teachings of our master Laozi, we were able to embark on the path of golden elixir cultivation. However, I am uncertain whether it is the innate talent of the human race that is lacking or the methods of the golden elixir path that are flawed. Even the golden immortal is the limit. Even the three ancestors can only break through merit. Therefore, I believe that to strengthen our human race, we must first find a cultivation method that genuinely aligns with us and is not overly difficult. The boy articulated confidently, sharing his thoughts with the old man, who nodded in agreement. Young lad, do you realize how challenging it is to create a cultivation method? Even if you spend your entire life, you may not produce a satisfactory result. Once your lifespan is over, your soul will return to the underworld. Wouldn't it be better to use these fleeting decades to gather sustenance and ensure your own warmth and fullness? Jiang intentionally posed a formidable challenge to the boy. Old man, how can you think so? The boy retorted. Our human race suffers from the slaughter of the demon race and the subjugation of myriad clans. Were it not for the protection of the Holy Father, you and I might not even exist today. Yet, while the Holy Father can assist us 10 or 100 times, he cannot perpetually do so. Our human race must strive for self-improvement, relying on our own strength to establish a foothold in the Hongwang. The boy spoke with unwavering confidence. Ha ha! Well said, a splendid notion of self-reliance for the human race. Jiang laughed heartily, revealing his true form. Initially, the boy did not recognize Jiang, feeling only a sense of familiarity. Realizing that this figure must be a transcendent being of the universe, he bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the immortal. May I inquire your name? I do not recognize your true visage, and I hope you will forgive my ignorance. Ha ha, young lad, did you not just say that I could protect the human race 10 or 100 times? But should not always do so? Jiang remarked, gazing at the bee. Oh, why did I tea that moment? The boy recalled the statue of the Holy Father revered in his tribe, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure before him. Heavenly Sovereign of humanity, I pay homage to the Holy Father. Initially, the boy merely bowed, but now he prostrated himself before Jiang. "Rise, heavenly sovereign. I have heard you speak of seeking ways to empower the human race." "Indeed, Holy Father, I am in search of a new path. Otherwise, how can the human race maintain its independence in the vast expanse of the Honghuang?" The boy stood and answered with full confidence. "What is the outcome of your search thus far?" Jiang inquired with a smile. "Alas, I have sought for over 4 years, yet have still found nothing." The boy shook his head, sighing. "I possess a cultivation method. Would you be interested?" Jiang continued to question. "Holy Father, some of my forebears wished to cultivate the methods of the Wu clan, but ultimately, due to insufficient physical strength, attempting to forcefully cultivate led only to their demise." The boy replied with a bitter smile. "Who says this is a method of the Wu clan? It is one I have created for the human race and should align well with you." Jiang considered revealing that this was a system reward but opted instead to present it as his own creation. "However, this method has yet to be practiced, so I am unsure of its efficacy. Would you be willing to give it a try?" Upon hearing that the Holy Father had personally created a new method for humanity, the boy was exhilarated, never expecting the Holy Father to care so deeply for his people. "I humbly request to give it a try," the boy exclaimed. "You still call me Holy Father?" "Ah, disciple Huang Tian pays his respects to the master." The boy finally realized that Jiang intended to take him as a disciple and immediately knelt. Addressing him as master, Jiang looked at Huang Tian with great fondness, particularly admiring his self-reliant character, which is exactly what Jiang sought. Observing his new disciple, Jiang raised his hand and pointed directly at him, imparting the Nine Suns' true classic into Huang Tian's soul. Suddenly, Huang Tian felt as though a new cultivation method called Nine Suns' True Classic had materialized in his mind, an entirely unfamiliar concept of martial arts. "Master, this scripture seems to resonate deeply with me," Huang Tian remarked. "This path I have named martial arts. Though it does not enter the realm of the 3,000 paths, it appears to be the most fitting path for the human race. Ultimately, it leads to the way through martial prowess, illuminating the myriad paths, and overcoming all foes." That Jiang paused briefly before continuing. "Moreover, this path is easily accessible. It does not require exceptional talent. With unwavering persistence, one will eventually attain a commendable height." Huang Tian nodded in agreement. From the scripture, it was evident that the martial arts path did not demand the same high level of talent as the golden elixir path, making it feasible for nearly everyone to practice martial arts. "Today, I shall lay a solid foundation for you as you embark on the path of martial arts." After Jiang concluded his words, he waved his hand, summoning an endless stream of innate spiritual energy towards his palm. This primordial essence gradually transformed from vapor into liquid, eventually coalescing into a small river that circled around him. Huang Tian, observing his master's remarkable display, was utterly astonished and confessed his bewilderment. Once the primordial liquid had amassed a sufficient quantity, Jiang nodded in satisfaction and, with another wave of his hand, infused the essence into Huang Tian's body. Harnessing his immense spiritual power, Jiang guided the liquid to circulate within Huang Tian, for otherwise his fragile physique would not withstand the intensity and would meet a swift demise. Under the cleansing influence of the primordial liquid, Huang Tian's body purged years of accumulated impurities, emerging as an immaculate vessel. Moreover, under Jiang's deliberate intent, all 108 meridians within Huang Tian were completely unblocked. Huang Tian now possessed the strongest foundation for cultivating martial arts, embodying the innate potential of a fully opened 100 meridians. Disciple expresses profound gratitude for the teacher's rebirth. I shall devote myself to diligent practice. Strengthen our human race and honor my master. Feeling the transformation within his body, Huang Tian knelt and bowed thrice to Jiang. Jiang did not deter him, for he recognized the respect was well-deserved from his own disciple. "Huang Tian, you have now embarked upon the path of martial arts. However, this path was solely created for humanity. I can only serve as your guide. The true essence of martial arts must be discovered and traversed by you alone." Huang Tian nodded in understanding. "Yet, you need not harbor concerns. The vastness of this primordial realm allows you to forge ahead without trepidation, provided you refrain from malevolent deeds. As your teacher, I shall ensure your safety." Since I cannot assist you directly on your journey, let me forge a weapon for you. After speaking, Jiang produced a substantial piece of the copper from Shoyang Mountain, cutting off a large portion, and combined it with celestial materials such as the essence of fallen stars, chaotic iron, and auspicious stones. Ultimately, this amalgamation formed a silvery liquid that floated before Huang Tian. Understanding his teacher's intention, Huang Tian extended his arm and, following the weapon forging techniques from the Nine Yang scripture, dripped his own blood into the mixture. My diligent disciple, what type of weapon do you desire? Jiang inquired with a smile, witnessing the successful blood refinement process. Huang Tian pondered briefly before confidently declaring, a spear. Mastered, I wish for a spear. I shall uphold the backbone of humanity with this weapon. Excellent. You embody the spirit of martial arts, worthy of my teachings. Jiang praised. Had there not been other plans, he would have considered bestowing upon Huang Tian a fragment of the creation jade butterfly, which recorded the principles of combat. Meanwhile, Huang Tian concentrated his thoughts, manipulating the silvery liquid to gradually reshape it into the form of a spear. I humbly request your assistance. Master, he said after solidifying the spear's shape. Jiang summoned a vast quantity of innate spiritual energy to finalize the spear's form. The entire weapon gleamed with a silver hue, its tip radiating an intimidating white light. Inscribed upon the shaft were the words Zhan Qi, a name chosen by Huang Tian, symbolizing the clearing of obstacles for humanity. Jiang regarded Huang Tian with increasing satisfaction. After imparting a few final words of wisdom, he encouraged Huang Tian to venture forth into the primordial realm. However, Jiang did not entirely relinquish his oversight. He retained certain safeguards, ensuring that, barring a sage, no one could bring harm to Huang Tian, who would only face minor adversities. Observing Huang Tian's departing figure, Jiang repeatedly called upon the system, and after numerous attempts, it finally responded. What is it? There are currently no tasks. Please proceed at your discretion. System, do you know the current whereabouts of the six-eared macaque? Jiang disregarded the system's triviality and posed his inquiry directly. Beep. Long-term side quest detected. The Maze of Battle. Please collect the primordial essence of the Chaos Demon Monkey to enlist it as your own. For your convenience, guidance will be provided upon completion of its statement. The system directed Jiang's thoughts towards the six-eared macaque, and an arrow appeared in his mind, indicating its direction. Without hesitation, Jiang followed the arrow, determined to locate the six-eared macaque for both his plans and the system's task. As he journeyed, he also gathered various rare treasures, and, after 30 years, Jiang's spiritual senses finally detected a monkey. This location was known as Chanyu Mountain, home to not only the six-eared macaque, but also another monkey with 4 ears. Curiously, while the six-eared macaque possessed 6 ears, the other had only 4. Jiang concealed his powers and descended upon Chanyu Mountain. The two monkeys, intrigued by the sudden arrival of a person from the heavens, rushed towards Jiang. Who are you? Did you fall from the sky? Were you attacked? The six-eared macaque boldly questioned. I observed this mountain and sensed its extraordinary aura. Thus I came to explore its treasures. Jiang replied, withholding his true intentions. Hey you! The treasures of this mountain belong to my brother and me. You should leave at once, or we will ensure you regret your presence here, warned the six-eared macaque. You insolent monkey! Heaven and earth's treasures belong to those with fate. How do you know I lack such fortune? Jiang retorted, intrigued by how a mere celestial realm creature and an underdeveloped earthly creature could threaten him. Seeing that their words were ineffective against Jiang, the six-eared macaque and his brother attempted to retreat. However, Jiang's purpose was to capture the six-eared macaque, and he would not allow them to escape easily. Seating himself in meditation, Jiang waved his hand, causing the space around Chanyu Mountain to descend into chaos. And no matter how the two monkeys tried to flee, they ultimately found themselves back beside Jiang. Realizing the futility of their escape, the six-eared macaque and his brother knelt before him. Young monkey, why do you kneel before me? Jiang inquired. I, six-eared, recognize you as a great sage that I hope you can overlook past grievances and accept me and my brother as your disciples. I shall serve you with utmost gratitude, the six-eared macaque replied, bowing repeatedly alongside his brother. Seeing this, Jiang knew he had achieved his goal and halted their continued prostrations. The six-eared macaque possesses a keen sense of sound, can discern principles, and is aware of the past and present. Am I correct? Jiang stated. Indeed, but during the teachings of the Tao ancestor, I utilized my innate abilities to eavesdrop, and that power was sealed by the phrase the law is not to be transmitted to the six ears. The six-eared macaque explained as he remained on the ground. I am Jiang of the Wu clan, and I wish to take you as my personal disciple. Will you accept? Jiang proposed. I am willing, but might you also accept my brother? We have been inseparable throughout the years, and I cannot abandon him. The six-eared macaque replied, gesturing to his companion on Chanyu Mountain. Jiang regarded the six-eared macaque with approval. Pleased by his loyalty, with a wave of his hand, he refined the brother's bone structure, allowing him to speak human words. Chanyu, you two are a being of extraordinary nature. I can accept you as a named disciple. Will you consent? I am willing. I bow to my master, the brother replied. Very well, Jiang nodded and then shifted his attention back to the six-eared macaque. Six-eared. Come forth. Jiang summoned Lu Er to his side and meticulously examined him with his primordial spirit, discovering an exceptionally profound seal. Harnessing the power of the Great Path, Jiang shattered myriad laws with sheer force. Breaking the seal, Lu Er felt an overwhelming influx of sounds from the universe. The tumult of the primordial world reverberating anew in his ears. Master, master, I can hear it. I can hear it again, Lu Er exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around Jiang in circles, while Chanyu stood nearby. Equally elated at the return of his elder brother's divine abilities. Your power has not vanished. It was merely sealed away. This matter will require reckoning in the future, but for now, it is time to impart the cultivation techniques to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Er and Chanyu joyfully knelt before Jiang, exclaiming in unison, Please, master, teach us the techniques. Jiang gazed at the two little monkeys, pondering for a moment before imparting the first 5 layers of the chaos technique to them, sufficient for both to cultivate to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. After bestowing the chaos technique upon his newly acquired disciples, Jiang remarked, You two are indeed fortunate. This mountain conceals 2 remarkable treasures. Is that true, master? Chanyu and I have lived in this mountain for tens of thousands of years. Searching high and low, yet we have found nothing of value. Lu Er scratched his head in disbelief, questioning Jiang. You doubt your master. Little monkey, Lu Er dared not, though skepticism lingered in his heart. These treasures are indeed fated for you, but your time has not yet come, and your cultivation is insufficient. Thus, you have been unable to discover them. As Jiang spoke, he led the two towards the mountainside, soon arriving at a thicket where wild grasses covered the ground. Master, the treasure you mentioned, is it here? Chanyu inquired. Indeed, it is here. One treasure possesses a water attribute, perfectly aligned with your essence. Before Chanyu could respond, Jiang summoned his power to break the surrounding restrictions, instantly transforming the environment. The wild grasses vanished, replaced by a cave. Jiang guided Lu Er and Chanyu inside. The cave was not particularly deep, and soon they reached its end. Though no sunlight penetrated the cave's depths, numerous water spirit stones emitted a radiant glow, draping the cave in a blue veil. The cave's terminus, they beheld a double-headed wolf fang staff suspended above. Jiang effortlessly grasped the staff, which, sensing his aura, remained still, trembling in awe. Through his primordial spirit's perception, Jiang recognized this treasure as Changyu's exclusive divine weapon, though its moment had not yet arrived. Chanyu, this weak water staff is meant for you. It harmonizes perfectly with your use. Master, my cultivation is lacking, and my aptitude is poor. Please bestow this weapon upon Lu Er instead, Chanyu urged, eager to yield the weapon to his elder brother. Haha, you are commendable for wanting to protect your fellow disciple. However, accept it. Your brother has an even greater treasure awaiting him. Jiang was thoroughly pleased with Changyu's response, yet the mid-grade innate spirit treasure, the weak water staff, was indeed more suited to him. After accepting the staff, Jiang did not lead them out of the cave. Instead, he approached a mountain wall. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the wall, revealing a large opening where a chaos-colored staff stood tall. This staff emitted no discernible aura. Were it not for Jiang's mastery of the chaos technique and his superior primordial spirit, he might not have discovered this supreme, innate treasure. This treasure is concealed from sight. Any ordinary being would have taken the mid-grade, innate treasure outside and departed without a second thought. But Jiang was no ordinary being. Lu Er retrieved that staff. Yes, master. Lu Er stepped forward, grasping the staff, but before he could react, the weapon swiftly melded into his body, as if it were intrinsically bound to him. Master, this. Lu Er looked to Jiang for assistance. Jiang laughed heartily. This was always meant to be yours. Trust in it. Reassured by Jiang's words, Lu Er accepted the staff with confidence, after resolving the matter of his two disciples' weapons and techniques. Jiang led them back to the earthly realm. The abundant, innate spiritual energy of the earthly realm greatly benefited Lu Er and Chang's cultivation. Upon returning, Jiang commanded the clan members to periodically send warriors of equivalent realms from the Wu clan to spar with Lu Er and Changyu. Honing their combat skills, it is known that Lu Er, along with the Tongbi and Cheeky monkeys and the Lingming stone monkey, are among the 4 chaotic monkeys born from the primordial battle god. The chaos demon monkey, destined for combat. The Wu clan, known for their militancy, provided Lu Er with ample opportunities to engage in battle, fostering his growth. Thus, since Lu Er and Changyu arrived in the earthly realm, it was common to see them limping about, their fur patchy and bodies bruised. Once the Wu clan learned that their ancestor, Jiang, had brought back 2 disciples, the naturally combative Wu clan members sought to challenge the 2 monkeys daily. Though often left in disarray after their bouts, the results were evident. Lu Er and Chang's cultivation, battle awareness, and techniques improved significantly, since Jiang brought Lu Er and Changyu back to the earthly realm. Aside from daily instruction for his 2 disciples, he also supervised the cultivation of the other ancestral Wu. During his quieter moments, he would hunt chaotic beasts in the primordial void. Jiang's life was leisurely. However, in the primordial realm, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun had been laboring tirelessly for the past several millennia. After Jiang departed from the Wanshou Mountains Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun began their arduous tasks. Utilizing his earth book, Zhen Yuanzi, with Hongyun's assistance, set about reordering the earth veins of the primordial land. The eastern veins proved manageable. Following the earth book's guidance, they were organized within a millennium. However, the western veins had long been shattered during the battle between Dao and Demon, instigated by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, resulting in a fragmented mess. This presented a considerable challenge for Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, who tirelessly worked to restore the western veins. Initially, the repairs were undertaken by the saints Jiang and Yuanzi, yet even their saintly prowess made progress painfully slow. However, Zhen Yuanzi's accompanying treasure, the Earth Book, perfectly addressed this dilemma, allowing for the reconnection of the severed earth veins. One day, while Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi were repairing the western veins, they reached the final station of their endeavor. Dao brother, after millennia of effort, we are finally on the brink of success today, Hongjun remarked. Indeed, though this path has been arduous, once we achieve enlightenment, this hardship will seem trivial, Zhen Yuanzi replied. Are you two daydreaming here? One would expect a primordial saint to be above such folly. A mocking voice rang out, causing both Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi to frown. Following the source of the voice, they found themselves surrounded by the demon master Kunpeng, accompanied by the demons saints Jiao Ying, Gui Che, Ying Zhao, Shangyang, and numerous great demons and soldiers. Kunpeng, what is the meaning of this? Zhen Yuanzi asked gravely, fixing his gaze on Kunpeng. Today, this matter does not concern you. Zhen Yuanzi, we seek Hongjun, wishing to borrow the Hongming purple chi for 2 days to enhance our cultivation. Kunpeng's sharp voice pierced the air, his sinister gaze instilling a sense of dread. Kunpeng, you dare to covet my Hongming purple chi. Do you not fear the wrath of the Dao ancestor? Hongjun stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhen Yuanzi as he confronted Kunpeng. Were it not for you, my sacred position would not have been lost, and now it rightfully belongs to me. Upon finishing his words, Kunpeng launched an attack towards Hongjun without a moment's hesitation. Hongjun was completely taken aback by Kunpeng's audacity to launch a sneak assault, leaving him momentarily unresponsive. However, Zhen Yuanzi, standing nearby, swiftly countered Kunpeng's attack with a flick of his sleeve, rendering it null and void. Witnessing his cunning plan to catch Hongjun off guard thwarted, Kunpeng was consumed by fury and embarrassment. Zhen Yuanzi, must you wade into this murky water today? Zhen Yuanzi did not respond but stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hongjun. His intentions unmistakable. Very well. Today I shall send you both to the void, Kunpeng declared, sweeping his hand to summon countless demon clansmen who formed a grand formation, encircling Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. Just as both sides were about to engage, a discordant voice echoed from afar. What a lively gathering today. The crowd turned to see the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen, accompanied by 13 quasi-saints and countless celestial soldiers, confronting the demon clan. Eastern Prince, why are you not residing peacefully on your Penglai Island, but instead have come here? Upon noticing the Eastern Prince and the celestial entourage emerge, Dijuan, Donghuangtai, and Fuxi, who had long been lying in wait, stepped out from the shadows. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs upon seeing the three. Had a battle ensued, a sudden ambush from these three might have turned them to ashes. Dijuan, if you can covet the primordial purple energy, do you think I cannot? The Eastern Prince, stepping forward amidst the chaos, addressed the celestial beings. Whether you can take it or not will be determined by your own abilities, retorted the Western Queen with a disdainful snort. How about this? Let us first bring forth the primordial purple energy, and then we shall each rely on our own prowess to see who can seize it. At that moment, the clever Kunpeng interjected. If Jiang were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim that without Kunpeng, the likes of Wulong and Fengshu would not be worth his attention to. Kunpeng's statement obliterated the demon clan's initial advantage. Hongjun, who was previously encircled, now found himself in a precarious position, having offended both Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi, as well as the brothers Dijuan. Were it not for Kunpeng's status as a demon master, the demon tribe would have begun to suspect his loyalty. Hongjun, you must swiftly present the primordial purple energy, the Eastern Prince bellowed, launching an assault against Hongjun and Zhen Yuanzi that in an instant, the two engulfed in the encirclement were met with a barrage of attacks. Even with the protection of the Earth Book, they found themselves coughing up blood incessantly. It appeared that Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun were on the brink of collapse under the combined assaults of the celestial and demon forces. Dijuan shouted, Hongjun, hand over the primordial purple energy. I can grant you a swift end. He could already see the primordial purple energy beckoning to him, speaking with unrestrained arrogance that in the west, atop Mount Shumi. The two saints sat quietly, observing the chaotic battle involving Zhen Yuanzi and his companions. Senior brother, Zhen Yuanzi is crucial for channeling the earth veins, which is vital for our Western resurgence, that if we allow them to perish here, it will take us many years to restore the remaining earth veins with just the two of us. Yuanzi remarked to his companion Jiang. You must understand that Hongjun is intertwined with our fates, possessing a significant karmic connection to our sacred positions. Until this karma is resolved, our positions will remain unstable. Jiang replied, his gaunt face revealing his concern. Yuanzi nodded in agreement, realizing that it would be best for Hongjun not to linger in the primordial chaos any longer. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun, being brothers in arms, could not possibly stand idly by as Hongjun faced annihilation. Suddenly, Yuanzi's gaze fell upon the Earth Book. Senior brother, this Earth Book is fated to be ours in the West. With this treasure, restoring the earth veins will not be so difficult. Jiang remained silent, but Yuanzi was already plotting how to seize the Earth Book once Zhen Yuanzi fell. Returning to the battlefield, indeed, it seems Jiang's prediction was accurate. These ravenous wolves are truly aiming to strike at us, Hongjun remarked to Zhen Yuanzi as he coughed blood with each word. Zhen Yuanzi, too, was not faring any better, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. If that is the case, I cannot be blamed. I hope Jiang's words hold true, and he is not deceiving me, Zhen Yuanzi declared, channeling a potent essence of wood into the Earth Book, combining it with the essence of Earth to commence the restoration of the final segment of the Earth veins. Allow me to lend you a hand, Hongjun offered, infusing his own magical energy into Zhen Yuanzi, sustaining the output of the wood essence. Soon, the final segment of the earth veins was restored, causing the entire primordial continent to tremble. The earth veins began to shift, becoming nebulous and no longer manipulable by any ordinary Deluo Jinxian. The earth veins were now entirely under the dominion of Zhen Yuanzi's earth book, Dijuan, the Eastern Prince. And others, sensing the upheaval in the primordial realm, could not shake the ominous premonition that arose within them, and thus shouted, "Form the formation! Form the formation!" 365 Deluo Jinxian stepped forth from the demon clan. Wielding star flags that aligned with the positions of the 36 stars in the heavens, 20 million Jinxian great demons positioned themselves according to the locations of the smaller stars. Originally, there should have been 1 million auxiliary stars, but the demon clan did not bring that many, so they were omitted. Following this, Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, and the 10 great demon saints took their places in the main formation. While Kuanping and Fuxi stood above, ready to assist, the demon clan deployed a simplified version of the Zhou Tian star array, while the celestial court set up a simplified version of the 10,000 celestials array. Both sides had now unleashed their most formidable tactics, preparing to obliterate Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun. Seeing that the earth veins had been fully restored, Zhen Yuanzi dared not delay further and swore an oath. With the earth Tao above, "Today I, Zhen Yuanzi, shall channel the primordial earth veins, reinforcing the primordial land. Henceforth, I wish to establish the earth immortal manor and appoint earth immortals to govern the primordial land, suppressing the luck of the earth immortals with the supreme innate treasure. The earth book, the earth immortal manor, is established. The eye of the earth Tao appeared above Zhen Yuanzi, nullifying the attacks of Dijuan and the Eastern Prince. Simultaneously, a massive surge of merit gathered in the sky. Surprisingly, it was the earth Tao wielding control over this celestial merit. Indeed, this was one of the powers of the earth Tao, capable of bestowing heavenly merit upon those who rendered significant service. A vast expanse of merit flowed into Zhen Yuanzi's being, continuously elevating his realm. Boom! The accumulation of change finally triggered a transformation, propelling Zhen Yuanzi's cultivation to the level of a saint, allowing him to be rightfully called the earth Tao saint. At the moment Zhen Yuanzi attained sainthood, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the 2 saints of the west instantaneously appeared 10,000 miles away from him. Yuanshi Tianzun intended to intervene and disrupt Zhen Yuanzi's absorption of merit, ensuring that Zhen Yuanzi would never reach the saintly realm. However, he was halted by his elder brother Laozi. Laozi glanced at Yuanshi, then at the eye of the earth Tao in the sky, and Yuanshi instantly understood his brother's intent, retracting the Pangu banner he had just summoned. From this day forth, the chess player gains another ally. I am not alone in my path. I am not alone. The words were spoken by Tong Tian of the Sanqing, who, unlike his second brother Yuanshi, saw no fault in Zhen Yuanzi's ascension to the realm of Han Yuan. He merely felt that henceforth there was another companion with whom he could engage in discourse about the Tao. Beside him, Laozi and Yuanshi, upon hearing their younger brother's sentiments, couldn't help but cast sidelong glances in his direction. Laozi, adhering to the path of non-action, remained silent. He would not voice any objection, not even if Zhen Yuanzi were to achieve sainthood alongside Hongjun. However, in truth, such individuals were often the most formidable, for one could never discern when one might fall prey to their subtle machinations. Meanwhile, upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Yuanshi immediately adopted the demeanor of an elder brother. Does he even merit discussion alongside us, the Pangu 3 pure ones? A mere band of fur-clad, horned beings, and they presume to attain sainthood. And look at Kunlun. Your wayward disciples have shrouded it in chaos. Brother, what do you mean by that? What do you imply by referring to my wayward disciples? Are yours, with their facade of virtue, any better? Tong Tian, incensed by Yuanshi's words, retorted without hesitation. What do you mean by that? Look at yourself now. Do you still regard me as your elder brother? Today, I shall teach you the principles of seniority and respect. With that, Yuanshi produced the 3 treasures Jade Rui, preparing to strike at Tong Tian. Seeing this, Tong Tian unsheathed his Qingping sword and challenged Yuanshi. Come, let me see how this elder brother of mine intends to bully his younger sibling. Enough. Do you two not care for the bonds of the 3 pure ones? Laozi's voice rang out, effectively halting the impending clash between Yuanzi and Tongtian. Upon hearing their elder brother speak, they both ceased their quarrel and stood on either side of Laozi, ignoring each other entirely. Senior brother, there is something my younger sister does not understand. I beseech you to enlighten me. Earlier, you remarked that those clad in fur and horns are unworthy of sainthood. Where then does that leave me? Nuwa interjected, her melodious voice tinged with a hint of coldness. Ah, junior sister, my previous words were a slip of the tongue and were not directed at you. Yuanzi hastily clarified that it was not that Yuanzi feared Nuwa, but rather that he understood that one should not provoke women, especially one who harbored grudges like her. Upon hearing Yuanzi's response, Nuwa retracted the red embroidered ball in her hand and turned her gaze towards Yuanzi, who was presently immersed in his comprehension of the realm. Before long, Yuanzi, having stabilized his foundational cultivation, rose to survey his surroundings. The factions of the demon race and the celestial court were retreating in unison. Yuanzi furrowed his brow, preparing to take action, but as he sought to avenge a grievance that lingered in his heart, he found himself suddenly bound by an unseen force. In that moment, both Hongjun and Jiang appeared almost simultaneously. We pay our respects to our master. Greetings, Dao, friend Jiang. The three pure ones, Nuwa, and the two saints of the west all bowed to Hongjun, while it was the voice of Hongyun from below that called out Jiang's name. Jiang, the position of a saint is preordained. Yuanzi should not ascend to such heights. Today, I shall cast him down from his sanctified status, Hongjun declared, not even glancing at Yuanzi. Hongjun, the ordained, are the heavenly saints. And though the heavenly path may be imperfect, there are still 8 designated saintly positions. Yuanzi, as a representative of the earthly immortals, stands as an earthly saint. Do you truly wish to oppose the earthly path? Jiang replied leisurely. Then Yuanzi must leave the Hongwang and proceed to suppress the earthly realms, maintaining stability in heaven and earth. Hongjun insisted, unwilling to relent. After all, the emergence of another Hunyuan combatant posed a significant threat to his plans. Initially, he had not placed much importance on the Dark River, but now he felt compelled to act, lest he find himself ensnared by the heavenly path amidst the impending calamity. Very well. If you permit it, Yuanzi may accompany me back to the earthly realm. Upon hearing this from Jiang, both Hongjun and the two saints of the west exhaled in relief, believing that Jiang had capitulated and was willing to make concessions. They assumed that after Yuanzi attained sainthood and established himself at the junction of the east and west, their ability to plunder the east would be severely restricted. However, Jiang's subsequent words nearly caused Hongjun's temper to explode. You may go, but we shall take the entire Earth's meridians with us. Since Yuanzi had meticulously organized the Earth's veins with the Earth Book, it now held dominion over all earthly meridians, capable of collecting them within the book to carry away. Impossible. You are deluding yourself. Hongjun exclaimed. You are truly being unreasonable. Remember, the meridians were organized by him. You have done nothing and yet seek to seize them? You truly have an inflated sense of entitlement, Dao ancestor, Jiang retorted. Regardless of the circumstances, you cannot lay claim to the meridians. Otherwise, the very land of Hongwang will crumble in an instant. It seems we may have to engage in a battle then. Jiang promptly produced the Hongmeng Liangtan ruler, preparing for confrontation. Hongjun was astonished to discover that Jiang's cultivation had once again surged. Without the aid of the heavenly path, he could not hope to subdue Jiang. Furthermore, now was not the time to confront Jiang, as he still wielded control over the Unzhaotian, maintaining the cohesion of heaven and earth. Hongjun mused to himself, Yuanzi be able to dance for long. Once Unzhaotian collapses, what will you have left to save yourself? This time, he chose to endure. Yuanzi may remain in Hongwang to establish the Earth Immortal Mansion, but he is mine to take. Hongjun pointed towards Hongyun on the ground, intending to take him away. Impossible! You shall not take me. I will not go with you. Hongyun interjected hastily. He had witnessed the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the 2 saints of the west before Hongjun, who dared not even breathe audibly. Hongyun had no desire to find himself in such a position in the future. For him, freedom was of far greater importance. Hongjun, did you hear that? He does not wish to accompany you. Jiang stated, casually deflecting Hongjun's outstretched hand. Jiang, Hongjun is a saint ordained by the heavenly path. You shall not take him. As it pertains to the stability of the heavenly order, Hongjun asserted, I ess it merely because the Hongmeng purple chi chose him. Indeed, Jiang responded, turning to look at Hongjun. Hongjun mistakenly believed that Jiang was simply informing him of the situation, feeling powerless. I could see that moment. Hongjun dared not confront the earthly path directly, assuming Jiang would not dare to oppose the heavenly path either. Yet, that gaze, meeting Hongyun's eyes, conveyed the message to act according to their plan. In an instant, Hongjun seemed to have made up his mind, struggling to rise and beginning to vow, with the heavenly path above. I, Hongjun, recognize my cultivation and moral character as insufficient to assume the role of a heavenly saint. Therefore, I voluntarily relinquished the Hongmeng purple chi, reserving it for one more deserving. As he spoke, a strand of Hongmeng purple chi floated from his head and returned to Hongjun's grasp. Good. Since you claim your cultivation and virtue are lacking, it seems you are unworthy of existing in Hongwang. Today, I shall help you turn to ashes, Hongjun declared, gathering his power and launching an assault against Hongjun. Jiang, perceiving that Hongjun had entered a frenzied state, did not dare to be careless and immediately intervened with all his might to block Hongjun's strike. Hongjun, I am purging traitors for the heavenly path. Do you wish to protect this individual? Hongjun, I acknowledge him as a future saint, but who decreed that he must be a heavenly saint? If he does not wish for it, would you force him? Jiang replied calmly. What do you mean by that? A sense of foreboding surged within Hongjun, reminiscent of a previous encounter with Jiang that left him feeling out of control. This descendant of Pangu increasingly confounded him, leading him to suspect that Jiang might even be a manifestation of Pangu himself. Otherwise, how could he feel so powerless before him? Yet according to the information relayed by the heavenly path, Pangu had perished at the time of creation. After the earth, Jiang bellowed. Now, as the earthly path's representative, I bestow upon Hongjun the title of master of the 6 paths of reincarnation, empowered by the cycle of reincarnation to govern the heavenly path of reincarnation. Hongjun, do you accept? The voice of Hutu echoed out of nowhere, instantly enlightening Hongjun to Emperor Jiang's scheme. Should Hongjun forsake the path of the heavenly sage and instead embrace that of the earthly sage, he would be unable to take action against him. Correspondingly, within the ranks of the Witch clan, a new force of mixed origins emerged, bolstered by the presence of Zhen Yuanzi, Emperor Jiang, Hutu, and the underworld river, rendering the strength of the earthly faction no less formidable than that of Hongjun's side. Stop him, Hongjun commanded, immediately launching his most powerful strike, intent on silencing Hongjun before he could respond, turning him to ash before the earthly forces could intervene. As Hongjun unleashed his attack, the other heavenly sages joined in, particularly the 2 saints from the west, who exerted all their might in an effort to extinguish Hongjun's causal connection. However, Emperor Jiang would not permit Hongjun to succeed. He swiftly appeared before Hongjun, summoning all his strength to shield against the impending blow. Zhen Yuanzi hastily activated the earthly book, erecting a defensive barrier alongside Emperor Jiang to withstand the onslaught from Hongjun and the 6 saints. Even with Emperor Jiang's might and Zhen Yuanzi's assistance, they were forced back several steps by the sheer force of the attacks. I am willing to become the earthly Dao Master, Hongjun proclaimed loudly. Almost immediately, a surge of earthly energy enveloped him, and with the addition of merit, forcibly elevated Hongjun to the realm of a sage. Witnessing his attack thwarted by Emperor Jiang, and seeing Hongjun unscathed and now an earthly sage, Hongjun let out a cold grunt and departed, retreating to the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace, casting a lingering glance at Emperor Jiang as he left. Follow me to the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun's voice echoed in the ears of the 3 pure ones and the others, prompting them to leave for the chaos. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Emperor Jiang, Nuwa also took her leave. In the chaos at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, Nuwa found the gates wide open, flanked by 2 young attendants, Hao Qian and Yao Qi. Sister Nuwa, they greeted with a bow. Nuwa nodded in acknowledgement, granting them the courtesy that many other sages would not have extended, showing no disdain for them. Upon entering the grand hall, Nuwa saw that the three pure ones and the two Western saints had already seated themselves on their respective mats. She quickly took her place as well. And just as she settled, Hongjun's figure materialized atop the cloud bed. Master, what should we do about Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun both attaining enlightenment? Laozi inquired, noting the silence that had enveloped the gathering. With even Hongjun remaining uncharacteristically quiet, as the eldest among the sages, he felt compelled to voice this concern. The other sages turned their gazes expectantly towards Hongjun. This situation cannot continue unchecked. Otherwise, the earthly Tao will be on par with the heavenly Tao, severely diminishing the authority of the great teachings you have established. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones, along with Jiang and Yuanzi, perked up, eager to hear their master's proposed solution at this moment. Hutu was not the greatest threat. She could not emerge from the earthly realm before the formation of the earthly Tao. The pressing concern was to address the hidden danger posed by Emperor Jiang. Hongjun spoke, yet Jiang interjected. But Master, Emperor Jiang can control Mount Buzhou, causing heaven and earth to converge. We are powerless against him. Should he sever the connection, we may struggle to maintain the balance of the cosmos. Jiang voiced his doubts, aware that while the sages could support the heavens temporarily, it was not a sustainable solution. In such circumstances, how could they take action against Emperor Jiang? There is no need to worry about supporting the heavens. In the North Sea lies a chaotic primordial creature known as the Xiangui. I have already planted a restriction within it, increasing its physical strength while preventing it from taking form. Its limbs can serve as pillars to uphold the heavens. Upon hearing this, the sages silently acknowledged the ruthlessness of the plan. To ensure his own schemes, Hongjun would condemn another to a life without form, using its limbs as supports for the sky. Now, if we can sever Mount Buzhou, we can directly subdue Emperor Jiang. Hongjun's voice gradually faded within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace. I end their discussions. Hongjun devised a series of intricate plans, awaiting the moment Emperor Jiang would fall into his trap. That day, Hao Yan and Yao Qi, dispatched by Hongjun, departed from the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace, one heading to the heavenly court of the monsters, the other to the Penglai celestial court. They conveyed Hongjun's decree. Henceforth, the monsters would govern the heavens and the immortals the earth, with a truce for 100,000 years, after which a contest of fortunes would ensue. The victor would receive the final strand of primordial purple energy, attaining sagehood and ruling over the Hongwang. Following the issuance of this decree, an unprecedented period of peaceful development dawned upon the Monster Clan and the Celestial Court. With both factions fervently preparing for war, the monsters even boasting an army of 100 billion warriors, Hongjun believed he had orchestrated everything flawlessly, unaware of the unforeseen events unfolding, while the sages conspired within the Purple Cloud Palace. Emperor Jiang had already ventured to the North Sea in search of the chaotic Xiangui. After a millennium of searching, he finally discovered the Xiangui beneath an island, which had over time accumulated into a vast land teeming with life, where creatures lived carefree. Where is the Xiangui? Who are you, and what do you seek from me? A massive turtle head emerged from the water, its enormous eyes fixed on Emperor Jiang. I am Emperor Jiang of the Witch Clan, here to discuss your transformation. Is this truly the case? The Xiangui inquired, aware that it had existed since the dawn of creation, but had never been able to take form. Stagnating at the peak of quasi-sainthood, unable to progress, while its physical strength continued to grow to you know why you cannot take form. Emperor Jiang then explained how the heavenly Tao forbade its transformation and intended to use its limbs as supports for the heavens. While he did not know all the details, he had deduced much from Hongjun's recent actions. Please, my friend, rescue me from this torment, the Xiangui pleaded. I have come here to save you. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Emperor Jiang asked. Disciple pays respects to the master. The Xiangui responded without hesitation, expressing its willingness to be taught. Very well, from now on, you shall be my third direct disciple. Emperor Jiang nodded, continuing, now I must extract your primordial spirit and refine your limbs into artifacts. Are you willing? At this point, Emperor Jiang felt a twinge of guilt, acknowledging the harshness of his terms. If the Xiangui declined, he had no intention of forcing it. he could always devise another plan to reclaim its physical form once it reincarnated. I am willing. You are not reluctant? Can it be true? Emperor Jiang asked in disbelief. Master, save me from this suffering. After reincarnation, this body will hold little value for me, so is best left in your care. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer, Emperor Jiang assured the Xiangui, promptly extracting its primordial spirit and consolidating the essence of its physical form into its limbs, ultimately seizing its legs while leaving behind only its shell, awaiting its return after the tribulation. Unbeknownst to all, the once promising chaotic Xiangui, held in high regard by Hongjun, was left as mere shell. Emperor Jiang, unaware of Hongjun's impending reaction to the Xiangui's lost form, was solely focused on reuniting with his long-neglected eldest disciple. Following the contingency he had left behind, Emperor Jiang tracked down Huangtian. Upon arriving at Huangtian's location, he found him engaged in battle with a formidable creature of the monster clan, a great Luo Jingxin. Huangtian held the upper hand, forcing the monster back, and it seemed victory was imminent. Observing that Huangtian was unthreatened, Emperor Jiang chose to bide his time and not intervene just yet. Instead, he watched the battle of Huangtian with great interest. Through Jiang's observation, he discerned that Huangtian's martial arts had reached a certain level. Now, it only lacked an opportunity to truly flourish and unlock the profound depths of martial arts. Impossible! You can never be of the human race. Humans are merely sustenance for my demon kin. How could there be a creature like you? The demon at the Deluo realm retreated step by step, roaring loudly with resentment in his heart. I am of the human race. As long as I am here, your demon kin shall not harm humanity again, that I shall use my spear to pierce through each one of you. Upon finishing his declaration, Huangtian thrust his spear forward, piercing through the demon's head, simultaneously shattering its primordial spirit, leaving no chance for resurrection. After the demon's demise, a beam of light shot forth from its primordial spirit, racing towards the heavenly court of Mount Buzhou before Huangtian could react. Seeing the white light escape, Huangtian felt a surge of alarm that it was not that he feared the demon race, but rather that he dreaded the carnage that would ensue once the demons became aware of the existence of martial arts. In the shadows, Jiang witnessed this scenario and couldn't help but think. Huangtian is still too young that if that beam of spiritual light returns to the demon's heavenly court, the exposure of martial arts will be an inevitable outcome. Therefore, Jiang acted swiftly, setting up a spatial barrier to intercept the beam of light. He then revealed himself, smiling at Huangtian. Upon recognizing his master's arrival, Huangtian hurriedly placed his spear on the ground and bowed deeply. Disciple Huangtian pays respects to the master. I was unaware of your arrival and have failed to greet you properly. I have been here for some time. Jiang replied, I observed your recent battle, and you performed admirably. The martial arts in your hands will surely flourish. Jiang continued, however, your thoughts are too naive. While maintaining a pure heart is immensely beneficial for the cultivation of martial arts, you may disdain the schemes of the primordial world, but you must not be without vigilance. I shall heed your teachings, master, and keep them in my heart. That Jiang gazed at his disciple, feeling a mix of admiration and concern. This disciple possessed exceptional talent and character, yet his naive disposition might lead him to be outmaneuvered in the future. Rise. Allow me to assess your martial arts prowess. After hearing this, Huangtian stood up, grasping his spear once more. Master, during my years traversing the primordial world, I aspired to reach the realm of martial arts reflecting the 3,000 paths, as you once spoke. Each time I crossed the vastness of the primordial world through martial arts, I inscribed the marks of the Tao upon my spear. Yet in recent centuries, I feel as though I have encountered a bottleneck. My cultivation seems incomplete. That Jiang nodded in understanding, having inferred the reason for Huangtian's stagnation. The human body is akin to a miniature universe. Since Huangtian embarked on his martial path, he had solely cultivated the nine yang true scripture, neglecting the path of yin and yang's harmony, that if he could achieve a balance between yin and yang at a certain level, this obstacle could be overcome. System, do you have any solutions? Jiang directly called upon the system, as he himself was not well-versed in martial arts and needed guidance. Ding, the host can exchange for the nine yin true scripture in the marketplace. which will resolve this issue. There's a system marketplace. I have never seen this feature before. Of course, the host has not encountered it. This feature will only be unlocked in the next phase. Jiang was momentarily stunned. Could you provide some actionable advice for the current stage? Detected a strong desire from the host. The host may withdraw rewards in advance. However, the rewards for the next 2 tasks will be forfeited. Do you accept? Accept. Jiang promptly agreed to the system. It was not that he looked down upon the system's rewards, but rather that, at this stage, it was crucial for the martial arts to flourish among the human race to better execute the next phase of his plan. After all, following the calamity, humanity would become the central figure in the world, and their fortune would peak. Should the demons continue to torment the human race, the path of humanity might face premature annihilation, just as in the original timeline. Thus, gritting his teeth, Jiang exchanged for the 9 true scripture and passed it on to Huang Tian, advising him to utilize both the 9 Yang and 9 scriptures as foundational texts to create his own martial arts techniques. Once Huang Tian received the newly imparted 9 true scripture, he immediately seated himself on the ground to contemplate its teachings. He understood that with his master Jiang present, there was little chance of anyone in the primordial realm being able to harm him. After all, in his years of adventure, he had heard much about his master's formidable reputation, knowing that Jiang was at the Hunyuan realm, a player on par with the sages, belonging to the highest echelon of beings in the primordial world. As Huang Tian continually pondered the 9 Yin and 9 Yang scriptures, he began to grasp the mysteries of the human body's Yin and Yang cycles, and concurrently, his martial arts prowess began to ascend. Yin and Yang are the principles of heaven and earth, the threads of all existence, the progenitors of transformation, the origin of life and death, and the abode of the divine. Healing must seek the root. Thus, Yang accumulates in the heavens, while Yin accumulates in the earth. Jiang, wishing for Huang Tian to comprehend more swiftly, began to elucidate his understanding of the Yin and Yang principles. Thus, pure Yang represents the heavens, while impure Yin represents the earth. The earthly essence rises as clouds, while the heavenly essence descends as rain. Rain emerges from the earth's essence, and clouds arise from the heavens. Therefore, pure Yang emerges from the upper orifices, while impure Yin emerges from the lower orifices. Pure Yang nourishes the skin, while impure Yin flows through the 5 organs. Pure Yang fortifies the limbs, while impure Yin returns to the 6 bowels. Gradually, the Yin and Yang within Huang Tian's body began to balance, achieving a state of harmony. Finally, he ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. Disciple thanks you, Master, for illuminating the path. Jiang shook his head and replied, Your achievements in cultivation are due to your own efforts. I have not assisted you much. Were it not for my accepting you as a disciple and imparting martial arts, you might have long since become just a handful of dust in this primordial realm. The grace of the Master, I shall never forget, Huang Tian responded. Now that your bottleneck has been removed, you are on the verge of ascending to the realm of martial emperor. Have you considered which path you wish to take to attain enlightenment? Master, I had once contemplated achieving the martial emperor realm through a singular path. However, while a singular path is easier to cultivate, it fails to adequately express the true essence of martial arts and hinder the progress of humanity. Therefore, I wish to attain enlightenment through the 5 elements path, which will then allow me to derive the other paths. A commendable thought. You may return to the earthly realm with me this time. There, your uncles will guide your cultivation of the 5 elements path. The cultivation of the 5 elements path does not entail abandoning martial arts. Rather, it serves as a conduit, enabling the primordial world to accept the existence of the martial emperor realm, or the quasi-saint level, without necessitating profound cultivation. True combat power ultimately relies on oneself and the mystical techniques of martial arts. Jiang led Huang Tian towards the entrance of the earthly realm. However, midway, they were inexplicably drawn to a certain direction, prompting them to change course toward a mountain. Ding detected a significant opportunity within a radius of 10,000 miles. A temporary task has been issued. Obtain the Chaos Spirit Treasure. The balance scale. Rewards will not be dispensed upon task completion. The Chaos Spirit Treasure, the balance scale? Jiang inquired, Puzzled, he knew that the balance scale was already in his possession, yet it was classified as a congenital treasure. Now, the mention of it being a chaos spirit treasure raised questions. System, reveal yourself? What is the meaning of this? Jiang repeatedly called out to the system in his mind, but it seemed to have vanished, leaving him calling in vain for quite some time, that he had no choice but to continue towards the mountain, as it was the place that initially resonated with him, that Jiang and Huang Tian landed atop the mountain, and, upon calculation, realized that this mountain was none other than Wui Mountain, the very place where the falling treasure coins would later appear in the Fengshen War. These falling treasure coins could even descend from the supreme, congenital spiritual treasure, the Dinghai Pearl, underscoring their extraordinary nature. Jiang pondered. Could it be that the opportunity the system speaks of pertains to the falling treasure coins? With this thought, Jiang unleashed his immense primordial spirit energy, beginning to search for the location of the falling treasure coins on Wui Mountain. Master, there seems to be a cave ahead. However, it appears to be blocked by a great formation. Suddenly, Huang Tian spoke up, startling Jiang. Despite his own search with primordial-level spirit power revealing only a hint, Huang Tian had managed to see through the innate formation with his own eyes. Jiang couldn't help but question. Are you the innate divine sage, or am I? No innate divine sage possesses such a capability. Can you see through the innate great formation? Jiang inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Indeed, Master. When I broke through to the quasi-emperor realm, I refined my entire being with the power of martial arts. After awakening the eye of martial arts, I became capable of perceiving certain illusions and the trajectories of formations. Huang Tian replied. Jiang fixed his gaze upon Huang Tian's eyes, suddenly struck by a bold idea. If the eye of martial arts could reveal the operational trajectories of the innate great formation, might it be possible to develop this ability to replace these calculations and directly perceive the workings of the heavenly secrets? In this manner, the vulnerability of martial cultivators to schemes could be mitigated. Jiang, upon contemplating this, could not help but sigh in admiration. Truly, I am remarkably astute. Once the balance scale is perfected, I can leverage the laws of causality to forge this technique. Huang Tian, I have already devised a method to circumvent the inability of martial arts to calculate heavenly secrets and evade schemes. However, I remain uncertain about its feasibility. Once we return to the earthly realm, I shall need your cooperation to test it. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian was instantly elated. With this approach, the shortcomings of martial arts would be significantly addressed. Jiang chuckled heartily and made his way toward the cave that Huang Tian had mentioned. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Jiang clenched his right fist and channeled half of his corporeal power into a strike against the innate great formation before him. He refrained from using his full strength, fearing that he might reduce the mountain to ashes. After all, Jiang's corporeal power had long transcended the measurements of the Primordial Era, far surpassing his realm of cultivation, having reached the 8th layer of Hongjun. The innate great formation crumbled before Jiang in mere moments. Collapsing into ruins, he strode into the cave and discovered a small copper coin with wings fluttering chaotically. Indeed, it was the innate treasure, the falling treasure coin. Upon witnessing the dissolution of the formation that had ensnared it, the falling treasure coin darted outward, attempting to escape. Yet it was no match for Jiang and was swiftly captured in his grasp. Ding! Detected the falling treasure coin from the balance scale. Would you like to merge? The system's voice resonated within Jiang's mind. Merge, without the slightest hesitation, Jiang chose to proceed with the fusion. After all, he was not in need of treasures, and while the falling treasure coin was indeed remarkable, its use would deplete his own merits and luck. Repeated usage would only bring harm to himself. However, should the fusion succeed, he would acquire a chaos spiritual treasure, far more desirable than an innate treasure. Ding! Detected the falling treasure coin from a balance scale. Would you like to merge? Merge! Following his decision to merge the falling treasure coin with the balance scale. The struggling coin in his hand and the balance scale within his were enveloped in two beams of light. Gradually, the two lights began to converge. After a period of time, the treasures were fully integrated. And the balance scale reappeared in Jiang's hand. He scrutinized this newly formed artifact and noticed that the falling treasure coin now floated at the left end of the balance scale. The entire item exuded wisps of chaotic spiritual energy, its grade evidently having reached that of a high-grade chaos spiritual treasure. Jiang had not anticipated that a falling treasure coin could elevate the grade of the balance scale to such an extent. As the saying goes, causality emphasizes balance. What one sows, so shall one reap. A deviation in the balance of causality results in imbalance. With this treasure, the next time he faced Hongjun, as long as that old man did not harness the power of the heavenly way, this artifact would prove invaluable. Aha! Congratulations, master, on acquiring a supreme treasure, Huang Tian exclaimed, genuinely delighted to see his mentor's fortune. With this treasure in hand, I am now even more confident in resolving the issue of martial calculations regarding heavenly secrets. Jiang joyfully replied, "Is that truly so, master?" Huang Tian queried. "Whether it works or not will require experimentation. Let us return to the earthly realm immediately," Jiang responded, leading Huang Tian towards the entrance to the earthly realm. Located within the infamous Blood Sea of the primordial world, they approached the Blood Sea. Renowned for its accumulation of the blood of beings from across the world, they were met by the formidable figure of Ming He, a well-known Hunyuan powerhouse. "Friend, please wait," Ming He called out, halting Jiang and Huang Tian in their tracks. "Long time no see, Ming He. Your cultivation has advanced impressively," Jiang greeted, acknowledging Ming He with a nod. "Jiang, you flatter me. It is thanks to your support that I stand here today, that I recently underwent seclusion to consolidate my power and am thus unaware of the happenings in the primordial world. I come to apologize for my absence. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Ming He humbly replied, clearly eager to curry favor with Jiang, recognizing that his own ascendance to Hunyuan was largely due to the witch clan's influence. "There is no need for such formality. Ming He, we are both of the Hunyuan realm. Henceforth, let us engage in discussions of the Tao and share insights," Jiang remarked. "Huang Tian, do not forget to greet your uncle master." "Ming He," disciple Huang Tian greets Uncle Master Ming He. Huang Tian dutifully offered, showing respect that Jiang's demeanor signaled assurance. As long as Ming He did not betray him, their standings were equal, and they could regard each other as family. Indeed, I shall not intrude upon your conversation any further. Rest assured, with me here at the entrance to the earthly realm, there should be no issues." Ming He assured them that I appreciate your assistance, Ming He. I must return to guide my disciple in his cultivation, so I shall take my leave, Jiang stated. "Please, do as you wish." After bidding farewell to Ming He, Jiang and Huang Tian entered the earthly realm. Quickly to the Pangu Hall, Jiang's voice resonated in the ears of Lu Er and Chang Yu, who were engaged in combat with the witch clan's great shaman. Lu Er's heart leaped with joy at his master's call, instantly breaking away from the fray. "Qua Fu, we shall postpone our battle for now, and why master has summoned us. Today's skirmish ends here. When the opportunity arises, we shall resume our duel for 30,000 rounds." Lu Er, being a reincarnation of a quarter of the war god Chaos Demon Ape, was exceptionally gifted. Over the years, his continuous battles against the witch clan had honed his skills, and on occasion, the ancestral witches would bring forth young chaotic beasts to further challenge Lu Er, aiding him in life and death training. Thus, Lu Er's cultivation soared as if propelled by a celestial force. As Chang Yu reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, Lu Er had already achieved the great Luo realm, and with his formidable combat instincts and willpower, he could now contend evenly with the great shamans of the witch clan at this moment. Lu Er and Chang Yu hurriedly made their way to the Pangu Hall, leaving their skirmish for another time. Following Jiang into the Pangu Hall, Huang Tian felt as if he were a child entering a grand garden for the first time. Having traversed the primordial world for many years, he had longed to behold this sacred hall of the witch clan. Now he acted like a curious child, inspecting every corner and asking questions, particularly enamored by the treasures collected by the witch clan over the years, most of which adorned the Pangu Hall. It is no exaggeration to say that the decorations within the Pangu Hall represented the accumulation of dozens of epochs worth of riches. Huang Tian, once your two junior brothers return, I shall introduce you to them, fostering familiarity among you as brothers, Jiang said. Master, I have 2 junior brothers, Huang Tian inquired, surprised that to be precise, you have 3 junior brothers. However, your youngest brother is currently undergoing tribulations and must reincarnate, so you will have to wait until he completes his tribulation before meeting him, Jiang explained. Yes, Master, Huang Tian nodded in understanding. Master, Lu Er and Chang Yu request an audience. Came the voices of Lu Er and Chang Yu from outside the hall. Jiang beckoned them in. Upon entering, the two noticed a strikingly handsome young man standing beside their master. Lu Er sensed a subtle danger emanating from this stranger. Although he could not gauge Huang Tian's cultivation, his instincts warned him that this individual was formidable. Huang Tian regarded the 2 newcomers with intrigue, noting that one had 6 ears and the other 4. Their appearances markedly different from the beings of the primordial world. Lu Er, Long Yu, greetings, Master. Esteemed Master Sheng and Lu Er and Chang Yu knelt before Jiang, paying their respects. Rise, Jiang commanded. This is my esteemed disciple. Your elder brother, Huang Tian. Jiang then turned to Huang Tian and said, Huang Tian, these 2 are your junior brothers, Lu Er and Chang Yu. Greetings, brother Huang Tian, Lu Er and Chang Yu exclaimed, in no need for such formalities. My junior brothers, since we are all disciples of the same master, we should work together in unity and strive forward, Huang Tian replied. Indeed, well said, Huang Tian. Now that you have entered my tutelage, there are not many rules to follow. But 3 principles you must remember. First, do not betray the sect. Second, do not harm your brethren. Third, do not commit acts that would harm the vastness of the primordial world. These 3 tenets must be etched in your minds. Yes, Master, we shall earnestly heed your teachings and will not dare to defy them, that Jiang nodded in satisfaction, allowing them to familiarize themselves and bond, while he made his way toward the underworld. Jiang's purpose for visiting the underworld was to address the reincarnation of his disciple, Xiangui. The underworld lies at the very center of the realm, spanning millions of kilometers, resembling a colossal beast quietly sprawled across the earth. As Jiang traversed the Yellow Springs Road, Ho-Tu sensed her elder brother's presence and appeared before him. Elder brother, when did you return? What brings you here today? Ho-Tu inquired. Little sister, I have just returned and came to see you. I wish to utilize the 6 paths of reincarnation for one of my disciples. Jiang explained. He then recounted how he had accepted Xiangui as a disciple and the various schemes of Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu was infuriated, nearly rushing to the Chaos Purple Sky Palace to confront Hongjun, had Jiang not restrained her. You must understand, ever since Pangu fell, the Wu clan has regarded Buzhou Mountain as their sacred belief. Now Hongjun seeks to destroy it. Is he not digging at the very roots of the Wu clan? Fortunately, Jiang managed to calm the furious Ho-Tu by discussing the cause and effect of the situation. Elder brother, please hand me the primordial spirit of my disciple. I will personally guide it into reincarnation to prevent any mishaps. Ho-Tu stated. That Jiang nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed the safest course of action. He retrieved Xiangui's primordial spirit, which resembled a miniature turtle, its entire body of vibrant green, now in a deep slumber with its eyes tightly shut. If one were unaware that this was a primordial spirit, they might mistake it for a jade sculpture. Ho-Tu took the primordial spirit into her palm and opened the human path of the 6 paths of reincarnation, directly casting Xiangui into it. It was Jiang's decision to have Xiangui reincarnate into the human race, as in the future, the human race would be the protagonists of the primordial world, and as the Holy Father of humanity. Jiang must plan for their prosperity. Although Huang Tian possessed exceptional martial talent, he was not suited to govern the human race. Hence, Jiang aimed to cultivate a spokesperson for humanity. Moreover, with the Kongtong Seal still in his possession, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could not escape its influence. After attending to matters concerning Xiangui, Jiang summoned Huang Tian to return to his palace together. Tian heir, henceforth as master and disciple. Let us endeavor to create a method for martial calculations to discern the heavenly mechanisms that I am not well versed in martial arts. So feel free to share any insights you may have. Jiang proposed. After a millennium of seclusion, Jiang and Huang Tian finally developed the martial heavenly eye, a divine technique. This technique allowed one to open a small space within the eye using martial power and plant seed. When the seed matured sufficiently, one could perceive the workings of destiny, achieving the goal of not being easily calculated by others. However, there was a limitation. One must cultivate their martial realm to the level of Tai, golden immortal, to discern the heavenly mechanisms. In the primordial system, a golden immortal could indeed calculate the heavenly mechanisms. Nonetheless, this was the utmost limit achievable for now, and it would require a gifted individual in the future to perfect this divine technique. Once the technique was established, Jiang instructed Huang Tian to seek his martial uncle to cultivate the way of the 5 elements. Huang Tian first went to the underworld, where he found his martial uncle Ho Tuesday. After explaining his intent, Ho Tu led Huang Tian in the cultivation of the way of earth for 1,000 years. Upon finishing, Huang Tian then visited Gonggong, Zhurong, Rushou, and Zhumang, spending a millennium with each martial uncle to learn their respective great paths. Meanwhile, Jiang entered seclusion once more, taking out the fragments of the creation jade butterfly to assist in comprehending the paths of space and force. Time flew by, and before long, Jiang had been in seclusion for 9,000 years. In the Pangu Hall, a tremendous aura suddenly emanated from Jiang. However, before this aura could spread, he managed to contain it. System, open the personal panel. Host panel has been opened. Host, Jiang, identity, ancestral witch, cultivation, 8th level of primordial spirit Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, 8th level of physical body Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Spiritual treasures, Hong Meng Liang Tian Qi, Dixian Bao Shu, Balance Scale, Kongtong Seal. Exotic treasures, creation jade butterfly, fragments, world tree seed. Main quest, maintain peace in the primordial world, prohibiting any race from waging war or causing destruction within it. At last, he had comprehended the path of space to the Hunyuan realm. Jiang rose and slowly walked out of the hall. With a mere wave of his hand, he could manipulate the spatial laws of heaven and earth. The difference between stepping into the Hunyuan laws and remaining outside was vast. This moment, Jiang felt that as long as he wished, he could connect with the spatial laws to reach any location within the primordial realm, including the earthly realm. It is noteworthy that while saints could also achieve the same goal using the power of the heavenly path, they would find it difficult to operate effectively within the earthly realm. In contrast, Jiang could traverse freely through space using the power of the laws. Ding! Host has exited seclusion. A new quest has been issued. Within 2,000 years, cultivate a Hunyuan powerhouse for your faction to strengthen your influence. A new task? Jiang mused. Cultivate a new Hunyuan level being. Excluding my 3 disciples due to their insufficient realms, only 10 ancestral witches in the clan might have the potential to attain the Hunyuan level. It must be him. I wonder how far he has progressed over the years. Jiang's figure vanished, only to reappear directly behind Zhu Jioyin. Yes, he stood directly behind Zhu Jioyin. Second brother. How has your cultivation been lately? Jiang's voice suddenly echoed from behind Zhu Jioyin. Ghost. Zhu Jioyin, the time ancestral witch, felt as though his primordial spirit was about to escape his body, not having noticed Jiang's presence until now. What is this? You, a dignified ancestral witch, are afraid of ghosts, Jiang teased. Elder brother, you nearly scare me to death. I had no inkling of your presence. Could it be that your understanding of the spatial laws has reached the Hunyuan realm? Zhu Jioyin continued. Jiang nodded. I have come to discuss your cultivation. You have confidence in attaining the Hunyuan realm within 2,000 years. Elder brother, I fear that may be impossible. Given my current rate of understanding the laws of time, I will likely require around 10,000 years to reach the Hunyuan realm. Jiang nodded slightly. Yet he bore no resentment towards Zhu Jioyin, for the path of Zhu Jioyin was that of time. It is said that time reigns supreme, space rules as king, fate remains unshaken. Causality is sovereign, and the grand Tao retreats, with power reigning above all. The laws of time are among the most challenging to comprehend of the supreme principles. Indeed, as it is stated, time holds the utmost respect. Space rules as king, fate remains unshaken. Causality is sovereign, the grand Tao retreats, and power reigned supreme. Given Zhu Jiuyin's understanding of the path of time, his progress is already remarkably swift. After all, even Jiang, without the aid of the fragments of the creation jade butterfly, would not dare claim to surpass Zhu Jiuyin's pace. Speaking of the creation jade butterfly, I possess the creation jade disc. Initially believing the task impossible to fulfill, Jiang suddenly recalled the fragment of the creation jade butterfly he owned, and after merging several fragments, he had amassed a considerable piece, although it did not include the fragment that recorded the time imprint. Its intrinsic ability to assist in comprehending the Tao should not be underestimated. With this thought, Jiang promptly produced the fragments of the creation jade butterfly and presented them to Zhu Jiuyin. "Brother, what is this?" "As you can see, this is a fragment of the creation jade butterfly, which can aid you in your understanding of the path of time." Zhu Jiuyin eagerly accepted the fragment of the creation jade disc, exclaiming, "Brother, with this treasure's assistance, I am confident that in 1,500 years I shall attain the Tao of Han Yuan." Jiang nodded approvingly and departed from Zhu Jiuyin's palace, choosing not to disturb his urgent retreat. The system task had essentially been completed. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, Jiang shifted his focus away from the task. Upon returning to his own palace, Jiang summoned Lu Ming He to his side. "Lu Er, do you know why I have called you here?" The disciple does not know, but it must pertain to matters of cultivation. "Indeed, you are correct. I have summoned you not only regarding your cultivation, but also concerning your path to enlightenment." Jiang affirmed. "Path to enlightenment? Master, are you suggesting that I too have the potential for enlightenment?" Lu Ming He asked excitedly, momentarily forgetting his decorum as he bounced about in the grand hall. "Whether you attain enlightenment depends on your own efforts. That I can only present this possibility to you. Be wary of arrogance." "Yes, Master." Lu finally settled down in the grand hall, returning to Jiang's side. "Lu, are you aware of your origins? Since the moment of my birth, I have been as I am now. Though many years have passed, I remain unaware of my origins, that I am the primordial chaos. As the heavens and earth began to differentiate, the great Tao birthed 3,000 chaotic demons, inheriting the 3,000 paths. Among the 3,000 chaotic demons, each possesses a glimmer of hope for attaining the Tao. It was a time when the great Pangu sought to open the heavens and attain the Tao, and the 3,000 chaotic demons obstructed his path, leading to a great war. In the end, the primordial realm was established, but Pangu perished from exhaustion. And you are the essence transformed from the chaotic demon, known as the Chaos Demon Ape, alongside 3 other beings of similar origin. Your method to attain the Tao lies in gathering your essence, and thus you shall naturally achieve enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Lu sprang to his feet, wielding the heart's desire iron rod, and eagerly inquired, "Master, where are the other 3? I shall go and defeat them at once." Jiang, unable to suppress a chuckle at his student's eagerness, replied, "Sit down. The time has not yet arrived. You need only wait patiently. When the moment comes, I shall reveal the opportunity to you." Lu, recognizing his own impatience, complied with the master's words. That Jiang instructed Lu to diligently hone his skills, for only when the time was right could he confront the remaining essences. After Lu took his leave, Jiang understood that Lu's matters could not be rushed. The Zixiao, or the red rear monkey, would only appear during the time of the Yu's flood control. The Tongbi Yuanho would emerge only during the Function era. As for our great hero, the Monkey King Sun Wukong, he would not scheme until the time of the journey to the west at the T present. The most pressing concern was the human race, urging the heavenly forces to hasten their progress. If not, the war between immortals and demons would soon commence, followed by the rise of humanity. Should they delay further, the power of humanity would become insufficient, Jiang mused to himself. However, after Jiang's careful observation, he estimated that in roughly 100 years, progress would be achieved. Though it would merely equate to a quasi-saint realm, its significance would be worth more than 10 saints combined. It would be the true opportunity for humanity to stand independently and thrive. Returning to the primordial realm, it had been over 70,000 years since Hongjun established the 10,000-year deadline. Both the demon and celestial forces were actively preparing for war. After a prolonged period of tension, This conflict promised to surpass even the scale and brutality of the dragon and phoenix calamity. Over the years, all races of the primordial realm, save for humanity, were compelled to align with one faction, becoming vassals. Yet, neither the demon nor celestial factions dared to unleash mass slaughter, fearing the wrath of Hongjun and Jiang. Particularly, Jun's apprehension of Jiang had reached an extraordinary level, issuing orders that forbade indiscriminate slaughter during the subjugation of other races. Lest they provoke the dread star known as Jiang, both factions prepared for war. Jiang brought the nearly uncontainable Emperor Tian to the skies above the ancestral grounds of humanity, in the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Today, as a disciple of the Holy Father Jiang, Emperor Tian, recognize the difficulties humanity faces in cultivating the immortal path. With the assistance of the Holy Father Jiang, I shall establish a new path, known as martial arts, which all of humanity may cultivate to stand firm within the cosmos. Martial arts arise within the heavens and earth. A force of annihilation began to coalesce, gradually forming a tempest of calamity. This was the trial imposed by the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity upon the newly birthed martial path. Yet Jiang believed in his disciples' ability to navigate this tribulation unscathed. Emperor Tian, observing the tempest of calamity above him, understood this was the trial his master had spoken of. Sensing the destructive aura emanating from the tempest, Emperor Tian dared not take it lightly. He summoned his weapon, the Zhen, into his grasp, channeling the martial path to awaken his martial eye. Just as Emperor Tian was prepared, he was met with the first wave of tribulation. Lightning. 9 crimson bolts of lightning shot forth from the tempest, aimed directly at him. Emperor Tian, with Zhen at his back and fists clenched, unleashed the martial divine ability he had created, the 5 elements divine fist, to confront the 9 bolts of lightning. The 9 bolts of lightning held for but a moment before being shattered by Emperor Tian. Following swiftly were the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th waves of tribulation lightning, offering him little respite, in the blink of an eye. He had already surpassed 8 bolts of tribulation lightning, with the final wave still brewing within the tempest. Before long, a chaotic divine lightning emerged from the tempest. The preceding bolts were merely trials set by the primordial realms for the martial path. However, the final chaotic divine lightning was a trial of the great Tao. Passing through it would lead to a smooth path ahead, and Emperor Tian's attainment of the Tao of Hunyuan would merely be a matter of time. Yet, should he fail, he would dissipate alongside the martial path. Feeling the intensity of this final bolt of tribulation lightning, Jiang understood it exceeded his expectations, but this was the calamity of the great Tao. Even he dared not act recklessly. All he could do was silently cheer for his disciple. Under the tempest, Emperor Tian stood resolutely in the void, tightly gripping the Zhen, his fighting spirit rising steadily. As Emperor Tian's fighting spirit reached its zenith, the chaotic divine lightning above had also completed its gestation. Yet, instead of descending directly, it transformed into the appearance of 3,000 demon gods in the air. However, this power was but a mere fraction, a millionth of the pinnacle strength of the divine and demonic beings. Yet for Huang Tian, it represented an almost insurmountable force. He beheld the 3,000 chaotic demonic entities, conjured from the chaotic divine thunder, charging towards him. He gripped his weapon, Zhenji, and resolutely advanced to confront them. With an overwhelming display of might, the first 1,000 demonic beings posed little resistance, allowing Huang Tian to dispatch them with ease. Following this, he faced the next 1,000 chaotic demons, channeling his martial will in conjunction with Zhenji, forming an unstoppable momentum that shattered 500 of the chaotic demonic entities, leaving the powerful beings of the primordial realm astonished. They had not anticipated such formidable prowess emerging from Huang Tian's martial arts. On Shouyang Mountain, our revered leader Laozi observed Huang Tian's tribulation. As the founder of the Golden Elixir Path, he understood the inherent limitations of this cultivation method, which he had originally devised to restrain the potential of humanity. As the leader of the human teachings, he was acutely aware of the impact martial arts had on him and the sect he established. From a sage's perspective, Huang Tian, having pioneered martial arts, had already attained a status that placed him on par with the sages. Yet, Laozi refrained from intervening, fully cognizant that Huang Tian's attempt to overcome this ordeal was fraught with peril, a near-certain death in his eyes. Thus, it seemed unnecessary to risk conflict with Jiang over a mere human junior. Returning to Huang Tian, he had already vanquished 2,999 of the chaotic demonic entities. Yet he found himself utterly exhausted. Gazing at the final demon, he felt a surge of helplessness. This last adversary was none other than the formidable Pangu, the one who had carved the primordial realm. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Pangu, Huang Tian could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. Even at his peak, he doubted he could stand against this incarnation of Pangu, let alone in his current fatigued state. Nevertheless, he was not prepared to concede defeat. He glanced at his mentor, Jiang, then turned his gaze back to Pangu. "Let us fight," Huang Tian bellowed, brandishing Zhanji as he charged at Pangu. As Pangu observed Huang Tian's advance, he swung his axe. Though it appeared to be an ordinary strike, Huang Tian sensed that evasion was futile. Clenching Zhanji tightly, he summoned all his strength, drawing upon his martial will. Martial domain, and the 5 elemental paths, he surged forward to meet Pangu's assault, but it was as if he were being drawn back with greater force. The impact ruptured Huang Tian's internal organs, nearly extinguishing his fighting spirit. Was this the end? Huang Tian pondered. Just as he braced himself for the arrival of death, the 3 ancestral figures of humanity, Sui Renshi, Yu Chao Shi, and Sa Yi Shi, emerged from the ancestral ground. Leading the human race forth, Sui Renshi ignited the eternal flame, transmitting a message to all humanity. Fellow kin, since our inception, we have been weak and preyed upon by myriad races, with the demon clan ruthlessly slaughtering our kind. Now, an opportunity arises for us to stand proud amidst the cosmos, and that is through martial arts. In the name of the 3 ancestors, I implore you to contribute your strength, however meager, for we, as a united people, must safeguard the birth of the true path. Upon hearing Sui Renshi's words, every human raised their hands, emitting streams of white light, varying in size. Countless points of light surged towards Huang Tian, invigorating him with the collective will and hope of his in that moment. Huang Tian rekindled his will to survive. "I have yet to attain the goal of self-reliance and strength that my mentor spoke of. How can I perish thus?" Huang Tian murmured. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from his being, propelling him to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, the apex of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage. Pangu, witnessing this surge of power from Huang Tian, nodded in acknowledgement. This seemingly minor gesture sent shockwaves through Hongjun, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, and Jiang, leaving them utterly astonished. "What? Impossible! Pangu has long since fallen. This is merely an illusory projection, devoid of any combat instinct," Hongjun exclaimed from within the Zixiao Palace. It was critical to note that Pangu was the true master of the primordial realm. If he had not perished, then all realms of heaven, earth, and humanity would have to yield. In the next moment, Pangu swung his immense axe, enveloped in the power of the laws, which coiled around him. Hongjun and the heavenly Tao had lost control over the laws of the primordial realm. Regardless of their efforts, the power of the laws remained beyond their grasp, leaving Hongjun with a profound sense of helplessness. Simultaneously, Jiang and the 3 Pure Ones recognized this unsettling development. The 3 Pure Ones were particularly alarmed, for the 12 ancestors of sorcery were merely manifestations of Pangu's bloodline, while the 3 of them were fragments of primordial spirit. Should Pangu return, would he reclaim their primordial essences? Consequently, Laozi, Yuanzi, and Tong Tian all sat upright, fixated on Huang Tian's tribulation, fearful that Pangu might truly emerge at the same time. Jiang found himself puzzled. Logically, Pangu should have perished, yet the scene before him rekindled his suspicions. The clash of immense powers between Huang Tian and Pangu ultimately led to the conclusion of this tribulation, with Pangu's figure gradually fading away. Before Pangu vanished entirely, Jiang distinctly perceived Pangu's gaze upon him, filled with a sense of reassurance. Once Pangu completely disappeared, Hongjun regained control over the primordial realm. Pangu, whether you are truly dead or merely feigning death. This realm now belongs to me, and it shall forever remain mine. I will ensure your complete annihilation. Hongjun seethed internally, though he dared not voice his thoughts, for the heavenly Tao remained wary of his potential retaliation. Jiang contemplated Pangu's final gaze, but could not decipher its meaning, ultimately deciding to set it aside. After all, with the system by his side, he believed that one day he would reach the pinnacle. With absolute power, all schemes would be rendered futile. Laozi, Yuanzi, and Tong Tian, upon sensing the disappearance of the tremors within their primordial spirits, exhaled deeply. It was unfathomable that, as supreme beings of heaven and earth, they could be reduced to such a state of fear. Seeing that Huang Tian had successfully weathered the tribulation, Laozi recognized that he could no longer delay. He descended from Shouyang Mountain and appeared above the ancestral grounds of humanity, where the three ancestors were proclaiming Huang Tian as the fourth ancestor of humanity. Titled Martial Ancestor, Laozi's arrival stirred considerable commotion among the gathered humans, who prostrated themselves in reverence, calling out to their leader. After all, he was indeed the current leader of the human teachings, and even the three ancestors were nominally his disciples. Such was the gravity of the situation that there was little they could do. Observing the humans bowing, Laozi made no move to bid them rise, his sacred aura steadily intensifying, rendering the assembly unable to lift their heads. Huang Tian, do you wish to join the human teachings and become my disciple? Laozi's voice resonated like thunder, startling all present. After all, Huang Tian already had a mentor, one who surpassed Laozi, yet here he was, proposing such a change. However, Jiang understood Laozi's intent as the leader of the human teachings. Should Huang Tian agree to join, the fortunes of martial arts would naturally fall into Laozi's hands, rendering Huang Tian's endeavors meaningless. Conversely, if Huang Tian declined, Laozi would leverage his position to impose the teachings of the human sect. Expelling martial arts from the human domain entirely, Laozi's intentions were undeniably sinister, a testament to his status as one of the most formidable figures in the primordial realm, second only to Hongjun. Friend Laozi, what do you mean by this? Are you not aware that Huang Tian is my disciple? Jiang interjected. Laozi responded, Friend, should Huang Tian join my human teachings, I would be willing to bestow upon him the position of deputy leader and impart all my knowledge without reservation. The benevolent intentions of the sage have been understood by the disciple. Yet the disciple shall only ever follow the teachings of one master in this lifetime, and shall not seek another path. The heavenly sovereign retracted the blade of thorns into his being and respectfully acknowledged Laozi. If that is the case, then the martial way can no longer exist within the human race, and you are no longer a part of humanity. Laozi lamented with a feigned expression of sorrow. What do you mean by that, my friend? Jiang inquired, as the leader of the human sect. I naturally possess the authority to determine the path of cultivation for humanity. The martial way, being a heretical practice, is certainly unfit for human cultivation, Laozi declared with righteous indignation, successfully deceiving the majority of the human race with his identity as the leader of the human sect. Laozi, should you proceed in this manner, do not blame me for being heartless, Jiang thought to himself, elated that this old silver coin had finally taken the bait. However, to prevent Laozi from perceiving his true feelings, Jiang maintained an outward appearance of fury. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Laozi assumed that Jiang intended to attack him, in his arrogance. He quickly summoned the Taiji diagram and the luminous tower of heaven and earth to shield himself. In truth, Jiang alone could defeat him 8 times over. Laozi dared not be careless, in full view of the crowd. Being humiliated would make it exceedingly difficult to recover his reputation later. Just as Laozi prepared himself, Jiang did not strike. Instead, he stood there silently. Utilizing a minor spell through the indomitable flame of Sui Run, Jiang enabled all of humanity to witness the unfolding scene. People of the human race, I am your holy father, Jiang. Just now, your leader of the human sect claimed that the martial way is a heretical path of cultivation. Are you aware of the true significance of the golden elixir path? Upon hearing Jiang's proclamation, Laozi inwardly cursed, unworthy son, and immediately attempted to disrupt Jiang's spell. However, Jiang would not permit him to succeed, especially since Laozi was no match for him in an instant. Laozi surged forward, only to be swiftly pinned to the ground by Jiang's spatial laws, rendered immobile. The Golden Elixir Path was a method devised by Laozi, the sage of Heaven's Way, specifically to usurp the fortune of humanity. Those who practiced this method would not only exhaust their potential, but would also surrender half of their fortune to its founder. As soon as Jiang uttered these words, an uproar erupted among the human race, who began to question their leader and the Golden Elixir Path he had established. Enraged, Laozi shouted, "You slanderer, Jiang! I'm the leader of the human sect, the one who has brought cultivation methods to our people. Do you truly believe they would trust you? Laozi, I dare to make a solemn vow regarding this matter. Do you dare to join me?" Suddenly, Laozi fell silent, taken aback by Jiang's resolute stance, which sought to uproot him entirely. The members of the human race, witnessing Laozi's sudden quietude through the flames of Sui Run, hesitated to join Jiang in making a solemn vow. They began to believe Jiang's words, their hearts swelling with resentment towards Laozi. "Given the plight of our people, why must you betray us?" As Jiang recognized the opportune moment, he exchanged a knowing glance with the Heavenly Sovereign, who comprehended the next step of their plan. The Heavenly Sovereign stepped forward and addressed the assembly. "I, the Heavenly Sovereign, the fourth ancestor of the human race, and the foremost disciple of Holy Father Jiang, wish to abolish the status of the human sect. From now on, the human sect shall no longer serve as the sect of humanity, but shall solely represent our people." Yes, soon as the Heavenly Sovereign's words echoed, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Xiao Yi also emerged to express their agreement with the Heavenly Sovereign's decision. However, the Heavenly Way remained unresponsive. What is happening? Is the Heavenly Way aiding Laozi? The Heavenly Sovereign pondered in confusion. "Ha ha! You four think you can abolish my human sect. I am the leader of the human sect, monopolizing 2/10 of the fortune of humanity. You four worthless beings combined possess but 1/10 of it. What do you think you can do?" Seeing Laozi's arrogance, Jiang knew it was time for him to take action. Jiang, in the name of the Holy Father of humanity, declare the abolition of the human sect. Instantly, the fortunes of both factions reached a stalemate. "Even with your addition, you merely match my strength. What can you do to me?" Laozi's arrogance stemmed from his monopolization of 2/10 of the fortune of humanity. While Nuwa, as the creator, held another 2/10, Jiang controlled 1/10, and the four ancestors of humanity together possessed merely 1/10. To abolish the status of the human sect, one must surpass Laozi in terms of fortune and sever it from him. As for the remaining 4/10 of humanity's fortune, it was dispersed among each individual, and Laozi understood that without the treasures of humanity, it could not be mobilized. In the past, Laozi had sought the treasures of humanity. But ultimately, the heavenly secrets had not revealed themselves, and he did not possess the foresight of Jiang. Thus, he remained ignorant of the names of these treasures. Yet, through the advantage of his position as leader of the human sect, he vaguely sensed the existence of such treasures. Laozi recognized that the treasures of humanity could mobilize the remaining fortune of the human race, and Jiang was equally aware, if not more so. Observing Laozi's arrogance, Jiang, under Laozi's watchful gaze, produced a grand seal. This seal was none other than the treasure of humanity, the Kongtong Seal. As soon as the Kongtong Seal appeared, Laozi realized that this treasure could indeed connect with the fortunes of humanity. Even without being activated, with disbelief etched upon his face, Laozi exclaimed, "Impossible! How could the treasure of humanity be in your possession? As the leader of the human sect, it rightfully belongs to me. Have you no shame? It is one thing to take a thief as your master, but to utter such words is beyond reproach. Not dare to call yourself the true lineage of Pangu. You are unworthy." Jiang retorted coolly, while simultaneously activating the Kongtong Seal, but a massive surge of fortune swirled within the Kongtong Seal as Jiang raised it high, proclaiming, "Abolish the human sect." A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the primordial world, as the fortune of the human sect was abruptly diminished to a freezing point, nearly vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, Laozi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his own aura rapidly diminishing, teetering on the brink of falling from the ranks of the sages. At that moment, his fellow sages, Yuanzi and Tong Tian, arrived just in time, channeling their own magical energy into Laozi's body while working together to break Jiang's restraints. Ultimately, through the reckless efforts of Yuanzi and Tong Tian, Laozi's cultivation was stabilized at the early stage of the Hunyuan Second Heaven, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuanzi, Tong Tian, and Jiang. Feeling the state of his cultivation, Laozi's expression darkened as he glared at Jiang. He reclaimed the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, as well as the luminous tower of heaven and earth, while Yuanzi summoned the Pangu banner and the three treasures Jade Rui. Tong Tian contemplated interjecting with his two elder brothers, as he understood that the three of them alone could not contend with Jiang. Therefore, he believed they should retreat, for as long as the Green Mountains remained, there was no fear of firewood running out. However, upon seeing the determination in his brother's eyes, he could only summon the extermination sword array and wield his treasured sword, the Qingping sword that Jiang. Since you dare to plot against me today, I shall not let you go unpunished, Laozi declared. Hearing this, Jiang mused, "Are you attempting to issue a threat? Who cannot do that? What will you do to me?" Jiang replied leisurely. Laozi, incensed by Jiang's demeanor, felt an urge to crush his face beneath his heel. Without further ado, he charged towards Jiang, alongside Yuanzi and Tong Tian. Jiang glanced at the human race below and decided to relocate the battlefield to the chaos. While he was confident in his ability to handle the three clear ones, if they were driven to desperation, the entirety of the human race could be obliterated. "If you wish to stand against me, come find me in the chaos," Jiang proclaimed, turning and utilizing the path of space to open a direct corridor to the chaos. Before stepping inside, Laozi and the other two exchanged glances. Tong Tian spoke, "Eldest brother, I believe. Third brother, there is no need for further discussion. How can we allow our elder brother to be victimized to such an extent?" Yuanzi scolded. "Eldest brother, I did not mean that," Tong Tian attempted to clarify, but before he could finish, I interrupt the words of Tong Tian. "Enough. Today, having been schemed against to this extent, I shall certainly not let that scoundrel go. Even if we, my brothers and I, are no match for Jiao, do not forget our trump card." Having spoken, I strode directly into the spatial passage left by Jiao. Yuanzi did not look back and entered the passage without hesitation. Tong Tian pondered for a moment, genuinely concerned for his two elder brothers, fearing that they might encounter unforeseen circumstances. After Tong Tian entered the passage, the spatial portal above the ancestral land of the human race in the primordial world vanished, causing Huang Tian, who wished to observe the chaos, to fret over his teacher. Although he held ample confidence in his teacher's cultivation, they were, after all, three saints, all manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit. How could Huang Tian not be worried? In the heart of the chaos, Laozi, Yuanzi, and Tong Tian encircled Jiao, seemingly intent on denying him any chance of escape. The three launched their attack simultaneously, yet Jiao, without even utilizing a treasure, directly repelled them. Following this, the three charged forward once more. The two saints of the West, observing the fierce battle atop Mount Shumi, exchanged worried glances. "Brother, that Jiao is formidable. Our plans regarding the underworld won't encounter any mishaps." "Will they?" Xuan remarked with concern, watching Jiao face off against the three pure ones. "This matter requires our careful planning," Jane replied with a bitter smile, sensing the implication in Xuan's words. Someone had instigated them to scheme against the underworld. Otherwise, even if they had 100 times the courage, they would not dare to reach into the underworld. When will the West ever flourish? If I could seize that supreme treasure of the human race, the prosperity of the West would be within reach. With a Kongtong Seal in another's possession, Xuan and Jane might dare to attempt to scheme or even seize it. Yet the Kongtong Seal lay firmly in Jiao's hands. A ruthless individual who dared to confront both Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. They certainly did not wish to confront Jiao at this moment. Returning to the chaos, Laozi, Yuanzi, and Tong Tian had already exhausted their full abilities. Yet they were fundamentally no match for Jiao. How tiresome. "Let this battle come to an end," Jiao declared, drawing forth the Hongmeng measuring ruler, prepared to utterly crush the three, that while he could not slay them directly, he could certainly deliver a resounding blow to their pride. Zixiao, do you think our Pangu three pure ones possess only this level of prowess? Laozi declared. Today, we shall show you what it means to be the true Pangu lineage. Upon finishing his words, Yuanzi and Tong Tian positioned themselves behind Laozi, each placing a hand upon his shoulder. Unite! The three pure ones shouted in unison, their forms becoming ethereal, gradually merging into one. Rise. Their voices resounded again, and their spiritual treasures began to fuse as well. The Taiji diagram transformed into an axe blade. The chaos banner morphed into the axe's edge, and the four swords of extermination became the axe's handle, forming a celestial axe that fell into the hands of the unified Pangu primordial spirit. The three pure one's ultimate treasures, the Bian Guai, the three treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword, also merged into one, transforming into a blue lotus that rested beneath their feet. Zixiao, today you shall witness the might of Pangu. We are the true Pangu lineage. The voices of the three resounded from within the Pangu primordial spirit. Zixiao gazed upon the Pangu primordial spirit before him, finding it indeed daunting. However, it was merely at the level of the mixed Yuan's seventh heaven, a flawed being without a physical form. You three are hardly worthy of being called the true Pangu lineage. You are but sellouts seeking glory, Zixiao declared. Today, I shall show you what it means to be the true Pangu lineage. With that, Zixiao activated his chaos art, and a vast expanse of chaotic energy surged toward him. Pangu was born amidst chaos, nurtured by chaos, and was the favored child of the great Tao. Thus, his cultivation method, the chaos art, thrived within the chaos, exhibiting even greater power, unlike the 9 cycles Yuan Gong practiced by the three pure ones, which was already incomplete and further integrated with Hongjun's celestial path, resulting in 3 distinct methods: the Taiji scripture, the Jade purity method, and the upper purity art. Zixiao brandished the Hongmeng measuring ruler, concentrating the chaotic energy around him, his aura intensifying, approaching the limit of what the three pure ones could withstand in their merged form. The three pure ones realized they could not allow Zixiao to continue. Otherwise, they would have no opportunity for survival. The Pangu primordial spirit raised the celestial axe high, unleashing its full power toward Zixiao. Unperturbed by the approaching axe, Zixiao shouted, "First form of opening heaven." He wielded the ruler as an axe and executed the first form of the 9 forms of opening heaven from Pangu's era. The chaos was cleaved open, creating a vacuum. As the 2 attacks collided, a massive explosion erupted. However, the explosion was short-lived, for Zixiao's attack extinguished that of the three pure ones. Subsequently, it surged toward the merged primordial spirit of the three pure ones. Aware of their impending defeat, the three pure ones hastily summoned their defensive treasures, the Taiji diagram, the Linglong Tower, and the primordial 5-element flags, utilizing every artifact at their disposal. The outermost layer of mid-grade, innate spiritual treasures was struck and shattered into fragments. The inner layer of top-grade, innate spiritual treasures was riddled with cracks, appearing on the verge of ruin. Even the primordial 5-element flags and other supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures dimmed, requiring countless millennia of nurturing to restore their former might. This attack left no opportunity for the three pure ones to escape, shattering all defenses and breaking their merged form apart. The three were sent flying for countless miles, their cultivation energies plummeting to their nadir, feeling as though even a minor celestial being could easily dispatch them. However, Zixiao understood that this was impossible, for the three pure ones were ultimately saints of the heavenly Tao, their primordial spirits anchored in the Tao, rendering them nearly immortal at this stage. Aside from Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, no one could truly eliminate the three pure ones. Zixiao manipulated the laws of space, directly appearing before the three pure ones, who sought to flee back to the primordial world that a few so-called true Pangu. "Where do you think you're going? I still do not know who the true Pangu is," Zixiao taunted, while the three pure ones felt anger at Dijiao's derision. They could only seethe in silence, especially Yuanzi, who valued his reputation above all else. Upon hearing Dijiao's words, he was so enraged that he spat a mouthful of golden sage blood. "Zixiao, do not be overly arrogant." A voice echoed from the depths of the chaos. Upon hearing it, Jiao recognized it was Hongjun approaching. Logically, Hongjun should have arrived long ago, yet he only made his appearance now, likely having sensed the three pure ones' plight. Jiao speculated on a possibility. Just moments ago, during Huang Tian's tribulation, Pangu had shown a flicker of consciousness while battling him, even managing to harness the power of the primordial world. Given Hongjun and the heavenly Tao's suspicious nature, they would naturally doubt Pangu's true demise, making it difficult for them to accept that the primordial world could belong to anyone but themselves. Their delay in arriving was likely a result of utilizing the heavenly Tao's power, in conjunction with the creation Jade Tablet, to search the primordial world extensively before returning. That if Hongjun could hear Jiao's thoughts, he would surely exclaim in admiration at Jiao's remarkable cunning. Indeed, Jiao's guess was astute. Hongjun had just utilized the creation Jade Tablet alongside the heavenly Tao, thoroughly scouring the primordial world for 8 rounds. He even infiltrated the underworld with his power, searching it twice before Hutu could react. Yet, Hongjun discovered nothing. Were it not for the moment he lost control over the primordial world, he might have doubted his own perceptions. Now witnessing Jiao besting the three pure ones and poised to advance further, he could no longer remain idle. At this critical juncture, Hongjun would not allow his power to be diminished. Master. As the three purities beheld Hongjun's arrival, it was as if they had discovered their guiding beacon, promptly positioning themselves behind him, awaiting his judgment. Yuanzi even contemplated urging Hongjun to utterly obliterate Jiang. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing that Jiang might retaliate unexpectedly, and worried that Hongjun might not respond in time. Hongjun, why are you not in your Zixiao Palace, but here instead? Jiang inquired, feigning ignorance. Not overstep your bounds. Jiang, I must inform you that the three purities cannot perish. Otherwise, we might as well sever all ties right now. Hongjun declared, casting aside all restraint to vocalize his demands. Hongjun, I recall you once stated that as long as the grand design of the heavenly Tao remains unchanged, you would not interfere in the matters of the primordial chaos. Yet your presence here seems rather frequent, does it not? Jiang remarked, intentionally sidestepping the issue of the three purities. The three purities stabilize the heavenly Tao. This is the very essence of the grand design. Do you wish to witness the collapse of the primordial chaos? Hongjun pressed once more. What is your opinion on the martial Tao? Can it enable humanity to stand independently in the cosmos, free from retribution? Jiang again evaded Hongjun's inquiry, which greatly vexed him. However, with the impending celestial war between immortals and demons, he could not afford to lose power on his side. One piece of innate treasure. In exchange for the three of them, Hongjun stated unequivocally, believing that once the mountain of no return was destroyed, Jiang would be easily vanquished, and those treasures would inevitably return. Thus, Hongjun was indifferent to the matter at hand. Upon witnessing Hongjun's emergence, the two saints of the West, who had hesitated to intervene, hurriedly approached. When Zhen and Yuanzi learned that Hongjun sought to exchange one innate treasure for the three purities, their hearts bled. Master, you possess so many innate treasures. Why not grant us in the West 2 pieces? Why this favoritism? Though they thought this, they dared not express it, instead respectfully bowing to Hongjun and positioning themselves behind him. Beside the three purities, the last to arrive, Nuwa, upon observing the situation, could only join the three purities, Zhen and Yuanzi, listening intently to the negotiation between Hongjun and Jiang. 1 piece of innate treasure. In exchange for the three of them, Hongjun, do you believe that the power of the Tao is stronger? Or Jiang was about to continue, but suddenly sensed something amiss. What did you just say? Tao ancestor? 1 piece of innate treasure. In exchange for the three of them, Hongjun's face twitched, and he uttered this phrase through gritted teeth. 5 pieces. Jiang extended his hand, displaying 5 fingers, nearly slapping Hongjun's face, causing the powerful beings present to collectively hold their breath. Are we playing such high stakes? Why did he not strike? Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun stood not far away in the chaotic void, with Hongyun whispering. Although his voice was low, those present were at least mid-stage quasi-saints, and could hardly miss his words. That moment, Hongjun wished to slap Hongyun into oblivion, but the affairs of the three purities took precedence. With a flick of his robe, all beings below the Hunyuan realm were sent back to the primordial chaos, suffering considerable injury. The Tao ancestor could not allow them to continue witnessing such disgrace. As for Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Ming He, they could merely observe. After all, in Hongjun's mind, they would eventually join Jiang in becoming not, but Ash's 0.5 pieces is impossible. At most, 2 pieces. Hongjun suppressed his fury and stated, "No, no, no, for pieces at the very least. Otherwise, let us settle this once and for all." Jiang shook his head and declared 0.3 pieces at most. "If you disagree, then let us prepare for war." Hongjun nearly roared this proclamation. Just as all the Hunyuan combatants were poised for battle, Jiang suddenly exclaimed, "Deal! Payment!" At that moment, the 2 saints of the West and Nuwa were utterly bewildered. Had he not just insisted on a minimum of 4 pieces? Did I mishear? Perhaps the master actually meant 4 pieces, and we misinterpreted. Yet, gazing at Hongjun's grim visage, they dared not voice their doubts. Hongjun realized he had fallen into Jiang's scheme from the outset. Jiang had desired not 5 pieces, but merely deemed 1 piece too little. Regardless, they would all return eventually, they would. Hongjun reassured himself internally, continually suppressing his seething anger. From his robes, he produced a grand seal. A small tower and a tome, specifically the thunder seal of the thunder demon, the heavenly demon tower of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, and the book of life from the life demon. Jiang, with a broad smile, accepted these 3 treasures, examining them closely to confirm they were indeed 3 flawless innate treasures. He promptly stowed them away and addressed Hongjun, "Tao ancestor, you may take these 3 useless items with you. Should any such favorable occurrences arise in the future, do remember me, Jiang, and I shall ensure a fair price." With that, without waiting for Hongjun's reaction, Jiang took Yuanzi, Ming He, and Hongjun and departed the chaos. Returning to the realm of the primordial chaos, Jiang vanished. Hongjun could no longer contain his wrath. He unleashed a furious strike, causing the chaotic space to collapse, inadvertently creating a small world within the chaos. Though it was not even a minor 1,000 worlds, it nonetheless showcased Hongjun's formidable prowess. Follow me back to Zixiao Palace. Hongjun's form had already vanished, leaving only his voice echoing in the ears of the 6 saints. The 6 saints dared not delay and swiftly made their way to Zixiao Palace. Nuwa, Jiang, and Yuanzi, having sustained no injuries, quickly arrived at Zixiao Palace, each intuitively refraining from assisting the 3 purities. After all, the 3 purities had always regarded themselves as the true heirs of Pangu, holding them in disdain. Especially Yuanzi, who, bolstered by his possession of an innate treasure, incessantly mocked Nuwa and her companions, frequently employing phrases like scaly and horned and lacking in virtue. Now, Nuwa and the 3 saints naturally would not extend assistance to the 3 purities, unwilling to offer their warm faces to cold shoulders. This left the 3 purities in dire straits. As the trio was left severely weakened by Jiang's assault, their cultivation reduced to a mere fraction of its former glory, the once mighty sages. After recovery, could only exhibit the power of the great Luo. The 3 brothers, resembling their past selves when they first sought enlightenment in Zixiao Palace, collectively utilized the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda to evade the chaotic currents. Stumbling along, the 3 purities finally reached the threshold of Zixiao Palace, collapsing onto the steps, gasping for breath. Observing their state, the heavenly pool showed no inclination to assist. After all, they had been on the receiving end of the 3 purities' disdain on numerous occasions. As the heavenly pool regarded the 3 purities, particularly the visibly weakened Laozi, a thought crossed its mind, and it approached 0.3 esteemed sages. "The master has instructed that upon your arrival, you should promptly enter the hall, lest you keep the master waiting." The heavenly pool addressed the 3 purities, who, upon hearing this, dared not tarry or ponder whether these were indeed Hongjun's words. They hastily rose and entered Zixiao Palace. Observing the 3 purities, especially the weary visage of Laozi, the heavenly pool could hardly suppress a chuckle. Although the 3 purities were injured, they remained revered sages, and the heavenly pool's laughter did not escape their notice. Yuan, sure, seeing a mere child daring to mock him, brandished the Pangu banner, pointing it at the heavenly pool. You audacious child, do you dare to mock a sage? Today, I shall teach you the meaning of respect. As he spoke, he prepared to strike, but was restrained by Laozi and Tongtian, who pulled him toward Zixiao Palace. Tongtian, being straightforward, brushed it off, but Laozi shot a piercing glance at the heavenly pool, mentally noting the incident. This would later sow seeds of discord when the heavenly pool ascended to the heavenly court. Upon entering Zixiao Palace, the three purities saw that Nuwa, Jiang, and Yuanzi had already taken their seats on their respective mats. The three purities said nothing further and simply settled onto the three mats in front, beginning to heal their injuries in the realm. The Pangu Hall. Jiang escorted Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Ming He back to their respective sanctuaries. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang promptly returned to the Pangu Palace. He summoned all the ancestral witches, except for Zhu and Ho Tuesday. The absence of these two was due to one being preoccupied with attaining enlightenment and the other with comprehending the principles of the earth. Jiang had no desire to disturb them. Jiang presented the lightning seal to Changliang, the ancestral witch of thunder, and assessed the cultivation progress of each ancestral, which he instructed the 9 great ancestral witches to take turns presiding over the Qian Kuan Wuji array every 10,000 years, emphasizing the critical importance of maintaining the foundation of the witch clan without any slackening. After dismissing his younger siblings, Jiang visited Ho Tu to borrow the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. Upon returning to his palace, he retrieved the 4 limbs of the Qian Gui along with the Qian Kuan Ding. Reflecting for a moment, he cast the 4 limbs into the Qian Kuan Ding and ignited the chaotic fire, commencing the refinement of a spiritual treasure. Throughout the refining process, Jiang continuously fed in innate spiritual materials, even incorporating chaotic essence that he effectively depleted half of the witch clan's accumulated refining materials. For the witch clan was indeed prosperous, and these materials held little significance for them. Otherwise, Jiang would have been unable to execute his plans to refine the limbs of the Qian Gui. After 500 years, the treasures were finally ready to be unveiled. 4 hefty gray rods emerged from the Qian Kuan Ding. Yet at that moment, they were merely of post-heaven treasure grade. Subsequently, Jiang added a substantial amount of merit into the Qian Kuan Ding, transforming the 4 rods into post-heaven merit treasures in an instant. However, they still lacked a touch of innate indestructible spiritual light, preventing them from evolving into innate spiritual treasures. At this juncture, the true function of the Qian Kuan Ding was revealed. Jiang intensified his magical power output, activating the Ding's essence to initiate its post-heaven to innate transformation capabilities. During this period, Jiang continuously contributed merit, and when the 4 rods could no longer advance in grade, he ceased the refining process. Extracting the 4 rods, he found them to be 4 exquisite innate spiritual treasures. However, the price he paid was that the Qian Kuan Ding's ability to revert from post-heaven to innate would be rendered unusable for several epochs, necessitating time for it to recover its essence. Holding the 4 rods in his hands, Jiang was quite content and immediately began inscribing array patterns upon them, with each rod bearing a portion of the complete formation. Merely having the array patterns was insufficient. These treasures were still incomplete, Jiang remarked. Were an ordinary person to possess such a set of treasures, they would be overjoyed, apart from their offensive capabilities, which could not rival the sword array of Zhu Xian. Their other attributes were certainly on par. Their defensive capabilities exceeded that of the sword array of Zhu Xian by an unknown margin. Yet at this moment, Jiang remained unsatisfied. If the 2 saints of the West were present, they would surely exclaim, "If you do not desire them, simply give them to us. We shall take them." This matter required further exploration. With that, Jiang departed from the earthly realm and ventured into the primordial wilderness. Standing upon the sea of blood, Jiang sensed the murderous aura permeating the heavens and the earth, causing him to frown. Although the witch clan continuously transformed innate spiritual energy to mitigate the ominous energies of calamity, this murderous aura was inescapable. It was evident that Hongjun would incite the outbreak of the war between immortals and demons. Determined, Jiang made his way to the eastern sea of the primordial wilderness and entered the Dragon Palace. The young dragon, unaware of the esteemed visitor's arrival, failed to offer a proper welcome. Uncertain of what tasks the revered one had for the dragon clan, Jiang strode into the grand hall of the palace, startling Ao Guang, the East Sea Dragon King, who was indulging in pleasure. Just as he intended to summon guards to capture the intruder, a closer inspection of the figure before him caused Ao Guang to fall from his throne in fright. He hurriedly approached Jiang, bowing respectfully. Upon observing Ao Guang's cultivation, Jiang noted that he was merely at the early stage of Tai E Golden Immortal. Although the Dragon Clan was burdened by the karmic debts of calamity, the ruler of an entire sea should possess greater prowess. Nevertheless, Jiang understood that Ao Guang was merely a puppet elevated by the Dragon Clan. The true decision-makers were not him. Bring forth the current spokesperson of your Dragon Clan. I have an opportunity that could alleviate your clan's karmic burdens, Jiang stated directly. Please, esteemed one, feel free to speak with the young dragon. The Dragon Clan is currently under my command, Ao Guang replied, bracing himself as he was uncertain of Jiang's intentions. Should Jiang harbor malicious designs against the Dragon Clan, their remaining trump cards would be utterly insufficient to withstand him. Please summon the revered one. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the Dragon Palace hall. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang quickly returned the gesture of respect. Esteemed one, please follow me, Ao Guang said, leading the way through the palace. As Jiang heard this voice, he began searching within the eastern sea, yet could not discern its source. He understood that this was likely the foundation upon which the Dragon Clan relied for survival, and Ao Guang was guiding him there. Before long, Ao Guang brought Jiang to a vacant area. In the center of the clearing was a spatial vortex, steadily consuming the waters of the eastern sea, albeit at a slow pace. Esteemed one, the Dragon Mother awaits you at the CEI, Ao Guang announced before withdrawing. Unlike Jiang, who could evade the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, Ao Guang could not linger here for even a moment without risking detection. Jiang gazed at the spatial vortex before him and, without hesitation, stepped inside. It was not that he lacked caution towards the Dragon Clan, but rather that he held confidence. The current Dragon Clan possessed nothing that could harm him. Upon entering the CEI, Jiang discovered it to be a spatial passageway, with no discernible ending. At the entrance of the passage stood a beautiful woman with two horns atop her head. Awaiting his arrival, Jiang scrutinized the woman, realizing that her cultivation was at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. However, he soon understood, as upon entering the CEI, it became apparent that this place did not belong to the primordial realm. It was a domain Jiang had never encountered before. Dragon Mother of the Dragon Clan, I greet you, esteemed one, she said. Haha, please refrain from calling me esteemed one. Simply refer to me as Saint Zun. I am certainly not one of those 6 inept beings. Jiang replied, fully aware that this beautiful woman was the consort of the ancestral dragon, known as the third dragon of the world, the Ming long esteemed one. You mentioned an opportunity to alleviate the karmic burdens of my Dragon Clan. May I inquire what this opportunity entails? The Dragon Mother asked, getting straight to the point. May I ask where the Qing Long is? Jiang did not respond to the Dragon Mother's inquiry, but instead asked about the whereabouts of the Qing Long. Though the Dragon Mother felt puzzled, she dared not question him directly, and thus called for the Qing Long to come forth. Greetings, Dragon Mother. A youth clad in azure robes soon appeared before Jiang and the Dragon Mother, bowing respectfully. Upon witnessing the youth's gesture, the Dragon Mother promptly addressed him. Qing Long, this is the esteemed Saint Zun of our Dragon Clan. Not delay. Pay your respects. Greetings, Saint Zun, Qing Long replied. Although he was unfamiliar with Jiang, he complied with the Dragon Mother's instruction. Jiang waved his hand, and a surge of magical power lifted Qing Long, allowing him to scrutinize the young dragon. May I ask why the esteemed one seeks out the elder Qing Long? The Dragon Mother inquired, noting Jiang's continued examination of Qing Long without uttering a word. Jiang, upon seeing Qing Long, recognized him as a being born of innate essence, embodying the energies of the Eastern Wood, which was precisely the reason for his visit to the Dragon Clan. I have an opportunity one wish to bestow upon Qing Long. What opportunity do you speak of, esteemed one? Qing Long asked. Curiosity piqued that I possess an opportunity that could cleanse the endless karmic burdens of your dragon clan, allowing it to gradually recover and rejuvenate, Jiang declared, leaving both the Dragon Mother and Qing Long astounded. Because they had never contemplated that the opportunity mentioned by Jiang would be such a significant one, that what could the sage sovereign be referring to? Jiang ceased to indulge in idle chatter and directly produced 4 pillars of innate spiritual treasures that he had forged, presenting one of them before the Azure Dragon. "What is this?" the Dragon Mother inquired, gazing at the pillar. "This is a supreme treasure I crafted to stabilize the primordial world and reinforce Mount Buzhou. However, it requires 4 cultivators with matching attributes to merge with the treasure, thereby allowing these renowned practitioners to continually accrue merits from the heavens and be venerated by all beings that I in turn. Their respective clans shall also receive corresponding merits and fortunes." Upon concluding his explanation, Jiang quietly observed the Dragon Mother and Azure Dragon before him, fully aware that the Dragon Clan would not let this opportunity slip by. It was a shortcut for them to cleanse their karmic burdens. In merely 10,000 years, the Dragon Clan could give birth to a true dragon with pure bloodlines, and the time of the Yuan meeting would be sufficient to shatter the constraints on their bloodline cultivation. "Sage Sovereign, the Azure Dragon is willing." After a moment of contemplation, the Azure Dragon recognized that this endeavor would yield considerable benefits for both himself and the Dragon Clan. Thus, he readily consented, fully aware that the worst outcome would be the loss of his freedom. Without achieving the state of Hongyuan, escape would be impossible. Jiang nodded and informed the Azure Dragon that he would provide advance notice when his presence was required. After the Azure Dragon returned to his cultivation, Jiang turned his gaze toward the Dragon Mother. "Sage Sovereign, do you have any further matters? Why do you gaze upon me so intently? Do not misunderstand, my friend. I merely harbor a doubt in my heart and wonder if you might enlighten me." "You wish to inquire about the Eye of the Sea, do you not?" the Dragon Mother remarked. "How did you come to know?" Jiang asked, somewhat astonished. "The Dragon Clan currently possesses only this refuge that could pique the interest of one with your cultivation level. Please follow me to the Dragon Mother spoke. She led Jiang deeper into the spatial passage, revealing not only the passage itself, but also numerous palatial structures belonging to the Dragon Clan. Each palace gleamed with opulence, confirming the rumors of the Dragon Clan's penchant for accumulating treasures. However, throughout the journey, not a single hatchling dragon appeared. Since the 3 clans' war, the Dragon Clan had been affected by karmic burdens, making the birth of their own bloodline exceedingly difficult. After traversing countless miles, the Dragon Mother finally reached the terminus of the Eye of the Sea. "Sage Sovereign, behold, this is the greatest secret of our Dragon Clan. The reason we hold more karmic burdens than even the Phoenix and Qilin clans." The Dragon Mother pointed with her hand. Following her gesture, Jiang was utterly astonished. What he beheld was not merely a small realm, but an expansive world that could rival the primordial expanse. Within it resided 2 formidable presences that caused even Jiang, with his cultivation of the 8th layer of Hongyuan, to feel an unsettling thrill. Based on his estimations, the masters of those 2 presences possessed at least the cultivation of the 12th layer of Hongyuan. Why is there such a world here? This defies the laws of science. Aside from Pangu, could there truly be others capable of such a feat in the chaos? Jiang muttered to himself. "Sage Sovereign, this Eye of the EC appeared suddenly one day. My husband and the Candle Dragon discovered this spatial passage in the East Sea. Through my husband's exploration, we eventually uncovered this world, which is adrift outside the primordial realm but connects these 2 vast worlds. Just as my husband discovered this world, a primordial spirit escaped from within and swiftly entered the primordial realm, eluding my husband's peak quasi-saint cultivation at the time. Moreover, I have noticed that this world seems to be encroaching upon the primordial realm, continuously devouring the chaotic seas in between, from my observations. This world bears striking similarities to the Gue Su mentioned in the innate heritage. The Dragon Mother gradually disclosed all the intelligence the Dragon Clan had gathered regarding that world over the years. After a prolonged examination of the distant realm, Jiang finally spoke. "You are indeed correct. This is unmistakably Gue Su, identical to that described in the legacy of our Father God." Just as Jiang finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a figure observing him and the Dragon Mother from the spatial passage leading to the world, a faint sense of familiarity washed over him regarding this figure's aura. But he quickly dismissed the thought. How could a being at the 12th layer of Hongyuan possibly traverse the chaotic seas? It is well known that even Pangu, at the half-step Dao level, would not dare to claim he could navigate this tumultuous sea. Observing the rate at which the Guai-Su world was devouring its surroundings, Jiang estimated that in just a few tens of thousands of years, the two worlds would directly converge, likely resulting in an apocalyptic battle. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang turned and departed from the terminus of the passage with the Dragon Mother, returning to the dwelling place of the Dragon Clan. Prepare the Azure Dragon. If this comes to fruition, in 10,000 years, your Dragon Clan shall once again thrive in the primordial realm. Jiang addressed the Dragon Mother. I shall remain here, awaiting the auspicious news from the Sage Sovereign. The Dragon Mother gracefully inclined her body in a respectful gesture towards Jiang, prompting him to internally exclaim, "What impropriety! What impropriety! I am not a rogue." Jiang departed the East Sea, heading directly toward the southern expanse of the primordial realm, the home of the Phoenix Clan, the immortal Fire Mountain. Unbeknownst to Jiang, the figure from the Guai-Su world, upon witnessing his and the Dragon Mother's departure, spoke. Jiang, I have prepared a grand surprise for you. You must not disappoint me. The individual audaciously called out Jiang's name. Had Jiang heard this voice, he would undoubtedly recognize its owner. Alas, this voice was destined to dissipate into the chaotic seas, unheard by Jiang at this moment. Jiang had already arrived at the entrance of the immortal Fire Mountain. The so-called immortal Fire Mountain encompassed not just a single peak, but also the surrounding multitude of mountains, over 100,000. To be precise, this was also the ancestral land where the Phoenix Clan had flourished for generations. Upon entering the territory of the immortal Fire Mountain, Jiang, without any attempt to conceal his form, was quickly noticed by the Phoenix Clan's guardians. Who approaches? This is the domain of the Phoenix Clan. You ought to depart immediately. A squad of patrolling Phoenix soldiers issued a warning upon spotting Jiang. I am Jiang of the Witch Clan, here to pay a visit to the Phoenix Clan. Jiang initially considered overpowering the Phoenix Clan with his cultivation, but realizing his purpose for visiting was of greater significance, he decided to grant them a modicum of respect. The Phoenix Clan, upon hearing that Jiang had come to the immortal Fire Mountain, was taken aback. Unlike the Dragon Clan, they were not bound by karmic burdens to the same extent. They could still exist within the primordial realm, leveraging the suppression of the immortal Fire Mountain to garner meager merits. Thus, the Phoenix Clan had heard of Jiang's name, a figure capable of contending with the likes of Dao ancestor Hongjun. A streak of light shot forth from the heart of the Phoenix Clan's ancestral land, arriving before Jiang and transforming into a beautiful woman. I am Zhu of the Phoenix Clan, paying my respects to Sage Sovereign Jiang. The visitor was none other than Zhu, the Grand Elder of the Phoenix Clan, whom Jiang sought. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Phoenix Clan? Without further ado, Jiang expressed his desire for Zhu to merge with the spiritual treasure to stabilize the primordial world, detailing the benefits of such an endeavor. Unlike the Dragon Clan, where the fall of the primordial phoenix had left them in disarray, the Phoenix Clan's affairs were entirely under Zhu's purview. After contemplating for a moment, Zhu addressed Jiang, Sage Sovereign. I am willing to transform, as you suggested, into the four poles of heaven and earth. However, I have a small request, which I hope the Sage Sovereign can accommodate. What request do you have? You may speak freely. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Jiang nodded, and Zhu then ascended toward the summit of the immortal Fire Mountain, where a massive wudong tree stood. It is said that Yuan Feng was born atop a phoenix tree. Though this phoenix tree may not rank among the top 10 innate spiritual roots, it is nonetheless exceptional in its own right. Before long, Zhu returned before Jiang, accompanied by a young boy. Saint Sovereign, I implore you to take this child as your disciple, ensuring his safe growth. Jiang gazed upon the child before him, employing his primordial spirit to conduct an examination. His astonishment, he discovered that the boy's true form was that of a peacock. In that moment, he understood that this was likely the illustrious Kongtong Seal, renowned as the foremost figure beneath the saints. However, upon further investigation, Jiang found that this offspring of Yuan Feng bore not a trace of karmic debt. What could this mean? What is this? Jiang inquired, feigning contemplation. What you may not know, Saint Sovereign, is that after the great battle among the three clans, the clan leader, acutely aware of his profound sins, was nonetheless concerned that the Phoenix clan would have no heirs and thus be lost to the primordial chaos. Consequently, he harnessed the innate energies of yin and yang to nurture two eggs. Yet in recent years, a mysterious figure of saintly cultivation invaded the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan and absconded with the child born of the combined yin and yang energies from the Phoenix tree. Leaving only this child born of the 5 elemental energies, the clan leader devoted his entire cultivation, alongside the clan's treasured artifacts, to cleanse these two children of their karmic burdens. Zhu spoke with a tone of sorrow, lamenting that there should have been 2 heirs, but now only one remained, which explained Zhu Qiue's desire for Jiang to take Kongxian as a disciple. What is your name? Jiang asked the boy before him. I am Kongxian, and I am already 400 years old, Kongxian replied, exhibiting no fear toward Jiang, his round, bright eyes fixed upon him. Kongxian, do you wish to take me as your adoptive father? Upon hearing these words, Zhu was instantly filled with joy, for to be accepted as a disciple by Jiang bore a significance entirely different from being adopted. Kongxian, do not hesitate to accept the Saint Sovereign's offer. Zhu felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. Upon hearing Jiang and Zhu Qiue's exchange, Kongxian promptly knelt, proclaiming, Kongxian pays respect to my adoptive father as a token of our first meeting. I bestow upon you this treasure as a gift. Jiang presented Kongxian with the Book of Life, an innate treasure he had received from Hongjun being still young. Kongxian was unaware of the treasure's true significance and felt immense joy. While Zhu sensed the profound aura of the innate treasure, Saint Sovereign, is this not too precious? It matters not. I have taken quite a liking to this child. This treasure serves me little purpose. Thus I grant it to Kongxian, Jiang replied. Kongxian, I shall take my leave with you now. This treasure is entrusted to you, and when you require it, simply make your presence known. Understood. Zhu watched as Jiang and Kongxian vanished, clutching the artifact in his hand before turning to the immortal fire mountain. Upon entering the immortal fire mountain, Zhu summoned the inner southern Ming He fire with his magical powers. And soon a cave appeared at the mountain's base. Zhu stepped inside and beheld a phoenix lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the phoenix's body was continuously shrinking, seemingly transforming into an egg. He had taken Kongxian as his adopted son and brought him away. Facing the phoenix before him, Zhu spoke. Indeed, with Kongxian by his side, his safety is assured. How much longer until you enter nirvana? It is difficult. The weight of karmic debt suffocates me. Even the slightest movement of my feathers brings excruciating pain. The phoenix replied. Perhaps, with your presence, the process can be expedited, Zhu suggested. Did he speak to you of that matter? Zhu nodded, revealing every detail of what Jiang had shared with the phoenix, that I will ensure your recovery. The Phoenix clan needs you, Kongxian needs you, and that lost child needs you even more. Zhu vowed. But alas, it is a burden upon you that it is nothing. Now that the child has returned to his father, I have no more attachments. This matter is mine to resolve. I shall fight for a glimmer of hope for the Phoenix clan. Meanwhile, Jiang, accompanied by Kongxian, did not return to the earthly realm but journeyed to the far western lands, seeking out the formidable Buzhou, the Mount of Luoho from ancient times. And appointed the White Tiger to guard the western quadrant of the heavens, he then traveled to the northern sea, where he found the first of the Xuanwu clan, entrusting it to oversee the northern quadrant of the heavens. Jiang offered immense benefits to secure their allegiance, for without such promises, they would never have consented to his request that Jiang assured Buzhou of the protection of its descendants, while Xuanwu sought Jiang's aid in relocating the Xuanwu clan to the earthly realm. Far from the chaos of the primordial expanse, to avoid annihilation, Jiang readily agreed, leading the entire Xuanwu clan into the earthly realm and allowing willing members to become the underworld's emissaries. However, during this relocation, Hongjun discovered Jiang's actions. While the Xuanwu clan had remained relatively low profile in the primordial realm, those with innate lineage were well aware that the first Xuanwu had been born of Pangu's enlightenment. Tasked with suppressing the chaotic flows of the frigid north, its vast powers were rarely rivaled within the primordial realm. Had it not been for the disapproval of the heavenly Tao, how could the title of first saint have fallen to Hongjun? Such a significant clan would naturally attract the attention of both the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, who would investigate the Xuanwu clan situation every millennium, particularly after losing control over the laws of the primordial world. As such, inspections regarding anything related to Pangu had become exceedingly stringent. That be why an unfortunate coincidence. Jiang's actions coincided with Hongjun's investigation. With systematic concealment, Hongjun could not detect Jiang's presence. But he could not overlook the discrepancies either. He discovered that all members of the Xuanwu clan had vanished, leaving only the first Xuanwu beast lying quietly in the north, though the Xuanwu clan was not numerous. It was implausible for them to have perished entirely. In the presence of the lone, still creature raised suspicions. Hongjun, puzzled by the situation, quickly deduced that Jiang was behind in the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun suddenly appeared atop a cloud bed, observing the three pure ones still in meditation, recovering their strength. Hongjun felt a surge of anger rise within him. He wished to vociferously curse. Look at them. Both are descendants of Pangu. How can the disparity be so vast? Yet, recalling the calculations that required the three pure ones' cooperation, he suppressed his ire. This incident should serve as a wake-up call, reminding them to remain vigilant against the schemes of the witch clan. Hongjun spoke slowly, and the three pure ones below felt their faces flush with embarrassment. However, in truth, Hongjun had wronged Jiang this time. Jiang had no intention of plotting against them, and merely sought to establish martial arts first. To his surprise, the three pure ones proved to be remarkably efficient. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining appearances, he would have attempted to seize the Taiji diagram and the Pangu banner. The matter of destroying Buzhou Mountain needed to be expedited. Recent disturbances in the Xuanwu clan likely indicated Jiang's strategic maneuvers. Hongjun paid no heed to the three pure ones' discomfort and directly addressed the changes within the Xuanwu clan. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Nuwa suddenly inquired, "Master, do you mean to say that you cannot be certain this is the doing of Jiang?" Hongjun nodded, pondering. Truly, my devoted disciple is meticulous. With his affirmation, the three pure ones and the two saints of the West were left dumbfounded. Was there truly someone beyond Hongjun's calculations? This was almost beyond belief. Lousy, you are to travel directly to the north and inquire with the Xuanwu regarding the cause of these changes. If it is indeed the doing of Jiang, you must bring Xuanwu back if necessary. Hongjun directly instructed Lousy to proceed to the Arctic regions, advising that if anything seemed amiss, he should swiftly bring back Shennong as a descendant of Pangu. Lousy would not be harmed by the Pangu fortune residing within Xuanwu, and he could also mitigate his own merit and fortune. This maneuver by Hongjun could be deemed a dual victory. Being the foremost among the three pure ones, Lousy, possessing part of the inheritance of the great Pangu, was certainly aware of these principles. However, faced with circumstances stronger than human will, he had no choice but to comply with Hongjun's orders. Thus, Lousy descended from the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace and made his way directly to the primordial Arctic. Yuanzi, how fare the tasks I assigned you? Hongjun inquired, turning his gaze towards Zhen and Yuanzi. Master, we have successfully brought back the offspring of Yuanfeng to the western Shumi Mountain, yet the egg has yet to hatch. It may not meet your expectations. According to the celestial mechanisms, Yuanfeng has two offspring, one of which has already emerged, yet I am curious as to what method Yuanfeng employed to influence the heavenly designs. Hongjun remarked, Master, when I visited the Phoenix clan, I only saw one egg in the Phoenix nest, so I brought back that unhatched one, inadvertently thwarting your plans, causing me great distress. Yuanzi confessed, Fear not, for I possess a method that can extract the yin and yang energies from that egg, diminishing its potential and hastening its transformation, as long as it can seize the fortunes and fruit positions of the Phoenix clan. Hongjun assured, gesturing towards Yuanzi, a beam of white light emanating from his fingertip. Manifesting the method within Yuanzi's primordial spirit, that Hongjun's intention behind having Xuan steal the unhatched golden wing Dapeng was to claim the fortunes and positions of the Phoenix clan. The three innate clans each embodied the great fortunes of heaven and earth. The mere titles of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans sufficed to secure their share of the cosmic fortunes. This illustrates why the primordial three clans fought so fiercely, yet managed to survive annihilation. There was indeed a reason behind in Hongjun's mind. The Dragon clan had become ineffective, barely maintaining its existence, and its fortunes and karmic debts were disproportionate. Therefore, he turned his attention to the other two clans. By seizing the fortunes of both the Phoenix and Qilin clans, Hongjun could gain greater influence, potentially rivaling the consciousness of the heavenly Tao. Nuwa, Jiang remains unsuspecting of you. Hide outside the Sea of Blood and keep a vigilant watch on the movements in the mortal realm. Should Jiang show any signs of unrest, relay the message to me immediately. Hongjun assigned Nuwa to monitor the Wu clan, knowing that her connection with Jiang would mitigate any repercussions of being discovered. Lacking control over Jiang's movements, Hongjun resorted to this primitive method, sending a spy. Nuwa, unwilling to entangle herself in Hongjun's schemes, felt powerless as a saint of the heavenly Tao to resist his orders. Otherwise, Hongjun could easily seal her away until the end of time. Reluctantly, Nuwa exited the Purple Cloud Palace and entered the primordial realm, concealing her presence as she lay in wait by the Sea of Blood. Zhen and Zhen were dispatched back to the west to expedite the hatching of the Golden Wing Dapeng, while Hongjun instructed Yuanzi and Tong Tian to return to their respective sanctuaries, awaiting the moment when he would suppress the essence of Buzhou Mountain using the power of the heavenly Tao. Seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, Yuanzi and Tong Tian complied without question. Tong Tian finally understood the truth behind Jiang's earlier words. He was right in every regard, as their brotherhood had indeed amounted to recognizing a thief as a father. For the first time, Tong Tian felt remorse for having taken Hongjun as his master and becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao. Yet, where could one find the remedy for such regret? Even if time could be reversed, it was not within his current realm to accomplish. Perhaps there existed a state of being capable of reversing time, but it was far beyond Tong Tian's current comprehension. Upon exiting the Purple Cloud Palace, Laozi traversed the primordial realm, utilizing the laws of heaven and earth to transport himself to the Arctic. Upon arrival, he encountered a colossal tortoise, lying on the ground, with a spiritual serpent coiling atop its shell. This was indeed the first Xuanwu beast since the creation of the heavens. Approaching Xuanwu, who appeared to be asleep, Laozi called out, "Xuanwu, awaken swiftly." Xuanwu yawned widely, gazing at Laozi. "Might I inquire why the Taiji Saint has ventured to my frigid Arctic abode?" Xuanwu asked. "Xuanwu, I have come to pose a question," Laozi replied. "What is it?" "Please speak, Saint," Xuanwu encouraged. "Xuanwu, I must ask, where have your hundreds of kin gone?" Laozi inquired directly, eschewing any preamble. "I have pledged to another that this matter cannot be disclosed to anyone." "If the Taiji Saint has no further business, then please take your leave," Xuanwu replied, leaving Laozi utterly perplexed. "Xuanwu, let me ask again, has that rascal Jiang from the Wu clan taken all your kin, offering you numerous benefits in return?" Laozi's patience wore thin as thoughts of Jiang ignited his fury, almost compelling him to devour Jiang whole. However, Xuanwu ignored Laozi, turning his head away to resume his slumber. Seeing that Xuanwu, a mere pinnacle quasi-saint, dared to disregard him, Laozi momentarily forgot the significance of Xuanwu's identity and attempted to seize Xuanwu by force. Thus, regardless of Jiang's schemes, they would all be in vain. With this thought, Laozi produced the celestial Xin Huang Linglong Pagoda, which not only possessed formidable defensive capabilities and the power to suppress fortunes, but also contained an independent space within. Laozi intended to confine Xuanwu within the pagoda, but Xuanwu was naturally resistant to such an idea, especially since his duty was to guard the Arctic. He had never strayed from this post over the years. Laozi summoned his powers, enveloping Xuanwu in a vast force of control. Xuanwu roared, shattering Laozi's grasp. "Taiji Saint, what is your intention? Since you conspire with that rascal Jiang, for the sake of the primordial realm, I shall not let you go. come with me to the Purple Cloud Palace. Laozi shamelessly branded Jiang a rogue and intensified his efforts to control Xuanwu. Though Xuanwu could not match Laozi, after a few exchanges, he sustained injuries, just as Laozi was about to transport Xuanwu back to the Purple Cloud Palace. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Laozi, you have gone too far. Do not blame me for what follows, Xuanwu bellowed, and suddenly, a golden light erupted from his being. Laozi watched as the merit accumulated by Xuanwu since the dawn of creation began to rise, gradually separating from Xuanwu's body and hovering between Xuanwu and Laozi. Seeing this surge of merit, Laozi's heart leaped with joy, for he had been troubled by his declining cultivation and inability to recover from his injuries. With this merit, regaining his previous realm would be a trivial matter. Laozi gestured to absorb both the merit and Xuanwu into the celestial Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. Suddenly, the merit began to morph, transforming from a sphere into a humanoid shape. Laozi, witnessing this transformation, hesitated, opting to observe quietly. As time passed, the merit gradually took on a human form. Upon recognizing this figure, Laozi turned to flee, for the being formed from the merit was none other than Pangu. The voice of Pangu resonated like the resounding toll of a great bell, echoing across the primordial cosmos. Laozi was the first to bear the brunt of this formidable sound wave, instantly spitting forth a copious amount of blood. As the injuries he had only just begun to recover from were once again exacerbated, the character technique, a method left by Pangu for Xuanwu, drew upon his own merits to unleash this assault. During Pangu's zenith, even a single utterance of this profound sound could instill fear in a multitude of demons and deities, let alone Laozi. At this moment, Laozi found himself in a precarious state, his sanctified position teetering on the brink of collapse. Following the sound, Xuanwu launched an attack aimed at the grand purity Laozi. In haste, Laozi employed the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower for defense, yet his grievous injuries rendered him incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The tower was sent flying, and Laozi coughed up another mouthful of golden sage blood. His once formidable aura diminished in an instant, and his realm plummeted to that of a quasi-saint. I shall slay you. Incensed at his demotion from saintly status, Laozi brandished his crutch, intent on avenging himself upon Xuanwu. However, he was no longer a match for Xuanwu, who propelled a column of water that sent Laozi hurtling out of the Arctic realm. The hastily arriving Yuanzi and Tong Tian, upon witnessing their elder brother's dire plight, yearned to avenge him, yet were wary of any hidden trump card Xuanwu might possess. After all, Laozi had just been cast down from his saintly position. A truly lamentable situation. Despite their sympathy for Laozi, they were reluctant to meet the same fate. After deliberating, the two resolved to escort Laozi back to Shouyang Mountain to recuperate, observing that Yuanzi and Tong Tian had no intention of retaliating. Xuanwu returned to his original position and resumed his slumber. Meanwhile, Yuanzi and Tong Tian carried the unconscious Laozi back to Shouyang Mountain. They produced countless elixirs in an attempt to stabilize Laozi's condition. Yet their efforts proved futile. A fissure had even begun to manifest upon Laozi's foundational path. Brother, what shall we do? Our abilities are insufficient to heal the elder brother's wounds. Without his awakening, his internal energies cannot circulate, and we are powerless to alleviate his injuries. Tong Tian expressed anxiously to Yuanzi. Let us proceed to the Zixiao Palace. Yuanzi pondered before deciding to take Laozi to seek the aid of Dao ancestor Hongjun. If even Hongjun could not restore Laozi, it seemed only the revival of Pangu might offer a solution. Thus, Yuanzi and Tong Tian journeyed back to the Zixiao Palace with Laozi in tow. Within the palace, Hongjun was taken aback to discover that Xuanwu possessed such a hidden card. He could not fault Laozi for this predicament. Old wounds had not yet healed, and with new injuries compounded upon them, it was entirely reasonable for Laozi to fall from grace. Observing Laozi, Hongjun tore through the fabric of the heavenly space, extracting a mass of primordial essence and infusing it into Laozi's being. In an instant, Laozi's injuries and lost status were restored to their original state, save for the fissure upon his foundational path, which he alone would need to mend, lest his cultivation progress be painfully slow. However, the restoration of his foundational path posed a daunting challenge. Among the known treasures of the primordial realm, only the primal green lotus possessed the requisite efficacy. Alas, the primal green lotus had long since been divided among Laozi, Yuanzi, and Tongtian under the intervention of the heavenly Tao. Diminishing in power to repair his foundational path, it would necessitate extracting the essence from the three treasured artifacts and entrusting them to Laozi for refinement, which might yield hope for restoration. Upon Hongjun's revelation of this predicament, the three purities fell into silence. The crutch, the three treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword were the ultimate treasures of the three purities' path to enlightenment. Though their might paled in comparison to what Hongjun had granted them, they were the most harmonious treasures aligned with their Tao. Should they be damaged, Laozi would be indifferent, resigned to his fate. Yet Yuanzi and Tongtian hesitated, for if the essence were entrusted to Laozi for refinement, they risked, at the very least, a decline in their own cultivation, or at worst, a fate akin to Laozi's. Master, I shall handle the matter of my foundational path myself. Laozi discerned the predicament facing Yuanzi and Tongtian and understood he could not impose upon them. Brother, I am sorry. Both Yuanzi and Tongtian apologized in unison. Hongjun, witnessing their exchange, who had initially wished to disregard them, simply dismissed them from his presence. In his view, it was better not to see or hear in the realm below. Jiang had returned to the earthly domain with Kongxian and the members of the Xuanwu clan. Jiang summoned the 9 phoenixes, requesting them to arrange a sanctuary for the Xuanwu clan, offering positions to those willing to seek merit within the underworld. Once the Xuanwu clan was settled, Jiang escorted Kongxian back to his palace. Upon entering the grand hall, Kongxian gazed with wide-eyed wonder at all within Pangu's hall, as if he had stepped into a new world, brimming with curiosity about everything. Much like the past with the 6 ears, he inquired of Jiang about each marvel he encountered. Jiang was more than willing to share, imparting to Kongxian a wealth of fascinating knowledge and tales of the primordial realm. Jiang himself was uncertain why he had impulsively taken Kongxian as his adopted son, though upon first laying eyes on him, a fleeting sense of familiarity washed over him before dissipating, which he dismissed as mere illusion. Boom! A formidable presence of mixed elements descended upon the earthly realm, prompting a smile to grace Jiang's lips as he sensed its arrival. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Within 2,000 years, you have cultivated a mixed elemental powerhouse for your faction, enhancing its strength. The task was complete, and indeed, someone had stepped into the realm of mixed elements that Jiang swiftly materialized before Zhu Jiuyin. Congratulations! You have entered the mixed element realm. You are now a player in this cosmic chess game. The one who had reached the mixed element realm was none other than the time ancestor Zhu Jiuyin. During this period, he had been comprehending the Tao of time through the primal jade butterfly provided by Jiang, and he had finally grasped the principles of time to the level of mixed elements. Just having emerged from the chaos. Brother, I have broken through. I must thank you. Without your assistance, I know not when I would have achieved this breakthrough. Zhu Jiuyin expressed his gratitude to Jiang. There is no need for such formalities. This success is the fruit of your diligent cultivation. Treasures are merely external aids. The true strength lies within you. Jiang replied. You speak true, as they conversed. Other ancestral witches sensed Zhu Jiuyin's energy and hurried over. Congratulations, second brother, on successfully achieving the mixed element state. The assembled ancestral witches offered their congratulations to Zhu Jiuyin that Jiang led everyone back to Pangu's hall. Just as they settled into their seats, a youthful voice rang out in the hall. Father, where do I sit? Huh? Father. The ancestral witches were taken aback, then turned to see Kongxian, who had been shadowing Jiang. It was hardly their fault for not noticing him. Compared to the other ancestral witches, Kongxian was indeed diminutive, and with Zhu Jiuyin's recent achievement, they had simply overlooked the presence of a child by their elder brother's side. Brother, where have you been? Whom have you brought back? You even have a child now? The impatient Zhurong inquired hastily. Bang! Before Zhurong could finish, he found himself suspended upon the wall, prompting Tianwu, who had also wished to ask, to close his mouth that he had no desire to share Zhurong's fate. Do not speak out of turn. This is my adopted son, named Kongxian, a descendant of the Yuan Feng that Jiang slowly explained Kong Xian's origins to the assembly. Only then did the ancestral witches comprehend Kong Xian's background. I have met all of you uncles and aunts. Kong Xian addressed the ancestral witches without fear, bowing respectfully, which endeared him even further to them. Ming scooped Kong Xian into his embrace. Look at how Kong Xian has grown. With sharp brows and bright eyes, rosy lips and pearly teeth, he is far more handsome than his elder brother. Only his ears bear some resemblance to his elder brother, but he is undeniably more attractive. Ming spoke up, immediately asserting that Kong Xian was far more handsome than Jiang. Indeed. How could such an unattractive elder brother possibly have such a stunning son? The words from Ho Tu delivered a devastating blow to Jiang's confidence, leaving him utterly disheartened. The other ancestral witches struggled to suppress their laughter, fearing that Jiang might take offense. In stark contrast, Ming and Ho Tu laughed heartily without a care that Jiang found himself at a loss when it came to his two younger sisters and could only indulge them. Now, what is the current state of our Wu clan's overall strength? Jiang inquired, steering the conversation towards more serious matters. Elder brother, as for Zhu Rong, Ming, and the others, they have all reached the pinnacle of primordial golden immortals, mere steps away from the realm of Yuan. For now, they can only take time to comprehend the laws. As for Xing Tian, Jiufeng, Qiu, Ho Yi, and Kuafu, they have all attained the initial stage of physical quasi-sainthood, while the other great witches have also reached the peak of their powers. There are now 60,000 newly appointed great witches, and aside from the newborns, the lowest cultivation level within our Wu clan is already on par with the golden immortal realm of the immortal path. Ming remarked. During the absence of Zhu Jiuyin from the realm, the affairs of the Wu clan have been overseen by Ming and Jiufeng. Upon hearing this, Jiang exclaimed, "Goodness, has our Wu clan truly developed such formidable strength? If we were to mobilize, we could easily annihilate both the demon and celestial factions." Yet, Jiang only entertained this thought. Such foolish actions were far beneath him. The realization of the Wu clan's immense power sparked a fleeting impulse within Jiang to cry out to the wilderness. Who dares to challenge me? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, understanding that prudent development was the true path to success. That Jiang proceeded to make arrangements, assigning all the great witches to the chaos near the realm for training. Naturally, one of the 12 ancestral witches would lead the expedition to mitigate any unforeseen dangers. That Jiang also urged the other ancestral witches to seize the opportunity to enter seclusion. There was no need for the Qinyuan witches for now, as the formation would be presided over in rotation by Xing Tian, Jiufeng, Qiu, Ho Yi, and Kuafu every 5,000 years. Having completed a series of plans, Jiang kept Zhu Jiuyin by his side and sent the others back to their respective duties. Little Kong Xian was taken away by Ming and Ho Tu to the underworld, which relieved Jiang immensely. Had he been tasked with childcare duties, he would have been at a complete loss. "You shall accompany me to the wilderness," Jiang instructed Zhu Jiuyin. "Elder brother, did you not just return from the wilderness? Why are you going back? Is there something of great importance?" Zhu Jiuyin inquired, genuinely puzzled as to the purpose of Jiang's return. "This is a secret. I intend to present a grand gift to Hongjun to let him know the extent of our might." Jiang replied with a mysterious smile. However, to Zhu Jiuyin, that smile bore a hint of mischief. As Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin concealed their intentions, they were directly observed by Nuwa, who was stationed at the entrance to the realm. Likewise, Jiang noticed Nuwa's presence. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that Hongjun had sent Nuwa to keep watch over him. Otherwise, given Nuwa's character, she would never appear without cause. "Nuwa, my friend," Jiang called out, leading Zhu Jiuyin before her. "Friend, do you require something? Perhaps feeling guilty?" Nuwa's speech was halting. "Just as it happens, we were on our way to find you. Now my second brother and I need not make an extra trip to Huang Tian," Jiang stated. "Did you summon me for some purpose?" Nuwa asked, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, there is a matter of utmost importance that I wish to discuss with you. Might you accompany me to the realm for a more detailed conversation?" Jiang extended an invitation to Nuwa to join him in the realm. Nuwa considered the proposition. She had no negative associations with the Wu clan and, in fact, enjoyed a rather cordial relationship with them. Believing there to be no danger, she agreed. Second brother, you may go ahead. I shall join you after my discussion with Nuwa. Jiang informed Zhu Juin, who nodded in understanding and promptly departed for the agreed-upon location. Jiang escorted Nuwa into the realm, directly entering the Pangu Hall, as he felt the realm was not entirely secure, given the likelihood of Hongjun having some means of influence over Nuwa. Within the Pangu Hall, however, aside from the Great Tao, no other powers could function. Once inside, Hongjun observed their arrival with keen interest. Were you not instructed to monitor? Why then are you returning with someone? He wondered, filled with curiosity about the discussion between Jiang and Nuwa. Nevertheless, he had no means to intervene within the Pangu Hall and could only wait patiently, albeit reassured that no significant issues would arise, for he believed Nuwa posed no threat to him. While Hongjun remained focused on Jiang's movements, he overlooked Zhu Jiuyin's stealthy presence. Concealing his cultivation at the 4th level of Hunyuan, Zhu Jiuyin appeared to Hongjun merely as an inconsequential golden immortal. Jiang, my friend, what brings you to seek me? Nuwa inquired, her expression one of confusion, uncertain of Jiang's intentions. What is your perspective on the saints of the heavenly Tao? Jiang did not directly answer Nuwa's question, but instead inquired about her views on the heavenly Tao saints. The saints of the heavenly Tao exist in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Though they have lost some freedom, their lack of desires renders their state somewhat acceptable, Nuwa replied, after some contemplation. What if I were to say that the life and death of the saints rest entirely within Hongjun's thoughts? Moreover, he harbors a grand scheme against you, effectively blocking your future path. Jiang stated, prompting disbelief to wash over Nuwa's features. Surely, you jest. Nuwa exclaimed, you truly believe I would joke about such matters? Jiang paused before responding. The saints of the heavenly Tao require the primordial purple energy to achieve sainthood, while the earthly saints, apart from Zhen Yuanzi, must also traverse the cycle of reincarnation to attain their status. What if someone were to tamper with those two elements? These components delve deep into the primordial spirit. Should any changes occur, one might find themselves at the mercy of others. Jiang's words struck fear into Nuwa, causing her to hastily sit down and assess the primordial purple energy within her spirit. Until now, she had approached her comprehension cautiously, never suspecting that there could be anything amiss within the primordial purple energy. Jiang remained patient, waiting in silence. After a brief moment, Nuwa discerned a faint, elusive mark within the primordial purple energy. When she reached out with her spiritual force to touch the mark, an intense pain coursed through her spirit, startling her into retreat. From that mark, she sensed an eerily familiar aura, none other than that of her master. Hongjun. Nuwa's expression darkened instantly. She had not anticipated that Hongjun would conspire against her, a being devoid of desire. Why would Hongjun plot against me? Nuwa voiced her confusion. What is your assessment of the potential of the human race? What do you foresee for their future? Jiang sidestepped Nuwa's query, posing another question regarding her views on humanity. The weak. The human race possesses immense potential, and their capacity for reproduction is unparalleled in the wilderness. The future of humanity. Nuwa was cut off as realization dawned upon her. Are you suggesting that Hongjun's machinations against me are for the sake of humanity? Indeed, but to be more precise, Hongjun's scheme against you serves the purpose of humanity's path. Jiang clarified. Heaven, earth, and humanity. Each path's awakening and growth hinges upon its respective representative. The heavenly Tao was awakened by the primal chaos jade plate. Selecting Hongjun, the earthly Tao awakened through Ho Tu, leveraging her inherent nature. Thus, humanity must also possess a key to awaken. Could this key be the human race? Nuwa found it somewhat hard to believe. She had never imagined that the diminutive human race could wield such significant influence. Nuwa had never considered that the being she had created would serve as the key to awakening the path of humanity among the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man. To be precise. You are that key. Jiang paused before continuing, stating that throughout the vast expanse of Honghuang, among the 3,000 innate deities, only your legacy embodies the path of creation. And only you possess the power to bring forth humanity and awaken the human path. So, Hongjun has had his eyes on me for the very beginning, hasn't he? Nuwa inquired at it is highly likely that once he acquired the creation Jade Butterfly and grasped the grand design of the heavenly Tao. He had already set his sights on you it that time. You had not even taken form yet. That Jiang's words plunged Nuwa into a chilling realization. She dared not contemplate that Hongjun had begun plotting against her even shortly after the creation of the world. When she was still unaware, friend Jiang, since you summoned me, you must have devised a solution, correct? Nuwa gazed at Jiang, instantly surmising that he had already conceived a resolution and sought her collaboration. Indeed, I have a plan that, if successful, it could help you break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, and even advance further, though that is not beyond the realm of possibility. Advance further? If I were to escape the bindings of the heavenly Tao, it would mean I would no longer be a saint of the heavenly Tao. Would that not lead to my fall from grace? Nuwa asked, her curiosity piqued. What do you think of Hongjun and Ho Tu? One embodies the heavenly Tao, while the other embodies the earthly Tao. Are you suggesting that I have the opportunity to embody the human Tao like them? Nuwa stood there, a look of disbelief etched across her face as she regarded Jiang. Exactly. I intend to seize an opportunity that will allow you to break free from the heavenly Tao and awaken the human Tao. Jiang replied. By the way, since we are now partners, I have some news for you. Would you like to hear it? Nuwa adopted a playful, youthful demeanor, a sight that rendered Jiang momentarily speechless. Observing his reaction, Nuwa's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson. Will you listen or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Nuwa stated that Jiang regained his composure, realizing his earlier lapse in decorum. Please do enlighten me, my friend. Then, I shall reluctantly share this with you. Hongjun is planning to take advantage of the impending battle between the immortals and the demons to destroy Mount Buzhou. Furthermore, he has learned of your visit to the Xuanwu clan and even sent Laozi to retrieve Xuanwu, only to be thwarted by the contingencies left behind by the great Pangu. My arrival at the entrance of the earthly realm was orchestrated by Hongjun to keep watch over you. Upon hearing that Laozi had been incapacitated, Jiang's interest was piqued, and he grasped Nuwa's hand, urging her to divulge further details. Nuwa recounted how Laozi had been cast down from his saintly position by Xuanwu, and how the three pure ones had sought out Hongjun for healing. Friend Jiang, what exactly is this opportunity you mentioned that would allow me to escape the heavenly Tao? Nuwa inquired, her curiosity intensifying. That I plan to establish the four poles of heaven and earth to stabilize the primordial realm. At that time, both the heavenly and earthly Taos will be reinforced. However, Hongjun and the consciousness of the heavenly Tao will undoubtedly resist such an event, striving to thwart it. They will mobilize a significant portion of the heavenly Tao's power to impede this endeavor. At that point, you will be able to petition the great Tao to awaken the human Tao, thereby redistributing some of the authority within the primordial realm, which will weaken the heavenly Tao. This means that when the heavenly Tao confronts the earthly and human Taos, it will no longer hold an overwhelming advantage. Upon hearing Jiang's plan, Nuwa felt fortunate to have forged an alliance with him rather than becoming adversaries. This scheme was indeed treacherous. Should Hongjun attempt to obstruct Jiang's establishment of the four poles, the awakening of the human Tao would inevitably diminish the heavenly Tao's strength. If Hongjun were to interfere with my actions, it would be laughable. Petitioning the great Tao to awaken the human Tao aligns perfectly with the operational rules of the primordial realm. When humanity emerges, the human Tao should also manifest, and as humanity develops, the human Tao will naturally grow stronger. However, due to the suppression from Hongjun and the consciousness of the heavenly Tao, the human Tao has shown signs of awakening but cannot fully realize it. Friend Nuwa, you must return now and report that you have gathered little information, only that the next move of the Witch Clan is related to the impending battle between the immortals and the demons. Nuwa nodded and subsequently departed the earthly realm with Jiang. The moment Jiang exited the earthly realm, he utilized the abilities of the system to completely conceal his presence, shrouding his form with the power of the space Tao. In Hongjun's eyes, it appeared as though only Nuwa had emerged from the earthly realm. Hongjun hurriedly employed the marks within the Hongmeng purple chi to sense Nuwa's condition, finding nothing amiss, and thus breathed a sigh of relief. While Hongjun believed his secrecy was impeccable, he was unaware that Nuwa had been observing the marks within the Hongmeng purple qi through her primordial spirit. Upon sensing the fluctuations of Hongjun's aura, Nuwa realized he was monitoring her. Without delay, she turned back for a lingering glance at the earthly realm before tearing through the space to arrive at the barrier between heaven and earth. Upon breaking through the barrier, Nuwa beheld a staircase of deep black hue. She understood that this was the passage leading her to the chaotic purple sky palace, presumably because Hongjun could no longer contain his impatience. Upon entering the purple sky palace, Nuwa collected her thoughts and hurriedly approached to pay her respects to Hongjun Master. I have not failed in my mission. I have gathered some intelligence regarding Jiang and the witch clan's next move. Nuwa announced. Oh, what has that rascal Jiang revealed to you? Hongjun inquired. Master, I have discerned that the witch clan's forthcoming strategy pertains to the war between the immortals and the demons. Jiang seems intent on reaping the benefits while the demon clan and the celestial court clash, aiming to unify the primordial realm. Is this assertion credible? Hongjun questioned. Indeed, Master, this information was gleaned from the battle preparations of the great witch Jiufeng within the Pangu Hall, where it was rather casually laid out. After Jiang accompanied me inside, he took it away. Hence I only managed to glimpse a portion. Nuwa recounted the narrative she had previously conspired with Jiang to present to Hongjun. However, the inherently suspicious Hongjun did not fully trust Nuwa. In other words, he only placed faith in himself. What else did that rascal Jiang say to you? Hongjun pressed. Jiang attempted to win me over, seeking to enlist me in his camp, but I did not acquiesce. I am a saint of the heavenly Tao and also your most trusted disciple. Master, how could I possibly betray you? Nuwa replied, her demeanor unflinching. Through the marks left in the Hongmeng purple qi, Hongjun sensed no anomalies in Nuwa's primordial spirit, and thus relaxed. He believed his methods to be exceptionally clever. Unaware that Nuwa's primordial spirit had been shielded by Jiang's creation jade tablet. Though Jiang's piece was only 1/3 the size of Hongjun's, its power was not to be underestimated, thus rendering Hongjun oblivious to it. Having found no irregularities in Nuwa, Hongjun nodded, instructing her to return to the Blood Sea and continue her surveillance. Meanwhile, Jiang had already reached Mount Buzhou and found Zhu Jiuyin, who had arrived there earlier. Elder brother, everything is prepared. We can commence at any moment. Zhu Jiuyin informed Jiang. It turns out that after exiting the earthly realm, Zhu Jiuyin was dispatched by Jiang to Mount Buzhou to inscribe the array patterns entrusted to him by Jiang. The array was quite simple, designed solely to connect the four supreme, innate spiritual treasures and unify them with Mount Buzhou. Zhu Jiuyin engraved the array pattern atop Mount Buzhou and established an altar to commune with the will of Pangu residing within. Seeing that Zhu Jiuyin had made all necessary preparations, Jiang, again using the system's concealment, returned to the entrance of the earthly realm. Upon arriving at the earthly realm's entrance, Jiang sensed that Nuwa had also returned and deliberately leaked a trace of his aura, making it appear as though it had escaped inadvertently. This slight opportunity was immediately perceived by Hongjun, who realized that Jiang had exited the earthly realm and entered the vast expanse of Honghuang. Not at ease with Nuwa, Hongjun continued to monitor Jiang's movements through the marks left in the Hongmeng purple qi. He discovered that Jiang was headed towards the ancestral land of humanity, and Nuwa was following him as per their plan. Humanity? What could Jiang possibly want with humanity? Although he holds the Kongtong Seal, the human race has yet to flourish, rendering his visit to them seemingly futile. What exactly is he scheming? Hongjun, within the Zixiao Palace, tirelessly calculates the heavenly mysteries, yet he remains unable to discern the true intentions of Jiang. The only certainty is the connection to the human race and the path of humanity. However, Hongjun cannot ascertain whether it pertains to the sovereign heaven and martial arts. Since the rise of martial arts among humanity, it has swiftly supplanted Laozi's golden elixir Tao. Following Jiao's counsel, sovereign heaven established a scripture repository in the ancestral land of humanity, housing the two forms of cultivation he has comprehended over the years, along with the 9 Yin and 9 Yang scriptures. This repository serves to enlighten the human race, who, upon grasping new martial arts techniques and divine abilities. Subsequently inscribe their discoveries within. In just a millennium, the human race has birthed countless martial geniuses, unlocking numerous new techniques. Sovereign Heaven randomly inscribes these techniques upon stone tablets, scattering them across human settlements for all to contemplate and practice. Thus, the Tao of immortals waned, while martial arts flourished. Consequently, Hongjun surmises that Zixiao's journey to the ancestral land of humanity likely concerns his disciple, Sovereign Heaven. While Hongjun closely observes Zixiao, he has entirely forgotten that Zixiao has also arrived in the Hongwang realm. Upon reaching the ancestral land of humanity, Zixiao proceeds directly to Sovereign Heaven's dojo. Meanwhile, Nuwa, who accompanied Zixiao, halts outside the ancestral land, concealing herself upon a mountain, seemingly to track Zixiao's movements, just as all of Hongjun's attention is focused on Zixiao. Zixiao recognizes that the time has come that a surge of primordial energy emanates from the peak of Buzhou mountain, startling the entirety of the Hongwang realm. This prompts the nearby heavenly court to mistakenly believe that a primordial powerhouse has arrived, causing Zixiao and Dongwang Tai to swiftly activate the great array of the constellations, preparing for an assault. The Tao is supreme. Now, the Witch Clan perceives the incompleteness of the Hongwang realm. Therefore, the Witch Clan is willing to offer 4 supreme, innate spiritual treasures to establish the 4 poles of heaven and earth, linking to Buzhou mountain to stabilize the Hongwang realm. Upon concluding his statement, Zixiao witnesses 4 beams of light rise from the 4 corners of the world. In the east, the dragon race's Qinglong leaps from the water, wielding a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and proclaims, "Dragon race Qinglong, east, Jia Yi Wood." In the south, the Phoenix clan's Zhuke emerges from the immortal Fire Mountain, similarly brandishing a supreme innate spiritual treasure, stating, "Phoenix clan Zhuke." South, Bing Ding Fire. In the west stands the sharp metal Baihu, while in the north stands the divine Bi Xuan Wu, both proclaiming, "West, Gung Xian Metal. North, Rengu A Water." In the Zixiao Palace, upon witnessing the upheaval in Hongwang, Hongjun exclaims, "This is bad." Hongjun must not allow the establishment of the 4 poles of heaven and earth, lest the heavenly Tao be strengthened and the shackles upon him grow ever tighter. This is not what Hongjun wishes to witness. He hastily mobilizes the power of the heavenly Tao, attempting to suppress this force, only to encounter fierce resistance from the heavenly Tao. "If you do not assist me, the heavenly Tao will grow stronger, and you will gain nothing." Hongjun cries out, "Why should I aid you? The strengthening of the heavenly Tao merely equates to my own enhancement. Why would I relinquish the opportunity to become stronger?" The voice of the heavenly Tao consciousness resonates within Hongjun's mind. Should the Witch Clan succeed in their endeavor, not only would the heavenly Tao be fortified, but the Earth Tao would also achieve completeness. At that point, not only the Earth Tao, but even the human Tao could potentially break free from its constraints. Hongjun, in a state of urgency, implores, "You speak wisely." The heavenly Tao consciousness concurs with Hongjun's reasoning. It prioritizes the prevention of the Earth Tao and human Tao from growing stronger over its own enhancement. The heavenly Tao consciousness and Hongjun hastily channel their power towards Zixiao atop Buzhou mountain. Having discerned the crux of the Witch Clan's actions, aside from the 4 pole divine beasts, it lies in the 4 array patterns atop Buzhou mountain. As long as the patterns are destroyed, what the Witch Clan establishes will merely be a flawed imitation, devoid of any efficacy. Zixiao, sensing the strength of the heavenly Tao, realizes he is not yet a match for it. For not everyone possesses the same advantages as Zixiao. He produces 3 drops of essence blood, belonging to Zixiao, Hutu, and Zixiao, the 3 primordial beings. Zixiao places the 3 drops of essence blood upon a pre-prepared altar. "I beseech the Father God to assist me." Upon uttering these words, the 3 drops of essence blood radiate brilliance before vanishing. With the disappearance of the essence blood, the Pangu will within Buzhou mountain is instantly awakened, aiding Zixiao in resisting the power of the heavenly Tao. Now, Zixiao merely needs to swiftly navigate through the array patterns to connect the power of the 4 supreme, innate spiritual treasures with Buzhou mountain. As Hongjun witnesses the emergence of the Pangu will, he unleashes all his might, aiming to shatter it while simultaneously destroying Buzhou Mountain. Just as the Pangu will within Buzhou Mountain teeters on the brink of collapse. An upheaval occurs in the ancestral land of humanity. The Tao is supreme. Now the human mother Nuwa, having founded the human race and perfected the human Tao, perceives the incompleteness of the three paths of humanity, earth and heaven in the Hongyuan realm. Thus, she boldly seeks to awaken the human Tao, voluntarily relinquishing her status as a saint of the heavenly Tao to merge with the human Tao, completing the Hongyuan realm. Nuwa's voice resonates throughout the Hongyuan realm, catching both Hongjun and the heavenly Tao off guard. Rid herself of the Hongmeng purple qi in Hongjun. Nuwa endures excruciating pain, leveraging the power of the Tao and Dijiao's creation jade tablet to forcibly separate the Hongmeng purple qi. To thoroughly eliminate future troubles, Nuwa even severs a portion of her own primordial spirit that has come into contact with the Hongmeng purple Q. In an instant, her aura diminishes and her realm plummets to the peak of the quasi-saint mid-stage. Despite this, Nuwa successfully liberates herself from the control of the heavenly Tao in Hongjun. Such a loss is negligible, just as Nuwa relinquishes her status as a saint of the heavenly Tao. Zixiao, atop Buzhou Mountain, suddenly senses a considerable weakening of the heavenly Tao's power. This is due to Nuwa's departure from the heavenly Tao, resulting in the loss of a saint of the heavenly Tao, which in turn diminishes its power. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, who is exerting pressure upon Zixiao, erupts in fury upon hearing of Nuwa's renunciation. Nuwa, you dare to betray the heavenly Tao. I shall not let you escape. Hongjun's voice echoes throughout the Hongyuan realm, resonating with all cultivators above the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Those below the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm are left reeling, their minds buzzing, unable to comprehend Hongjun's words. This moment, although Nuwa's realm has diminished, the human Tao has not awakened completely. It exists in a state of partial awakening. However, Nuwa remains unfazed, for Dijiao has already informed her of this situation. The awakening of the human Tao differs from that of the earth Tao, requiring not only a key, but also the strength of the human race to aid Nuwa in unlocking the door. Dijiao has long prepared for this. Sovereign Heaven, accompanied by the three ancestral figures of humanity and countless clansmen, kneels before Nuwa, imploring, "We beseech the Holy Mother to merge with the human Tao and protect our human race." A surge of human luck and power emanates from the gathered humanity, flowing towards Nuwa. Nuwa feels her understanding of the Tao become clearer and more profound than when she was a saint. Boom! The entire Hongyuan realm resonates with a rich energy of the human Tao. The human Tao is not solely the path of humanity, but encompasses the essence of all living beings within heaven and earth. Though the human Tao does not arise from humanity, it exists because of the human race. Thus, the awakening of the human Tao primarily benefits humanity itself. Behind Nuwa, a mysterious law wheel gradually manifests. The law wheel of the human Tao. After its appearance, it swiftly integrates into Nuwa's being, elevating her realm to the level of the 9th layer of primordial unity. However, she still falls short of Hongjun and Hutu, who have attained the 11th layer of primordial unity. Sovereign Heaven, remember your master's words. Dijiao instructs Sovereign Heaven. Sovereign Heaven recalls the conversation he had with Dijiao not long ago when he came to the human race and shared his thoughts. My child, if the human race wishes to grow, relying solely on martial arts is insufficient to ensure that humanity is not enslaved and truly flourishes. We must depend on the human Tao. However, how you choose is not something I shall impose upon you. As Huang Tian pondered the words spoken to him by his esteemed master, he had already reached a decision. He gazed upon Nuwa, who hovered serenely in mid-air, deep in contemplation, stepping forth from the crowd. Huang Tian proclaimed loudly, "The way of humanity is paramount. Today, I, the martial ancestor of the human race, Huang Tian, wish to place martial arts beneath the auspices of the way of humanity. Henceforth, martial arts shall no longer be merely the martial path of the human race, but shall instead serve as the martial expression of the way of humanity." His declaration resonated through the air. The fortunes of martial arts seamlessly merged with those of humanity, causing the might of the way of humanity to surge once more. In this momentum, Nuwa's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the mixed elements' 10th heavens, with the 11th heaven now merely a step away. At this juncture, the consciousness of the heavenly Tao found itself in discord with Hongjun. Hongjun, you must urgently prevent the awakening of the way of humanity. The establishment of the four poles of heaven and earth bears no significant detriment, although the unmoving mountain cannot be destroyed. Alternative methods can be devised. However, should the way of humanity awaken, the authority of the heavenly Tao would become inconsequential. The heavenly Tao consciousness expressed its distress, for the repercussions of the awakening of the way of humanity were far from what it desired. While Hongjun simmered with anger at Nuwa's betrayal, he recognized that the awakening of the way of humanity would not pose a grave threat to himself. The fortunes of humanity could be strategized at a later time. Yet the establishment of the four poles would fortify the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Consequently, the heavenly Tao's control over Hongjun would be substantially enhanced. Currently, Hongjun was already precariously balancing, avoiding total domination by the heavenly Tao consciousness. If the heavenly Tao were to gain further strength, he would undoubtedly become a mere puppet. Thus, Hongjun disregarded the words of the heavenly Tao consciousness, intensifying his magical output in an attempt to thwart the establishment of the four poles. Hongjun, this predicament is of your own making. You have only yourself to blame, the heavenly Tao consciousness remarked. Upon its completion, Hongjun lost control over his own body, his aura becoming cold and indifferent, disregarding all. Once the heavenly Tao consciousness seized control of Hongjun's body, it abandoned Zhu Jiuyin, opting to manifest its true form in the primordial chaos, intent on sealing the way of humanity once more. Nuwa, how dare you betray me? Hongjun, now overtaken by the heavenly Tao consciousness, rasped, sending chills through all present. Hongjun, you have been plotting against me all along, and you still have the audacity to question me. It appears you were already aware. Indeed, it was I who schemed against you. I simply refused to witness your awakening of the way of humanity. However, now that you have awakened it, do not blame me. I shall ensure you are not spared today. You are hardly a match for me, Nuwa retorted fearlessly. Once I extinguish you, the way of humanity, even if awakened, shall be as a rootless weed, easily manipulated. Do not even think of it. Let us engage in a battle of chaos. With that, Nuwa soared towards the chaos, and Hongjun followed closely behind. Huang Tian, come, I shall take you to witness the battle. With a wave of his hand, Jiang and Huang Tian vanished from the sight of the onlookers, heading towards the chaos. Meanwhile, having escaped the suppression of the heavenly Tao, Zhu Jiuyin swiftly completed the formation's connection with his mixed element cultivation. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise had all united with spiritual treasures, standing at the four poles, linking to the unmoving mountain, reinforcing the primordial world and the unmoving mountain. Thus, Hongjun's scheme to destroy the unmoving mountain had effectively collapsed. After accomplishing this, Zhu Jiuyin also made his way to the chaos, eager to witness the outcome of this battle. Within the chaos, Hongjun and Nuwa faced each other, each silently adjusting their states to perfection. Especially for Nuwa, who had just ascended, her mastery of her newfound power was still in its infancy. Thus delaying her action would be to her advantage. Suddenly, sensing something, Hongjun's expression shifted to one of shock as he unleashed his full power, aiming to subdue Nuwa directly. At that moment, a tempest of turmoil surged within Jiang. How can it be him? As Hongjun made his move, Jiang recalled the figure he had seen in the Guishu. Realizing that Hongjun's aura was eerily reminiscent of that individual from years past, albeit now imbued with a greater coldness that Jiang remembered that long ago, Long Mu had mentioned. The ancestor dragon once witnessed a primordial spirit escape from the CEI. Yet, no matter how hard the ancestor dragon searched, the trace of that primordial spirit remained elusive. Thus, the ancestor dragon had dismissed it as a mere misperception. Now, it seemed that the ancestor dragon had indeed been correct. That primordial spirit had truly emerged, having undoubtedly employed some means to become part of the heavenly Dao. And oh wonder, No wonder the three races had always developed peacefully, even when Luo Ho instigated discord. They refrained from mortal combat. The root of the issue likely lay with that primordial spirit's machinations. But what could be its purpose in invading the primordial world and the heavenly Tao? A chilling thought crossed Jiang's mind. The primordial world, opened by Pangu, lacks the support of the world tree, and thus can only be considered a half-step eternal world. However, Guaishu, rumored to be a void, now seems intent on consuming the world within the chaos. Yet in the face of the primordial world, it does not possess absolute confidence. Therefore, it sends out an individual to weaken the primordial strength to achieve its goals. Realizing this, Jiang understood he could no longer remain passive. Regardless of Hongjun's actions or schemes, they were matters for the primordial world to handle. However, Guaishu aimed to devour the primordial world and bolster itself. And Jiang would not allow such an outcome. Resolute, Jiang produced the Hongmeng Liang Tianxi, advancing to join the fray, hoping to collaborate with Nuwa in an attempt to seal the heavenly Tao. Although Jiang's cultivation stood at the 8th heaven of the mixed element, combined with his formidable physical prowess, his battle strength had reached the zenith of the 10th heaven of the mixed element, nearly on par with Nuwa. Seeing Jiang approach, Hongjun sought to impede him, but instead of anger, he responded with a laugh. Very well. Today, I shall eliminate both of you troublesome elements. The heavenly Tao. Hongjun harbored no reservations. Should he kill Jiang, it would merely be another notch on his belt, incurring no substantial consequence for the heavenly Tao consciousness. Hongjun summoned all the heavenly Tao power at his disposal, his realm surging to the pinnacle of the 12th heaven of the mixed element, and he continued to grow stronger. Finally, Hongjun ascended to the realm of the heavenly Tao, achieving the status of the mixed element's supreme immortal. Jiang observed, "How is this even possible? Why do I feel he is the man with the cheat?" Nevertheless, Jiang remained calm, for as Hongjun drew upon the heavenly Tao's power, Nuwa too was channeling the strength of the way of humanity. Although the way of humanity was nascent, after drawing upon its power, Nuwa reached a half-step into the realm of the supreme immortal. If only Jiang and Nuwa could hold out for a moment longer, for they sensed that Ho too was en route. Once Ho too arrived, their combined strength would surpass that of Hongjun. The heavenly Tao. Hongjun, acutely aware of this, launched an immediate and ruthless assault. Nuwa and Jiang combined their efforts to withstand his onslaught, but after 10 breaths, they began to yield ground. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, Ho too arrived just in time. Upon connecting with the powers of the earth, Ho too's realm ascended to that of the heavenly Tao, matching Hongjun's strength. Upon witnessing Ho too's arrival, Jiang and Nuwa began their counterattack, primarily focused on restraining Hongjun to prevent his escape. When facing either Nuwa or Jiang alone, Hongjun would not find himself in such dire straits. Yet he now faced this formidable man who could seemingly defy limitations. "Hongjun, let us settle this today," Jiang declared, charging forward alongside Nuwa and Ho too against the heavenly Tao. Hongjun. Although Jiang's realm was currently lower, with Ho too and Nuwa providing support, they posed a significant challenge to Hongjun. Thus, the first official clash of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity within the primordial chaos had commenced. Aside from Jiang, the remaining sages and mixed element beings could only observe from a distance. Watching the unfolding battle, they were utterly incapable of joining this grand battle. They could only bide their time, awaiting the outcome determined by the 4 combatants to discern their own fates. On the battlefield, the powers of heaven, earth, and humanity surged tumultuously, intermingled with the chaotic spiritual energy of Jiang. For a fleeting moment, Tao Hongjun, wielding the creation jade, butterfly, and numerous innate treasures, managed to contend evenly against the 3 that although he could not subdue Jiang, Ho too, and Nuwa, he succeeded in preventing their capture. This battle had raged for a century. Within Jiang's dantian lay a seed that, over the course of this century, continuously absorbed the residual energies of heaven, earth, and humanity while emanating its own Tao rhythm. Coupled with the chaotic spiritual energy coursing through Jiang, the seed unexpectedly broke its shell, sprouting into a tender shoot. Indeed, it was the world tree seed that Jiang had acquired long ago, Upon sensing the sprout of the world tree, Jiang felt an overwhelming joy. However, in the next moment, countless chaotic spiritual energies surged toward him. Hongjun, oblivious to the unfolding events, mistakenly believed Jiang was concocting some grand stratagem and hastily distanced himself. Tu and Nuwa followed suit, fearing Hongjun might seize the opportunity to flee, for such a chance might never present itself again. The world tree seed fervently absorbed the lingering Tao rhythms and chaotic spiritual energies present in the surroundings. Gradually, it transformed from a mere sprout into a sapling, standing within the small world Jiang had established during his path to enlightenment. Instantly, Jiang's inner world expanded wildly, swiftly evolving into a middle thousand world. Within Jiang's primordial spirit, the sapling of the world tree infused him with boundless insights into the Tao. With but a slight absorption, Jiang's cultivation skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, reaching the 11th level of the mixed Yuan. The remaining journey would merely require gradual comprehension, leading him seamlessly to the realm of the mixed Yuan Wujie de Luo Jin Xian. Observing Jiang's cultivation ascend rapidly, Hongjun could only exclaim internally, "This is utterly devoid of martial virtue." He contemplated reporting Jiang for cheating 8T this juncture. Jiang's cultivation had reached parity with the trio of Hongjun, Tu, and Nuwa, who did not draw upon the powers of heaven, earth, and humanity. With his extraordinary physique and mastery of the Tao of strength, Hongjun began to doubt his own ability to best Jiang. Once Jiang completed his ascent, he turned to face Hongjun and resumed his assault alongside Tu and Nuwa. In this renewed conflict, Hongjun found himself retreating step by step. On the verge of defeat at the hands of the three, suddenly, with a careless misstep, Hongjun was caught off guard as Jiang employed the laws of space to appear before him. There was simply no time left to evade. Jiang raised the primordial measuring rod and struck down upon Hongjun's back. In close combat, the Wu clan could confidently claim second place, for few dared to assert they were first. Unless the chaos demon god were to resurrect, none could rival the Wu clan. With that strike, Hongjun felt his internal power falter, and he spat forth a mouthful of golden blood. Seizing the opportunity, Tu and Nuwa unleashed their earth and humanity powers, weaving a great net to ensnare Hongjun that moment. There was no escape for him, as he faced imminent sealing. Hongjun's eyes brimmed with reluctance. "You have forced my hand." A fierce determination flickered within his gaze. Immediately, a force alien to the Honghuang manifested upon Hongjun. This power, while not overwhelmingly strong, equated to the initial stages of the Tao, yet it was imbued with a sense of annihilation. Anything touched by this force was rendered void. Jiang, Nuwa, and Tu sensed the aura of death emanating from Hongjun and instinctively retreated to increase their distance. Upon witnessing this force, Jiang became increasingly convinced that this Tao consciousness was indeed the primordial spirit that had escaped from the Guishu long ago. "Retreat swiftly. He is no longer Hongjun," Jiang commanded, leading the mixed Yuan beings in a hasty withdrawal. "Today, I shall eradicate you all, and I shall see who can thwart me henceforth," Hongjun declared, unleashing a wave of destructive power toward Jiang, Nuwa, and Zhen Yuanzi. Wherever this force passed, even the chaotic spiritual energy within the chaos was extinguished and returned to the void. Jiang, Nuwa, and Tu joined forces to withstand this onslaught, with Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, Ming He, and Huang Tian also intervening. However, their defenses were gradually eroded by this overwhelming power, which inexorably chipped away at their once formidable barriers, just as it seemed they could hold no longer. Jiang noticed the world tree within his dantian stirring, as if it desired to break free from its small world. Could it be that the world tree possessed a means to counter this force? As this thought crossed his mind, the restrictions of the small world were lifted. The sapling of the world tree surged forth, positioning itself before Jiang and his companions, standing between them and the encroaching force. With a gentle sway, the sapling effortlessly dissipated the attack launched by Hongjun upon witnessing the emergence of the world tree. Hongjun's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the world tree, which I have sought for so many years, be present within you? Moreover, how could it possibly sprout and grow? This is utterly inconceivable. Dao Hongjun shouted, his expression one of incredulity. For years, he had never ceased in his quest for the world tree, yet had come up empty-handed. The Dao consciousness even doubted that Pangu's creation was truly the eternal world, merely a larger version of a great thousand world. Otherwise, how could the world tree remain elusive? Now, witnessing the world tree's emergence, flourishing to such an extent within Jiang, he realized that one could best control a world tree at the seed stage. Once it sprouted, it would follow its nurturer. Clearly, the world tree had chosen to follow Jiang, shattering any hopes Dao Hongjun harbored of seizing control over it. Before Dao Hongjun could fully comprehend the situation, the world tree swayed once more. Unleashing a beam of green light that struck Dao Hongjun upon being hit, he lost all control over his body. Moreover, the Dao consciousness was forcibly expelled from Hongjun's form. Illusory figures emerged from the Dao consciousness, revealing its true essence. However, to Jiang and his companions, it appeared merely as a vague, beastly silhouette, obscured in clarity. Ho-tu, Nuwa, quickly, Jiang urged. After the world tree accomplished its task, it seemingly humbly concealed its merit and fame, retreating back into Jiang's world. Observing the unfolding scenario, Jiang called out to Ho-tu and Nuwa, urging them to seal the Dao consciousness, for this consciousness had become inseparably intertwined with the Dao. Any rash attempt to eliminate it could result in irreversible damage to the Honghuang. Thus, they resolved to seal the Dao consciousness first, and later devise a method for separation. Even if they could eliminate the Dao consciousness, with their current strength, success was not guaranteed. Any lingering risks could lead to boundless repercussions. Nuwa and Ho-tu promptly summoned their powers of humanity and earth, reweaving a more formidable net to ensnare the Dao consciousness. Before it could react, they successfully sealed it, severing its connection to the Dao. Jiang then employed the Dao of strength and the Dao of space to reinforce the sealing, ensuring the Dao consciousness could not escape. With the matter of the Dao consciousness resolved, the group turned their attention back to Hongjun, who had regained control over his own body. However, the injuries inflicted by the world tree proved irreparable, and Hongjun's aura plummeted to near zero. He gazed warily at Jiang and the others, fearful they might seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Depart, Hongjun. We shall not kill you till we understand that it was the Dao consciousness manipulating you. The Dao still requires humanity to function, so return to the Purple Cloud Palace, Jiang proclaimed, leaving all present in stunned silence. That shouldn't this have been the perfect opportunity to eliminate Hongjun? How can we possibly allow him to return? At this moment, has Jiang's mind been compromised? Although the people of Jiang harbored doubts, they nonetheless regarded Jiang as their guiding pillar. Thus, they observed as Sanqing, Zhen, and Yuanzi escorted Hongjun back to Zixiao Palace. Huangtian, you shall return to the human realm to attend to its affairs, ensuring that the path of humanity gradually stabilizes. Understood, Master. Jiang dispatched Huangtian to the human realm to stabilize humanity. For as the progenitor of martial arts, he possessed such authority. The remaining figures, including Yuanzi, Hongjun, Ming He, and Nuwa, followed Jiang, Ho-tu, and Zhu back to the terrestrial realm. Upon entering the Pangu Hall, Ho-tu immediately voiced her concern. Elder brother, why did you allow Hongjun to depart? In my opinion, even if we cannot slay him today, we should at least have sealed him. Everyone turned to Jiang, clearly sharing the same skepticism that Jiang regarded them with a smile, gently shaking his head. After entering the Pangu Hall, all gazes were fixed on Jiang, perplexed by his decision to let Hongjun go. You all comprehend the source of the sudden surge of power emanating from the heavenly Dao's consciousness today? Jiang inquired. Are you referring to the force of annihilation that manifested today? Nuwa responded. The origin of that power was indeed peculiar, seeming intent on devouring and destroying all existence. Moreover, it appeared to be neither rooted in the Honghuang nor derived from the powers of the chaotic demon gods. Yuanzi stroked his long beard as he spoke, his tone betraying a hint of trepidation. Does elder brother know the origin of this force? Ho-tu directly questioned Jiang. Jiang nodded, stating, if my conjecture holds true, This power likely originates from Guishu. Guishu, the legendary terminus of all worlds, Ming He exclaimed, springing from his seat as if his tail had been stepped on. The rest of the assembly, evidently aware of Guishu's nature from their innate legacies, displayed expressions of astonishment. How could this be? The Honghuang has only just come into existence. How can it be on the brink of Guishu? Nuwa expressed her disbelief that you truly believe that Guishu signifies the end of a world-esque existence? Jiang paused momentarily before deciding to reveal the truth. Guishu is in fact a realm, a world that consumes others to enhance itself. Thus, when a world is obliterated, it is termed Guishu. Otherwise, how could a world perish without external forces? Even the boundless calamities merely serve as a grand cleansing. After Jiang's revelation, silence enveloped the room. Their understanding of Guishu from their legacies starkly contrasted with this new information, rendering it difficult to accept. Observing their expressions, Jiang performed a minor spell to recreate the scene he witnessed when he entered the sea and glimpsed the world at the end of the spatial passage. After witnessing this, the assembly could only concede to Jiang's claims, for their innate legacies merely provided a cursory description of Guishu, lacking any details about its true nature. They also witnessed how the heavenly Tao had been infiltrated by a primordial spirit from Guishu. Had they rashly eliminated Hongjun today, the heavenly Tao would lose its spokesperson, inevitably suffering severe repercussions at that juncture. I fear it would present an opportunity for the consciousness of the heavenly Tao to exploit. Upon hearing Jiang's words, everyone nodded in agreement, realizing that slaying Hongjun would not be a straightforward task. Elder brother, given that Guishu has set its sights on the Honghuang, what course of action should we take? Hutu posed another question, as they lacked any understanding of Guishu. The power emanating from a single primordial spirit was already a formidable challenge to resist if Guishu were to commence its invasion of the Honghuang. How would they counter it? For now, our only recourse is to diligently cultivate, elevate our realms, and expedite the flourishing of humanity to align the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. This will render the rules of the Honghuang more coherent and ultimately benefit our cultivation. Jiang contemplated before speaking that in truth, Jiang harbored another notion unvoiced. They needed cultivators capable of sneaking from the Honghuang to the realm of Guishu to ascertain its conditions and better prepare themselves. Yet, such an endeavor could only be undertaken by those exceptionally versed in the path of space, and currently, only Jiang and the elusive Yang Mei might accomplish this feat. Thus, this matter required further deliberation, and Jiang refrained from disclosing it to them. Elder brother, should we inform Hongjun of this situation? Hutu inquired, recognizing the gravity of this issue concerning the survival of the Honghuang. Without the cooperation of the heavenly Tao, they would face considerable difficulty in resisting Guishu's advance. Jiang shook his head. Until we have extracted that primordial spirit from the heavenly Tao, I believe it prudent to withhold this information from Hongjun. We remain unaware of his capabilities. Should he learn of our knowledge regarding Guishu, it is likely he would hasten his invasion of the Honghuang. Jiang gradually articulated his concerns. The others acknowledged the validity of his reasoning. My friend, do you possess any means to extricate that primordial spirit from the heavenly Tao? Nuwa inquired. Jiang shook his head, eliciting a sense of helplessness among the assembled primordial beings. It could be said that their current achievements were largely due to Jiang's influence. Without him, they might not have even survived, let alone attained such heights. After all, the depths of the Honghuang were unfathomable to most. If even Jiang found it challenging, it was unlikely others could succeed. Let us first focus on enhancing our cultivation. I am confident that as our abilities grow, we will be able to confront whatever challenges arise, Jiang concluded, sending everyone back to their respective sanctuaries for seclusion. While Nuwa returned to the ancestral land of humanity to stabilize its path, Jiang retained Hutu for a private discussion. Elder brother, do you have something further to discuss with me? Hutu asked. Jiang summoned the sapling of the world tree. Isn't this the tree we once spoke of? Why have you brought it forth? Hutu queried, bewildered. This is the world tree of the Honghuang. What? The world tree? This sapling is the world tree. Hutu's voice rose an octave, incredulous at the notion that such a small tree could be the world tree. Believe it or not, This is indeed the world tree. Previously, it was merely a seed. No matter what I attempted, it could not sprout. However, after absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, and humanity within the chaos, it finally began to grow that I retained you to channel a modicum of Earth's power into it, to see if it might aid its growth, which could prove advantageous against Jiang. Jiang articulated his intentions that it was not that Jiang doubted Nuwa, but the significance of the world tree warranted secrecy. Fewer individuals knowing would be preferable. Even if they witnessed it, they might not recognize it as the world tree of the Hongjun. Huta nodded, gently raising her jade hand to release a small stream of Earth's power, which coiled around the sapling. The world tree sapling quivered slightly, absorbing the surge of earthly energy, and a flash of green light enveloped it, followed by the emergence of a tender leaf from one of its branches. Seeing this success, Jiang was elated. If the powers of heaven, earth, and humanity could facilitate the world tree's growth, perhaps it could mature rapidly. Ding. The great system deems it necessary to remind the host that continuously utilizing the powers of heaven, earth, and humanity to accelerate the world tree's growth will only yield a deformed result. Does this imply that we can no longer use the powers of heaven, earth, and humanity to promote the world tree's growth? Jiang inquired internally. Correct. Then what is needed to facilitate the world tree's growth? Jiang pressed on. The resonance of Tao. To be precise, it is the Tao rhythm cultivated by the host themselves, which requires the harmonious synergy of heaven, earth, and humanity during its budding phase. However, subsequent growth necessitates that the host cultivates the Tao rhythm with each elevation in their realm at that time. The world tree shall also bestow upon the host a profound understanding of the great Tao. With this realization, Jiang finally comprehended the growth mechanism of the world tree system. Knowing all this, why didn't you tell me sooner? Such a simple matter. I thought you were aware, the system replied with a hint of arrogance. After hearing this, Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to stomp on the system's face. But alas, that wish was destined to remain unfulfilled, for the system bore no visage to trample upon. Brother, it seems that the power of the earth truly can make the world tree flourish, exclaimed Ho-Tu with delight. Ho-Tu had witnessed the might of this sapling. Should it grow, it might indeed resolve the issue of the Guishu. Jiang nodded in agreement, but still cautioned Ho-Tu about the possibility of the world tree developing abnormally, which made Ho-Tu hesitate to infuse it with the power of the earth any further. After bidding farewell to Ho-Tu, Jiang resolved to enter seclusion, that he had received an immense influx of insights when the world tree sprouted. And through his slight comprehension, he elevated his realm to the 11th layer of Hongjun. Jiang sensed that should he fully grasp these insights, a perfect ascension to the Tao of Heaven was within reach. Isn't this akin to gaining another external aid, granting me insights into the great Tao, aiding my cultivation, and the resulting Tao rhythm can foster growth, followed by yet another wave of enlightenment. Jiang pondered. With this thought, he swiftly entered a state of seclusion, for it is only through one's own strength that all foundations are established. Had Jiang possessed the cultivation of the Tao of Heaven at this moment, how could he fear the arrival of Guishu? As Jiang commenced his closed-door training within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun encountered yet another mishap, after being returned to Zixiao Palace by the 3 Pure Ones and the 2 Saints of the West. Hongjun began to harness the power of the heavenly Tao to heal his wounds. At this juncture, Hongjun felt that since the consciousness of the heavenly Tao was sealed, his utilization of its power had significantly strengthened. He realized that as long as he operated within the rules of the heavenly Tao, there was nothing he could not accomplish, a stark contrast to the previous constraints he had experienced. Within a century, Hongjun had utilized the power of the heavenly Tao to heal a portion of his Tao injuries, which are notoriously difficult to mend. Even a minor Tao injury might take several epochs to remove. Old Master, what exactly transpired that day? Please recount every detail to me, Hongjun intently requested after recovering some of his injuries. The old master had no choice but to narrate, piece by piece, the events of the battle involving Nuwa, Hongjun, and Jiang. Upon learning that he had unleashed a force not of the Hongjun, Hongjun's previously expressionless face finally revealed a change, initially incredulous and questioning. The more he listened, the more he was astonished. The dreadfulness of this power far exceeded his imagination. After grasping all that had transpired, Hongjun dismissed the 5 saints and sat alone in the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace. The consciousness of the heavenly Tao. It cannot be so simple. What lies behind this matter? Hongjun pondered over every detail, ultimately concluding that the source of the heavenly Tao consciousness was not from Honghuang, but likely from beings beyond it. Had Jiang heard Hongjun's conclusion, he would have given a thumbs up in admiration. Indeed, Hongjun was worthy of being the foremost saint between heaven and earth. It can be said that Hongjun's direction of speculation was largely correct, though lacking insight into the inner workings. Otherwise, he would have swiftly comprehended the true nature of the matter. If that power could be harnessed for my own use. Hongjun contemplated, yet this matter required careful plotting. With Ho-Tu, Nuwa, and Jiang already establishing their dominance, urgency was unwarranted. For now, he needed to focus on healing his own wounds that in the realm of the saints. After the Hunyuan had returned to their respective sanctuaries for seclusion, a significant event unfolded after a period of tranquility lasting 15,000 years. The 100,000-year period originally set by Hongjun had elapsed, and war erupted between the Demon Clan and the Celestial Court. However, due to Jiang's command for peace in Honghuang, neither side dared to engage in open conflict on the Honghuang continent, instead agreeing to battle in the area between the Northern Sea and the North Pole. Here, the Demon Clan's Zhou Tian Xingdou formation could significantly communicate with the stars, while the Celestial Court's Wanxian formation could also be deployed. The two great powers clashed fiercely, creating chaos and darkness, with the intensity of the conflict rivaling that of the battles among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. The location they had chosen for their battle posed no threat to Honghuang. Otherwise, the Wu clan would have intervened long ago. Not to mention, with the goddess Nuwa watching over, neither side dared to act recklessly. This conflict persisted for an entire millennium, ultimately resulting in Fuxi being rescued by Nuwa. Meanwhile, Dong Huanggong found himself cornered by Dijun and Dong Huangtai, leading to his self-detonation. The blast claimed the life of Dijun, while Dong Huangtai sustained severe injuries. At a critical moment, Kunping betrayed his allies, stealing Dijun's E2 and Luo Shu, aggravating Dong Huangtai's wounds. The Western Queen Mother, also injured, managed to escape back to Kunlun Mountain, as Yuanzi was also present in the Kunlun Mountains, deterring the Demon Clan from pursuing her. The Celestial Court's elite forces were entirely annihilated, and only Buzhou remained among the high-ranking demons. This battle could be deemed a victory for the Demon Clan, yet it was a Pyrrhic one. Both demon monarchs suffered a loss. One fell, another betrayed, leaving the Demon Clan severely weakened. Had Hongjun not fulfilled his promises, the Demon Clan would likely face decline. After 100,000 years following the battle between the Celestial and Demon clans, Hongjun emerged from seclusion, his injuries mostly healed. Upon his emergence, he dispatched Hao Yin and Yao Qi to the Celestial Court. The Dao Ancestors' edict commanded the Demon Clan's Dong Huangtai to promptly proceed to the Chaos Zixiao Palace without fail. After the edict was transmitted, the entire Demon Clan erupted in cheers. They had all heard the Dao Ancestors' decree. Whichever side emerged victorious between the Celestials and the demons would receive the primordial purple energy once relinquished by Hongyun. Dong Huangtai, not daring to delay, quickly accompanied Hao Yin to the Chaos Zixiao Palace. Simultaneously, the three Pure Ones and the Western Saints, Jiang and Xuan, also received Hongjun's edict and hurried from their own sanctuaries to the Zixiao Palace. Upon arriving at the Zixiao Palace, Dong Huangtai was greeted by Laozi, Yuanzi, Tongtian, and the two saints, who were already seated on the cushions in the Grand Hall. Hongjun acknowledged Dong Huangtai's greeting with a slight nod and gestured for him to take a seat beside Xuan. Dong Huangtai was immensely thrilled. Only those accepted as disciples by Hongjun were granted the honor of sitting on the cushions, and all such disciples invariably became saints. The purpose of your summons is twofold: to accept Tai as my named disciple, Hongjun declared, presenting a strand of primordial purple energy before Dong Huangtai. The latter hastily accepted the energy and rose from the cushion to perform a bow of respect to Hongjun as his disciple. The second matter concerns the governance of Honghuang. Upon hearing Hongjun's second statement, Dong Huangtai who had been lost in joy, was rendered utterly speechless. Governance of Honghuang. Now that the demon clan had emerged victorious, with the majority of the fortunes reverted to the Celestial Court, did this not make the Celestial Court the rightful ruler of Honghuang? Dong Huang Tai Yi was not foolish. Rather, as the sole remaining monarch of the demon clan, he was quite astute. He understood that Hongjun might take action against the demon clan. Yet he found himself powerless. Given his current strength and the meager remnants of the demon clan, they could easily be eradicated. Is the governance issue pertaining to the Celestial Court of my demon clan? Dong Huang Tai Yi cautiously inquired, mustering his courage. Indeed, the demon clan has achieved victory, and the primordial purple energy promised to you has been granted. However, the Celestial Court is the domain of the fortunes of the heavenly Tao and should no longer serve as the court for the demon clan. Hongjun spoke indifferently. Master, this heavenly court was discovered and occupied by my demon clan. Are we to simply relinquish it? Dong Huang Tai retorted begrudgingly. Nonsense. Your demon clan consists merely of those clad in fur and horns. Allowing you to occupy the heavenly court for such an extended period is already an immense grace. By what virtue do you believe you can continue to dominate the heavenly court and govern the chaos? Before Hongjun could respond, Yuanzi interjected, condemning Dong Huang Tai with a tone rife with disdain for the demon clan. You. Just as Dong Huang Tai was about to counter, he was restrained by Yuanzi. Fellow Taoists, in the presence of our master, we must heed his words. Engaging in disputes here would be a sign of disrespect. Yuanzi placed a heavy hat of authority upon them, and Dong Huang Tai, realizing Hongjun's increasingly grim expression, dared not speak further. Instead, he cast a grateful glance towards Yuanzi, understanding that had he continued, he might have provoked Hongjun's ire and incurred punishment. Yuanzi, there is no need for threats. The disposition of the demon clan is already clearly indicated by our master, is it not? Yuanzi persisted obstinately. Disregarding Hongjun's countenance, brother, one must not be unruly before our master. How decisions are made is not for us to speculate. Laozi, observing Hongjun's darkening countenance, hastily intervened to prevent Yuanzi from continuing, fearing that Yuanzi might incur Hongjun's wrath. Enough, it appears you have all made no progress whatsoever, Hongjun exclaimed in anger. The six were momentarily rendered speechless, exclaiming in unison, Master, please forgive us. Tai, upon your return, you shall relinquish the heavenly court. I can arrange for the remaining demon clan to reside among the stars of the chaos. As for the position of the heavenly emperor, what are your thoughts? Hongjun stated, his words compelling the demon clan to surrender the heavenly court, which left Dong Huang Tai feeling immensely stifled. Although he had obtained the primordial purple energy, he had lost his stronghold. Master, my disciple Mithia possesses profound virtue and is worthy of the position of heavenly emperor, Yuanzi quickly asserted, as if the first to speak would secure the title. Fellow Taoists, the heavenly court belongs to the eastern realm. The west should refrain from involvement. Laozi interjected, clarifying that he was not vying for the title of heavenly emperor for Xuan, but merely asking the west to abstain from matters concerning the heavenly court. Laozi, your words are mistaken. The heavenly court governs the entirety of the chaos, and the west is naturally a part of it. Eager to contribute to its management, Jiang countered, deftly neutralizing Laozi's argument. Master, we have Guangchengzi, renowned for his deep fortune and as a prominent golden immortal in the chaos. He is fit for the title of heavenly emperor, Yuanzi proclaimed, advocating for his favored disciple Guangchengzi. Master, my disciple Duobao has reached the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, diligently accumulating merit and virtue. He too is suitable for the heavenly emperor, capable of managing the chaos. Yuanzi initially expected Tong Tian to vigorously support him, only to be surprised when Tong Tian recommended his own disciple. Vying for the title, Yuanzi contemplated reprimanding his third brother, but refrained, aware of their setting within the Zixiao Palace. Yuanzi, does a Tai golden immortal dare contest the title of heavenly emperor at the very least? One must be a great Luo golden immortal. Yuanzi's remark infuriated Yuanzi, but he could hardly fault his own disciple for lacking ambition. Master, my elder brother Dijuan has 10 sons, any of whom could be chosen to become the heavenly emperor. Dong Huang Tai still hoped to retain the title within the demon clan, believing he could achieve sainthood. The title was secondary. However, if one of his nephews became the Heavenly Emperor, then the demon clan would not have entirely lost the Heavenly Court. Laozi, whom do you believe is worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor? Hongjun inquired, noticing that Laozi had yet to voice his opinion. Disciple shall abide by the master's judgment. However, will the affairs of the Heavenly Court face opposition from those two factions? Laozi expressed his concerns, fearing disharmony between the earthly and human realms regarding the Heavenly Court's matters. In the end, their disputes would yield no resolution. Fear not. The Heavenly Court represents the authority of the Heavenly Tao. We need only reserve a position for Hutu, and they shall have no means to interfere. What are your opinions? Hongjun continued, seeking the views of the others. We shall defer to the master's decision. With Laozi's precedent, they all recognized that their arguments would bear no fruit. On Earth, within the Pangu Hall, Jiang emerged from a prolonged retreat of hundreds of thousands of years, having gained profound insights from the world tree, elevating his cultivation to the early stage of the Hunyuan 12 heavens. After his breakthrough, the world tree bestowed upon him further comprehension of the great Tao. Yet, Jiang felt that he had reached the limits of his cultivation and thus emerged from seclusion. Now, Jiang could be considered the pinnacle of combat prowess in the chaos, likely only rivaled by the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Upon his emergence, he sensed that the war between the immortals and demons had concluded. Come to the Pangu Hall. After his emergence, Jiang summoned Lu Er, Changyu, and Kong Xian to the Pangu Hall. Greetings, father. The three bowed respectfully to Jiang, who instructed them to rise before assessing their cultivation levels. Jiang wished to ascertain whether they had remained diligent during his retreat. Lu Er had advanced to the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, prompting Jiang to inwardly commend him, acknowledging his innate talent as one of the four monkeys of the world. Meanwhile, Changyu had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Sword Immortal. However, the greatest surprise for Jiang was his adopted son, Kong Xian. After merely a few 100,000 years apart, Kong Xian's cultivation had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, surpassing even Changyu by a slight margin. Well done. You all have shown remarkable progress. It appears you have not been idle during my retreat. Jiang affirmed their efforts. Master, I feel that ever since I reached the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm, no matter how hard I strive, my cultivation remains stagnant. I am dull-witted. I implore Master to enlighten me. Lu Er knelt before Jiang, voicing his concerns. Jiang, without needing to investigate further, understood Lu Er's predicament. Lu Er, do you recall our previous discussions about the primordial essence? It is not a matter of insufficient effort. Rather, your essence can only support you to this realm, Jiang explained slowly. Master, where are those three now? May I seek them out? Lu Er inquired eagerly. Soon, you need only be patient for a few more days and diligently refine your great Tao. Jiang contemplated before producing the creation Jade tablet. Take this. It contains the imprints of the great Tao of battle and will aid you in comprehending the path of war. Lu Er received the creation Jade tablet, his excitement evident. He had not anticipated that his master would value him so highly, entrusting such an important treasure to him that he was no longer the naive little monkey of the chaos. As a Hunyuan Sword Immortal, he understood the significance of the creation Jade tablet. Disciple, thank you. Master, Jiang waved his hand, allowing Lu Er to study the creation Jade tablet, having long since planned this. After all, possessing the world tree rendered such a vast creation Jade tablet of diminished value to him. The purpose of summoning them was to assign them a crucial task to end the current tide of the chaos. Humanity must take center stage. Your senior brother, Huang Tian, seeks to expedite the development of the human race, requiring capable individuals under his command. As your brothers, you must assist him. Henceforth, you three shall venture into the chaos to support your senior brother and bolster humanity, while also earning some merit and fortune along the way. Jiang dispatched Lu Er, Changyu, and Kong Xian into the chaos to aid the human race. Kill! Kill! After a cacophony of battle cries, a demon of the Tai Golden Immortal realm was besieged and slain by the cultivators of the human race, revealing its true form as a golden spotted leopard. For over 100,000 years, Nuwa has presided over the ancestral lands of humanity, granting authority to the Emperor of Heaven to act with impunity. After which she commenced her seclusion. The Emperor of Heaven, however, would never forget the massacre of the human race by the demon clan. Thus, he issued a decree to eradicate all demons within human territory, regardless of their size. Especially after the battle between immortals and demons, only 2 demons remained, the Great Cat and the small 3 yet, due to the insufficient high-level combat power of the human race. Several demons at the Deluo Golden Immortal level continued to wreak havoc among humans. Upon the arrival of Kongxian and his companions to the human realm, they compensated for the lack of high-level combat strength. Besides assisting the human race in exterminating the demons, Kongxian and his companions also taught humans how to fend off ferocious beasts and imparted knowledge from the Primordial Era, significantly advancing human civilization. On this day, a myriad of radiant beams shot across the sky, captivating all who beheld them. I am Hao Ian. I am Yao Qi, the heavenly Tao proclaimed from above by the command of the Tao ancestor. I hereby reopen the heavenly court of the primordial world, and I shall be the heavenly emperor, or empress, governing the primordial world on behalf of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly court is established. As soon as Hao Ian and Yao Qi finished speaking, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. 60% of the fortune from the demon clan Sea of Fortune flowed into the newly established Sea of Fortune of the heavenly court. Has Hao Ian truly become the heavenly emperor? It seems that the rise of the human race is imminent. Emperor Jiang, situated in the earthly realm, could distinctly see through Hongjun's barriers and comprehend the happenings within the primordial world, indicating that Hongjun no longer posed any threat to him. Hao Ian, shouldn't the heavenly court belong to the demon clan? And the heavenly emperor should soon be the Eastern Emperor Tai, who is on the brink of becoming a saint. The mighty beings of the primordial world were all perplexed, wondering how the position of heavenly emperor had changed hands to a different individual, particularly one of the 2 young attendants by Hongjun's side. Yet, despite their confusion, the position of heavenly emperor was firmly established. After Hao Ian ascended to the title of heavenly emperor, he welcomed talented individuals, utilizing the innate peaches bestowed by Hongjun to attract numerous loose cultivators from the primordial world. Some disciples from the 4 teachings were also dispatched to serve in the heavenly court by their respective saints. After all, it was Hongjun who established the heavenly court. Failing to support, it would be quite unreasonable. Hao Ian conferred the title of Great Emperor of the Northern Polar Celestial Region upon the Eastern Emperor Tai, thereby stabilizing the relationship between the demon clan and the future saint. Hao Ian also granted the title of Central Earthly Deity to Hutu. Yet no one paid him any heed. It was merely a formality on his part. After all, one of the 6 sovereigns must certainly include Hutu. Meanwhile, the positions of the Western Emperor of the Supreme Celestial Region, the Eastern Emperor of the Azure Emperor, and the Southern Emperor of Eternal Life remained unfilled, awaiting suitable candidates for future appointments. Hao Ian himself proclaimed, Hao Qian, the Supreme Emperor of the Golden Pavilion, rules over the myriad heavens. Upon hearing this title, the Emperor of Heaven scoffed, finding it shameless for Hao Qian to bestow such an exalted title upon himself. Nonetheless, a new heavenly court had indeed been established on this day. An elderly man with a white beard, clad in a white Taoist robe, entered the earthly realm. Emperor Jiang and Hutu immediately noticed the old man. Hongjun, what brings you here? Emperor Jiang used spatial traversal to appear directly before the old man, who was none other than Peng Ho, one of Hongjun's 3 corpses. While Hongjun's evil and self corpses were named Peng Ji and Peng Jiao, he clarified, No, I am Peng Ho. Hongjun is the true body. He is he, and I am I. Peng Ho spoke with a seemingly benevolent expression. However, Emperor Jiang remained vigilant, for Hongjun was notoriously cunning and resourceful, and this benevolent corpse possessed the cultivation of the 4th layer of Hunyuan. You're all the same, always indulging in useless chatter. What do you want here today? Emperor Jiang said impatiently, clearly ready to dismiss him. Friend, do not be hasty. I have come today to discuss a matter of significance. Peng Ho replied. He was anxious that Emperor Jiang might dismiss him on a whim. If Emperor Jiang coveted the treasure upon him, it would likely result in a fruitless endeavor. Speak quickly. Do you not know that I am inundated with affairs? In truth, Emperor Jiang had already surmised the purpose of Hongjun's visit. Although the trajectory of the primordial world had deviated considerably due to his intervention, it was evident that the time for the human race's rise had arrived. Though this would strengthen human power, if Hongjun did not adhere to the rules of the heavenly Tao, there would inevitably be complications, and he could only scheme within those constraints to usher in the era of human prosperity. An indispensable treasure was required, the Kongtong Seal. Thus, Hongjun had to seek out Emperor Jiang in the earthly realm. Friend Jiang, I have come regarding the affairs of the human race. The heavenly Tao indicates that humans are destined to be the protagonists of the heavenly realm. And as you're the holy father of the human race, you naturally possess the authority to determine the rise of humanity. Pangu stated, I see you have come for this, Emperor Jiang said. Producing the Kongtong Seal, which he shrank to the size of a palm, holding it aloft. Emperor Jiang bluntly exposed Hongjun's intentions, leaving him with little dignity. Regardless, the rise of the human race is inevitable. I shall be waiting for you in the Zixiao Palace, Pangu said, swiftly departing before Emperor Jiang could react, fearful of being detained. Am I truly that intimidating? Emperor Jiang murmured to himself, yet he did not dwell on it, and proceeded towards the netherworld. The rise of the human race would also require Hutu's assistance to help Fuxi reincarnate as the Emperor of Humanity. Brother, was that Hongjun who just came, within the earthly realm, apart from the Pangu Hall? It was unlikely that anything could escape Hutu's notice. Naturally, she was aware of Hongjun's arrival, but she refrained from revealing herself upon seeing her elder brother approach. Yes, it was one of Hongjun's 3 corpses who came to discuss the rise of the human race. The Kongtong Seal is in my possession, and this step cannot be circumvented. Emperor Jiang nodded, informing Hutu of Pangu's purpose. Sister, this rise of humanity can bring greater perfection to the primordial world, drawing it closer to the eternal world. The powers of heaven, earth, and humanity will also become more formidable, which is undoubtedly beneficial to you, Emperor Jiang explained. Hutu acknowledged his words, realizing that the rise of humanity would greatly benefit the earthly realm. In due course, your assistance will be required for the reincarnation of the Emperor of Humanity. Only with your direct involvement can I truly feel at ease. After Emperor Jiang spoke, Hutu appeared puzzled. Brother, the Emperor of Humanity, do you know something? Does the rise of humanity necessitate the involvement of the Emperor of Humanity? That is a secret. You will understand in due time. Emperor Jiang grinned mischievously, departing from Hutu's palace and leaving her stamping her feet in frustration. You wretched brother, why won't you tell me anything? Hutu's voice reached Emperor Jiang's ears, prompting him to hasten his pace, aware that if his sister caught up with him, he would be trapped for quite some time. After leaving Hutu, Emperor Jiang departed the earthly realm to seek out Nuwa in the ancestral land of humanity. Friend, are you free today? It is quite rare to see you here. As Emperor Jiang approached the ancestral land of humanity, Nuwa appeared before him. You jest, dear friend, I am fated to labor tirelessly. If I were ever to find leisure, it would leave me quite uncomfortable. Emperor Jiang replied with a smile that I have come today primarily for the rise of humanity. Upon hearing this, Nuwa realized that Hongjun had indeed sought out Emperor Jiang. After all, with Emperor Jiang possessing the Kongtong Seal, without him initiating the human epoch, there would be little progress to be made. Emperor Jiang nodded and continued, my primary purpose for coming here is related to my friend Fu 11 at My brother. Nuwa inquired with a hint of perplexity. Jiang directly handed the Kongtong Seal to Nuwa, who accepted it and, after a brief moment of sensing, comprehended the conditions necessary for the flourishing of the human race. That it was revealed that 3 sovereigns must govern, and 5 emperors must establish order. Only then could humanity rise and claim its rightful place as the principal force of heaven and earth. This, too, was a test set forth by the cosmos for humankind. If my companion has come here for the sake of my elder brother, could it be that he wishes for Fuxi to reincarnate as the celestial emperor of the human race? Undoubtedly, Nuwa, being a formidable being of the primordial realm, quickly discerned the true purpose behind Jiang's visit. After all, apart from the potential of the human emperor attaining sanctity, the chances for other sovereigns achieving such a state were exceedingly slim. Indeed, but I wonder if my friend is willing? Jiang inquired. I am naturally amenable to the idea, Becoming the Celestial Emperor would indeed benefit my brother greatly. However, I must first seek my brother's counsel on this matter. Jiang nodded. That is only fitting. Before long, Fuxi emerged from the palace of Nuwa alongside her. Fuxi first bowed respectfully to Jiang. This act transcended generational hierarchy. It was a gesture of respect for power, which could not be overlooked simply because one had a formidable sister. Such customs were only waived among one's own siblings. Fuxi was willing to embody the human race, upon learning of Fuxi's intent to reincarnate as a member of humanity. Jiang nodded affirmatively, instructing Fuxi to proceed to the earthly realm and await further developments. Jiang then departed with Nuwa, heading directly for the chaotic Zixiao Palace. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun had summoned the 5 saints and Dongwang Tai prior to Jiang and Nuwa's arrival. The purpose of your summons is to inform you that the human race is on the brink of great prosperity, with 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors soon to emerge, guiding humanity towards this flourishing era. As Hongjun concluded his statement, Zhen eagerly interjected, "May I inquire, Master, who shall ascend to the position of human sovereign? I cannot ascertain all the identities of the human sovereigns, but they must undoubtedly be of human lineage." Hongjun's words effectively extinguished the hopes of the saints who wish for their disciples to hold the positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After all, to reincarnate as a human would necessitate relinquishing one's own cultivation, a sacrifice no sage would permit their disciples to make for an uncertain future. The flourishing of humanity requires the governance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and prior to their ascendance, they will require guidance from humans. The determination of their mentors hinges upon the treasures of humanity. As the assembly absorbed Hongjun's words, they exchanged glances, contemplating the implications. The confirmation of humanity's treasures would undoubtedly require Jiang's involvement. The saints, initially intent on seizing opportunities for merit and fortune, found their aspirations dashed. Upon realizing that the determination of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors' mentors rested solely with Jiang, the saints extinguished their internal calculations in matters of scheming. Who could rival him? Ahem. There remains a degree of maneuverability in this situation. The positions of the human sovereign among the 3 sovereigns and several among the 5 emperors necessitate the involvement of the heavenly Tao for a successful resolution. Even the earthly and human Tao cannot alter this reality. Hongjun spoke a truth. Aside from scheming, the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity have never been dominated by any single entity, as they mutually restrict and maintain balance. Should one become overwhelmingly dominant, it would inevitably lead the primordial realm into an age of decline, heralding catastrophe. Upon hearing Hongjun's pronouncement, the saints regained their confidence, preparing to vie for greater advantages. Thus, each harbored their own thoughts as they awaited the arrival of Jiang and Nuwa within the Zixiao Palace. A century swiftly passed, and when Jiang and Nuwa entered the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun had already prepared 2 mats beside him, signifying their equal standing. Jiang, unreserved, took a seat alongside Nuwa upon the mats. "My esteemed friends, you are surely aware of the impending prosperity of humanity. May I inquire about your perspectives on this matter?" Hongjun initiated, choosing not to disclose his own intentions, but rather to gauge the opinions of Jiang and Nuwa. For their current influence necessitated his caution. The flourishing of humanity necessitates the governance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and I am aware of the heavenly Tao's involvement. However, we shall claim the position of the celestial emperor and the mentorship of the earthly sovereign. One stipulation remains. The saints must not interfere in human affairs. Should they do so, I shall pay a visit to them. Upon stating this, Jiang fixed his gaze upon Hongjun, knowing that the time for negotiation had arrived. Whether he could secure the position of celestial emperor for Fuxi rested upon this moment. Nevertheless, Jiang and Nuwa were not overly concerned with Hongjun's opinions. Had Hongjun opposed their intentions, they would have resolved to compel his agreement. Yet, Hongjun's response disappointed Jiang, as he readily consented. "Pray tell, my friend, to whom do you wish to bestow the title of celestial emperor?" Although Hongjun agreed to Jiang's terms, a deep sense of confusion lingered within him. How could he compete with Jiang? A man seemingly favored by destiny? Thus, Hongjun remained unaware that Fuxi was fated to become the celestial emperor. Do not trouble yourself with this matter. Simply know that we shall not disregard the human race. Nuwa interjected. She wished to keep Hongjun oblivious to the fact that her brother Fuxi was indeed the destined celestial emperor. Although Nuwa harbored great confidence in her brother, she still feared any potential machinations from Hongjun. As for the mentors of the other sovereigns, let them be entrusted to their respective parties. After all, the flourishing of humanity requires the teachings of the saints to ensure the preservation of their legacy. Furthermore, I hold little interest in trifling matters that Jiang's words elicited varied reactions from the assembly. The three pure ones felt an immense sense of humiliation, as though they were being forced to consume the remnants of Jiang's feast. Meanwhile, the two saints of the West wore expressions of eager anticipation, with Yuanzi contemplating, since the three pure ones have no desire, let all be granted to the West. Indeed, when discussing the most resolute individuals in the primordial realm, none could rival Zhen and Zhen, who had expended tremendous effort to revitalize the West, willing to undertake any task that would benefit their cause, regardless of the sentiments of the sages. As for Dongwang Tai, he expressed his disinterest in participating in this arrangement. Had circumstances permitted, he would have retreated to the Sun Star for seclusion long ago. Thus, the remaining mentors of the one emperor and 5 emperors shall be entrusted to you. Which would you prefer? Hongjun's expression remained inscrutable, causing Jiang to inwardly curse. Old slippery eel. Master, I wish to claim the mentorship of the human sovereign. As for the positions of the 5 emperors, I will leave those to my fellow disciples. Yuanzi was the first to speak. Master, I desire the last 2 mentors of the 5 emperors. In a rare turn of events, Tongtian did not undermine Yuanzi's position, but instead aligned himself with Yuanzi's proposal. Master, I have only one disciple in Xuan. I will take the first mentor of the 5 emperors and will not contest with my 2 younger brothers. Laozi, too, supported Yuanzi and Tongtian, which caused Jin and Zhen to feel displeased. Pray listen. Do you speak the language of mortals? In mere moments, you have claimed the most advantageous positions for yourselves, all while feigning indifference. Truly a feat only a sage could accomplish. Although Zhen thought this, he still maintained a facade of respect. My friend, your words are misguided. My disciples in the West are numerous, and we possess the confidence to cultivate the human sovereigns effectively. Yuanzi then respectfully addressed Hongjun. Master, I wish to claim all the mentorship positions of the 5 emperors that Jiang could no longer contain himself. He had often heard that Zhen lacked shame, but this was taking it to an extreme. Did they truly intend to fulfill the saying, when a person has no shame, they become invincible? Ahem. Yuanzi, it is impossible for the mentorship of the 5 emperors to be granted entirely to you. I shall take the lead in assigning 3 or 4 positions to you, and the second position shall go to Tongtian. Hongjun's declaration put a definitive end to the matter. Zhen wished to continue the argument, but was restrained by Jin, who shook his head in disapproval, leaving Yuanzi with no choice but to concede that Jiang, my friend, the mentorship of the human sovereigns has now been fully determined. Shall we not usher in a new epoch? Hongjun turned to Jiang, who nodded in agreement, retrieving the Kongtong Seal. The seal spun incessantly in his grasp. Suddenly, the Kongtong Seal fell to the ground, startling all present, who were left bewildered by the unforeseen event. Are you unwell? What has transpired? Nuwa hurriedly inquired with concern. Fellow cultivator, I recently secluded myself for a period of meditation, but encountered some unforeseen obstacles in my practice. I fear I may have lost my way. And without a supreme treasure to suppress it, I might not be able to control the Kongtong Seal. That Jiang replied in a somber tone. Upon hearing this, Hongjun retorted, What nonsense! You think you could deceive me into relinquishing my treasure? Just say it plainly instead of fabricating such a flimsy excuse that, if you are incapable, I can assist you. Yuanzi chimed in from the side. To control the Kongtong Seal and usher in the era of humanity, one must be its rightful master. Does this not imply handing the Kongtong Seal over to Yuanzi? Jiang thought to himself, You truly have no sense of shame. How can you utter such brazen words? He decided it was best to retreat and recuperate for now, believing that with Nuwa's presence, the flourishing of humanity would inevitably commence. With a troubled expression, Jiang stated, while attempting to rise and depart from the Purple Cloud Palace. At that moment, Nuwa grasped Jiang's intent and readily replied, "Fellow cultivator, do not worry about your recovery. With me here, humanity shall surely prosper." As she spoke, she accompanied Jiang towards the exit of the Purple Cloud Palace. Feigning to support him, together they approached the grand doors of the palace. "Fellow cultivator, I actually possess some treasures that may aid you," Hongjun mentioned, producing 2 pieces of innate supreme treasures. Upon seeing this, Jiang immediately pulled Nuwa back to the seat, pondering, has Hongjun had a change of heart? To suddenly present 2 supreme treasures is most unusual. However, Jiang did not dwell on it further, for he believed that in the face of absolute power, all schemes would prove futile, and he directly accepted the 2 treasures, handing one to Nuwa while keeping the other for a suitable recipient in the future. "Since the Tao ancestor is so generous, I can no longer decline," Jiang remarked as he stored the treasure and retrieved the Kongtong Seal, channeling his power in IT. As Jiang's strength reached a certain threshold, everyone suddenly sensed a grand door slowly creaking open before them. Boom! In the primordial chaos, the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity resounded, as if celebrating the arrival of a new epoch. Well, the flourishing of humanity is now firmly established. I hope no one falters. If so, I shall pay you a visit. With that, Jiang departed the Purple Cloud Palace alongside Nuwa. Observing this, Hongjun dismissed the other saints, leaving the Purple Cloud Palace momentarily vacant save for himself. Emperor Fuxi, Earth Emperor Shennong, how could I possibly be unaware? Although the secrets of destiny remained obscured, Hongjun gazed toward the direction of the primordial chaos, a hint of disdain gracing his features. Upon exiting the Purple Cloud Palace, Jiang and Nuwa arrived in the underworld. "Fuxi, have you made your decision? If you abandon your path now, with your innate talent, you could still attain the Tao of Hongyuan. However, should you wish to reincarnate as a human, you must relinquish the fruits of countless years of cultivation," Jiang reminded as he and Nuwa stood before the 6 paths of reincarnation, where Fuxi now stood with Hutu. "Fellow cultivators, I have made my decision. After years spent among humanity, I have come to deeply love this resilient and self-reliant race. Leading humanity towards greatness shall also serve as a form of atonement for my kin." Fuxi spoke slowly, his face resolute. "Brother, since you have made up your mind, I will support you in whatever you choose," Nuwa affirmed. Fuxi nodded in response to Nuwa's words. "I am truly fortunate to have you as my sister in this life." Turning to Hutu, he requested, "Please, fellow cultivator, assist me in shedding my accumulated fruits of the Tao." Hutu nodded, and the immense power of reincarnation dissolved Fuxi's quasi-saintly attainment into nothingness. Observing that Fuxi's Tao fruit had been stripped away, Jiang retrieved the Kongtong Seal, drawing forth a royal aura and infusing it into Fuxi's primordial spirit. "Fuxi, I have infused the essence of a human emperor into your primordial spirit, ensuring your reincarnation as a human sovereign. Although your cultivation has been lost, your understanding of the Tao shall not vanish. One day, it will serve as your strength." Fuxi nodded, then turned and stepped into the cycle of human reincarnation, with Hutu promptly activating the cycle to facilitate his rebirth. After Fuxi's reincarnation, Jiang departed the underworld and returned to the ancestral land of humanity alongside Nuwa, seeking out his eldest disciple, Huang Tian. "Huang Tian, your uncle Fuxi has been reincarnated. Once he is born, it will be your duty to guide him, focusing primarily on how to govern humanity," Jiang instructed. "Master, do you know when Uncle Fuxi will be born and where?" Huang Tian inquired. "There is no rush. You merely need to wait patiently among humanity. When the Emperor descends, extraordinary phenomena will undoubtedly manifest." "Yes, Master," Jiang concluded, instructing Huang Tian to explore the human realm by the banks of the Wei River. There lay a human tribe known as Fenggun. The chief of the Fenggun tribe had a daughter named Huasu. From a young age, Huasu often listened to the elders of the tribe recount stories of the celestial beings in the primordial chaos. nurturing a profound curiosity for immortals and martial cultivation. However, the distance from the Fenggun tribe to the ancestral land of humanity was great, and with incomplete martial traditions and a lack of willing mentors in the path of immortality, Huasu tirelessly searched for traces of deities and great powers in the vicinity. One day, Huasu stood at the edge of a vast marsh, hesitating whether to venture inside, for the elders of her tribe and her father had repeatedly warned her against entering the Thunder Marsh, claiming it harbored a monstrous creature that, due to the edict of the human martial ancestor, refrained from causing chaos. Yet, should one intrude upon its domain, danger could ensue. After lingering at the edge of the marsh for some time, Huasu finally steeled herself and stepped inside. Ever since the martial ancestors' decree to eradicate the demon tribes within human territory, she had not heard of any tribes suffering from attack, leading her to believe that her father and the elders were merely trying to dissuade her from wandering. Not long after entering the Thunder Marsh, Huasu discovered a colossal footprint not far ahead. In her eagerness to gauge its enormity, she leaped into the impression to inspect it closely. After observing for a while, she found nothing particularly remarkable and stepped out of the footprint, continuing her exploration of the marsh. After wandering for a considerable time, she felt no immediate danger. Humph, they must have been deceiving me. There are no monsters here, only delightful little creatures. Huasu frolicked in the marsh until dusk, at which point she finally remembered to return to her tribe. However, upon exiting the Thunder Marsh, a wave of fatigue swept over her body growing heavier, and her consciousness increasingly blurred. Gradually, Huasu collapsed to the ground, and it was only when the tribe realized her absence and dispatched searchers that Huasu was discovered, unconscious not far from the tribe. After bringing her back, they summoned an elder who had practiced martial arts to aid in her recovery. "Elder, is Huasu all right?" her father asked anxiously. "Do not worry, Chief. Huasu merely played too long and exhausted her energy. A good sleep will suffice for her recovery." After being found by her kin, Huasu remained in a deep slumber for an entire day and night before gradually awakening. "Huasu, where have you gone in search of your imagined immortals again? With all that time, why do you not seek out more food for the tribe?" Huasu's father was exceedingly angry, reprimanding her harshly, while Huasu, feeling oppressed, stood there in silence. Ultimately, the matter was settled with Huasu being forbidden to venture outside the tribe for leisure. Huasu continued to languish within the confines of the tribe, her life rendered less enjoyable due to her inability to leave. However, as the days turned into weeks, Huasu's belly began to swell, resembling that of a woman with child, drawing the curious gazes and whispers of the tribespeople in Fenggun. One day, Huasu's father summoned her before him, instructing the elders of the tribe to examine her. After a thorough inspection, the elder sighed and reported to the chief, "Indeed, Huasu is with child." Following the elder's departure, Huasu's father, filled with rage, demanded to know the identity of the child's father. Huasu repeatedly professed her ignorance, pleading, "Father, I truly do not know. Ever since I returned from that excursion, I have not left the tribe again. I genuinely do not understand how I came to be with child." Her voice trembled with emotion. The news of Huasu's pregnancy swiftly spread throughout the tribe. Although the human race had no formal rites of marriage or mourning, it was customary for couples to announce their union within the tribe. Yet Huasu had silently conceived a child of unknown origins. Had it not been for her father being the chief of the Fenggun tribe, it is likely she would have been cast out. Since learning of her pregnancy, Huasu's demeanor gradually became more composed as she settled into the role of nurturing her unborn child. Months passed, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. Huasu was now well into her term, yet there were no signs of labor. The tribespeople were unfazed, accustomed to the abundant spiritual energy of the primordial world, where it was not uncommon for women to carry their pregnancies for 11 months. Nevertheless, when Huasu reached a year and a half of gestation without any indication of childbirth, some tribespeople began to speculate that her child was a monster. This rumor gained momentum, culminating in a gathering of tribespeople seeking to inquire about Huasu's circumstances prior to her pregnancy. Upon learning that Huasu had discovered a large footprint in Luai's and had not interacted with any men in the tribe since her return, the tribespeople became increasingly convinced that her child was indeed a monster, destined to bring doom upon the tribe at its birth. The members of Fenggun tribe clamored for Hua Su to be burned alive. Terrified, Hua Su retreated until she found herself cornered against a wall. With no escape, that moment, her father stepped forward. Everyone, let us not act rashly. We cannot definitively prove that the child within Hua Su is a monster. I propose we allow her to reside outside the tribe for observation. A.S. the chief. He held considerable influence within Fenggun, and his suggestion garnered the agreement of most tribespeople. Consequently, a small dwelling was constructed for Hua Su on the banks of the Weishui River, where she was to reside. Every fortnight, provisions were delivered to her from the tribe. However, after 3 years without childbirth, the tribe ceased sending food, fearing that Hua Su might consume herself. After finishing her last piece of jerky, Hua Su was compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. Yet, her condition made movement cumbersome, and foraging proved laborious, forcing her to return to her small abode. Just as Hua Su felt the pangs of starvation, a blue Qilin arrived at her doorstep, bearing a bounty of fresh fruits. Upon seeing the creature, Hua Su was initially filled with dread, contemplating whether it would be better to perish from hunger or be devoured by this beast. However, after a prolonged wait, she realized that the Qilin had no intention of attacking her, and with newfound courage, she approached to her surprise. The blue beast had placed a heap of vegetables and fruits at her threshold. While it stood at a distance, quietly observing her, "I asked this for me?" Hua Su inquired of the Qilin. The Qilin nodded and then leapt into the Weishui, disappearing from sight. From that day forth, the Qilin returned every few days to deliver food to Hua Su. And this continued for 2 years, fostering a mutual familiarity between them. Meanwhile, since Emperor Jiang had dispatched Huang Tian from the ancestral lands of humanity, he had wandered the primordial realm for a century, encountering many gifted children, yet none were the ones he sought. One day, while strolling by the Weishui, he unexpectedly spotted a water Qilin. Huang Tian understood that the Qilin clan symbolized auspiciousness in the primordial world, with its members divided into 5 elemental lineages: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The ancestral Qilin embodied all 5 virtues. However, the Qilin clan had withdrawn from society, as cultivators in the primordial realm sought to capture Qilins as mounts to enhance their prestige. Huang Tian was astonished to find a water Qilin within the human settlement. Though this Qilin possessed a relatively pure lineage, it was merely at the level of a true immortal, likely a bloodline lost from the Qilin clan. Feeling a connection, Huang Tian followed the water Qilin to Hua Su's dwelling, witnessing the creature delivering food to her and noting the close bond they shared. Upon seeing the pregnant Hua Su, Huang Tian experienced a sense of serendipity, as if he had stumbled upon a long-sought treasure without effort. With his cultivation, he perceived the emperor's aura surrounding Hua Su, indicating that the child within her was destined for greatness. Huang Tian revealed himself, prompting the water Qilin to flee. Unable to discern his cultivation level, that he used his power to create an invisible barrier, ensuring the Qilin could not escape his proximity. "May I inquire who this celestial being is?" "Would you spare little blue?" Hua Su, upon witnessing the water Qilin's confinement, was more concerned for its safety than her own well-being. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, that I am Huang Tian of the human race. And I have come for the child within your womb, that I humbly greet the martial ancestor. Do you also believe my child is a monster?" Huang Tian, as a progenitor of human martial arts, was well known among the human populace. They recognized him as one of the 4 ancestors, a disciple of the Holy Father Emperor Jiang. Thus, his reputation was second only to that of Emperor Jiang and Nuwa. Assuming Huang Tian shared the belief that her child was a monster, Hua Su was overwhelmed with sorrow and began to weep, believing that even Huang Tian deemed her child to be a monster deserving of death. Her grief deepened. Observing Hua Su's distress, Huang Tian was perplexed, having never labeled her child a monster. "Hua Su, why do you reside alone by the Weishui?" he inquired. "Martial ancestor, the tribespeople believe both my child and I to be monsters, fearing my child would bring them harm. Were it not for little blue, I would have surely perished from hunger." Upon hearing Hua Su's words, Huang Tian was infuriated. "I asked this how my people's future sovereign is treated?" "Martial ancestor, is my child truly not a monster?" "Of course not. Your child is the hope of our human race. How could a monster even compare? Upon hearing that her child was not a monster, but rather a beacon of hope for humanity, Huasu's sorrow transformed into joy, and her spirits lifted. Under Huang Tian's martial gaze, a protective aura surrounded the fetus, indicating its healthy development, though it had yet to reach the stage of birth. With Fuxi unharmed, Huang Tian's long-held anxieties were finally alleviated. Turning to the trembling water Qilin, he asked, "What is your name? Your bloodline appears relatively pure. How did you come to be lost in the Weishui?" Logically speaking, the members of the Qilin clan are scarce and seldom venture out. Those of the caliber of the water Qilin would be even less likely to appear. Thus, the Emperor of Heaven was deeply intrigued by the origins of the water Qilin. Fearing that it might be a scheme devised by some great sage, particularly the machinations of Hongjun against the Heavenly Emperor, as for me, I am known as Shui Hong, in my memories, I was born within the waters of the Wei River, and I have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the Qilin clan. Recently, I encountered Huasu, and I felt an overwhelming sense of comfort in her presence, which compelled me to come here. Under the vigilant gaze of the Emperor of Heaven's martial divine eye, no abnormalities were detected in Shui Hong, leading to a preliminary belief in his words. However, Shui Hong did not err in stating that the Qilin clan bears immense karmic burdens, and Fuxi, as the future sovereign of humanity, possesses a destiny and merits that are unparalleled. Before Fuxi's arrival into the world, Huasu was naturally the greatest beneficiary. After all, has she not been pregnant for many years while her vitality remains undiminished? Hence, Shui Hong has tentatively garnered the trust of the Emperor of Heaven. I have traversed the vast wilderness for over 100 years and have finally located you. Since I am here, you must no longer remain in this place. Please wait for a moment. Upon concluding his words, the Emperor of Heaven proceeded towards the Fenggun tribe. Upon arriving at the Fenggun tribe, the Emperor hovered above the settlement and called out, "Where is the chieftain of the Fenggun tribe? Step forward and meet me." After a brief moment, the Emperor observed that all the inhabitants of the Fenggun tribe had gathered, led by a man who approached the Emperor. Among them were those who had previously visited the ancestral lands of humanity and practiced martial arts. Upon recognizing the countenance of the Emperor of Heaven, they immediately knelt. The crowd quickly reacted, bowing in unison and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the martial ancestor. Where is the chieftain of the Fenggun tribe? Step forward to speak." The voice of the Emperor resounded throughout the tribe. The foremost man rose and approached the Emperor. "Martial ancestor, I am the chieftain of the Fenggun tribe. I am unaware of what teachings you may impart. You have a woman named Huasu, who has been said to be pregnant with a monster and was driven to reside beside the Wei River. Is this true?" "Martial ancestor, it is indeed true. Huasu is my daughter, and to protect my clan from harm, I had no choice but to allow her to live outside. Do you not know that the so-called monster child you speak of is destined to be the future sovereign of humanity, who will one day lead our people to greater realms?" The Emperor of Heaven spoke with indignation, yet did not excessively chastise the chieftain out of respect for Huasu's father. "Now, go to the banks of the Wei River and bring Huasu back." With that, the Emperor commanded the members of the Fenggun tribe to retrieve Huasu. Under the chieftain's guidance, the tribe members arrived at the small wooden dwelling by the Wei River, where they found a blue beast lying before the cabin. An elder of the tribe, knowledgeable in such matters, recognized it as the water Qilin. A Qilin. It is indeed a Qilin, a harbinger of good fortune. Upon witnessing the Qilin guarding Huasu, the crowd was filled with regret. Realizing they had driven away the hope of humanity, wishing for her to fend for herself, Huasu worried whether the Emperor would hold her father accountable. She saw her father leading the tribe members toward her. "Huasu, I am sorry for the pain you have endured all these years." Her father spoke, tears streaming down his face as he attempted to embrace her, only to be halted by Shui Hong, who mistook his intentions as harmful. "Xiaolon, this is my father. He will not harm me." Huasu interjected, preventing Shui Hong from advancing, who then retreated to the side. At this moment, the tribe members stepped forward to apologize to Huasu. The kind-hearted Huasu forgave her father and the tribe, preparing to return with them to the Fenggun tribe. "Xiaolon, I must return to the tribe with my father. Will you come with me?" Huasu asked Shui Hong. After a moment of contemplation, despite his fears of the emperor, Shui Hong could not bear to part with Hua Su and nodded in agreement. He then moved beside Hua Su, inviting her to sit upon him, and together they followed the others back to the Fenggun tribe. Upon their return, they found the emperor still within the tribe. Drawing near once more, Shui Hong obediently lay beside the emperor. "You are quite clever. Would you be willing to remain by my side for the time being? A great opportunity awaits you in the future." Upon hearing the emperor's words, Shui Hong was overjoyed and eagerly nodded in agreement. The emperor then turned to Hua Su, saying, "Hua Su, I wish to take your child as my disciple, to nurture him and lead our people to prosperity. Are you agreeable?" "Martial ancestor, Hua Su is naturally willing, but I understand your intentions. Upon his birth, I will not take him away. When he turns 16, he may seek me in the mountains 300 miles to the south, and I shall accept him as a disciple." Upon hearing that her child would not be taken away, Hua Su was relieved and expressed her profound gratitude to the emperor. The emperor, satisfied, did not linger, for Hua Su had her kin to care for her, and he resided not far from the Fenggun tribe. 300 miles was but a blink of an eye to him. After the child is born, do not rush to name him. Someone from the sacred lands of humanity will come to bestow a name upon him. After Hua Su returned to the Fenggun tribe, for more years passed. Yet, Hua Su still showed no signs of impending labor, leading the tribe members to suspect that something might be amiss. Hua Su's father even dispatched a member of the tribe to inquire of the emperor 300 miles away regarding the delay. However, the response was that the time had not yet come, and patience was required. The people of the Fenggun tribe had no choice but to wait patiently. 8 days turned into weeks. Hua Su had been pregnant for 12 years, and finally showed signs of childbirth. Lying in her bed, she endured excruciating pain, surrounded by the most experienced midwives of the tribe, directing the women in the delivery. In the wilderness, a golden dragon of fortune, born from the essence of humanity's destiny, spiraled above the Fenggun tribe. The sky was suffused with a myriad of purple auras, which upon closer examination extended over 90,000 miles, a presence not inferior to that of a sage. Moreover, the purple aura in the sky, influenced by the fortune of humanity, transformed into dragons, phoenixes, cheelants, golden crows, white zhus, and black turtles, morphing into auspicious beasts that seemed to celebrate the child's arrival. Wow! With the birth of the child, the entire wilderness reverberated with the infant's cries, astonishing the great powers within. The mere wailing of a newborn from humanity echoed throughout the vast expanse, prompting many to extend their divine senses to discern the happenings below. Yet, the Emperor of Heaven, who had long awaited this moment, swiftly sealed off the area to those stubbornly seeking to breach the barrier. The Emperor did not show mercy, delivering a swift counterattack. With his peak Emperor-level prowess, none beneath the quasi-saint level could withstand his might. "Martial ancestor, I was merely curious. If I have offended you today, I shall take my leave. You think humanity's domain is one you can enter and exit at will?" The Emperor thundered, his martial will surging forth, striking down a quasi-saint mid-tier expert with ease. The remaining onlookers, having witnessed the Emperor's effortless display of power, dared not linger further, hastily offering their apologies and departing. The Emperor descended from the sky and entered the Fenggun tribe, where Hua Su awaited him, cradling her newly born child. "I beseech the martial ancestor to bestow a name upon my child. As his teacher, none are more fitting than you," Hua Su implored, holding her child. "My connection with this child is but a fleeting bond of teacher and disciple. How could I be worthy of naming him?" The Emperor shook his head, continuing, "However, a name will soon be provided by one who comes to inform us." The celestial sovereign, through the divine eye of martial arts, beheld a flicker of flame emerging from the horizon, which soon transformed into a humanoid figure, alighting amidst the Wind Gun tribe. The figure was none other than Xuan, a revered progenitor of the human race, known for his mastery of fire through the art of friction. In contrast to the celestial sovereign, Xuan's renown among mankind was equally esteemed, with most tribespeople familiar with his visage, and the tribe housing a clay effigy in his honor. After all, Xuan represented the dawn of human civilization, his significance irreplaceable. Upon recognizing Xuan, the members of the Wind Gun tribe prostrated themselves in reverence. Xuan first urged the people to rise and then approached the celestial sovereign, addressing both him and Huaxiu. The decree of the Holy Father proclaims, "This child is named Fuxi." The celestial sovereign nodded, confirming that the name was as he had anticipated. Any other name would have seemed peculiar. Xuan continued, "The Holy Father instructed me to convey that your bond with Fuxi as master and disciple shall last for 28,000 years. You are to impart knowledge to him regarding the governance of our kind." Xuan relayed the words entrusted to him by Jiang without alteration. The celestial sovereign acknowledged his understanding with a nod. After a brief conversation, Xuan hastily returned to attend to the affairs of humanity, as the celestial sovereign's absence from the ancestral land left the Sawai clan ill-equipped to manage matters. Currently, the governance of the human realm was in the hands of Xuan and Yu Chao, both of whom were overwhelmed with responsibilities. The celestial sovereign instructed Huaxiu to nurture Fuxi with care, assuring that after a decade, he would seek him atop the mountain to learn the arts. Fuxi, destined to be the future sovereign of humanity, exhibited innate intelligence. He could articulate words 10 days post-birth and walk unaided within 100 days. By the age of 3, he began assisting his grandfather with simple tribal matters. While Huaxiu's father also actively sought to cultivate Fuxi's potential, providing him with continuous guidance. Gradually, by the age of 10, Fuxi was already capable of managing most tribal affairs, and on one occasion, Fuxi witnessed 2 tribesmen embroiled in a heated dispute. Upon inquiry, he discovered they were arguing over the ownership of a hunted prey. One claimed to have slain the creature, asserting it rightfully belonged to him, while the other insisted he had first injured it, impairing its ability to flee, thus enabling the kill. The first man retorted that without his efforts, the prey would have escaped, making it impossible for the second to capture it. The argument escalated. After discerning the situation, Fuxi proposed a fair resolution. They should divide the prey based on their contributions. Traditionally, prey acquired through collective efforts was shared among all, while that which was individually hunted belonged solely to the hunter. This was the first time such a dilemma had arisen within the tribe. Following Fuxi's intervention, both men accepted his decision with gratitude. Over time, Fuxi's stature within the tribe ascended, garnering increasing support from his peers. 16 years passed, and Huaxiu summoned Fuxi. "Before your birth, you were bestowed a mentor, our martial ancestor. He awaits you 300 miles hence in the mountains. Hasten to pay your respects." Thus, Fuxi bid farewell to his mother and the tribespeople, provisioned for the journey, and set forth on foot, guided by his mother's directions to reach the base of the mountain where the celestial sovereign resided. Upon ascending, he encountered a blue qilin resting beneath a grand tree at the mountain's foot. Fuxi recognized this creature as the one that had assisted his mother. She had once told him that without the qilin's aid, he might never have been born and would have perished alongside her by the banks of the Wei River. Fuxi respectfully bowed to his savior, yet the qilin, receiving only a partial bow, swiftly leapt aside. Over the years, Shui Hong had stayed close to the celestial sovereign, gaining some understanding of Fuxi's identity as the future leader of humanity and the elder brother of the revered Nuwa. Should Shui Hong receive Fuxi's full bow, it might result in dire consequences, for acknowledging the favor of saving his life with even a half bow was already a considerable limit. Fuxi approached Shui Hong, seeking direction to the celestial sovereign's abode for his initiation to not be formal. "Simply call me Shui Hong. The esteemed elder has been waiting for you at the mountain's peak. Allow me to escort you." With that, Shui Hong placed Fuxi upon his back and bounded up the mountain with ease. The remaining path you must traverse alone. Dismounting from the qilin's back, Fuxi steadied his resolve and proceeded towards the direction indicated by Shui Hong. Shortly thereafter, he spotted a wooden cottage, where a youthful man sat before it. Fuxi recognized him as his mentor, the celestial sovereign. "Disciple Fuxi, I pay my respects to my teacher." Fuxi knelt reverently, bowing deeply, yet he was gently lifted from the ground by the celestial sovereign's martial prowess. "Ah, my disciple, I accept you, but there shall be no further bows. As the martial ancestor and your teacher, one bow suffices. There is no need for excessive formalities in the future." "Yes, teacher." Thus, Fuxi's apprenticeship commenced, and the first task assigned by the celestial sovereign was to construct a small wooden house upon the mountain using his own strength. Fuxi found no difficulty in this. Although he had not practiced any formal cultivation methods, he had spent years aiding his kin in hunting and building, thus possessing considerable strength. He ventured into the forest, crafted tools, and began to build his dwelling. Mirroring the celestial sovereign's cottage, he erected a slightly smaller structure adjacent to it. Fuxi, I am not adept in the ways of immortality. Today, I shall impart to you the principles of martial arts to lay your foundation. The celestial sovereign instructed, Fuxi recognized that the art of martial cultivation was the rightful path among humanity, and his teacher was the pioneer of this discipline, unmatched in prowess. I am willing. Please bestow upon me your teachings. I possess the 9 yin and 9 yang scriptures, along with my own 5 elements technique. Which art do you wish to cultivate? The celestial sovereign observed Fuxi deep in thought and continued. There is no need to rush your answer. Contemplate carefully before responding that I will first impart the foundational principles of martial arts to you. Seeing that Fuxi remained, the celestial sovereign inquired, do you have any further questions? Teacher, I wish to know which of these 3 arts possesses the greatest power and can reach the highest realm. Fuxi voiced his inquiry, eyes filled with anticipation. Well, in terms of power, these 3 arts are comparable. However, regarding the highest attainable realm, it is the 9 yin and 9 yang scriptures that stand supreme. The 5 elements technique, though my own creation, does not yet measure up to the 2 foundational texts. After a moment of contemplation, the celestial sovereign added, in truth, you need not become overly fixated on the potency of these techniques. Ultimately, you must forge your own path, for it is said, those who imitate shall perish, while those who innovate shall thrive. Should you merely replicate the past, you will never surpass your predecessors. Fuxi departed from the celestial sovereign, returning to his wooden cottage to ponder the sage's words. Yet for the moment he struggled to grasp their full meaning. Ultimately, Fuxi resolved to emulate his teacher, diligently practicing both the 9 yin and 9 yang scriptures, aspiring for the highest realm of achievement. Once determined, he began to refine his physical form according to the foundational principles of martial arts, while the celestial sovereign provided him with abundant, innate spiritual materials to aid in his cultivation. In the ancestral land of humanity, Jiang and Nuwa sat cross-legged within the Zixiao Palace, observing the celestial sovereign instructing Fuxi in martial arts. Everything progressing methodically, Nuwa's heart was at ease. Why have you entrusted the teaching of martial arts to your nephew? The celestial sovereign, instead of guiding him along the path of primordial unity, do you wish for him to cultivate both immortality and martial prowess? Nuwa inquired. Jiang nodded, in preparation for the return to the void. We must cultivate more advanced warriors. Should one solely pursue the path of immortality or martial prowess, they would inevitably find themselves constrained by Hongjun and the sovereign heaven. It will be far more prudent to cultivate both the celestial and martial arts simultaneously. I firmly believe that with Fuxi's innate talents, he will carve out a new path. Nuwa nodded in agreement. Even if her elder brother could not forge a new road, she could still elevate him to the status of a sage. At that moment, a streak of light flew into Emperor Jiang's hand, a message from Hutu. The mortal realm is in peril. Return swiftly. Upon receiving this urgent message, Emperor Jiang hastily took his leave from Nuwa, saying, Friend, there are pressing matters in the mortal realm that require my attention, that I must return at once. I trust you will keep a close watch on Fuxi. Nuwa replied, Do not worry, Emperor Jiang. I shall remain vigilant. If you must attend to urgent affairs, then go swiftly. After bidding farewell to Nuwa, Emperor Jiang directly employed the spatial laws to return to the entrance of the mortal realm, swiftly making his way to the Pangu Palace. Sensing that a multitude of ancestral witches awaited him there, upon entering the Pangu Palace, Emperor Jiang quickly realized that Zhu Jiuyin was absent. What has transpired? Where is Zhu Jiuyin? Why has he not come? Emperor Jiang immediately inquired about the situation. Big brother, come with us. Hutu's voice resonated as she, along with the other ancestral witches, led Emperor Jiang to Zhu Jiuyin's palace. Upon entering the grand hall, Emperor Jiang beheld Zhu Jiuyin lying weakly within. His aura diminished to the freezing point, leaving only a faint glimmer of life preserved within the Tao of time he wielded. Who can tell me what has happened? Emperor Jiang struggled to comprehend the situation, He had only been away for a few hundred years, and how could his second brother have fallen to such a state? It was difficult for him to fathom who could have inflicted such harm on Zhu Jiuyin. A practitioner at the primordial unity level, that if it were Hongjun's doing, it would be conceivable, but Emperor Jiang would have sensed any action taken by him, in Emperor Jiang's perception, after the incident with the human sovereign. Hongjun had remained in the Zixiao Palace without venturing out. Emperor Jiang simply could not fathom who else possessed such power. Big brother, a year ago while I was in the underworld, I sensed a force approaching the mortal realm and intended to investigate. Second brother insisted I should guard the cycle of reincarnation while he checked the situation that a few days ago, second brother was discovered by Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu, who had been cultivating in the chaos. And upon bringing him back, he became like this that I have tried many methods, but none have roused him. Not even you can awaken him. Upon hearing Hudu's words, Emperor Jiang's brow furrowed deeply. The existence of an unknown and mysterious adversary left Emperor Jiang, who usually held the upper hand, feeling as though he was losing control of the situation for the first time, that in all the myths he had encountered in his past life, he had never heard of a mighty being lurking in the wilderness capable of incapacitating Zhu Jiuyin at the primordial unity level. Emperor Jiang shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. The urgent matter at hand was to heal Zhu Jiuyin's wounds. Only when Zhu Jiuyin awoke could they discern what had truly transpired. Emperor Jiang's brow remained furrowed, uncertain of how to restore Zhu Jiuyin's health. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Detection of host predicament. Issuing temporary task. Within 30,000 years, ascertain the identity of the mysterious individual who harmed Zhu Jiuyin, and return the favor in kind. System, do you know how to heal my second brother? Hearing the system's prompt, Emperor Jiang felt that its origins were enigmatic and that it might possess knowledge on how to treat Zhu Jiuyin. The system suggested the host may wish to try the Pangu blood pool. After delivering this message, the system receded into silence. No matter how Emperor Jiang called out, he had only heard the system mention that he could try the Pangu blood pool. Wasn't that the very place of their birth? Even now, new which clans occasionally emerged from the Pangu blood pool. Could it possibly have healing properties as well? Emperor Jiang muttered to himself, Big brother. What are you saying? Kong, who was nearby, caught wind of Emperor Jiang's muttering but could not make out the words. His curiosity piqued. It is nothing. I was merely contemplating how to save Zhu Jiuyin. Gazing at the faintly breathing Zhu Jiuyin, Emperor Jiang made up his mind. Follow me. He lifted Zhu Jiuyin on his back and led the way toward the very center of the Pangu Palace. At the heart of the Pangu Palace lay the blood pool, where the 12 ancestral witches had first emerged, since the rate of births from the blood pool had slowed significantly. It had been hundreds of years since a new one had appeared, prompting the 12 ancestral witches to seal the blood pool. Emperor Jiang, carrying Zhu Jiuyin, arrived at the blood pool alongside the other ancestral witches. Gently placing Zhu Jiuyin into the pool, he watched as Zhu Jiuyin slowly sank to the bottom. However, there was no sign of movement within the blood pool, and just as the ancestral witches began to believe the pool offered no benefit to Zhu Jiuyin, bubbles began to rise from the depths. Suddenly, the Pangu Palace trembled, and the 12 bronze pillars beside the blood pool burst forth with radiant light. Each of the 12 pillars shot forth a beam of light, converging above the blood pool to form a luminous sphere. Within that sphere, Emperor Jiang felt an immense surge of life force. If this life force were to be infused into Zhu Jiuyin's body, it just might heal him. The ancestral witches observed the sphere as it directed a laser into the blood pool, unleashing a tremendous life force that left everyone present in awe that I never imagined that after all this time in the Pangu Palace, it would still possess such a function. It must be a contingency left by our Father God, Shennong remarked. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement, well aware that the Pangu Palace was the very heart of Pangu. If this were not a gift from Pangu to the witch clan, Emperor Jiang would never believe it. Emperor Jiang and Hutu wished to discern Zhu Jiuyin's exact condition. However, the blood pool had a barrier that obstructed their spiritual senses, rendering them unable to ascertain what was happening within, leaving them anxious on the sidelines. Let us step outside for now. It appears Zhu Jiuyin will need more time to awaken, Emperor Jiang suggested, leading Hutu and the others away from the blood pool and back to the Grand Hall. Big brother, I believe we should first investigate the source of that force. This way we can formulate a response. Hutu expressed her opinion. Hutu, aside from your second brother, you are the only one who sensed that force. Did you notice anything unusual at the time? Emperor Jiang nodded, inquiring about Hutu's perception of that force. The force seemed to carry a magnificent celestial might, yet it bore no trace of the Tao of heaven. Its overwhelming power is likely second only to your own Tao of strength. Hutu slowly articulated her observations, which only deepened Emperor Jiang's confusion. According to Hutu's description, he deduced that this force likely originated from a practitioner of the Tao of Thunder. However, in the wilderness, the only adept in the Tao of Thunder besides the Thunder Ancestor, which Qiangliang was the long-deceased Luai's. Yet, considering Qiangliang's relationship with Zhu Jiuyin, he would never attack him. Moreover, with Zhu Jiuyin standing still, even after enduring bombardment from Qiangliang for a millennium, he would emerge unscathed. Thus, after hearing Hutu's account, Emperor Jiang found himself even more perplexed, as there was no record of such a figure in his memory. Initially, Emperor Jiang suspected the Tao of Heaven, yet Hutu clarified that the force contained no trace of the Tao of Heaven. Ruling it out, who could it possibly be? After understanding the situation, Emperor Jiang instructed the ancestral witches to return to their respective palaces and began his calculations. However, despite his exhaustive search through his inherited memories and attempts to divine the heavenly secrets, he found no clues regarding this individual. Hongjun, could it be your doing? Emperor Jiang looked up at the ceiling of the Pangu Palace, as if he could see through to Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace. In the chaos within the Zixiao Palace, its doors were tightly shut. Inside the Grand Hall, a man as resplendent as jade faced Hongjun. Lightning crackled around him, a testament to his mastery of the Tao of Thunder at an extraordinarily profound level. Master, as per your directive, I lured the witch clans Zhu Jiuyin out beyond the mortal realm and used the power of thunder to grievously injure him. I am confident that even Hutu and the Earth Tao would find it impossible to restore Zhu Jiuyin to health. The man unexpectedly referred to Hongjun as his teacher, for it was he who had grievously injured Zhu Jiuyin. Hongjun nodded slightly and spoke. Taichu, you have performed admirably in this matter. How goes your endeavor in overseeing and nurturing the fierce beast clan? Master, ever since the beast Emperor Shun and I was slain by you, I have led the fierce beast clan deep into the chaos to propagate. Now, the clan boasts 300 billion warriors, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. The physical cultivation of the four great fierce beasts has already reached the peak of quasi-saint. Listening to Taichu's words, Hongjun nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with Taichu's accomplishments over the years. Taichu was discovered by Hongjun during the early days of the world's creation. Beside the chaotic jade butterfly, which sparked Hongjun's admiration for talent. Thus, he assisted Taichu in taking form and bestowed upon him the name Taichu. Hence, Taichu was Hongjun's foremost disciple, while figures like Laozi barely registered on Hongjun's radar. Jiang, your time of demise shall come. Hongjun declared fiercely, watching Taichu's departing figure from within the Zixiao Palace, since Taichu had stated that even the earthly Tao could not revive Zhu Jiuyin. Hongjun believed that Zhu Jiuyin's fate was sealed. Feeling his plans nearing fruition, Hongjun contentedly entered a state of seclusion. Upon leaving the Zixiao Palace, Taichu hastened towards the realm of the fierce beast clan in the Middle Thousand Worlds. According to his plan with Hongjun, when the Celestial Emperor achieved enlightenment, he would lead the fierce beast clan into the human realm to thwart the Celestial Emperor's ascendance, slaughtering the human race and causing great damage to humanity. At that time, Hongjun could manipulate the heavenly Tao to repress humanity once more, restoring the dominance of the heavenly power over the earthly Wy then. Would Jiang and Hutu not be at his mercy? While Taichu returned to the Middle Thousand Worlds to prepare for war, in the earthly realm, Jiang, after some speculation, concluded that this matter must be inexorably linked to Hongjun. With this thought, Jiang deemed it necessary to venture into the chaos to uncover the truth. Exiting the Pangu Hall, he first retrieved the restored balance scale and placed a drop of Zhu Jiuyin's blood upon it. Under the influence of the laws of causality, a silver thread sprouted from the opposite end of the scale. This silver thread extended continuously, swiftly emerging from the earthly realm, heading towards an unknown direction in the chaos. This was a new function that appeared after the balance scale was restored to the level of a chaos spiritual treasure. However, it could only search for beings of inferior cultivation, a capability never before utilized. Jiang approached this with a mindset of experimentation, which also indicated that the one who had harmed Jujuin was not Hongjun, but rather someone of lower cultivation than Jiang. Without further delay, Jiang hurriedly followed the silver thread into the chaos. Within the vast and boundless chaos, only the silver thread undulated and swayed. Following it, Jiang arrived at a middle thousand world. There exists such a world hidden within the chaos near the Honghuang. It appears the one who injured Zhu Juin is within this realm. With this realization, Jiang concealed his presence, locating a spot where the world barrier was weak, and discreetly opened a temporary spatial passage using the Tao of space. Upon entering the world, Jiang immediately sealed the passage behind him. Upon entering this world, Jiang's gaze fell upon an endless array of fierce beasts. But the Fierce Beast clan was exterminated long before the Dragon and Phoenix clans by Hongjun, Luo Ho, and others. Why are there so many fierce beasts here? Jiang's heart was filled with questions, unable to comprehend the presence of the fierce beasts in this place. With his cultivation, he quickly spotted a grand hall at the center of the world and felt compelled to investigate. His intuition informed him that this place was undoubtedly connected to Hongjun. Fearing exposure, Jiang, uncertain of the situation within, chose to transform into the guise of a fierce beast, blending in with the throng of beasts as they surged towards the center of the world. After following countless fierce beasts to the central area for 100 years, he observed a high platform where the four great fierce beasts, Chaos, Tao Wu, Qiongqi, and Tao Tai, sat at the corners. At the center of the platform sat a man, surrounded by flickering lightning. Upon seeing this man, Jiang knew he was the one who had injured Zhu Juin. The man's cultivation had reached the 9th layer of Hunyuan, making it highly probable that he had severely wounded Zhu Juin in a surprise attack. Yet it remained unclear how he managed to render Ho Tu incapable of healing Zhu Juin, people of the Fierce Beast clan. The Honghuang was meant to belong to us, yet is now occupied by a despicable race known as the human race, that we must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Chaos proclaimed from the high platform. Do you wish to regain the glory of the Fierce Beast clan under the leadership of Lord Taichu? Tao Wu shouted, igniting the fervor of the fierce beasts, who collectively roared towards the heavens, expressing their discontent. Who are you? Taichu suddenly inquired, causing silence to descend upon the assembled fierce beasts, revealing the high esteem in which Taichu was held among them. The four great fierce beasts exchanged glances. Bewildered by Taichu's words, did this imply that others had infiltrated their ranks? Could it be that I've been discovered? Jiang pondered, questioning how Taichu, merely at the 9th layer of Hunyuan, could possibly detect his presence. My friend, possessing the ability to arrive here, why do you not dare to reveal your true form? Taichu continued, his gaze shifting towards the direction where Jiang was concealed. Realizing he could no longer hide, Jiang revealed himself before the assembly of fierce beasts. The four great fierce beasts did not recognize Jiang, but upon seeing an intruder, they surged forward, intent on capturing him. Just as Chaos, Tao Wu, Qiongqi, and Tao Tai took to the air, Taichu effortlessly brought them back down. Jiang, I did not expect you to find this place. Shouldn't your witch clan be mourning for Zhu Juin at this time? What brings you here? Taichu's words dripped with provocation, showing no fear even towards Jiang, whose cultivation surpassed his own. You seem unperturbed by my presence. What is your connection to Hongjun? Does it matter? Jiang retorted. In any case, you are destined to perish. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a surge of chaotic energy towards Taichu. Bang! Taichu was unable to withstand the force, and was propelled from the center of the world to its very edge. Blood gushed from Taichu's mouth as he glared fiercely at Jiang, who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Jiang scoffed. Are you not afraid that I shall lead the fierce beast army into the Honghuang? If you believe that threatening me will bear fruit, then by all means, continue. Jiang had long sensed Taichu's covert actions. He had a chaos spiritual treasure in hand, if Jiang was not mistaken. It was the companion treasure of the demon god of arrays, Heavenly Net. Even Jiang would be ensnared for a moment. Taichu hurled the Heavenly Net at Jiang, which instantly transformed into a grand formation, ensnaring him. Subsequently, Taichu produced a pearl and enclosed all the fierce beasts within it, departing swiftly from the middle thousand world. Jiang, upon witnessing this, did not attempt to intervene. Before his attack, he had already marked Taichu and the four great fierce beasts with the imprint of the Tao of Strength, allowing him to monitor their movements. With his current cultivation, even Hongjun would be unable to discern the truth. After a quarter of an hour, the heavenly net was reverted to its original form, transforming back into a hollow sphere, which Jiang collected. Upon exiting this world, Jiang immediately shattered the world's source, causing the middle thousand world to gradually disintegrate. Filled with fury, Jiang resolved that the blood debt must be repaid in kind. Did they truly think the witch clan easy to bully? Standing amidst the chaos, Jiang gazed at the crumbling middle thousand world as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Task completion detected. Reward for the host. 9-character true words. Note: this system's 9-character true words are unrestricted by martial paths and can be utilized irrespective of the Tao practiced. Would the host like to learn? Yes. Emperor Jiang felt an abundance of profound insights regarding the 9-character true words within his primordial spirit. He had now mastered the ability to wield these words at will. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed. Temporary mission issued. Annihilate the Beast Clan. Although I have always favored peace, I am not one to be trifled with. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The host is required to eradicate the ferocious beast race and eliminate Taichu. Upon hearing the mission, Emperor Jiang, filled with seething fury, returned to the Pangu Palace in the earthly realm. Despite his keen perception, he was unable to locate the four great ferocious beasts, yet he sensed that Taichu had entered the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. Emperor Jiang understood that Hongjun was once again plotting against them, nearly reducing Zhu Jiuyin to ashes. Brother, you have returned? Zhu Jiuyin's voice resonated within the Grand Hall, revitalizing Emperor Jiang's spirit. He turned to see his second brother, Zhu Jiuyin, who appeared pale and had only reached the second level of the primordial chaos. However, Emperor Jiang sensed that Zhu Jiuyin's injuries were nearly healed. Concerning his realm, Zhu Jiuyin's Tao fruit remained intact, and his diminished level would soon be regained. Emperor Jiang patted Zhu Jiuyin on the shoulder, advising him to rest for a moment, and then summoned all the other ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang relayed all the details to them, inciting even the most tranquil among them, Ho Tu, to display a visage of fury, clamoring for war against the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. Brother, let us wage war. How can my witch clan endure such humiliation? Observing the collective outrage, Emperor Jiang slammed his hand on the table. War. From this moment forth, our witch clan shall recall all wandering kin. Those of golden immortal rank and above are to prepare for battle. In 10 millennia, we shall assault the Purple Cloud Palace. Such a significant mobilization could not escape the notice of the powerful beings within the primordial realm. All wandering witches were summoned back, and the guardians of the ancestral land, led by Qi Yu, returned to the earthly realm. Zhen Yuanzi, Hongjun, and Ming He all entered the earthly realm, leaving the inhabitants of the primordial world perplexed by the witch clan's intentions. At this juncture, Hongjun summoned the 3 clear ones, the 2 saints of the west, and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi, along with the newly appointed Heavenly Emperor and Empress, Hao Tian and Yao Qi, to the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. This turn of events made it clear to the beings of the primordial realm that war between Hongjun and the witch clan was imminent. Anxiety gripped the hearts of all, including Nuwa, who sent a message to Emperor Jiang inquiring about the situation. Emperor Jiang merely instructed Nuwa to safeguard humanity and the human way, preventing Hongjun from casting a dark hand upon them. While the remaining matters were to be dealt with by the witch clan, he also sent a letter of challenge to Hongjun, proposing a decisive battle in 10 millennia beyond the heavens. The choice of this location was strategic, as beings below the Deluo realm could not enter the chaos unprotected, and the ferocious beasts were similarly restricted. Thus, Hongjun, eager to harness the full potential of the ferocious beasts, would undoubtedly acquiesce to Emperor Jiang's demand. The area beyond the heavens served as a barrier for the primordial world, comprising only shattered continental fragments and a vast void, making it an ideal battlefield. Before long, 10 millennia had swiftly passed. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan, save for Zhu Jiuyin, stood resolutely above the sea of blood, while an unceasing tide of witches surged forth from the earthly realm's entrance. The witch clan was divided into 9 formations, each comprising millions of witches, led by the 9 ancestral witches, including Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Tian Wu, as they advanced towards the realm beyond the heavens. Emperor Jiang and Ho Tu acted independently, guiding Ming He, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun to the exterior of the Purple Cloud Palace. The war drums of the witch clan reverberated throughout the primordial realm, striking awe into all powerful beings, for these war drums were of postnatal treasure grade. This was the culmination of the witch clan's long-standing efforts to accumulate strength, with the formation of the Qian Wu Ji Great Array. Despite lacking the innate indestructible spiritual light to transform treasures into innate spiritual treasures, the postnatal treasures continued to flow abundantly. Whenever a treasure reached the level of postnatal treasure, the witch clan would replace it with another. The replaced spiritual treasures and weapons were distributed according to the cultivators' ranks. In this battle, the witch clan was prepared to lay bare their entire foundation. Roar! A thunderous roar resonated, drawing the attention of the powerful beings in the primordial realm towards its source, revealing an overwhelming number of ferocious beasts, long believed extinct, now arrayed in the realm beyond the heavens. Moreover, one of the main protagonists in the battle between immortals and demons, the demon clan, could be heard hissing throughout the primordial realm. Marveling the might of both sides, should battle commence, it would rival the scale of the immortal demon conflict. Both forces were poised for combat in the realm beyond the heavens, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle at a moment's notice. Emperor Jiang and his cohort of primordial beings directly confronted Hongjun and his assembly of saints in the chaos. Ho Tu targeted Hongjun herself, despite being a woman, as an ancestral witch. She was equally a warrior, her combat instincts remarkably fierce. From the outset, she pressed Hongjun relentlessly, who, although slightly at a disadvantage, adeptly countered each of Ho Tu's assaults. As Emperor Jiang witnessed his sister locked in battle with Hongjun, his gaze shifted to Tai Chu. He wielded the Hong Meng Liang Tian Qi, unleashing a brilliant golden light aimed at Tai Chu. The full force of Emperor Jiang's attack surged forth, reaching Tai Chu in an instant. No, Tai Chu recognized that he could not withstand the impending strike and attempted to flee, but it was too late. Despair filled his eyes. Suddenly, a spatial rift emerged, consuming Emperor Jiang's attack and saving Tai Chu. Who goes there? Step forth. As the unknown assailant intervened, Emperor Jiang felt the tremors of the spatial pathways around him. Activating the spatial pathways, he meticulously searched the chaotic expanse, discovering another space concealed behind a segment of this realm. He promptly utilized the spatial pathways to teleport to this hidden space, creating a smaller chamber within it. He kicked forward, but the individual was equally proficient in the art of spatial manipulation. Even though Di Zhang's footwork was as swift as lightning, he was still transported to another location by that individual through a spatial passage. As the principles of the spatial path operated, Di Zhang closely followed, leading to a fleeting chase and evasion that resulted in countless miniature spaces emerging and vanishing across the battlefield within mere moments, except for Ho Tu and Hongjun. The other saints halted their assaults, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. They had never anticipated that the great Tao could be wielded to such an extent, even if they practiced for countless epochs. They could not hope to match these two anomalies. As Di Jiang pursued this person, he realized that despite his persistent efforts, he was unable to gain the upper hand. He understood that the power of the spatial path was formidable, and perhaps only the ancient spatial demon god, Yang Mei, could rival it. Tai Chu's cultivation was at the 9th level of Han Yuan, and if this stalemate continued, it was likely that Zhen Yuanzi and the others would soon face annihilation. With this thought in mind, Di Jiang activated both the spatial path and the path of strength simultaneously. After a brief moment, Yang Mei, caught off guard, was struck by Di Jiang's fist, revealing his form. Yang Mei, Di Jiang inquired, surprised that the fellow cultivator recognized his name. Although Yang Mei had been struck by Di Jiang, his aura remained unwavering that Di Jiang was aware that Yang Mei, as the reincarnation of a chaos demon god, possessed a physical form that was on par with his own. Yang Mei, Do you truly wish to wade into these murky waters? Jiang questioned, furrowing his brow as he regarded Yang Mei. While the battle between Yuanzi and Tai Chu raged on, upon witnessing the confrontation between Jiang and Yang Mei come to a standstill, the others paused their conflicts, anxiously watching the two. In that moment, only Ho Tu and Hongjun in the distance continued their fierce clash. Tai Chu, accompanied by the three Pure Ones, remained vigilant against Jiang, while Zhen Yuanzi, Ming He, and Hongjun guarded against Yang Mei. After all, should either of these two launch a sudden attack, they would be unable to withstand it. I initially did not wish to intervene, but Hongjun offered me a condition I could not refuse. And I merely need to stall you. Yang Mei declared confidently. Oh, you truly believe you can hold me back? Jiang retorted, furrowing his brow. He had not anticipated Yang Mei as a variable, which left him somewhat perturbed. If Yang Mei managed to restrain him, Zhen Yuanzi and the others would stand no chance against Tai Chu. Should Zhen Yuanzi and his companions fall, it would spell disaster for Jiang and his allies. Fear not for them, Jiang. With me here, you need not worry. Yang Mei seemed to see through Jiang's thoughts, urging him to abandon any notion of rescuing Zhen Yuanzi. At that moment, Tai Chu also regained his composure, promptly leading the three Pure Ones to launch an attack against Zhen Yuanzi and his companions. The latter could only rely on their treasured artifacts to barely withstand the onslaught. But their endurance would not last long, as Jiang sought to assist. Yang Mei swiftly blocked his path, utilizing the spatial path to create a fissure that obstructed Jiang's advance. You seek death. Yang Mei, Jiang bellowed, abandoning all pretense as he unleashed his full power. The paths of strength and space converged, and the Hongmeng Liang Tian Qi emanated a brilliant golden light, continuously compressing Yang Mei's available space. At that moment, should Jiang land a blow, it would result in nothing less than shattered bones and torn sinew for Yang Mei. Seeing Yang Mei still stalling for time and feeling the pressure of his relentless assault, Jiang invoked the 9-character mantra he had received as a reward from the system. He unleashed 3 true words, all to amplify his battle power tenfold, act to grant him unparalleled speed, an approach to trigger a forbidden domain, rendering him invincible among those of the same rank. Yang Mei felt Jiang's aura intensify and his speed accelerate. Before he could fully react, Jiang closed the distance in an instant, striking Yang Mei with a force that sent him flying several 100,000 zhong, leaving one side of his body nearly in tatters. Hongjun has deceived me. This Jiang is akin to the Pangu of old, truly a harbinger of disaster, one to be avoided at all costs. Yang Mei mused inwardly. However, Jiang had no intention of granting Yang Mei any time to recover. The spatial path and the act mantra activated simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang stood before Yang Mei. Not good. Yang Mei, one of the pinnacle chaos demon gods, immediately recognized the imminent danger and summoned all his strength to carve out a spatial passage. Yet his response was slightly delayed, and, as he entered the passage, Jiang's strike impacted him, propelling him into the spatial rift. The passage began to collapse, and Jiang understood that Yang Mei's portal led to an arbitrary location filled with countless uncertainties. Even if he pursued now, he might not catch up to Yang Mei. This was also a survival tactic of the spatial path, creating a passage to an unpredictable destination where myriad forks awaited. A single misstep could result in complete loss of the chase. Thus, Jiang chose not to pursue further, reasoning that even if Yang Mei escaped unscathed, he would need to recuperate for countless epochs, by which time Jiang would have reached an even higher realm. A defeated foe is hardly worth mentioning that Jiang turned his gaze away from the disintegrating spatial passage and focused on Tai Chu and his allies, who were attacking Zhen Yuanzi and the others. With a single stroke, Jiang unleashed his might, sending Tai Chu and his companions hurtling backward, instantly robbing them of their combat capability. Among the saints, the weakest, Xuan, was swiftly cleaved away, his primordial spirit captured by the heavenly Tao, requiring at least 100,000 years to revive without external aid. Tai Chu fixed his gaze upon Jiang, astonished at his strength, having not anticipated Yang Mei's swift defeat. A stray dog. Today, I shall send you to your end. Reduced to ashes, Jiang looked down upon Tai Chu with disdain, preparing to deliver the final blow to this assailant of his younger brother. Stop, Jiang. Should you dare harm him, I vow that we shall never rest until one of us is dead. In the distance, Hongjun, witnessing his most favored disciple on the brink of death, could not help but roar in fury, threatening Jiang. Hongjun, you dare to engage me while distracted? You seek your own demise. Ho Tu shouted, wielding her Hongmeng sword to strike at Hongjun. Aiming to cleave him in two. Hongjun hurriedly retreated, but due to his distraction, he was too slow. Ho Tu's sword sliced through his abdomen and chest, had it not been for the protective power of the heavenly Tao. This blow would have rendered him incapable of further combat. Looking at Hongjun now, he was a picture of disarray, his robe tattered, floating dust shattered, and his crown shattered by Ho Tu's strike. Silver hair cascading wildly across his chest. Hongjun felt an unbearable pain in his chest, the recent wound instilling within him a profound fear of death. From the gaping wound, golden holy blood dripped intermittently, causing the chaotic spiritual energy around it to boil. It must be noted that this holy blood contained enough energy to effortlessly elevate a great Luo golden immortal to the rank of quasi-saint. With a fierce glare, Hongjun glared at Ho Tu, retrieving the Zhao Hua Jade tablet, preparing to fight to the bitter end. Returning to Jiang's side, Jiang, do you truly believe you have me cornered? Tai Chu, facing Jiang, produced a pearl. Remarkably, it was the Chaos Pearl, one of the four supreme treasures of chaos. Though damaged at the dawn of creation, it now possessed the rank of an innate treasure. Jiang watched with keen interest. You believe a mere innate treasure can sway the tide of battle? Tai Chu did not respond. Instead, he activated the Chaos Pearl, from which four figures emerged. Tai Chu opened his mouth and directly absorbed these four figures into his being. Instantly, Tai Chu's cultivation surged, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the 12th level of Hunyuan, standing equal to Jiang, even hinting at the potential to surpass him. So, this is your backing? Truly a formidable foundation, Jiang couldn't help but exclaim. Tai Chu's support was undoubtedly comparable to that of the three pure ones and the ancestral witches within the primordial realm. Tai Chu had transformed the essence of the five primordial energies into a manifestation, devouring and refining the remaining four energies during its formation, thus attaining his current stature and smoothly advancing to the 9th level of Hunyuan. The five primordial energies are the very essence of creation, marking the transition from the boundless to the finite, namely Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, and Tai Ji. The entities Tai Chu had just consumed were the embodiments of the other four energies, allowing him to elevate his cultivation to such heights that is it of any use? What do you think? Jiang scoffed disdainfully, wielding the Hongmeng Liangtian Qi to deliver a strike, only to be met by Tai Chu's defense. Furthermore, Tai Chu initiated a counterattack using the Path of Thunder against Jiang. The Jiang, adept in the Path of Space, deftly evaded Tai Chu's efforts, remaining elusive despite Tai Chu's earnest attempts to land a blow. After all, the depth of understanding of the Tao lay firmly in Jiang's grasp, cultivated through his own gradual enlightenment, while Tai Chu's cultivation was questionable at best, lacking authenticity in less than 10 exchanges. A cry of despair erupted from Zhen Yuanzi and the others, momentarily halting their assault on the Sanqing as they turned to the center of the battlefield. There, they beheld Tai Chu, utterly subdued beneath Jiang's foot, struggling in vain, and upon closer inspection, they noted that one of Tai Chu's arms was inexplicably missing. His condition was woeful, akin to a defeated beast seeking refuge to hide its head. Tai Chu, you dare to lay a hand on my second brother? I'll take your head and mount it at the gates of the underworld, Jiang declared, raising the Hongmeng Liangtian Qi to strike at Tai Chu's head. Jiang, a man may be killed, but not humiliated. If you desire my head, dream on, Tai Chu retorted, channeling all his energy into a self-destructive explosion. Not good. Jiang swiftly transported Zhen Yuanzi, Ming He, and Hongjun several billion miles away using the Path of Space. Yet they were still caught in the aftermath of Tai Chu's explosion. The battlefield between Ho Tu and Hongjun was distant enough that the repercussions were minimal for them. However, the Sanqing and Zhen, positioned closer to the epicenter, were not so fortunate. They were unable to escape in time and were obliterated, their primordial spirits claimed by the heavenly Tao. This explosion reverberated through the barriers of the Honghuang world. Fortunately, the barriers absorbed most of the impact. Otherwise, the Wu clan would have suffered catastrophic losses. Yet once the barriers were breached, they struggled to mend, allowing chaotic energy to seep into the Honghuang. The beings of Honghuang wailed in despair. Though the chaotic energy was formidable, it was akin to poison for them, as they could not withstand its onslaught. In the midst of this turmoil, Nuwa unleashed her divine powers, first sealing the breach in the outer heavens. Then pondering as she produced the 5-color divine stone she had acquired at the Treasure Division cliff that, Jiang, I will slay you! I will slay you! Hongjun bellowed, but even in his injured state. Relying on the formidable creation jade, he could only manage a stalemate against Ho Tuesday Jiang. A fierce opponent, even for Yang Mei, posed a genuine threat to him. Though Hongjun had contemplated harnessing the power of the heavenly Tao, disregarding whether the laws of the Tao would permit it, he realized that even if he did so, Ho Tu could counterbalance him using the power of the Earth Tao, observing Hongjun's continued provocation. Jiang commanded Yuanzi and the others to return to the outer heavens to assist the Wu clan, while he himself joined a fray between Ho Tu and Hongjun. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Jiang teleported behind Hongjun, raising the Hongmeng Liantian Shi to strike at his head, while Ho Tu launched a direct assault with the Han Yuan sword, aiming for Hongjun's heart. Hongjun reacted with lightning speed, first deflecting Ho Tu's strike with his staff, then hastily retreating to avoid Jiang's impending blow. However, Jiang's speed far surpassed Hongjun's expectations. Bang! Hongjun was struck on the head by Jiang. Despite the protection of the creation jade from the outside, it was evident that Hongjun's head had been deformed that moment. He felt a ringing in his ears, his consciousness growing hazy. Recognizing that he was outmatched by the duo, he hastily utilized the creation jade to open a space and slipped inside. Elder brother, do not pursue. That is the space of the heavenly Tao. If you rashly enter, the Tao will treat you as an intruder and eliminate you. Ho Tu urgently dissuaded Jiang from entering, pulling him back to the Honghuang. That Jiang, although I have lost, I have a surprise in store for you, Hongjun proclaimed as he fled into the realm of the heavenly Tao, prompting Jiang and Ho Tu to refrain from chasing after him and instead return to the Honghuang. In the outer heavens, the once formidable beasts and demon tribes, decimated by the Wu clan, had lost their will to resist following the arrival of Zhen Yuanzi, Ming He, and Hongyun. Upon entering the outer heavens, Jiang beheld the subdued beasts and the remaining few 100,000 demons. Annihilate them to the last, eradicate their kind. Jiang's cold voice echoed, prompting all the Wu clan to spring into action, commencing the slaughter of the remaining beasts and demons. Whereas Dong Huang Tai Ed, Jiang scanned the area but found no trace of the demon tribe's key figures, Dong Huang Tai E and Bai Zhe. Elder brother, we were on the verge of capturing Dong Huang Tai E and Bai Zhe when suddenly a spatial rift appeared and drew them in, Xianming, the ancestral Wu, reported. Elder brother, look at this, Gong Gong exclaimed excitedly, presenting a small bell to Jiang. Upon inspection, Jiang recognized it as Dong Huang Taiyi's treasured Dong Huang bell, astonished that they had managed to seize it. Let them flee. Without the chaotic bell to suppress the fortune, the demon tribe is utterly finished, with no chance of recovery, Jiang remarked, toying with the chaotic bell. Oddly, aside from Dong Huang Tai-yi, the bell remained remarkably stable since Gong Gong retrieved it. Jiang stowed the chaotic bell, intending to break Dong Huang Tai-yi's seal upon returning to the realm, in the realm of humanity. By the banks of the Weishui, 3 white-bearded elders concealed themselves atop a mountain, stealthily plotting. These were Hongjun's 3 corporeal forms, Peng Ho, Peng Ji, and Peng Jiao. Their objective was to eliminate Huang Tian and Fu Shi, aiming to inflict significant damage to humanity. This struggle promised substantial gains. Peng Ji and I will hold off Nuwa. Peng Ho, you must slay Huang Tian and Fu Shi within a quarter of an hour, Hongjun instructed. With Peng Jiao's highest cultivation level, having comprehended the heavenly Tao, he had reached the 10th layer of Han Yuan, while even the malevolent Peng He had attained the 7th layer, as long as the 4th layer Peng Ho could swiftly eliminate Huang Tian and Fuxi. They could all retreat unscathed. The 3 elders devised their plan, with Peng He and Peng Jiao stealthily positioning themselves outside the ancestral grounds of humanity, ready to ambush Nuwa. Peng Ho hurriedly made his way to confront Huang Tian and Fuxi, who were currently instructing Fuxi in swordsmanship. That a tremendous pressure bore down upon the duo, catching them unawares and forcing them to the ground. The moment Nuwa, residing in the ancestral grounds, sensed Peng Ho's presence, she realized that Huang Tian and Fuxi were in peril and rushed to their aid. Boom! As soon as Nuwa stepped out of the Zixiao Palace, it was obliterated, and immediately Peng He and Peng Jiao stood before her, blocking her path. Nuwa quickly understood that Hongjun sought to prevent her from rescuing them, aiming to eliminate both Huang Tian and her brother in one fell swoop, thereby crippling humanity. "You seek death," Nuwa declared, producing the red embroidered ball and hurling it at Peng He and Peng Jiao. Aware of their disadvantage, they resorted to their treasure defenses to withstand Nuwa's assault. To obstruct Nuwa, Peng He and Peng Jiao recklessly unleashed their innate treasures, employing them in self-detonations to impede her progress. Peng Ho, intent on swiftly ending the confrontation, unleashed his full power in an effort to vanquish the two. Whoosh! An attack surged towards Peng Ho, who was caught completely off guard. Peng Ho spat a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly diminished. "Zhu Jiuyin, how is this possible? You were supposed to be dead. Regrettably, I must disappoint you." Zhu Jiuyin emerged, coldly gazing at Peng Ho, his expression devoid of warmth. "Hongjun, when you conspired against me, you should have anticipated this day would come." Without granting Peng Ho a moment's reprieve, Zhu Jiuyin wielded the power of the Path of Time, reducing Peng Ho to mere ash. "Huang Tian, safeguard Fuxi here. I shall assist your master Nuwa." "Yes, rest assured, master. I will ensure Fuxi's safety." Zhu Jiuyin nodded and then swiftly headed in the direction of the ancestral land of the human race. Peng He and Peng Jiao sensed that Peng Ho had been slain and were filled with astonishment. They could hardly believe that a person once deemed certain to perish had miraculously returned to life. At that moment, the two sought to flee, but Nuwa, having sensed everything, would not allow them to escape unimpeded, and thus began to obstruct their retreat. In the blink of an eye, the roles of both sides underwent a dramatic reversal. Zhu Jiuyin soon arrived on the battlefield, and upon seeing Peng He and Peng Jiao, he offered no words but instead produced a balance scale and targeted the Hunyuan 7th layer Peng He, employing the laws of causality. With his own Hunyuan 4th layer cultivation, Zhu Jiuyin directly suppressed Peng He's cultivation down to his own realm. Immediately thereafter, Nuwa launched an attack, utterly annihilating the Hunyuan 7th layer Peng He. Witnessing this turn of events, Peng Jiao could hardly contain his outrage, exclaiming, "Youngsters these days have no sense of martial ethics. I engage in a battle of wits, and you resort to cheating." This balance scale was nothing short of a tool for deceit. Observing Peng He's demise at Nuwa's hands, Zhu Jiuyin once again wielded the balance scale to suppress Peng Jiao's cultivation. However, Peng Jiao's power far surpassed that of Zhu Jiuyin, rendering the scale's influence merely slight. Yet, it was precisely this minor effect that allowed Nuwa to seize the opportunity, shattering Peng Jiao's defenses and eliminating him as well. Within the realm of the heavenly Tao, after the demise of Hongjun's 3 avatars, he spat out a mouthful of blood, exacerbating his already grievous injuries. Why? Hongjun's furious roars echoed throughout the heavenly Tao space that Jiang, Hotu, Nuwa, and the Witch Clan, I shall eventually reduce you all to ashes. With your meager strength, you are no match for them. You cannot even prevail in battle, nor can you outsmart them, yet you still dream of annihilating them. This is a most amusing fantasy. The voice of the heavenly Tao consciousness resonated in Hongjun's ears. Were you not sealed? How is it that you can still move freely? Hongjun asked, astonished. Such matters are inconsequential. Hongjun, on your own, you will never be a match for Jiang and the others. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, not to mention the presence of Nuwa. The heavenly Tao consciousness continued. Come now, join forces with me, and I shall grant you the power to obliterate everything. In time, the entirety of Honghuang will become your private garden, with Jiang, Ho2, and Nuwa merely pets within it. Upon hearing these words, a look of yearning appeared on Hongjun's face. Let us collaborate. Just release me, and I shall bestow upon you the mightiest power to fulfill your dreams. The voice of the heavenly Tao consciousness was laced with seduction, persistently enticing Hongjun to embrace its offer. Yet, who was Hongjun? He was the first sage within the realms of Honghuang, a man acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. Though he had his own ulterior motives, he was not so easily deceived. You are sealed. How then can you collaborate with me? You merely covet my body. If you truly possess such abilities, how could you fail against Jiang and the others? Hongjun scoffed. I am merely a fragment of my true self. My power but a fraction of my true form. Were I to possess even 1% of my original strength, Jiang, Ho2, and Nuwa would be but a wave of my hand. The heavenly Tao consciousness presented another tempting offer, hoping to persuade Hongjun into cooperation. You yourself have stated that your true self is absent, and you possess only 1/10,000th of your original power. You are even weaker than I am. What qualifications do you have to partner with me? There is no need to persist. Without a moment's hesitation, Hongjun flatly rejected the heavenly Tao consciousness. Recalling how it had previously attempted to seize his body through the Tao wheel, he would never allow it to escape. There is no need for you to be released now. I can provide you with the cultivation techniques of my true self. You may practice them, and once you have amassed sufficient strength, you can release me then. Seeing that Hongjun intended to ignore him and focus on healing, the heavenly Tao consciousness spoke with a hint of urgency. A subtle smile graced Hongjun's lips. He recognized that his objective had been achieved. He halted, turned to look back, and said, Then let us proceed. You may provide the techniques, and we can temporarily establish a cooperative relationship. The heavenly Tao consciousness readily complied, seemingly eager to prevent Hongjun from departing, and quickly provided him with a tome entitled Heart of the Tao Seated with Demons. The power cultivated through this method possessed formidable destructive attributes. However, its greatest power lay in its ability, once fully mastered, to implant a heart demon within others, ultimately reducing them to mere puppets, even capable of ensnaring the heavenly Tao itself. You haven't already implanted a heart demon within me. Have you? Hongjun inquired, his tone darkening. No, that is not the case. This technique can only be employed when one's own body is in perfect harmony. I currently lack a compatible vessel and can only utilize a fraction of its power. The heavenly Tao consciousness replied. After perusing the entirety of Heart of the Tao Seated with Demons, Hongjun found the heavenly Tao consciousness's words to be accurate, leading him to trust its assertions. Since we have entered into a cooperative agreement, I believe I ought to know your name. It would be prudent to understand your background. Hongjun posed a question. After a moment's contemplation, the heavenly Tao consciousness replied. My name is Xiemya. Xiemya, how have I never heard of you in all of Honghuang? Could it be that you are a hidden power from some realm? Hongjun pondered internally. Perplexed, as he had never encountered this figure before, nor could he fathom how one could intrude upon the heavenly Tao. Although Hongjun was bewildered, he recognized that healing was of utmost importance. Without it, he would remain vulnerable. Thus, within the heavenly Tao space, he commenced the restoration of his injuries. After all, this realm was among the most abundant in Tao rhythms and spiritual energy within all of Honghuang, making it a remarkable place for recovery. By the banks of the Weishui River. After nearly 10,000 years, Huang Tian had imparted all his wisdom and experience in governing the human race to Fuxi. Throughout this millennium, Fuxi had taken up the mantle of chieftain of the Fenggun tribe from his grandfather. Initially, Fuxi found himself overwhelmed by the responsibilities of managing the entire tribe, facing daily disputes among members or issues of food scarcity. However, the root of the problem ultimately lay in the insufficiency of food. Fuxi once sat by the Weishui River in contemplation when he suddenly observed schools of fish swimming by. An epiphany struck him. Indeed, there are so many fish in this river. I can instruct the tribe to catch fish to alleviate the food shortage. Thus, Fuxi began organizing the members of the Fenggun tribe to fish in the rivers and lakes. Yet, The fish were cunning, and often the catch of a day would barely suffice to feed 10 people. This predicament caused Fuxi considerable distress, prompting him to seek guidance from Huang Tian on how to procure more fish for the tribe. "Teacher, is there any method to enable the tribe to catch more fish?" Fuxi inquired. Huang Tian did not respond directly. Instead, he led Fuxi beneath a large tree and instructed him to observe a spider. Huang Tian then left Fuxi alone to contemplate, returning to his wooden abode to cultivate, aiming to enhance Fuxi's critical thinking skills. Although Fuxi was puzzled by how a mere spider could hold any profound significance, he recognized that his teacher's directive must contain hidden wisdom. With patience, Fuxi closely observed the little spider for an entire day, during which the spider spun a web between the branches. However, this brief moment of tranquility was soon disrupted by a storm, which only partially damaged the web, while leaving most of it intact. Witnessing this, Fuxi was intrigued yet remained uncertain of its relevance to fishing. It was not until he observed several insects colliding with the spider's web and being ensnared that he finally understood. "I see. I comprehend now. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance." Fuxi appeared to behold a new realm, and promptly expressed his gratitude to his esteemed teacher, Huang Tian, before hastening back to the Fenggun tribe. Utilizing ropes, he ingeniously emulated the design of a spider's web to weave a vast net, summoning several tribesmen to accompany him to the Weishui River, where they cast the net into its waters. To their astonishment, they captured a dozen fish, eliciting jubilant cheers from the tribesmen who had joined Fuxi on this fishing expedition. However, Fuxi's brow furrowed in concern, for the fish had partially torn through the net he had crafted. It became evident that this net was hardly durable enough for repeated use, and the catch was far from satisfactory. Observing the damaged net, Fuxi set about recreating it, and through relentless refinement, he fashioned a new net capable of ensnaring hundreds of fish without succumbing to destruction. The tribesmen of Fenggun began to extensively employ this net for fishing, and after a prolonged period of evolution, it was dubbed the fishing net by the tribe. Thus, the Fenggun tribe swiftly resolved their most pressing issue regarding sustenance, to the point where they had an excess of fish, some of which went to waste. Upon hearing of this remarkable development, neighboring tribes flocked to align themselves with the Fenggun tribe, enabling it to gradually emerge as one of the largest tribes among humanity, boasting a population that could rival the ancestral lands of humankind. Meanwhile, Fuxi's renown soared within the human race, commanding respect throughout the Weishui region, where no one dared defy him. In no time, Fuxi unified the Weishui territory and garnered considerable prestige throughout humanity. The model established by the Fenggun tribe drew increasing imitation from other tribes. However, it was not long before Fuxi discerned a troubling trend. The fish in the waters had dwindled significantly due to unrestrained harvesting, with each catch becoming less bountiful than the last. Consequently, Fuxi led his people in capturing 6 types of animals: horses, cattle, sheep, chickens, dogs, and pigs, and systematically began their domestication and mass breeding. He also decreed that fishing should only occur during the summer months when fish were most abundant, while the remainder of the year would rely on the domesticated animals for meat. Through careful observation, Fuxi noted that offspring produced from unions between siblings were often dull-witted, whereas those born from non-relatives exhibited normal intelligence. Thus, he instituted a rule forbidding kin from marrying, stipulating that a suitor must present 3 animal hides as a bride price to the woman's family for the union to be sanctioned. This regulation, once established, markedly improved the quality of newborns within the Fenggun tribe and other tribes that followed suit. Gradually, all members of the human race came to recognize Fuxi's wisdom. In time, a proclamation resonated throughout the ancestral lands of humanity, declaring Fuxi a paragon of virtue and a benefactor to the human race, as their sovereign, destined to lead them towards broader horizons than on this day. An edict was issued from the ancestral lands, proclaiming that the 4 ancestors of humanity collectively honored Fuxi as their sovereign, a decision to which the populace unanimously acquiesced. Initially, Fuxi declined the honor, but was urged by Huang Tian, who said, "If you wish for humanity to grow stronger, you must take the reins and lead them into the future. Should you continue to refuse, the throne may fall into the hands of another, jeopardizing our kind." Upon hearing this, Fuxi understood that the title of sovereign was not merely a burden, but a profound responsibility to guide humanity towards greatness, an obligation of immense gravity and unparalleled honor. Thus, he graciously accepted the mantle of kingship. To better administer human affairs, Fuxi resolved to construct a new capital, selecting Yuanzi as its location and naming it Chengdu. Since Fuxi's establishment in Chengdu, he tirelessly managed the governance of humanity and traversed the realm, seeking out wise individuals while instituting a series of beneficial policies. Consequently, harmony prevailed within the human race, and their strength ascended to unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, each year, numerous casualties still plague humanity. Beyond those who perished from illness or old age, many succumbed to natural disasters. This predicament troubled Fuxi greatly, for the majority of his kin were ordinary individuals without the ability to foresee calamities and evade them. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for viable solutions, and thus sought counsel from his teacher, Huangtan. Master, I find myself perplexed. Many of my people have perished due to the ravages of nature, and, as their sovereign, I possess no means to assist them. Whenever I reflect upon this, I am unable to find peace. Hence I have come to seek your wisdom. At long last, the day had arrived. Huang Tian sighed softly and continued, Fuxi, I have previously conveyed that our bond as teacher and student is destined to last only 28,000 years. When that time elapses, our connection shall vanish like smoke. The matter you have brought forth is the final issue I must assist you with. Fuxi, eager to respond, was silenced by Huang Tian's gesture. For now, go wait by the Weishui River. It will not be long before a turning point emerges in this matter. Nodding in agreement, Fuxi watched Huang Tian's silhouette fade from view before descending the mountain to the riverbank. Nuwa, my friend, the day of Fuxi's culmination of merit is fast approaching, Nuwa remarked, observing Huang Tian's journey towards the North Sea alongside Emperor Jiang. A wave of excitement surged within her, particularly since it had been 10 millennia since the last great conflict. Throughout that epoch, her sole wish had been for her brother Fuxi to achieve his full potential and attain the celestial emperor's position. Witnessing the imminent realization of this aspiration stirred even her steadfast heart. This endeavor owes much to your thoughtful planning on behalf of my brother. You flatter me, my friend. We are merely partners, and mutual assistance is to be expected. Emperor Jiang replied with a smile. Is it merely a partnership? Nuwa's tone was laced with disappointment, as if she sought more than just a collaborative relationship with him. Hearing her tone caused an inexplicable anxiety to stir within Emperor Jiang, rendering him momentarily speechless, and he could only offer her a tentative smile. Unbeknownst to him, that smile only heightened Nuwa's irritation, prompting her to turn her head away in silence. Emperor Jiang awkwardly scratched his nose, and seeing Nuwa's indifference, he returned his gaze to Huang Tian's path to the northeast. In truth, Emperor Jiang had begun to comprehend Nuwa's feelings for him. However, whether in past or present, he lacked experience in such matters and was at a loss for words. As he watched Huang Tian, his eyes frequently flickered towards Nuwa, only to find her resolutely ignoring him, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, his own master was deeply troubled, and Huang Tian's disciple was not idle either. Upon reaching the North Sea, Huang Tian made a beeline for the lair of Kunpeng, the Yao Master Palace. I am the human sovereign, Huang Tian, here to pay my respects to the Yao Master. I kindly request an audience. Huang Tian was keen to show Kunpeng the respect he deserved, for he sought treasures from him and aimed to initiate the encounter on a courteous note. Should Kunpeng refuse, Huang Tian was prepared to seize the treasures by force, a plan laid out by Emperor Jiang before Huang Tian's departure. If Kunpeng willingly surrendered the Hichu and Luoshu, Emperor Jiang would offer him compensation. However, refusal would not be tolerated. What brings the martial ancestor to my Yao Master Palace in the North Sea? My friend, I have come to borrow the Hichu and Luoshu. Under the workings of fate, these two treasures rightfully belong to the human sovereign. Impossible. You must be dreaming. Kunpeng's demeanor shifted dramatically, his shadowy visage contorted with malice, as if he might devour Huang Tian whole. Such a reaction was to be expected, for as a primordial being, he had nothing but envy when he observed others endowed with innate treasures or abundant merits. In contrast, He possessed naught but a palace he had painstakingly constructed from thousands of materials. And it was only through joining the Yao clan that he acquired two superior innate treasures, the Zhen corpse. Were it not for the creation of Yao 1, he would likely have never reached mid-stage in the quasi-saint realm. With Huang Tian seeking to seize Kunpeng's two innate treasures, it was clear that Kunpeng would not acquiesce. Kunpeng, I advise you to surrender the Hichu and Luo Shu without delay. My master instructed me to ensure their retrieval, and he will offer you compensation in return. Huang Tian implored earnestly, wishing to avoid conflict with Kunpeng. Though he was capable of defeating Kunpeng, he preferred to avoid the ensuing complications. Oh, Huang Tian, you audacious youth. Do you dare to act insolently before me? Do not presume that your teacher's backing instills fear in me. Allow me to convey a singular message. The acquisition of the He Tu and Luo Shu is utterly impossible. Kunpeng exclaimed in a fit of rage. Huang Tian pondered. What have I said? Have I struck him? Yet he displays such an attitude. Given this, let us recount the events of when you led the human race in the wanton slaughter of my kin. Huang Tian pointed a finger at Kunpeng, and the Zhanji appeared in his hand, aimed at him. Today, I shall test the prowess of the martial ancestor and ascertain whether you are truly worthy of the title ancestor. Kunpeng continued to mock and deride Huang Tian. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, you had better pay heed, lest you harm your own eyes, Huang Tian warned, as a glimmer of cold light suddenly flashed, hurtling towards Kunpeng's eyes. It seemed as though an entire world bore down upon him. However, being a seasoned quasi-saint of the primordial realm and one of the 3,000 guests of the purple heaven, Kunpeng quickly regained his composure. Displaying his formidable combat experience, he manifested incredible speed, not even shifting to his true form, and merely sprouted two wings from his back, effortlessly evading Huang Tian's assault and positioning himself behind him. Seeing his initial strike fail, Huang Tian noted Kunpeng had already circled to his rear. Without waiting for Kunpeng to launch an attack, he swiftly pivoted his spear. The man moved with the spear, and the spear followed the man. Huang Tian's assault was as swift as lightning. Kunpeng, poised to strike, caught sight of the spearhead hurtling towards his head and inwardly cried out, "This is bad." He hastily abandoned his attack and activated his Kunpeng speed, retreating 100 miles to evade Huang Tian's onslaught. Gazing at Huang Tian from a distance, Kunpeng was filled with regret. Why did I provoke him? Had I foreseen this, I would have remained hidden in the northern sea. Unless Jiang or Nuwa personally came, he would never be found. Now that I've angered Huang Tian, I deeply lament my choice. Yet I am also astonished by the wonders of martial arts. Martial arts bear a resemblance to the path of primordial chaos, emphasizing self-cultivation. Whether in ranged attacks or close combat, they are both mastered with great proficiency. Huang Tian, should you dare to provoke the ancestor, today the ancestor shall teach you the meaning of respect towards your elders. Kunpeng set aside his disdain and began to regard Huang Tian as a worthy opponent. He drew forth a grand halberd, forged from the remains of a dragon at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, which he had seized from the eastern sea during his time in the heavenly court, bolstered by the power of the demon race. Additionally, Kunpeng had siphoned a considerable amount of stellar essence through his identity as a demon master, combining these stellar essences with the dragon bone. He crafted this exquisite postnatal spiritual treasure, the celestial dragon breaking wilderness halberd. As Huang Tian and Kunpeng clashed, the skies above the northern sea became a dazzling display of countless spear glimmers and halberd lights. After 500 exchanges, Huang Tian unleashed a martial technique known as the star-snatching hand, launching it directly at Kunpeng. Kunpeng, recognizing Huang Tian's attack, opened his mouth wide to employ his devouring technique. Yet he could not withstand Huang Tian's might and was struck by the star-snatching hand. In a panic, Kunpeng hastily retrieved the He Tu and Luo Shu for defense, but it was ultimately too late. Huang Tian's palm struck him down onto the ocean's surface, stirring up monstrous waves. The He Tu and Luo Shu were sent flying, only to be snatched by the quick-witted Huang Tian. Kunpeng, realizing he had sustained grave injuries, understood he was no longer a match for Huang Tian. Casting one last deep glance at Huang Tian, he invoked his true name technique, transforming into a great fish and vanishing within the northern sea. Huang Tian did not pursue him, for his objective had been to retrieve the He Tu and Luo Shu, which he had now accomplished. Kunpeng's fate was of little consequence. Huang Tian sheathed the Zhanji and refrained from lingering in the northern sea, making his way back to the banks of the Wei River. There he found Fuxi sitting by the river, his brow furrowed in contemplation, occasionally shaking his head. Huang Tian observed Fuxi, understanding the urgency of delivering the He Tu and Luo Shu to him. Following his teacher Di Zhang's instructions, he sought out a divine beast, the dragon horse, from the Wei River. Once tamed, he had the dragon horse carry the He Tu and Luo Shu, emerging from the river to stand before Fuxi. Fuxi gazed at the dragon horse, which bore a map and a scroll upon its back. His curiosity piqued. A divine beast presents a treasure. This treasure rightfully belongs to you. Huang Tian suddenly appeared, clapping his hands in laughter, urging Fuxi to retrieve the He Tu and Luo Shu. May I inquire, esteemed teacher, what manner of treasure is this? This treasure is known as the He Tu and Luo Shu. Once belonging to the demon's sovereign Dju and it corresponds with the celestial orbits, possessing the ability to calculate the secrets of the universe, should you wish to forge a means for the human race to evade calamities. This treasure may aid you. Huang Tian spoke slowly, elucidating the origins of the He Tu and Luo Shu and asserting its potential assistance for Fuxi. Upon hearing this, Fuxi seated himself by the Wei River, commencing his contemplation of the He Tu and Luo Shu. Huang Tian did not depart, instead beginning his martial cultivation not far from Fuxi, remaining as a guardian for him. Fuxi initially pondered the He Tu and Luo Shu for a millennium, before commencing to draw and write in the earth with a twig, creating lines of varying lengths, with a large Taiji symbol at its center. Huang Tian had previously observed Fuxi's drawings, but could not discern the significance of the horizontal lines. Thus continuing his martial cultivation in solitude. 3,000 years later, 5,000 years had elapsed since Fuxi obtained the He Tu and Luo Shu, leaving only 4,000 years until Huang Tian's path to enlightenment. On this day, Fuxi suddenly rose, exclaiming loudly, "I understand now, I comprehend." Huang Tian witnessed Fuxi begin to point and draw in the void. With each stroke, Fuxi's cultivation advanced. Now, there exists Fuxi of the human race, who perceives that humanity is unable to fathom the changes of heaven and earth to evade disasters. Thus, he innovated the 8 trigrams, establishing a method for ordinary humans to predict the future. Utilizing the innate 8 trigrams to calculate the matters of the universe, Fuxi's cultivation continuously surged until it gradually slowed upon reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet it persisted at a steady pace that I must transcend this threshold. This is crucial for achieving sanctification. Within Nuwa's palace, both Jiang and Nuwa felt a chill of anxiety for Fuxi, intently observing the progression of his cultivation. The innate 8 trigrams, utilizing Qian, Duai, Lijun, Sun, Qinjin, and Kuan as mechanisms, evolved from the principle of Wuji, giving rise to Taiji, Taiji birthing the 2 forms, and the 2 forms generating the 4 images, with Qian and Kuan determining the cardinal directions, and Kan and Li defining the east and west, in sequence of the heavens above and the earth below, with the left representing the east and the right the west. Upon concluding his explanation, a vast array of merit converged, directly infusing into Fuxi's being, instantly propelling his cultivation to the quasi-saint realm. Following this, Fuxi retrieved his martial weapon, a blade, utilizing the profundities of the innate 8 trigrams. He began to wield the sword. With each strike, a wave of sword energy radiated outward. Now, there exists Fuxi of the human race, who, based on the innate 8 trigrams, innovated the 8 trigrams ever-victorious sword technique, paving the path for humanity's advancement with the blade in hand. Upon reaching the quasi-saint realm in his celestial path, Fuxi subsequently developed his own martial scriptures, the Martial Path Emperor Canon, based on the innate 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams ever-victorious sword technique comprises 64 forms, each form containing 8 variations, totaling 512 transformations. should an individual dedicated to swordsmanship diligently practice the 8 trigrams ever-victorious sword technique to perfection, they would stand a chance to attain the path of Emperor. With the emergence of the 8 trigrams ever-victorious sword technique, the power of humanity surged, further refining the martial path, thus slightly enhancing the strength of humanity. Within Nuwa's palace, witnessing Fuxi's progression in both martial and celestial paths as he crossed the thresholds of the great emperor and quasi-saint, both Jiang and Nuwa exhaled in relief. If he could not overcome this hurdle, then the prospect of achieving enlightenment would be futile. The reason for encouraging Fuxi to continue his celestial path studies was that all his prior cultivation had stemmed from the celestial path. Should he embark upon the path of primordial chaos, not only would his previous achievements be rendered useless, but the transmission of the great Tao would also be incomplete, leaving Fuxi at a loss for how to attain enlightenment. While practicing the path of immortality, it is said that one would be required to part with a portion of their own fortune, a fate that had already been sealed during the sermon at the Zixiao Palace, never to return. However, the complete inheritance of the immortal way suggests that, in due course, one might indeed attain enlightenment through the primordial unity of the Tao. Witnessing Fuxi successfully crossing the threshold into the realm of quasi-saint and emperor, Zixiao realized that it was time for him to attend to his own matters. After bidding farewell to Nuwa, Zixiao set forth to seek out his disciple, Xiangui. During Xiangui's reincarnation through the 3 live stone, Zixiao discovered that in his next life, Xiangui would be named Lai Shan. From that moment on, Zixiao understood that Xiangui was destined to become the Earth's sovereign, Shennong, as the days passed. Lai Shan had already taken his first breaths. Following the mark he had left on Xiangui's primordial spirit, Zixiao arrived at the Jiangshui region, where he found a large human tribe known as the Jiang clan. Guided by the imprint, he soon spotted a child sitting atop a large stone by the Jiangshui River, his face etched with worry and confusion as he gazed into the waters, transforming his form. Zixiao became a hunchbacked old man with a white beard, leaning on a gnarled branch as a makeshift cane. Approaching the child slowly, he inquired, "Child, what is your name? Is this the Jiang clan?" The boy, seeing the feeble elder approach, quickly leaped down from the stone and supported the seemingly frail Zixiao to prevent him from stumbling. My name is Lai Shan, and indeed, this is the Jiang clan. Are you not one of us? Ah, so you are called Lai Shan? What a good boy you are. I am not of the Jiang clan, but hail from the Fenggun tribe. I have come to visit a friend here. Zixiao replied, his voice softening as he coughed gently. Please, elder, take a seat and rest, Lai Shan insisted, helping Zixiao to a nearby stone. Elder, you mentioned you are from the Fenggun tribe. Have you ever encountered the Emperor Fuxi? Lai Shan asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with admiration at the mere mention of Fuxi. Indeed, I have, Zixiao replied, just as a rumbling sound echoed from Lai Shan's stomach. Embarrassed, the boy chuckled softly and produced a piece of jerky allocated to him by his tribe. As Lai Shan prepared to eat, he hesitated, casting a glance at Zixiao, but quickly brushed the thought aside. He then offered his last piece of jerky to the elder. Elder, please take this jerky. You have traveled so far from the Fenggun tribe and must be quite hungry. Though small, this will stave off your hunger. Zixiao, touched by the sincerity of Lai Shan's gesture, felt a swell of emotion. Truly, among the 3 sovereigns, he was the kindest and most caring towards humanity, exhibiting such a noble heart even at this tender age. Zixiao mused, but what will you do without this? Zixiao asked, his voice trembling with concern. Oh, not worry, elder, I am still young. Going a day without food is no hardship for me. Tomorrow, I shall have more jerky. You need this more than I do, Lai Shan reassured, his voice steady. Upon hearing this, Zixiao revealed his true form, gazing at Lai Shan with newfound clarity. Wow, elder, you aren't immortal. I can't believe I've encountered an immortal. Lai Shan exclaimed in delight. Lai Shan, your actions have moved me greatly. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Zixiao inquired. Will you help me find a way to provide food for my people? Lai Shan asked, not rushing to kneel, but rather seeking assurance that Zixiao could address the plight of humanity. While I cannot directly solve the food issues of humanity, I can certainly guide you in discovering a solution. Ultimately, how you proceed rests upon your own shoulders, Zixiao replied. Disciple pays respects to the master. Lai Shan said reverently, bowing deeply. My name is Zixiao, and you shall be my fourth disciple. You have 3 elder brothers before you. Each day at dawn, you shall return here for your training, and I will impart my teachings to you, Zixiao declared, instructing Lai Shan to return to his tribe and to come back at dawn the following day. On his way back, young Lai Shan was still in a daze, unable to fathom that he had become a disciple of the revered father of humanity, and that he would be the junior brother to his idol, the martial ancestor, Huang Tian. Upon returning to his small wooden dwelling, Lai Shan's heart raced with disbelief, as if he were caught in a fantastical dream. Lying on his wooden bed, he tossed and turned, grappling with the reality of his situation that if I don't sleep soon, I will surely be punished for being late tomorrow. Zixiao's voice echoed in his mind, solidifying the truth of the events, and gradually, he succumbed to sleep. That on the following morning, Lai Shan, adhering to Zixiao's instructions, arrived at the place where he had pledged his loyalty. As expected, he found Zixiao seated upon the very stone where he had sat the day before. Awaiting Lai Shan's arrival, disciple Lai Shan pays respects to the master, the small boy exclaimed, kneeling with utmost reverence. Zixiao rose from the stone, pulling Lai Shan to his feet, scrutinizing him closely to assess his innate potential. Indeed, Lai Shan, as the reincarnation of Xian, possessed great merit and fortune, his innate constitution rivaling that of the most sacred beings, making him exceptionally suited for the path of primordial unity. Furthermore, the 4 limbs of Xian, transformed into the 4 poles, would continually bestow upon Lai Shan merit, ensuring that he would face no bottlenecks in his cultivation until he reached the realm of the golden immortal. Lai Shan, I possess a method of cultivation for you, but heed this warning. It must not be shared with others. Disciple understands. Zixiao imparted the foundational teachings of the Chaos Sutra, preparing Lai Shan for the path of primordial unity. Today, I will assist you in entering the gateway of this method. Thereafter, you may progress at your own pace. Pausing for emphasis, Zixiao continued, Lai Shan, I recognize that your aspirations lie not solely in cultivation, but in the desire to strengthen humanity and address their survival challenges. That I shall focus on these aspects in my teachings as well. Disciple is grateful to the master. However, at this stage, cultivation remains paramount. You must at least reach the golden immortal realm. Yes, master. Zixiao began to elucidate the method of cultivation, meticulously addressing various intricacies involved in the practice. That it is undeniable how crucial a good teacher can be. Under Zixiao's patient guidance, combined with Lai Shan's remarkable talent and abundant fortune, within a mere fortnight, Lai Shan advanced through the stages of refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging with the Tao, achieving the realm of earth immortal. Each day, alongside cultivation, Zixiao instructed Lai Shan on resolving disputes within humanity, and with Lai Shan's innate aptitude, he quickly mastered all that Zixiao had to teach. After Fuxi established the innate 8 trigrams, he returned to the capital, Chengdu, summoning the leaders of the various tribes to gather. Fuxi, sensing that the innate 8 trigrams were detrimental to himself, realized that for those who had not cultivated, using the innate 8 trigrams would swiftly lead to the depletion of their lifespan. Thus, he created the postnatal 8 trigrams as an extension of the original, although it may not possess the miraculous qualities of the primordial bagua. Merely serving to evade natural calamities and human misfortunes is indeed sufficient. That in the postnatal bagua, Qian resides in the northwest, and Xuan in the southwest, with the southern and northern Can and Li hexagrams positioned oppositely, while the remaining 6 hexagrams are entirely disarranged. The primordial bagua represents time, whereas the postnatal bagua signifies space. Their respective functions diverge significantly. As for the primordial bagua, Fuxi left behind an original manuscript within the Sutra Pavilion of the ancestral land of humanity. Selecting among the tribal leaders who came to learn, those endowed with sufficient talent to pass down the primordial bagua. After the tribal leaders mastered the bagua, indeed, the annual death toll from natural disasters and human calamities among humanity diminished considerably, resulting in a significant decrease in casualties. Fuxi understood that his time in this realm was limited, and his remaining task was to choose the next monarch for humanity. Thus, he diligently sought out the great sages among the various tribes. However, after traversing over 100 tribes and spending centuries in search, none could satisfy Fuxi, nor could anyone be entrusted with the burden of humanity. The talents of those great sages were such that they were suited to govern but a single tribe or a few. Yet Fuxi felt their vision insufficient for overseeing all of humanity, compelling him to continue his search. After a century, Xuan not only ascended to the realm of the Golden Immortal, but also gradually took charge of the Jiang clan. Becoming its leader one day, Xuan found himself troubled, seeking a stable source of food for his tribe, as relying solely on hunting and fishing barely sustained his people. Observing the diminishing returns, he realized this was not a sustainable solution. Suddenly, a large red bird soared through the sky, carrying a single grain in its beak. Caw! The bird's cry interrupted Xuan's thoughts, and the object it held fell directly before him. Acting as if possessed, Xuan picked it up and ate tea that moment. Emperor Jiang appeared beside him, proclaiming, "This is your opportunity. Plant this in the soil, and you shall resolve the food crisis for humanity." Is it truly so, Master? Xuan questioned, not out of disbelief, but rather due to the incredibility of the situation. Could such a small grain truly solve the plight of countless people? Whether it would work or not could only be determined through practice. Xuan carefully peeled the seeds one by one, found an empty plot of land, and planted them. Months later, as he beheld the plants sprouting from the earth, astonishment filled his face. He cautiously harvested the grains and tasted them, discovering they were indeed edible and yielded abundantly. Thus, Xuan hurriedly collected the seed from these plants and continued to cultivate them, naming them the 5 grains: rice, millet, sorghum, wheat, and beans. With Xuan's promotion, the 5 grains quickly flourished within the Jiang clan, gradually ensuring that each household possessed a bountiful granary. Surrounding tribes, upon hearing of this development, flocked to the Jiang clan seeking the 5 grains. Xuan, not one to withhold, generously provided many seeds to these tribes for their cultivation. Gradually, Xuan's original name faded from memory, and he became known as Shennong, henceforth referred to as Shennong. But in order to facilitate the planting of the 5 grains more effectively and swiftly, Shennong invented the wooden hoe. Becoming the pioneer of the hoe, which ushered both the Jiang clan and surrounding tribes into the agricultural era. This achievement earned Shennong considerable respect among humanity, with many heralding him as a great sage. The name of Shennong eventually reached Fuxi's ears, and upon hearing of Shennong's accomplishments, Fuxi grew curious about him. Thus, he led his entourage to the Jiang clan one day. News arrived that the sovereign of humanity, Emperor Fuxi, had come to the Jiang clan seeking an audience with Shennong. Having admired Fuxi since childhood, Shennong hurriedly went to pay his respects. Leader of the Jiang clan, Shennong greets the sovereign. Shennong bowed deeply before Fuxi, addressing him as Your Majesty. There is no need for such formalities. I have heard of your invention of the 5 grains, which could completely resolve the food crisis for humanity. Hence, I have come to the Jiang clan to see for myself. Fuxi helped Shennong to his feet and, after a brief assessment, was astonished to discover that Shennong possessed the cultivation of a nascent golden immortal. Leader of the Jiang clan, Shennong greets the sovereign in no need for excessive formality. Please rise. I must express my gratitude for your discovery of the 5 grains. Fuxi assisted the kneeling Shennong to his feet and guided him to sit aside. Your Majesty, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Shennong felt somewhat nervous. Although he had heard of Fuxi's kindness, he did not expect such an approachable demeanor. This interaction left him feeling both honored and bewildered. Might I inquire if your visit to the Jiang clan pertains to any matters requiring our assistance? Shennong was curious about Fuxi's intentions. Recently, I learned of your discovery of the 5 grains, which resolved the food issue, allowing your people to refrain from perilous hunting. Thus, I have come to meet you, as I have several questions to discuss. Your Majesty, please proceed. Fuxi then posed several questions regarding the governance of humanity, and Shennong's responses left Fuxi utterly astounded. But Shennong's answers not only provided practical solutions tailored to humanity's current circumstances, but also included insights that Fuxi had never considered. Although Fuxi perceived some ideas as somewhat naive, Shennong's vision greatly satisfied him. With but a modicum of guidance, Shennong would undoubtedly be more than capable of becoming the next ruler of humanity. I have one final question. Given your remarkable insights, you must have had a distinguished mentor. May I inquire as to who your teacher is? Fuxi inquired. With Fuxi's cultivation reaching the quasi-saint level, some memories had begun to resurface. He feared that Shennong, possessing the cultivation of a nascent golden immortal, might be a disciple of a heavenly Tao saint. After a moment's contemplation, Shennong recalled his teacher's admonition against revealing their master-disciple relationship and responded, "My teacher is the Holy Father. Emperor Jiang, is that truly the case? You are a disciple of Holy Father Emperor Jiang." Fuxi's voice rose an octave, filled with disbelief. Indeed, Shennong was a disciple of Emperor Jiang. Once Fuxi regained his composure, he accepted Shennong's words, for in the wilderness, few dared to impersonate a disciple of Emperor Jiang. The consequences of such an act would be dire. Fuxi regarded Shennong, recognizing not only his extraordinary insights on governance, but also his status as a disciple of Holy Father Emperor Jiang, which rendered him a highly credible candidate for the position of the next sovereign. "Shennong, accompany me back to Chengdu. I wish to pass on the position of ruler to you." Fuxi grasped Shennong's hand. Sincerity etched upon his face. However, this revelation startled Shennong, but he quickly rose from his seat, gesturing emphatically, "Your Majesty, this is not permissible. It cannot be. My time in office is nearly at an end, for the future of humanity. I implore you not to refuse me," Fuxi urged. After much patient persuasion from Fuxi, Shennong finally agreed to consult with Emperor Jiang before making a decision. Upon arriving at Emperor Jiang's temporary abode, Shennong sought to inquire if he could succeed to the position of sovereign. However, upon reaching the place where Emperor Jiang had taught him, he found a line of golden characters floating in the void. The journey to Chengdu bears immense responsibility and arduous tasks. But your teacher shall assist you at critical moments. Go forth with confidence. It became evident that his teacher had long been aware of the situation. Would the sovereign truly bequeath the throne to him? With the permission of Jiang, Shennong, and Fuxi arrived in Chengdu this moment. Only 2,000 years had passed since Fuxi's enlightenment. During these 2 millennia, Fuxi gradually retreated in the background, entrusting all matters of governance concerning the human race to Shennong. Throughout this period, Shennong vigorously promoted the cultivation of the 5 grains among humanity, significantly reducing the number of people who perished from starvation. The human race began to gradually place their trust in Shennong, elevating him to a status equal to that of Fuxi. Witnessing this development, Fuxi felt a profound sense of relief, allowing him to focus on his own enlightenment. On this day, atop Mount Tai, Fuxi commanded the construction of a 9-colored altar. Upon the altar, there stood statues of Jiang and Nuwa. Along with an array of offerings, Fuxi and Shennong stood side by side on the altar, gazing at the multitude of human beings who had gathered at Mount Tai to witness this momentous occasion. "Today, I beseech the Holy Father and Holy Mother as witnesses," Fuxi proclaimed, feeling acutely aware of his own inadequacies and unworthy to continue as the sovereign of humanity. "Thus, I willingly bestow the title of sovereign upon Shennong, to further govern the human race." As soon as his words fell, a radiant light emerged from the ancestral land of humanity, ascending to the summit of Mount Tai. The light dissipated, revealing Jiang, Nuwa, and the 4 ancestral figures of humanity. Salutations to the Holy Father, salutations to the Holy Mother, salutations to the 4 ancestors. The gathered crowd knelt in reverence, acknowledging that without these figures, the current state of humanity would not exist. Consequently, there was no dissent among those present. Sui Run, holding a decree, stepped forward and declared, "Today, with Fuxi as the sovereign of humanity, who established the 8 trigrams and dedicated his life to the welfare of our people, we honor the command of the Holy Father and Holy Mother by bestowing upon Fuxi the title of Heavenly Emperor of Humanity, to oversee the fortunes of our race in the ancestral land." After reading the decree, Sui Ren returned to stand behind Jiang and Nuwa, arms at his side. Jiang then produced the Kongtong Seal and presented it to Fuxi. Fuxi raised the Kongtong Seal high. causing the fortunes of humanity to surge, with the power of humanity pouring relentlessly into his being in the heavens. Countless merits converged, dividing into three segments. The largest portion flowed into Fuxi, the second largest into the hands of Huang Tian, who, however, chose not to absorb it, but instead stored it away. The final portion settled within the Kongtong Seal, enhancing its potency to the point where Jiang sensed an augmentation from the power of humanity and merit, subtly elevating the grade of the Kongtong Seal. This prospect excited Jiang. If the Kongtong Seal were to ascend to the status of a congenital treasure, the fortunes of humanity would be further solidified, granting him a formidable tool that as Fuxi's cultivation rapidly increased. Upon reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, he suddenly felt a tremendous force, as if the seals on his previous life's Tao fruit had been lifted. With the infusion of his past life's Tao fruit, Fuxi's previously gradual ascent in cultivation surged dramatically that a tremendous pressure swept across the vast wilderness, leaving the mighty beings of the primordial realm astounded. Who is it that has achieved the Tao of Hongyuan? A powerful presence detected the source of the pressure, astonished to find it emanating from the human realm's Mount Ta. As they approached, they soon discovered that it was indeed Fuxi who had attained Hongyuan and, moreover, had achieved the status of a saint of humanity. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through the onlookers, each one contemplating the possibility of seizing their own chance at becoming a saint of humanity. Jiang surveyed the eager primordial beings surrounding Mount Tai, a sly smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Those who contribute greatly to humanity shall have the opportunity to attain the status of a saint of humanity. Thank you, Holy Sovereign." The primordial beings expressed their gratitude to Jiang, appreciative of the revelation that provided them with a path to sanctity, before departing in haste towards the human realm. How was I unaware that this could also lead to becoming a saint of humanity? Nuwa mused. Her curiosity piqued, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that Jiang must have his own considerations. Turning to Jiang, she inquired about the nature of this development and whether it would indeed benefit humanity. Jiang communicated with Nuwa through his spiritual essence, and she quickly grasped his intent. This was to provide humanity with greater support, as long as they genuinely made significant contributions to humanity. Both heaven and humanity would bestow merit and fortune upon them, aiding their cultivation. However, the timeline for achieving sainthood remained uncertain. Once Fuxi had absorbed all the merits and fortunes, his cultivation aura gradually stabilized, firmly establishing him at the second level of Hongyuan. Fuxi nodded slightly towards Huang Tian, who returned the gesture with a bow. There was no denying that their bond as master and disciple had come to an end. Fuxi had returned from tribulation, having attained the Tao of Hongyuan, and thus the dynamic of their relationship could no longer be maintained. Nevertheless, Fuxi's return still positioned him as Huang Tian's senior uncle, and Huang Tian's respectful bow was entirely appropriate. "Brother Huang, I shall await you in the ancestral land of humanity," Fuxi declared to Shennong before mounting the water chelan and soaring towards the ancestral land, following Jiang and Nuwa's departure. Shennong led a multitude of ministers and millions of humans away from Mount Tai, returning to Chengdu to address the affairs of the human race, officially commencing his tenure as sovereign. In the realm of heaven, 5 spheres of heavenly essence materialized. Gradually, these essences took on human form, revealing Laozi, Yuanzi, Tongtian, Jin, and Zhuni, the 5 saints of the heavenly Tao. After being killed by the explosion from Taichu, with Zhuni having been struck dead, Hongjun utilized the convenience of the Tao of harmony and the power of the heavenly Tao to accelerate the revival of the 5 saints. Hongjun also made use of the heavenly essence to grant the 5 saints an enhancement in their cultivation. Presently, the revived 5 saints, Laozi, Yuanzi, Tongtian, Jin, had astonishingly reached the early stage of the 6th level of Hunyuan, while Zhuni, originally of lower cultivation, now stood at the early stage of the 4th level of Hunyuan. Jiang was taken aback that Hongjun had employed the heavenly essence to elevate the cultivation of the 5 saints. It was known that within a single Yuan meeting, Hongjun could not borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. As for Laozi and the others, they were even less able to access such power. Upon their revival, The five saints were directly transported by Hongjun from the heavenly realm to the chaotic purple cloud palace. We pay our respects to our teacher. There's no need for excessive formalities. Rise, Hongjun responded, surprisingly apologizing for the miscalculations that had ensnared them. The five saints momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Teacher, there is no need for such concern. It is merely that the wily Jiang is to blame, and this is not a fault of yours. Zhen interjected, offering a flattering remark. If Jiang were present, he would undoubtedly applaud Zhen, saying, "You've grasped the art of high praise and low critique quite well. That compliment was truly splendid. Now, we are no match for Jiang. What should our next steps be?" Laozi inquired, directing his gaze towards Hongjun atop the cloud platform. Indeed, we must begin by targeting the human emperor. Hongjun contemplated for a moment before providing an answer. Teacher, considering the recent events, it is certain that Jiang will bolster his protection of the human emperor. If we attempt to take action now, it may prove quite challenging, Zhen remarked. His words doused the spirits of the gathered saints, illuminating the feasibility of their plans. That I have calculated that the Earth Emperor is destined to have a daughter. If we were to eliminate his daughter, it would cause the Earth Emperor's will to falter, rendering him incapable of attaining the Tao. Hongjun stated, surveying the assembly of saints. Yuanzi, I entrust this task to you. Take this heavenly seal, which can obscure the heavenly mechanisms. Even the Earth Tao and Human Tao will be unable to perceive your specific actions. Yuanzi eagerly accepted the heavenly seal, leaving his mark upon it, preparing to return to Kunlun Mountain for further refinement. Laozi and Tongtian felt no particular stirrings of emotion regarding their brother's acquisition of the treasure. But Zhen and Junyi found themselves feeling quite discontented. We are all here, all disciples, even if merely nominal. Surely some benefits should trickle down to us. This is the heartfelt dialogue between Zhen and Junyi. Yet both dare not express their sentiments outwardly. Hongjun dispatched the myriad saints back to their own sanctuaries while he himself delved deeper into the comprehension of the Tao heart cultivation. The more Hongjun practiced, the more he recognized the profound intricacies of this technique, which encompassed all things. He felt that should he master this method to its utmost pinnacle, even the formidable Emperor Jiang could be extinguished with but a flick of his fingers. Shennong, having served as the sovereign for less than 10 millennia, was blessed with a daughter named Jingwei, affectionately called Nuwa, by his wife. From the moment of her birth, Nuwa had caught the attention of Yuanzi, who observed that, as his teacher had foretold, Shennong held an immense affection for his daughter. The death of Nuwa would undoubtedly inflict a tremendous psychological blow on Shennong. However, Yuanzi had yet to find a suitable opportunity to lure her away from the capital of the human race. Uncertain if Emperor Jiang lurked within the city, Yuanzi, unwilling to gamble and lacking the means to do so, resolved that a flawless strategy was imperative at long last. On a fateful day, Nuwa ventured out of the capital, wishing to procure a gift for her father, Shennong, as a birthday offering. "Little girl, where are you headed?" Yuanzi, disguised as an elderly human, inquired of the jubilant child. "Old man, I have sneaked out to prepare a gift for my father. Do you know where I might find something beautiful?" Nuwa replied, "In the vast wilderness." The EC was renowned for its abundance of treasures. Yuanzi, aware that Nuwa cherished the sea, recalled that Shennong had always forbidden her from approaching it, deeming her too young for such frolics. Thus, upon hearing of the EC, Nuwa was overjoyed, clapping her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Finally, I can play by the seaside. Can you take me there, kind sir?" Yuanzi nodded, taking her small hand and employing the art of spatial contraction to traverse miles in an instant, bringing her to the shores of the East Sea. Upon arrival, Yuanzi feigned an urgent matter and departed, promising to return for her when she wished to leave the beach. Nuwa readily agreed, and, disregarding Yuanzi, joyfully ran towards the ocean. "Is this the sea? How beautiful!" Nuwa exclaimed as she dashed along the sandy shore, her initial purpose forgotten. Meanwhile, Yuanzi, having distanced himself from Nuwa, concealed his presence and submerged himself in the East Sea. He was no fool to personally execute the task of eliminating Nuwa, for being caught by Emperor Jiang would only spell his doom. Though he would not face true death, the terror of such an outcome loomed large in his mind. Lacking absolute strength, Yuanshi was disinclined to confront Emperor Jiang directly. Yuanshi scoured the waters for his target. A sudden inspiration struck him upon gazing at the Crystal Palace of the East Sea. He conceived a brilliant plan to incite the Dragon Clan to slay Nuwa, thereby forcing Emperor Jiang to choose between protecting the dragons or avenging the humans that in this manner, regardless of the outcome. Emperor Jiang would lose one of the two clans, presenting an opportunity for the Taoist saints to exploit. With this thought, Yuanshi activated the Heavenly Tao Seal to enhance his concealment and made his way toward the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Utilizing his sorcery, he took control of a young dragon, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Bing. Under Yuanshi's influence, Ao Bing emerged onto the surface of the sea, gazing at the frolicking Nuwa. He transformed into human form and bellowed, "Impudent wretch! Who dares to act so brazenly in the East Sea? Are you speaking of me?" Nuwa looked around, realizing she was alone save for the old man. Pointing at herself, she replied, "Is it me you mean? Indeed, how dare you behave so insolently in my East Sea? You must be tired of living." Ao Bing roared, brandishing two silver hammers and charging at Nuwa. Bang! The third prince of the East Sea, Ao Bing, was sent flying dozens of miles away by a protective barrier that had been set up by Shennong to safeguard Nuwa. With Shennong's celestial prowess, Ao Bing, a mere heavenly immortal, could not harm Nuwa. Observing this, Yuanshi could not help but berate Ao Bing for his ineptitude. Realizing he would have to intervene personally, he compelled Ao Bing to revert to his dragon form and proceeded to suppress the defensive barrier enveloping Nuwa. Unaware of the impending danger, Nuwa continued to express gratitude to the kind old man who had brought her to the East Sea. While collecting seashells on the shore, she suddenly spotted a vividly colored shell not far off in the water, which she greatly desired. "If I gift this to my father, he will surely love it," Nuwa thought, wading into the shallow waters to retrieve it. "Yay! I've got it. Time to go home." Just as Nuwa was about to return, a colossal wave surged forth, sweeping her into the depths of the sea. Though she struggled momentarily, her tender age proved a hindrance, and she ultimately sank beneath the surface. Seeing his objective accomplished, Yuanshi prepared to leave, but found himself immobilized by an unseen force. "This is not good," he mused, urgently summoning his full power to break free. Just as he was on the verge of success, Emperor Jiang materialized before him, a wry smile gracing his lips, sending a chill down Yuanshi's spine. "Where do you think you're going, Yuanshi?" Emperor Jiang queried with a light-hearted tone. Yet to Yuanshi, it felt akin to the tolling of a death knell. "You have gone too far," Yuanshi retorted, realizing the gravity of his situation. It dawned on him that he had fallen into Emperor Jiang's trap. His appearance outside the capital had not gone unnoticed. The reason for Emperor Jiang's silence was to gather incriminating evidence against him. "How did I end up here? Shouldn't I be cultivating in the Dragon Palace?" At this moment, Ao Bing, having regained his autonomy, gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings with confusion. "My daughter? Where is my daughter? Nuwa, where are you?" Shennong arrived at the East Sea, sensing the disappearance of his daughter's essence. Noticing the presence of his teacher alongside Yuanshi on Kunlun Mountain, Shennong's keen intellect led him to deduce the unfolding calamity. Filling him with immense sorrow, "Enough of the weeping. As long as you trust your master, I shall ensure your lively, adorable daughter returns to you, as perfect as before," Emperor Jiang assured Shennong. It was not entirely unwarranted for him to say so. His disciple had always placed a significant emphasis on emotional ties. While rulers ought not to be overly attached to feelings, had Shennong truly disregarded them, he would not have embarked on his journey of herbal discovery. "Yes, I am grateful, teacher." Shennong clasped his hands in respect, standing aside in anticipation of his master's resolution to the crisis. "Yuanshi, are you not one who values reputation above all? How could you resort to such vile methods against a child of no more than 10? Emperor Jiang chastised, causing a flush of shame to rise upon Yuanshi's countenance, though it quickly dissipated. "Indeed, I have blundered, Emperor Jiang. What will you do now?" Yuanshi asked calmly, lacking the panic Emperor Jiang had anticipated. "This matter is not solely mine to decide. The resolution lies with my disciples," Emperor Jiang replied. turning his attention to Ao Bing. Are you the third prince, Ao Bing of the EC? Are you aware that your actions today could lead to the obliteration of the entire East Sea Dragon Palace? Emperor Jiang inquired. Saint I had no knowledge. I did not intend for this to happen. Ao Bing stammered, fear gripping him. He had grown up hearing tales of Emperor Jiang's legendary prowess. Now, having inadvertently slain his disciple, even if under coercion, he faced the prospect of death countless times. The entire East Sea Dragon clan could be implicated, branding him as a pariah among his kin. Little Dragon pays respect to the saint. I had no knowledge of your presence in the East Sea. Whatever your purpose, I am prepared to accept any punishment. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, approached Jiang and performed a respectful kneel. My arrival at the East Sea is greatly attributed to the commendable deeds of your son. Jiang's words sent a jolt of alarm through Ao Guang. Could it be that his son had committed some misdeed that had provoked the esteemed sage? Unfilial child, come forth and recount everything to me in detail. Oh, Guang exclaimed, striking Ao Bing on the back of his head, urging him to disclose the matter at hand. However, once Ao Bing finished his account and turned to Ao Guang, the latter's face turned ashen, as if he had been frozen in place, utterly motionless. The East Sea Dragon King had suspected Ao Bing had caused trouble, yet he believed that, given Jiang's relationship with the Dragon Clan, a good attitude would suffice to avoid repercussions. But now, Ao Guang found himself in complete despair. For who was it? It was Jiang's disciple and the beloved daughter of the human race's sovereign. It must be noted that the previous sovereign, Fuxi, had already attained the path of mixed origin, becoming yet another player on the cosmic chessboard. And the current sovereign, although possessing only the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, had as his master none other than Jiang, making the eventual attainment of mixed origin merely a matter of time. With this in mind, Ao Guang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Pointing a trembling finger at Ao Bing, his lips quivering, yet unable to utter a sound, this left Ao Bing, who had been watching in terror, utterly frightened. Father, what is wrong? Oh, Bing inquired anxiously. Do not call me father. I have no son like you. You are bringing doom upon our dragon clan, Ao Guang declared, then seized Ao Bing, holding him firmly in his grasp, and bowed to Jiang. Esteemed sage, it is my failure as a father that has led to this. I willingly surrender Ao Bing to the Emperor of Man for his discretion. I implore you, let our dragon clan be spared. As for how to deal with the matter, it should be left to the young girl to decide. Upon finishing his words, just as Ao Guang pondered how the girl would make her decision, a radiant five-colored light rushed forth. Child pays respects to adoptive father. I have come to see you, brother Shennong. The newcomer was none other than Kongxian, Jiang's adopted son, who had been aiding humanity alongside Lu Er and Zhang Yu, vanquishing demons and offering assistance in times of need. This time, Kongxian had set out early at Jiang's behest, and arrived at a mountain called West Mountain by the EC. He was instructed to bring back any bird with a flower-shaped head, white beak, and red claws, crying out, Jingwei, Jingwei. Upon retrieving Jingwei, the bird continued to mourn, prompting Shennong to rush forward and embrace the creature. This is my daughter. This is my daughter. Her name is Jingwei. Shennong's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at the Jingwei bird in his arms. Yet the bird looked lost, showing no sign of recognition. Shennong turned his gaze to his master. Knowing that his teacher would surely have a way to restore Jingwei, I beseech you, master, to lend your aid? Jiang nodded, waving his hand to draw the Jingwei bird closer. Pure, innate spiritual energy emanating from him and infusing the bird's body, dispelling the malevolent and resentful energies within. Gradually, Jingwei's gaze cleared, and she transformed from a bird back into a human shape, albeit in a spiritual form. Oh, Father, there was a great serpent that sought to kill me, and an old man with a white beard deceived me into coming to the East Sea. No matter how I called for help, he did not save me. As soon as Jingwei regained her human form, she leaped into Shennong's embrace, weeping. There, it's all right now. Thanks to your great-grandfather's intervention, you would likely not have seen your father again. Shennong comforted the little Jing Wei, gently stroking her head while wiping away her tears. Great-grandfather? Jing Wei looked up at Shennong, confusion filling her small mind. Where was her great-grandfather, and why had she not seen him? Indeed, had it not been for your great-grandfather's rescue, you might have remained a bird forever. Following Shennong's gesture, Jing Wei caught sight of a smiling man. She summoned her spirit and floated before Jiang. Are you the great-grandfather of the girl? Someone bullied me. Upon realizing that her great-grandfather stood before her, Jing Wei promptly reported the grievances, for throughout her life, her father had always told her that her great-grandfather was the mightiest being in the world. Now that her protector had arrived, Jing Wei felt no fear. Very well. Today your great-grandfather shall take charge and ensure that those who have wronged you are dealt with. Jiang assured Jing Wei, promising to let her handle Yuanzi and Ao Bing. Master, is it appropriate for the girl to take charge? She is still but a child. Shennong interjected, stepping forward to address Jiang. Handing Ao Bing over to her for disposal may be reasonable, given the East Sea's smaller scale, but Yuanzi, despite not being a match for my master, is still a sage. There is no telling what schemes he may devise against the girl in the future. Jiang understood Shennong's concerns. If Yuanzi were to act shamelessly against Jing Wei, even he could not guarantee he would thwart him at every turn. Yuanzi, for your schemes against this little girl, you shall pay a price. Otherwise, I shall send you back to the realm of heavenly law. Upon concluding his statement, Yuanzi promptly produced a treasure, the exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the 9-dragon Agrwood card. Once the mount of the ancestral dragon, it could summon 9 early-stage Great Luo golden dragons to assist in battle. Jiang accepted the 9-dragon Agrwood card, then continued to gaze at Yuanzi. You have provided the item. What more do you desire? Seeing that he had surrendered the treasure, Yuanzi felt a foreboding sense, as Jiang showed no inclination to let him depart. You have yet to apologize, Jiang spoke calmly, fixing his gaze on Yuanzi. The old man has not yet apologized to the girl. Jing Wei peeked out from behind Jiang, her head partially visible as she looked at Yuanzi. Young lady, do not be rude. Shennong quickly interjected, asserting that while Jiang could demand an apology, it would be an insult for Jing Wei to do so. Given Yuanzi's temperament, he would not let it slide easily. No matter, my disciple, Jiang, is not one to care for such matters. Impossible, Jiang. You are deluding yourself. I shall not apologize to an ant. Yuanzi could no longer contain himself. His long-simmering anger finally erupted. Then you might as well return to the realm of heavenly law. Jiang observed Yuanzi brandishing the Pangu banner, ready to engage in combat. Jiang slowly raised his palm, and 2 enormous hands materialized in the void. As Jiang's hands drew together, the 2 giant palms converged, enveloping Yuanzi within. Yuanzi felt an immense pressure from the void. Although he attempted to counter with the Pangu banner, his cultivation was far inferior to Jiang's, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. Boom! When the dust settled, the onlookers found that the spot where Yuanzi had stood was now merely a swirling mass of golden energy. This power contained countless principles, and merely gazing upon it would induce a sense of trepidation. The crowd observed this force, which even housed fragments of Yuanzi's insights into the Tao accumulated over the years. Had Jiang not been present, it would have surely attracted the attention of others seeking to seize it. Jiang waved his hand, absorbing the energy, then cradled Jing Wei once more in his palm. This substance shall serve well to create a form for you. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, as Jiang intended to use this unparalleled treasure to craft a body for Jing Wei. Regardless of one's disdain or aloofness, such an extraordinary item could have been given to others. Yet now it was to be fashioned into a body for a human girl, leaving the powerful beings lurking in the distance utterly astonished. Jiang meticulously controlled the energy, gradually infusing it into Jing Wei's spiritual form, which began to solidify as time passed. Once the energy was fully integrated into Jing Wei's being, her form began to float in the void. With Jiang's assistance, this body exhibited no adverse effects and achieved a perfect harmony. If not now, then when? As the words of Jiang reverberated, though they were scarcely audible, they struck Jing Wei's ears like thunder. awakening her from her stupor and causing her to open her eyes. "Father, I have a body again. It has returned to me," the girl exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards her father to showcase her newfound form. "Do not delay in expressing your gratitude to your ancestral master," he urged. Prompted by his words, she hurriedly approached Jiang. "Thank you, Master Ancestor," she exclaimed. "Rise, for there is yet a matter that requires your youthful discernment," Jiang replied with a smile, lifting her from the ground. However, the name of this girl bore a resemblance to that of Nuwa, so it was decided she would henceforth be called Jing Wei. "Yes, Master," Jing Wei acknowledged, recognizing her master, observing the spirited nature of his disciple. Jiang felt immense delight. "This little dragon shall be entrusted to your care. How will you choose to handle it?" he inquired, gazing at Jing Wei. "Master Ancestor, this little dragon has also been deceived. Like me, it is pitiable. Shall we not let it go?" Jing Wei pleaded, grasping Jiang's arm and shaking it earnestly. "Very well. Since I have entrusted it to you, I shall heed your judgment," Jiang responded. Nearby, Ao Guang, having overheard their conversation, swiftly kicked Ao Bing and urged him, "Hurry and express your gratitude to the Holy One." "Thank you, Holy One," Ao Guang proclaimed. "Our dragon clan wishes to foster goodwill with humanity for generations, bringing clouds and rain to the human realm. This." Ao Guang approached Jiang with utmost reverence. "This matter cannot be settled by my word alone. You must also consult the human sovereign," Jiang advised, indicating that such trivialities were beneath his concern. Yet the Dragon King Ao Guang was astute, recognizing the immense benefits at stake. It was unclear whether this insight was his own or suggested by the Dragon Mother behind the scenes. The little dragon desires to establish a lasting friendship with humanity. What is the human emperor's stance? Upon hearing of the Dragon Clan's willingness to assist humanity with rain, Shennong was more than pleased and readily agreed. Jiang, seeing the matter resolved, stated, "I shall take Jing Wei with me. As the human emperor, your personal affections should not cloud your judgment. Do you understand?" Before Shennong could respond, Jiang, accompanied by Xian and Jing Wei, vanished from the spot, leaving behind a bemused Shennong and a delighted Dragon King of the East Sea. Without delving into the discussions between Shennong and Ao Guang regarding the cooperation of their clans, let us return to Jiang. After departing that day, he did not leave the realm of the East Sea, but instead headed in a specific direction, allowing the clouds to drift by. "Master Ancestor, where are we headed?" Jing Wei inquired. Having floated above for several days, she initially found it delightful, but as time wore on, her restlessness grew to Jiang. Her master commanded her respect, and Xian, her uncle, was particularly mindful of propriety, leaving Jing Wei feeling rather bored. Thus, she incessantly asked Jiang where they were going. "Almost there. We shall soon arrive." One day, Jiang led them to a mountain, which was the very destination of his journey. From afar, the mountain stood imposing, commanding the surrounding waters, with its majesty echoing across the horizon. This mountain, though not renowned within the primordial realm, was an indispensable link in the great veins of the earth, serving as the ancestral pulse of the 10 continents and the source of the 3 islands, Xuan. During the last great conflict, the primordial exploded, creating a vast chasm in the outer heavens, which Nuwa, by divine providence, mended with colorful stones that by fortunate coincidence. A shard of the 5-colored stone was carelessly cast by Nuwa, landing atop Xuan. Jiang could not help but marvel at the wondrous workings of fate. He had anticipated that the future great sage equaling heaven would emerge in a different manner, yet it seemed destiny had intervened. It appeared prudent to delve into the path of fate in the future, for it was indeed unfathomably mysterious. Gazing upon the divine stone atop the mountain, Jiang contemplated its significance and resolved to seek enlightenment regarding the path of fate when the opportunity arose. "Wow, this place is beautiful," exclaimed the inquisitive little Jing Wei, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed the wonders of Xuan, eager to explore its depths. "Go ahead. With me here, you can play without worry," Jiang encouraged, waving his hand to grant her permission to frolic in Xuan. With the protective measures bestowed by Jiang, Even a sage would be unable to harm her. "You follow me," Jiang instructed Kongxian, leaving Jingwei to her merriment as they ascended to the mountain's peak to gaze upon the divine stone. The stone stood at a height of 3 zhang, 6 qi, and 5 cun, with a circumference of 2 zhang and 4 ch. It was adorned with 9 apertures, corresponding to the 9 palaces, and 8 trigrams, and oak trees shaded its sides, yet fragrant orchids adorned its flanks. At that moment, the divine stone continuously absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and under the perception of Jiang's primordial spirit, a faint awareness within it was gradually growing stronger. "Father, what is remarkable about this stone?" Kongxian inquired, observing his adoptive father's unwavering focus on the stone before them. "This stone pertains to your brother Lu Er's path to enlightenment," Jiang revealed. "What? This stone is related to Lu Er's attainment of the Tao. How can it assist him?" Kongxian questioned, intrigued. Among Jiang's disciples, Kongxian shared the closest bond with Lu Er, as they often trained together and ventured out for experiences akin to brothers. Therefore, hearing Jiang mention Lu Er's path to enlightenment piqued his interest greatly. Within this stone lies an innate Holy Spirit that is in the process of gestation. Its essence is intertwined with that of Lu Er. If we can gather this essence, there will surely be an opportunity for him to attain the Tao of Chaos, Jiang explained. "Then let us break this stone and extract the essence," Kongxian exclaimed, startling Jiang with his unexpected impatience, a side of him that was quite uncharacteristic. "Patience? If it were that simple, I would have done so long ago. Would I need your urgency?" Jiang paused, continuing to address the celestial stone. "This Lingming stone monkey will play a significant role in the development of heaven and earth. Its essence is concealed by the very fabric of the universe and will only reveal itself upon its emergence. Unless I ascend to the state of chaos and supreme immortality, becoming one with the heavenly path, will I be able to locate this essence?" "Then why have we come here today?" Kongxian asked. Perplexed if they could not retrieve the essence today, what purpose did this visit serve? "Today we are here to claim this land." "Claim land? What land?" Kongxian questioned, puzzled to be advised. "A particularly shameless individual will, in the future, seize the ancestral vein of the 10 continents and the source of the 3 islands for the sake of the innate divine being within this stone," Jiang remarked, recalling the infuriating visage of Yuanzi. Chuckling softly, "Shameless?" Kongxian's lips twitched slightly as Yuanzi's face also surfaced in his mind. Indeed, within the primordial realm, it seemed only Yuanzi could be described as exceedingly shameless. Jiang led Kongxian to the heart of the mountain. Behind a waterfall where a cave was concealed, the inscriptions on either side read, "Hua, Shan, Blessed Land, Water Curtain Cave." It was indeed just as he had heard in his previous life. Jiang, accompanied by Kongxian, entered the cave and beheld a grand stone seat at the center of the chamber. The composition of this stone seat was unknown, yet it was surrounded by a primordial aura that continuously nourished it. Resting atop the seat was an iron chain, which turned out to be a superior grade, innate spiritual treasure known as the Locking Heaven Chain. In his previous life, Jiang had never encountered this artifact, and he surmised it must have been taken by Yuanzi. Kongxian stepped forward, grasped the Locking Heaven Chain, and presented it to Jiang. "Father, not long ago, Sainthood mentioned that the soul-slaying platform in the 9 netherworlds lacks a treasure to restrain souls. I believe this would be perfect." Upon hearing Kongxian's words, Jiang nodded in agreement. "Then you shall keep the Locking Heaven Chain for now. When we return to the mortal realm next time, you will deliver it to Hudu." "Yes, father." After Kongxian stowed the Locking Heaven Chain, Jiang scanned the cave as if searching for something, while Kongxian dared not intrude to his astonishment. Such a treasure was hidden here. Jiang turned to Kongxian. "Follow me." With a wave of his hand, a spatial passage appeared behind the stone seat, leading to an unknown realm. Jiang entered first, with Kongxian closely following. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they found themselves in a modest cavern, surrounded by smooth, sheer cliffs. Aside from the spatial passage, there was no other means of access. The cave was small and devoid of any notable items, save for a massive lotus platform at its center. Upon closer inspection, Kongxian noticed that the lotus emitted 10 distinct auras, swirling around it. As they approached, Kongxian was astonished to discover that the lotus was crafted from stone. And even more incredible was the life force it contained. "Father, what is this?" Kongxian inquired. "This is the ancestral vein of the eastern wilderness. The petals represent the degree of spiritual energy in the east. Each petal that shatters signifies a weakening of that energy." Kongxian was greatly astonished to learn of the profound significance of this lotus platform. "Kongxian, I shall assist you in imprinting your mark upon this lotus. In doing so, the flower fruit mountain will fall under your dominion, and the spiritual energy from this ancestral vein will benefit your cultivation. Father, such an important treasure should be under your control. With my current cultivation, I fear I am unworthy." Kongxian repeatedly declined, recognizing the lotus's critical relation to the spiritual energy of the entire eastern wilderness. He felt it was too great a responsibility and thus requested Jiang to take charge. "With my cultivation and fortune, this ancestral vein cannot bear it. Would you not wonder why no sage has sought this object?" After hearing Jiang's words, Kongxian shook his head, realizing that his father's strength was far too formidable for the lotus to withstand. Moreover, the lotus would serve him little purpose, whereas it could greatly accelerate Kongxian's cultivation. It was known that Kongxian would one day be titled the greatest beneath the sages. Should he attain the Tao of Hunyuan, his combat prowess would be unparalleled. Therefore, Jiang was always generous with the resources he provided for his adopted son's cultivation. Kongxian, acknowledging Jiang's wisdom, nodded. He had merely feared the treasure's importance might attract unwanted attention from the sages. Since it was evident that no sage could possess it, what did he have to fear? Kongxian promptly seated himself on the ground, and with Jiang's assistance, began to split a strand of his primordial spirit to merge with the lotus of the ancestral vein. Before long, a pure surge of spiritual power erupted from the lotus, infusing Kongxian's body. His cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but chose to suppress his cultivation instead. Jiang was pleased with Kongxian's restraint, saying, "Well done. You understand that your path is not yet clear and that you should not hastily break through to Hunyuan. The path of the quasi-saint emphasizes the understanding of oneself and the severance of the three corpses to draw closer to the heavenly Tao. Whereas the path of Hunyuan is rooted in one's own Tao, with the self being of utmost importance. You still lack a clear concept of your own path. There is no rush. Take your time." Kongxian nodded in response. Jiang and Kongxian departed from the concealed space of Flower Fruit Mountain, directly approaching Jing Wei that moment. Jing Wei was frolicking with a multitude of animals, surrounded by a large entourage that made her appear like a mountain queen. Upon noticing Jiang and Kongxian, Jing Wei hurried over, while the animals hesitated, sensing the danger posed by the two figures. "Ancestor, Uncle Kongxian, where have you been?" she asked. "We were attending to some matters." "How have you been playing?" Jiang inquired gently. "I had a splendid time." "Are we leaving now?" Jing Wei asked, her tone filled with reluctance. Jiang nodded in affirmation that we have other tasks to attend to, and I must teach you cultivation, so we cannot linger here for too long. Jing Wei acknowledged this and bid farewell to the animals before returning to the mortal realm with Jiang and Kongxian. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanzi had just been resurrected by the heavenly Tao and returned to the Zixiao Palace in a disheveled state. And no sooner had he seated himself than the 12 golden immortals, led by Guangqingzi, entered the palace and began to lament upon seeing Yuanzi. His brow furrowed, for these were the disciples he cherished most. Despite their tears, he patiently inquired, "What on earth is happening? What a pitiful sight! What transpired?" Guangqingzi stepped forward, tears streaming down his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "Master, the disciples of Jiao are bullying us. They take advantage of your absence and their numbers to oppress us." Guangqingzi exclaimed, stepping closer to Yuanzi. "They claim to be the true lineage of the three clear ones. While what are we? Go on." Yuanzi's cold voice sent a shiver down Guangqingzi's spine. "They say we are heretical and unworthy of the name Pangu, three clear ones. Preposterous," Yuanzi roared. an overwhelming aura emanating from him, pinning Guangchengzi and the other 12 golden immortals to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuanshi exited the Zixiao Palace and headed to the training grounds of Jie Zhao's disciples. Without further ado, he summoned the 3 treasures Rui and hurled it towards them, resulting in immediate chaos and casualties that, as he prepared for a second strike, the 3 treasures Rui was blocked by the Qing Ping sword, halting its advance. Second brother, what is the meaning of this? Tong Tian glared at Yuanshi, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, out of respect for Yuanshi as his elder brother, he restrained himself. These ungrateful wretches, who do not recognize the celestial order or honor the saints. I am merely teaching them a lesson. They have turned Kunlun Mountain into a chaotic mess. It would be better for them to turn to ash. Yuanshi continued without allowing Tong Tian to interject. Look at the disciples you have taken in, Tong Tian. If Jie Zhao is filled with such rabble, then it has no reason to exist. You should dissolve it at once to avoid tarnishing the name of Pangu 3 clear ones. Yuanshi's scornful words pushed Tong Tian over the edge, and he raised the Qing Ping sword, ready to confront Yuan Sh. Do you still regard me as your elder brother? How dare you be so disrespectful? Today, I shall teach you what it means to honor one's elder. With that, Yuanshi soared into the chaos, and Tong Tian, filled with rage, followed closely behind. Guangchengzi and the other 12 golden immortals watched in horror. Their faces pale, they could not fathom that their master would act so aggressively. They had merely wanted Yuanshi to vent his frustrations, never anticipating it would escalate into a battle of saints. The potential consequences of saintly conflict sent chills down Guangchengzi's spine, and he contemplated despairingly. However, it was too late to intervene. Quick, let us find our master uncle, the master brother of the Jie sect. Duo Bao hastily led his disciples towards the palace of Laozi. Upon arriving at the 8 Scenery Palace, just as he was about to articulate their purpose, they heard Laozi's voice emanating from within. I am already aware of your intentions. I shall intervene to halt their actions. You may return to the Buzhou Palace and await further developments. Thank you, Master Uncle. With that, Laozi ventured into the Primordial Chaos, where he witnessed Yuanshi and Tong Tian engaged in fierce combat. In a bid to assert his elder brother's authority, Yuanshi had even summoned the Pangu banner, unleashing countless chaotic sword energies upon Tong Tian. Tong Tian, refusing to be outdone, promptly summoned his own extermination sword array. Just as he was about to unleash it upon Yuanshi, Laozi had already arrived. Observing Tong Tian's intent to deploy the Tong Tian sword array, Laozi thought to himself, "This is not good." He produced the Taiji diagram and cast it between Tong Tian and Yuanshi, which instantly transformed into a golden bridge, separating the two. You two, are you truly willing to disregard the brotherly bond we have cherished for countless ages? Laozi's words prompted both Yuanshi and Tong Tian, who were eager for battle, to reveal expressions of shame. However, Yuanshi soon recounted the words of Guangchengzi verbatim. After hearing Yuanshi's account, Laozi remained silent, beginning to calculate the heavenly mechanisms, his expression growing increasingly somber. Yuanshi and Tong Tian, observing Laozi's demeanor, also began to ponder the heavenly mechanisms, only to discover that Guangchengzi and others coveted the cultivation grounds of Jie sect disciples. When the 12 golden immortals attempted to seize them, but were repelled by the Jie sect's disciples. They harbored resentment and sought revenge, subsequently reporting to Yuanshi in the Zixiao Palace. Yuanshi, you cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood regarding your own disciples. You came here and harmed my disciples without justification. What kind of sage are you? Tong Tian's anger mounted, realizing that had he not intervened in time, his Jie sect might have been left with no disciples at all. Thus, he no longer addressed Yuanshi as elder brother, but instead directly called his name, which further stung Yuanshi's pride. Tong Tian, what do you mean by this? Do you no longer regard me as your second brother? Look at your disciples. They are all lacking in virtues and possess shallow fortunes. I am merely helping you to cleanse them. Should you not express gratitude instead of blaming me? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian realized that Yuanshi had been leveraging his elder brother status to suppress him. Ha ha! How delightful! You kill my disciples and then expect me to thank you. Truly, you consider yourself a good elder brother. Laozi suddenly sensed something amiss with Tong Tian. though Yuanshi also noticed Tongtian's unusual behavior. He chose not to comment. Since you disdain my disciples, I shall take my leave. This Kunlun mountain is no longer worthy of my presence. Without waiting for Laozi's response, Tongtian descended straight into the chaos. Returning to Kunlun mountain, taking all his disciples with him, including the Buzhou Palace. Upon witnessing Tongtian's actions, Laozi remained silent, while Yuanshi, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Elder brother, do you see? Tongtian no longer regards us as his two elder brothers. I believe he should be taught a lesson to understand that even with the extermination sword array, he must respect his elders." Yuanshi, still shaken from the earlier battle, held a deep-seated fear of Tongtian's extermination sword array. Although Tongtian had merely summoned it without using it, the murderous aura emanating from it still left Yuanshi feeling alarmed. He perceived this as a reflection of his inferiority to Tongtian as the elder brother. How could he be outdone by his younger sibling? Jealousy had warped Yuanshi's perception, and he had entirely lost sight of his dignity, now fixating on inciting Laozi to join him in seizing Tongtian's extermination sword array. After all, he realized that relying solely on himself might not suffice to match Tongtian. "Second brother, you have lost your way. This is not Tongtian's fault." Laozi regarded Yuanshi, speaking slowly. "Elder brother, are you implying that I am in the wrong? As his elder brother, do I not have the right to discipline him?" Yuanshi shouted in desperation. "The root of this incident lies with your wayward disciples, and you recklessly harmed Tongtian's disciples, claiming it was for the sake of the third brother. Do you wish to see our long-standing brotherhood dissolve?" Laozi struck Yuanshi, bringing him back to clarity. Indeed, what could be more significant than the brotherly bond among the Pangu three pure ones? "Elder brother, what should we do now?" Yuanshi, uncertain, could not bring himself to apologize to Tongtian or invite him back, so he turned to Laozi for assistance. "Alas, the only course of action is for me to accompany you in retrieving the third brother." Upon hearing that Laozi was willing to accompany him, Yuanshi felt a surge of joy. He immediately took Laozi's hand, descending into the chaos to seek Tongtian in the Eastern Sea. Tongtian, accompanied by his disciples, arrived at the Jiao island he had discovered during his previous travels. Tongtian had always intended to establish his Taoist temple on Jiao island. However, due to ongoing battles with Emperor Jiang and the silence from his two elder brothers regarding the matter of separation, he had continued to reside on Kunlun Mountain. In truth, even the ancestral mountain of the myriad peaks, Kunlun, had become heavily burdened after bearing the fortunes of 3 saints and 3 great sections. The division among the 3 pure ones was inevitable, but Tongtian had not anticipated that it would occur in such a manner. Not only had they separated, but their years of brotherhood had also suffered a fracture. "Third brother, please wait." Laozi's voice echoed from afar, halting Tongtian's speech. After all, the words of a saint should not be easily altered. Once the GSX temple was confirmed, it could not be easily changed, lest it severely damage the sect's fortunes. "Elder brother, are you also here to blame me, believing this to be my fault?" A flicker of confusion and disappointment crossed Tongtian's face. "Third brother, you misunderstand. I have come to invite you back to Kunlun Mountain. I recognize that this incident is not your fault, so please return with me and our second brother." Laozi spoke to Tongtian with sincerity, his tone earnest, causing Tongtian to hesitate. "Indeed, third brother, this time it is my fault. You should return with me." Yuanshi chimed in supportively in truth, Tongtian did not wish to sever the bond of the 3 pure ones, for after so many years of shared trials and tribulations, from the Tai Golden Immortal to Sainthood, the 3 pure ones had always supported each other. After so many years of brotherhood, how could it be so easily cast aside? Yet, Tongtian also recalled the oppression he had endured from Yuanshi over the years. His own forbearance and the tragic deaths of his disciples not long ago on Kunlun Mountain. Tongtian found himself torn once more. He did not fear Yuanshi, but was it right for a senior to harm his disciples? Seeing Tongtian still hesitating, Yuanshi's anger flared, and he spoke again. "Tongtian, my elder brother, and I have come to invite you. I have apologized to you. Do not think that possessing the extermination sword array allows you to disregard your elders." "Apologize? When did you apologize? I did not hear it." Tongtian retorted without reservation. "To this day, you still believe I am in the wrong and seek to suppress me with your elder brother status. Perhaps your true purpose here is not concern for me, but rather to uphold the reputation of the Pangu, three pure ones. Impudent, Tong Tian, I see you have no intention of repenting, despite my earnest counsel. You remain obstinately unyielding. It seems today, I must teach you about propriety and righteousness. Yuanzi appeared to be on edge today, and his words ignited Tong Tian's fury once more, bringing them to the brink of confrontation again. Ahem, enough. Do you still regard me as your elder brother? Laozi interjected, effectively halting the two. Clearly, Laozi's status as the elder brother still held weight in their eyes. Both ceased their hostilities and turned to Laozi. Elder brother, I believe it is imperative to teach Tong Tian a lesson today. If we allow this to continue, it will only escalate in the future, Yuanzi asserted to Laozi. Elder brother, do you believe there is still a necessity for me to return? Tong Tian remarked, feeling that in Yuanzi's heart, his dignity as a brother was perhaps less significant than his own pride. Ignoring Yuanzi, Tong Tian addressed Laozi directly, his anger evident as he omitted the title of second brother. Laozi, too, felt displeased, pondering how Yuanzi could be so petty, allowing Tong Tian's words to provoke such a reaction. In that moment, Laozi found himself a loss for words, rendered speechless. The way of heaven loomed above. Today I, the supreme clarity, voluntarily relinquish my claim to Kunlun Mountain and establish my Taoist sanctuary on the Golden Tortoise Island in the Eastern Sea. I, Tong Tian, willingly withdraw from the Pangu Three Pure Ones. And from this day forth, the title of the Three Pure Ones shall be no more. As Tong Tian finished speaking, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the sky, signifying heaven's approval of his declaration. Instantly, Laozi, Yuanzi, and Tong Tian all sensed a diminishment of their fortunes. Though the loss was not substantial enough to inflict serious harm upon the three, they could feel that their opportunities and fortunes had significantly diminished with the abandonment of the Three Pure Ones title. Third brother, why must you do this? Laozi lamented, his face etched with regret. Yet, with matters having reached this point, he could only sigh in resignation, acknowledging that this predicament was not solely Tong Tian's fault, leaving him at a loss for words. If that is the case, I too shall withdraw from Kunlun Mountain and seek another sanctuary. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuanzi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent, resulting in both his elder brother and third brother relocating. However, Yuanzi's pride prevented him from expressing any remorse. With a cold snort, he departed from the Eastern Sea, returning to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Upon returning to the Jade Void Palace, Yuanzi erupted in fury. He did not believe he had erred, even though the incident had originated from his disciple. In his heart, he felt that as Tong Tian's elder brother, Tong Tian ought to heed his guidance. Thus, Yuanzi attributed the blame for the Three Pure Ones division entirely to Tong Tian, as for his disciples, the 12 Golden Immortals. Yuanzi merely dismissed them, instructing them to return to their own sanctuaries and quietly recite the haunting scripture. This Kunlun blessed land shall belong solely to me in the future. Very well. If you hold Kunlun Mountain in such disdain, what other places in this primordial wilderness could serve as a sanctuary for saints? Yuanzi chose not to dwell further on this matter, instead focusing on remedying the latent dangers that had arisen since his resurrection by the way of heaven, in the realm of Pangu Palace. Emperor Jiang gazed towards Kunlun Mountain, pondering, have the Three Pure Ones finally separated? After several conflicts, it was initially believed that the Three Pure Ones would grow even closer, avoiding any division. Yet now it appeared that Yuanzi was indeed quite envious. Yuanzi and Tong Tian had always been at odds, and even if they managed to maintain a semblance of peace this time, greater turmoil was bound to ensue in the future. Zhu Jiang, standing nearby, spoke slowly. What are your thoughts on Laozi? Emperor Jiang abruptly turned to Zhu Jiang and inquired. Laozi is a man of profound thought. He seems to follow the path of non-action, appearing indifferent to everything. Yet, it is evident that both Yuanzi and Tong Tian are ensnared in his schemes. Zhu Jiang mused after a moment of contemplation. Emperor Jiang nodded in agreement, recognizing that Laozi was indeed exceedingly cunning. His depths of thought comparable to Hongjun in future encounters. One must tread with utmost caution. Elder brother, I have heard that the third human emperor's master has been bestowed upon the Chan sect Yuanzi. But given the current state of affairs, should that position still be granted to them? Zhu Jiang asked, expressing his reluctance to allow such a boon to go to the Chan sect. Granted. It must be granted if we do not bestow it upon them. Then next time, will it only be us left to play? How shall we eradicate the primordial spirit of Guishu then? Emperor Jiang asserted firmly. Seeing his elder brother's resolve, Zhu Jiang could only nod in acquiescence. Though he did not fully grasp Emperor Jiang's intentions, he remained unwaveringly loyal to him. In truth, Emperor Jiang understood the manifold benefits of the position of the human emperor's master. However, for the sake of the forthcoming schemes, relinquishing it was not out of the question. But if the Chan sect were not allowed to partake, how would the 12 golden immortals find themselves embroiled in calamity? How would the sealing of the gods commence? Without the sealing, how could Hongjun easily descend to intervene? Should Hongjun dare to take the stage again, Emperor Jiang would possess a 90% certainty of obliterating the vanquished primordial spirit. After Zhu Jiang departed, Emperor Jiang summoned Kong Xian to his side and handed him a small cauldron. Deliver this to Shennong. He will understand my intent. Yes, adoptive father, Kong Xian replied, clutching the precious item as he hurried to Chengdu. Presenting the artifact to Shennong before joining forces with Lu Er to hunt down the great demons. Although Shennong did not comprehend his teacher's message, he accepted the treasure, the mountains and rivers cauldron. Nonetheless, on one particular day, Shennong was leading his ministers on a tour of Chengdu. Observing the contented lives of the citizens, Shennong felt a deep sense of joy, for this was the ultimate pursuit of his life. Suddenly, a wailing cry pierced the air, drawing Shennong's attention. Following the sound, he beheld a gathering of people, among whom stood a grieving mother. I could see that moment. A child lay lifeless on the ground, while his mother mourned the loss of her offspring. Shennong parted the crowd and approached the mother and child. What has befallen your son? Upon recognizing Shennong, the human sovereign, the woman immediately recounted the circumstances surrounding her child's demise. The child had fallen ill. But in her desperation, she could not find a practitioner to treat him. As the illness worsened, the child soon passed away. Hearing this, Shennong's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. He commanded those accompanying him to assist the grieving mother in burying her child before returning to his administrative duties. The mother's words and the image of the innocent child lingered in Shennong's mind. Suddenly, Shennong stood up, realizing the purpose behind Emperor Jiang's delivery of the mountains and rivers cauldron. It was meant for him to seek out a method of healing that even mortals could wield. Immediately, Shennong recalled that the great practitioners of the primordial wilderness concocted various elixirs using spiritual herbs, achieving remarkable effects. However, ordinary humans could not withstand the spiritual energy of these herbs, and since they were scarce, it was impossible to rely solely on them for solutions. Thus, Shennong resolved to seal away all his cultivation, testing the herbs himself and documenting their properties. With determination, he made his way to the ancestral ground of the human race and found his elder brother, Huangtian, to explain his intentions. Junior brother, are you certain about this? This endeavor is not as simple as it seems. Once you begin, your life and death will be cast aside, Huangtian warned, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Shennong. Brother, I have made up my mind. I must undertake this task. If even I, the sovereign, do not dare to act, then who will resolve the maladies of our people? Shennong replied resolutely. Huangtian nodded, casting a sealing spell upon Shennong. Shennong felt an overwhelming pressure from the sealing force. In no time, his cultivation began to diminish, transforming from a great Luo golden immortal to a Tai golden immortal. Ultimately, Shennong's cultivation was entirely sealed, rendering him a powerless mortal. Junior brother, go forth with confidence. My master and I shall ensure your safety. Shennong acknowledged Huangtian's reassurance, understanding that it was meant to alleviate his worries. Without further ado, Shennong led a few attendants, embarking on a journey from the ancestral ground of the human race to sample the myriad herbs of the world. As he tasted the herbs, he instructed his companions to document the findings, albeit hindered by the absence of a dedicated human script, forcing him to rely on the language of heaven and earth. Calamus, pungent in taste, warm in nature. It governs wind, cold, and rheumatism. It counteracts reverse qi, invigorates the 5 organs, opens the 9 orifices, sharpens the senses, and produces sound that long-term consumption lightens the body, enhances memory, counters confusion, and extends life. Jiang, pungent and warm in taste. It governs chest fullness, cough, and counteracts reverse qi. It warms the center, stops bleeding, induces sweating, dispels dampness and rheumatism, alleviates intestinal distress, and counters diarrhea. Long-term use dispels foul odors and sharpens the mind. As the seasons changed and time flowed, the journey of healing commenced. Shennong embarked from the ancestral land of the human race, traversing the path ahead and tasting countless herbs, among which were not few poisons that on several occasions he narrowly escaped death from toxicity, had it not been for the water from the mountain river cauldron bestowed upon him by Emperor Jiang, which possessed the power to detoxify. It is likely that Shennong would have long since become a mere pile of bones, and on this particular day, Shennong ascended a magnificent mountain and discovered a remarkably unique herb. This herb exhibited vibrant green leaves with reddish-brown vines and blossomed with a small yellow flower. Approaching the herb, Shennong carefully uprooted it from the soil, plucked a leaf, and placed it in his mouth to chew. Before long, he was seized by excruciating abdominal pain, as if his insides were being torn apart, causing him to writhe on the ground in agony. Observing Shennong's distress, his attendant quickly retrieved the mountain river cauldron and poured some water into Shennong's mouth. Yet, this previously infallible remedy failed to provide any relief, leaving Shennong in a state of persistent torment. The attendant, in a state of frantic anxiety, was at a loss for what to do as time passed. The attendant noticed Shennong had fallen utterly silent. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Shennong had succumbed. Overcome with grief, he wept bitterly. Alas, foolish child, oh foolish child! Emperor Jiang appeared, sighing repeatedly. I beseech you, Holy Father, please save our leader Shennong. We humans cannot afford to lose our leader. Emperor Jiang nodded and summoned a wave of chaotic spiritual energy, directing it into Shennong's body. This chaotic energy continuously washed over Shennong. Although the toxin of the herb was fierce, it was ultimately still a threat to mortals. For Emperor Jiang, it was merely a matter of course to resolve that, in no time, Shennong regained consciousness and rushed to bow before Emperor Jiang. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. I am profoundly grateful for your salvation. Shennong, after this ordeal, do you still wish to continue your quest for herbs? Emperor Jiang inquired. Master, I wish to persist in this endeavor to alleviate the ailments and suffering of my people. I would embrace 1,000 deaths without regret. Shennong prostrated before Emperor Jiang, then turned to resume his journey of herb tasting. Emperor Jiang nodded in satisfaction. As long as Shennong completed his quest of tasting the myriad herbs, he would not be far from attaining enlightenment. Shennong named the herb that nearly claimed his life broken intestine herb, meticulously documenting its appearance to warn future generations against its consumption. Over the span of 3,000 years, Shennong traversed every corner of the human realm, cataloging 90,000 herbs and gaining insight into the multitude of afflictions faced by his people. Upon returning to Chengdu, Shennong, undeterred by fatigue, diligently recorded all the herbs he had sampled over the years, organizing them into categories based on their medicinal properties and the ailments they could treat, culminating in a tome entitled Shennong's Classic of Herbal Medicine. Upon completion, countless merits and fortunes descended upon Chengdu, infusing Shennong with an abundance of spiritual essence, with the majority absorbed by him and the remainder suffusing the book, transforming its pages to a resplendent golden hue. After the creation of Shennong's Classic of Herbal Medicine, Shennong summoned the chieftains of various tribes to Chengdu. Providing them with transcriptions of the text, he meticulously explained to each chieftain how to utilize the various herbs, which should be ingested and which should be applied externally. Esteemed chieftains, with the advent of Shennong's Classic of Herbal Medicine, we shall largely resolve the afflictions of our people henceforth, Shennong proclaimed from his elevated platform. The chieftains below wept openly, their hearts stirred upon learning the sacrifices their leader had made to alleviate their suffering. Risking his own life in the pursuit of knowledge. There is no need for such sorrow, my fellow tribesmen. As the leader of our people, it is my inherent duty to shoulder this responsibility. Shennong reassured them. With the emergence of Shennong's classic of herbal medicine, his prestige among the human race reached unprecedented heights, rendering his name known throughout the realm Kunlun Mountain in the Jade Void Palace. The primordial supreme being summoned the 12 golden immortals, the southern polar immortal, and the vice-head of the Chan sect, the lamplighter, to his presence. The Earth Sovereign is on the verge of attaining enlightenment, and the human sovereign is soon to be born. The teacher of a human sovereign shall be chosen from among you, the primordial supreme being announced, elucidating the purpose of their gathering, the 12 golden immortals. The southern polar immortal and the lamplighter were all eager to present themselves, each vying for the opportunity. Particularly, the vice-head, the lamplighter, though once a guest in the Purple Cloud Palace, had missed the previous 2 discourses, leaving him with only the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. With the right opportunity, he could easily attain the status of a quasi-saint. Thus, the lamplighter believed that the primordial supreme being would surely bestow this chance upon him. After all, the Chan sect was lacking in high-end combatants, while both the mystical teachings and the intercept teachings had already produced quasi-saints, whereas the Chan sect's foremost disciple, Guangqingzi, had yet to reach even the great Luo golden immortal level. Just as the lamplighter contemplated his future enlightenment, the primordial supreme being spoke, Guangqingzi, "This matter shall be entrusted to you. Rest assured, master, I shall fulfill this task." The lamplighter began to express his gratitude, but suddenly realized something was amiss. What? Guangqingzi, how could that worthless individual be my equal? Why bestow the position of the human sovereign's teacher upon him? The lamplighter seethed internally, though outwardly he dared not show his discontent. At that moment, Guangqingzi spoke, "Thank you, teacher," after which he cast a smug glance at the lamplighter, which the latter perceived not only as a display of arrogance, but also as a veiled mockery. "Lamplighter, do you have any objections to my decision? What were you about to say?" The primordial supreme being regarded the lamplighter coldly. In response to the master, I merely wish to convey that I shall assist Guangqingzi in successfully completing this task. The lamplighter hastily concocted a justification to mend his earlier error. The primordial supreme being nodded. "With your assistance, I shall rest easy regarding Guangqingzi." Once outside the Jade Void Palace, Guangqingzi joyfully busied himself with preparations for the role of the human sovereign's teacher, while the others returned to their respective sanctuaries. Upon returning to his own realm, the lamplighter activated his barriers and sat upon his mat, his knuckles turning pale from being clenched. Why? Why would you choose to give the position of the human sovereign's teacher to that waste? Guangqingzi, rather than to me? The lamplighter's heart roared in fury, though he dared not voice his grievances aloud. In Kunlun Mountain, where the sages are omniscient, speaking such thoughts could lead to dire consequences. Following swiftly was the chilling realization of his own demise. The western side, those 2 saints have established a connection with me. However, they wish for me to take a few of the 12 golden immortals with me. Initially, I had no such intention, but now it seems, primordial, do not blame me. The lamplighter's thoughts began to lean towards the west, plotting to sway the 12 golden immortals and entice them to betray their teachings. In the Pangu hall of the earthly realm, Qiyu was informed this reincarnation into the human race is not to vie for the position of the human sovereign, but rather to strive for a position as a human saint. In due time, members of my witch clan will come to assist you. Emperor Jiang addressed Qiyu, revealing his intentions for Qiyu's reincarnation into humanity. Holy One, why must I forsake my witch form to be reborn as a mere human? Qiyu questioned, perplexed and unwilling to relinquish his Pangu bloodline and the ancestral witch form he had painstakingly cultivated. Qiyu, what is your view of humanity, and what of the human path? Zhurong, nearby, inquired, that in response to the Holy One. I believe that while humanity can become the protagonists of heaven and earth, possessing tremendous potential as individual entities, they are far too feeble compared to my witch clan. After pondering, Qiyu articulated his perspective on humanity. You speak the truth. Humanity possesses great potential, yet it pales in comparison to my witch clan. However, the human path is one of the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. We must have those we can trust within it. Zhu Jiuyin slowly began to speak. Perhaps you are puzzled, wondering if Huang Tian and Shennong are not both my disciples. Is that not sufficient? Jiang discerned Qi Yu's confusion and articulated it directly. However, one pursues the path of martial arts while the other follows the path of primordial unity. It is indeed a pity that they have not attained the status of human saints. Although you lack a primordial spirit, your innate talent is extraordinary. Alas, to tread solely the path of the physical body proves to be exceedingly arduous, which is why you have been chosen to reincarnate as a member of the human race. Moreover, the last emperor of humanity, in his quest for enlightenment, must unify the human race and have a formidable leader to contend with. Jiang's words illuminated the reasons behind the circumstances for Qi Yu. Saint Master, Qi Yu is willing to reincarnate as a human to fulfill your grand design. I shall impart this method to you. Contemplate it earnestly, but do not become shackled by it. You may innovate upon its foundation. With a wave of his hand, Jiang projected a beam of white light into Qi Yu's true spirit, which contained various military strategies he had compiled based on future experiences, including the 36 strategies and subsequent military formations. Jiang nodded. Go see Ko Tu, and let her guide you into the cycle of rebirth. Proceed to the Jiuli tribe, where my Wu clan's bloodline still resides, allowing you to retain a significant portion of that heritage. After Qi Yu departed, Zhu Jiuyin turned to Jiang. Brother, is it truly wise to allow a being of Qi Yu's caliber, a fleshly primordial gold immortal, to reincarnate as a human? Qi Yu, aside from Xing Tian, Jiu Feng, and Ho Yi, was arguably the most promising candidate among the great witches to achieve sanctity in flesh. Losing him now was indeed a source of considerable regret for Zhu Jiuyin. Jiang gazed in the direction Qi Yu had taken, murmuring, whether it is worthwhile or not can only be discerned through experience. Suddenly, Jiu Feng hurried in, bowing respectfully to Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Esteemed saints, Ancestor Zhu Rong, Ancestor Gong Gong, and Ancestor Xianming are about to venture into the chaos, and they have sent me to inform you, requesting your protection. Following the previous incident, Jiang had instructed the ancestors who sought to break through primordial unity to notify either himself or Zhu Jiuyin for protective measures to ensure their safety. Brother, allow me to go this time and safeguard the three of them. Jiang nodded in agreement with Zhu Jiuyin's proposal, as Shennong's path to enlightenment was imminent, and he could not afford to leave lightly. On Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi had prepared everything and was once again at Zixiao Palace seeking an audience with Yuanzi Tianzun. Master, I am uncertain where to seek the Emperor of Humanity. I find myself utterly at a loss, hence my visit to consult you. Let me perform a divination. Yuanzi Tianzun began to commune with the heavenly Tao, attempting to deduce the whereabouts of the third Emperor of Humanity. After a moment, Yuanzi Tianzun opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment flashing within. He could not ascertain any information regarding the third Emperor of Humanity. Not willing to accept this outcome, he continued his calculations, yet the result remained unchanged. He then initiated another round of divination, this time harnessing the power of the heavenly Tao, seeking to subtly infiltrate the realm of humanity. Knowing that there must be information about the third Emperor of Humanity within, he pressed on. Yuanzi, you are being reckless. Nuwa's voice resonated, and in an instant, Yuanzi's glimmer of primordial spirit was obliterated. His complexion paled as he realized Nuwa had discovered his actions, and he dared not attempt another intrusion. Guangchengzi, Master, I am here. Guangchengzi hurriedly stepped forward, his expression filled with hope as he regarded Yuanzi. Cough, cough. The information regarding the Emperor of Humanity is shrouded in mystery. Even a saint cannot discern it. However, when the Emperor is born, there will undoubtedly be extraordinary signs. Thus, you should search within the Hong Huang for clues. Upon concluding his words, Guangchengzi found himself already at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. With no other recourse, he chose a direction and set off in search of the Emperor's traces. As Guangchengzi sought the Emperor's whereabouts, a child was born within the Jiuli tribe. By the time he reached 1 month, he could walk. At 2 months, he began to speak. The people of the Jiuli tribe believe him to be a divine envoy sent to rescue them from peril. Consequently, the tribe's leader personally named the child Qi Yu and kept him close, teaching him how to manage the affairs of the tribe by the age of 3. Qi Yu,